Battling Records of the Chosen One Chapter 2387 to Chapter 2441. Chessboard World? Lin Sun was surprised. The monkey said, "That's right. That mysterious fellow used his own great Tao to refine a chessboard. It's like a vast world within it, and all the characters who had their memories wiped out by him became chess pieces in that vast world." Lin Sun nodded and entered the next world of origin with the monkey. The world was vast, and the boundless land was actually barren to the extreme. There were no mountains, no rivers, and no plants. It was completely empty and desolate. But after entering this place, the monkey seemed extremely nervous and timid. He didn't even dare to speak. He just winked at Lin Sun, telling him to be careful. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and swept forward with the monkey. This world of origin was indeed unusual. It showed a desolate scene, as if it was a place where all things were extinct. He couldn't even feel the fluctuation of spiritual qi or Tao. After half an hour, a bare old tree appeared on the horizon in the distance. Its branches were like swords, reaching toward the sky. The roots exposed on the ground were like rocks. A skinny figure sat in front of the roots. His beard and hair were scraggly. He was looking down at a chessboard in front of him. He was motionless like a clay statue. The whole world, a tree, a person, and a chessboard, obviously, the skinny figure was the mysterious weirdo mentioned by the monkey. He was a terrifying existence who could erase the memories of emperors in a flash. The monkey was trembling with nervousness. He winked at Lin Sun, telling him to ignore him and go straight ahead. Because there was an illusory door not far behind the withered tree. As long as they passed through this door, they could reach the core of the origin of all Tao. Lin Sun thought for a while and didn't use his divine senses to check it. He retracted his gaze and walked toward the door according to the monkey's guidance. The world was silent. There wasn't even the sound of wind. The silence was oppressive. But when Lin and monkey crossed the withered tree and walked a short distance, a dry and hoarse voice suddenly rang out, "That's right. Do you want to play chess?" It was just 3 words, but they were like thunder. The monkey was so shocked that his body went limp. He cried out involuntarily, "It's over." Lin Sun turned his head and saw that under the withered tree, the skinny figure who had been staring at the chessboard had already looked over. That gaze was pure like an infant's, clear to the point of being without the slightest impurity, yet it was like a mirror that was capable of reflecting the myriad of phenomena in the starry sky. Being stared at by him, Lin Sun's body tightened slightly, but he immediately relaxed and said calmly, "Why do you want to play chess with me?" The skinny figure pointed at the chessboard before him. "At the very beginning of the primordial era, I entered this place and used the 10,000 Daos of Genesis energy I comprehended to refine this chessboard. After countless years of constant refinement, this chessboard already contains the 10,000 Daos of Genesis aura." Lin Sun's pupils contracted. This old man was from the earliest era of absolute beginning. Moreover, he had refined the mysteries of the 10,000 Daos origins into a chessboard. Just this method alone was already terrifying. "You must have come for the mystery of the origin of the 10,000 Daos. But I might as well tell you that now that the spiritual qi is recovering, the core mystery of the origin of the 10,000 Daos has been constantly released and spread to the outside world. You ought to have noticed that the spirit energy in the outside world is growing madly, while all sorts of fortuitous encounters of the Tao have appeared like bamboo after the rain. The situation in the world has undergone a shocking change, and it's like an unprecedented great era has arrived. This is the power emitted by the core of the origin of the 10,000 Daos. And this also means that it is impossible for you to master the complete origin of the 10,000 Daos on this trip." As he said more, the voice of the skinny figure changed from dry and hoarse to deep and clear. "In that case, why don't you come and play a game with me?" Monkey was so nervous that he was about to collapse. He hissed, "You can't agree. You can't agree. Otherwise, your memory will be erased and you will become a pawn in the chessboard." The skinny figure ignored monkey and just looked at Lin Sun. Lin Sun fell into silence. The words of the skinny old man made him suddenly realize one thing. The revival of spiritual qi and the coming of the great era caused drastic changes in the mortal world. Why? The skinny old man had already given the answer. It was because the core power of the origin of the 10,000 Daos was constantly releasing and spreading, but in this way, It also meant that the core power of the origin of the 10,000 Daos was like melting ice and snow. It was no longer complete. As time went on, sooner or later it would dry up and die. No matter who it was, under such circumstances, it was impossible to understand the complete mystery of the origin of the 10,000 Daos. Thinking of this, Lin Sun couldn't help but laugh at himself. For a month, he had been trekking in different secret realms. In the end, he found that the ultimate mystery had become an illusion. This feeling was like drawing water with a wicker basket. However, Lin Sun didn't feel upset. Along the way, he had collected more than 100 pieces of the origin of the 10,000 Daos. Their value was completely immeasurable. Even if I can't get the core mystery of the origin of the 10,000 Daos, I have no interest in playing with you. Lin Sun refused. The skinny figure said, if you win, you can take away this chessboard containing the origin of the 10,000 Daos. If you lose, you will become a chess piece in this chessboard. The meaning contained in this sentence was enough to make all the ancestors in the world crazy. Lin Sun was also stunned and said, from the beginning of the primitive times to the present, it's been countless years. It's not easy to condense such a chessboard. If I win in the game, are you really willing to give it to me? The skinny figure said, there are winners and losers in the game. I've been sitting here for countless years, but so far no one has been able to win this chessboard. In other words, he had never lost since the beginning of time. After thinking about it, Lin Sun still refused and planned to leave. You guessed wrong. I'm just looking for some clansmen, not for the origin of the 10,000 Daos. Looking for someone? The skinny figure was stunned and murmured, is there anything more important than understanding the great Tao in this world? Lin Sun didn't intend to pay attention to him anymore. The skinny figure said, is there anyone you're looking for among them? After that, a prosperous world appeared in the void. There were countless cities, and countless living beings resided there. From the nobles to the commoners, all sorts of people lived there, forming a scene of the boundless mortal world. Lin Sun looked up, and in an instant, he caught many familiar figures. Zhao Tailai, Zhao Xianxia, Lin Zhong, Lin Huayuan, Mr. Vulture, Zhu Laosan. Some of them became rural private school teachers, some became squires, some were young masters of noble families, and some were. In the mortal world, these familiar faces from all those years ago were like the myriad of living beings in the mortal world, and each of them had their own joys, sorrows, joys, sorrows, joys, sorrows, joys, sorrows, joys, sorrows, and spices. But when Lin Sun was about to sense it carefully, the emerging world disappeared. It seems that the person you're looking for is among them, the skinny figure said. Lin Sun stared at him with his dark eyes. Did you erase their memories and turn them into chess pieces in the chessboard world? The skinny figure said calmly, play with me. If you win, I'll tell you. Lin Sun went straight to the withered tree, looked at the skinny figure with scraggly beard and hair, and said, how do we play? In the distance, the monkey was in a daze. He probably realized that Lin Sun was doomed this time. Take this world as the chess cage, and the great Tao you and I hold as the chess pieces. The skinny figure said. Numerous crisscrossing checkerboards suddenly appeared in this desolate and dried-up world, and it was like an enormous net of the heavens had been spread out. Half of it was black, and the other half was white. The difference was clear. The chess squares are the battlefield for the great Tao. You and I each hold a world. Whoever's territory falls into the enemy's hands loses. The skinny figure stood up and said, you can choose one of the black and white worlds. Lin Sun nodded. His figure flashed and came to the world covered by the black chess squares, confronting the skinny figure from afar. Are there any rules about the game? The skinny figure shook his head. The black and white games are the battle of the great Tao. You can exert all your skills and attack at will. Okay. Lin Sun nodded. The skinny figure waved his sleeve, rise. Boom, under his feet, in the white chess square world, a star condensed by the power of the great Tao emerged in each chess square. Each star was condensed by the law of the great Tao and was full of the supreme and boundless aura. In an instant, countless stars emitted different divine brilliance, making the white world brilliant and dazzling. The most amazing thing was that although these stars were in different chess squares, they were circulating along a complicated and wonderful track, echoing each other, and it was natural. It was like a grand scene of the integration of all Tao. If you can break the world of the Great Tao in this white chess square, I lose. The skinny figure's voice was very calm, full of absolute confidence, like a god who saw through all hypocrisy and stood above the heavens. Lin Sun thought. In the black world beneath his feet, a cauldron appeared. It faintly possessed an everlasting and unique charm. The furnace covered the black world, and all kinds of great Tao were deduced from the furnace. Good. In the distance, the emaciated figure's eyes were bright like the sun, and he exclaimed with admiration. In these countless years, amongst all the people I've encountered, only a few possess such attainments in the Grand Tao. Fellow Taoist, I hope you don't disappoint me. As he said, he flicked his fingers. Boom, in the circulation of countless stars, a ray of light rushed out and condensed into a Taoist seal, with a terrible power that could suppress all the mountains and rivers in the world. Suddenly, it rushed to the dark world where Lin Sun was and slammed down. Tut! Lin Sun's black eyes were like lightning. The furnace steamed, and a Taoist sword emerged and slashed out. Crack, the Taoist seal was split into two and burst and collapsed. The skinny figure was not in a hurry. As he flicked his fingers, all kinds of attack means condensed by the great Tao rushed out from the white chess square world under his feet. Some condensed into mountains, some transformed into vast seas, and some appeared as Taoist soldiers. With overwhelming momentum, they crushed towards the black chess square world where Lin Sun was. At that moment, it seemed that thousands of Tao rose together, and the world lost its color. An earth-shattering roar rang out. The stove that guarded the entire black checkerboard world shook violently, and light splashed everywhere. Crack! Crack! In merely the blink of an eye, the two black checkerboard spaces had completely collapsed and fallen into the enemy's hands. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes slightly and ran the great way. Around him, the stove glowed and produced a terrifying suppressive force, which blocked the overwhelming attack. In the distance, the skinny figure smiled faintly. With such a defense, the world you control will completely fall in a moment. As he said, he waved his sleeve. Boom! 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 Divine chains rushed out like the order of the Great Way, covering the sky and sweeping away. Each divine chain was entwined with the terrible mystery of the Great Way. Wind, cloud, thunder, lightning, metal, wood, water, fire. Countless powers were derived. This was different from a real fight, but a pure contest of the Great Way. The world was turned into a chess cage, and the Great Way was used as a pawn to attack. It was not dangerous. But once he lost, he would be reduced to a pawn on the chessboard. Completely fall? You underestimate me too much. As Lin Sun said, he activated his own Great Way, and the stove rumbled, deduced various Great Ways, and constantly fought against the opponent. For a time, the world was turbulent, and all kinds of terrible visions appeared, shocking the world. If there were people in the Emperor realm here, they would be shocked. Because whether it was Lin Sun or the skinny figure, the power of the Great Way they controlled could be said to be world-shaking and unbelievably powerful, and in the monkey's field of vision, inconceivable scenes ceaselessly surged into appearance in the world of black and white. There was the collision of the sun, moon, and stars, the movement of mountains and rivers, ancient fiend gods charging into enemy lines, divine beasts, and ferocious flying beasts wreaking havoc in the world. Those were all derived from the supreme mystery of the Great Way, and each kind of attack revealed the power to destroy the world, which was unimaginably terrifying. Go! 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 The skinny figure was like a ruler. As he waved his sleeve, his attacks were like a storm, and he controlled thousands of Great Ways to sweep the 9 heavens. On the other hand, Lin Sun had been fighting with the stove, and the black checkerboard world was almost besieged by all kinds of terrible attacks. From time to time, one could hear the sound of collapsing and exploding, and the outermost black chess pieces showed signs of collapsing and sinking. It seemed that they were already at a disadvantage. However, Lin Sun's stove was impregnable and unshakable. It guarded the black chessboard world for a while and was doomed to be destroyed. In the distance, the skinny figure was not in a hurry. Instead, he showed great interest and kept looking at Lin's stove. He'd already discerned that it was the embodiment of Lin Sun's Grand Tao, and it was extraordinary. Even though it was like this, his movements weren't slow in the slightest. His attacks grew even more ferocious, and he revealed a domineering and overbearing posture. Rumble the world turned upside down, and the sun and moon lost their light. Lin Sun had never experienced such a game and fight before. He had to defend the black checkerboard world he was in and destroy the white checkerboard world controlled by his opponent. What he could rely on was the energy of the great Daos. It seemed to be a simple and violent confrontation, but it was actually an intense battle between the great Daos of the two. At present, the skinny figure's control of the power of the great Daos was indeed extremely terrifying, and it had reached an incredible level. With his attack, the black checkerboard world controlled by Lin Sun had fallen into a state of being attacked from all sides and was in a precarious situation. Like a reef in the sea, it was being beaten by the raging waves. However, as Lin Sun gradually became familiar with this way of playing, the stove transformed by his Grand Tao became more and more solid and unshakable. In this way, the impact suffered by the whole black checkerboard world was also powerfully resolved and offset. Although the attack of the skinny figure was getting stronger and stronger, Lin Sun's defense was also constantly improving. In this way, one attacked and the other defended, showing an unprecedented fierce confrontation. At this time, the skinny figure also showed a serious look, and there was a touch of rare excitement and joy in his tone. He was delighted to meet his match. Lin Sun's performance at the moment was beyond his expectation, and it also aroused his long-dormant fighting spirit in his heart. My fellow practitioner, next, I will show the real way of playing Go. You should be careful. The skinny figure laughed loudly and made a stroke with his palm. Boom, countless stars rotated, and countless blooming lotuses emerged, cyan, red, white, gold. Some bloomed with thunder and lightning, some stirred up the power of wind and clouds, and some swallowed and spat the chi of yin and yang. Thousands of Taoist lotuses were blooming. In an instant, the black checkerboard world controlled by Lin Sun was covered. The process of each Taoist lotus, from blooming to withering, deduced a kind of grand Tao from the beginning to the most brilliant change. Thousands of Taoist lotuses were like thousands of grand Tao being released and deduced to the extreme. Such a horrible scene was enough to make the Emperor realm feel cold. Lin Sun's face was as calm as before, but his eyes were surging with frightening divine light. He ran his cultivation with all his strength, integrated his state of mind, will, and spirit into the Grand Tao, and used the stove to fight. Rumble earth-shaking explosions kept ringing, and the power of the Grand Tao was like a landslide and a tsunami, raging all over the world. The void collapsed, and the sky was dim, as if the end of the world was coming. But just a moment later, the skinny figure in the distance let out a cry of surprise. In the distance, even under such attacks, Lin Sun's defense was still indestructible. If so, you will lose, Lin Sun said indifferently. The skinny figure said, let's try again. Clang, he stretched out his hand, and a Taoist sword condensed by countless Grand Tao appeared and chopped at the stove. It was simple. But it was obviously more terrible than the previous intensive storm-like attacks. Clang, the deafening roar sounded. The sword was blocked by the stove, and it collapsed and burst in the collision. The skinny figure was not discouraged. He kept attacking with all his strength, using thousands of Taoist lotuses. Lin Sun, on the other hand, remained motionless, defending the black checkerboard world impeccably, in spite of all the attacks coming from all directions. After a full quarter of an hour, the skinny figure fought fiercely. The look of the skinny figure finally became a lot more dignified. He began to slow down the speed of the attack, but the power of each attack doubled. But even so, he still couldn't break Lin Sun's defense. All of a sudden, the skinny figure finally couldn't calm down. If you only defend like this, the final result is nothing more than a draw. Why don't you take the initiative to attack? In his view, Lin Sun used all his Grand Tao in defense. As long as he attacked, there would be many flaws, and he could no longer be as invulnerable as before. I didn't take the initiative to attack before because I wanted to see your attainments in the Grand Tao. Now it seems that, it's just SOSO. Lin Sun's voice was indifferent. Just SOSO? The skinny figure was stunned, as if he couldn't believe that he would get such an evaluation. It was the first time for him to hear such an evaluation in these countless years. He said slowly, my fellow practitioner, there's no proof. Why don't you let me have a taste of your elegant demeanor? Yes. Lin Sun spat out a word gently. In an instant, he waved his sleeve, and a big abyss appeared in the stove, sweeping across the sky. The abyss was deep, boundless, and immeasurable. Wherever it passed, it swallowed the sky and the earth. Boom, in the earth-shattering collision, the white checkerboard world controlled by the skinny figure was instantly crushed, and the stars of the Grand Tao distributed in it were obliterated and swallowed. The pupils of the skinny figure contracted, and he counterattacked at the first possible moment. Tut! Countless stars flickered and circulated, echoing with each other to form a vast starry sky, and it intended to suppress the big abyss within it. But what caught the skinny figure off guard was that as the big abyss moved horizontally, it seemed to show a crushing posture of destroying and swallowing everything. In just a few breaths, the vast starry sky seemed to have been torn apart. Rise! He was fearless in the face of danger, and he constantly used myriad Tao to the extreme to resist. My Grand Tao contains myriad Tao and evolves myriad Tao. It's unprecedented. It's futile for you to resist with the power of myriad Tao, Lin Sun sighed softly. He thought of his fourth senior brother Ling Xuanzi, who also used myriad Tao to recognize myriad Tao, and it was similar to the Tao possessed by the skinny old man. The only difference was that this skinny old man had been meditating here since the beginning of primeval times. Until now, his Tao had only stagnated in the Emperor realm. If it was his fourth senior brother, he would have probably surpassed the Emperor ancestor long ago. Boom, the big abyss moved horizontally with a crushing momentum, swallowing the stars and devouring myriad Tao. It threw the white checkerboard world into chaos, and the checkerboards collapsed and fell one by one. No matter how the skinny figure resisted and resolved it, it was all in vain. In the end, along with the shocking turbulence, the white checkerboard world completely collapsed, showing a state of destruction. Seeing this, Lin Sun immediately stopped. In the distance, the skinny figure stood in the void in a daze. His beard and hair were scraggly, and his expression changed indeterminately. It seemed that he couldn't accept such a blow. Countless years of deduction and painstaking effort to temper this chess game, in the end, it was crushed by the opponent with a single move. There were no twists and turns. When the opponent took the initiative to attack from a defensive position, he was already invincible. It was too simple and even rude. But the skinny figure knew that this meant that he was far inferior to Lin Sun in terms of mastering the Tao and in the competition between the Tao. After a long time, the skinny figure smiled self-deprecatingly and looked straight at the sky. For countless years, I'd been obsessed with the game of chess, but I didn't know that my Tao was trapped in the black and white checkerboard. Now I've suffered a defeat, and I realize that what I want should be beyond the game of chess. He seemed to have understood and figured it out, but his face was full of loneliness. After countless years, he finally realized how stupid he was. Immediately, he looked at Lin Sun and cupped his hands to salute. Although I lost today's game, I got a chance to wake up to reality. Thanks to you, fellow Taoist, for your kindness. His words were sincere, revealing a sense of relief as if he had broken the shackles. P.S. On the first day of the month, I'd like to ask for a guaranteed monthly ticket. In the distance, Monkey was stunned. 1. What was the origin of this guy? How could he have such a terrifying cultivation? In the previous game, Monkey's spirit had been in a state of shock because it was too terrifying. But when he saw the skinny figure bow and admit defeat, how could he not understand that this guy who called himself Emperor Daoyuan had won the game? Now that the game is over, please fulfill your promise. Lin Sun's figure floated down from the void and looked at the skinny figure. Of course. The skinny figure waved his sleeve and a chessboard emerged. With the flow of Taoist light, the bustling world of the mortal world emerged again. After Lin Sun's identification, the skinny figure operated the chessboard and released the trapped members of the imperial family and the Lin family. Zhao Xianxia, Zhao Tailai and other members of the imperial city accounted for 40%, and Lin Zhong, Lin Huayuan and other members of the Lin family accounted for 60%. Lin Sun even saw chirps, which was as round as a small ball. There were thousands of them in total, however, each of them seemed to be in a deep sleep and had no consciousness. Don't worry, they will recover their past memories in 3 days. The skinny figure said. After checking for a while, Lin Sun collected all the members of the royal family and the clansmen of the Lin family who were rescued. At this moment, he felt completely relaxed as if a big stone had been removed from his heart. Earlier, they relied on the token my brother gave them to arrive here immediately. Their experience in the chessboard world can be considered as a form of fortune for them. Once they wake up, they will comprehend different mysteries of the great ways. The skinny figure said. your brother? Lin Sun was surprised. The skinny figure said, yes, he is the same as me, a practitioner at the beginning of primitive times. However, we pursued different great ways. After I closed myself here, I never saw him again. However, I still recognize his token. Can I have a look at that token? Lin Sun asked. The skinny figure said with a smile, I can't. He took out a token, on which a line of wanton and overbearing handwriting was engraved, the abandoned one, do so. Lin Sun was stunned, do so is your elder brother? The skinny figure nodded. His name is Bao Xing and he calls himself Old Man Du. My name is Mian Yu and I call myself Old Man Yi. Lin Sun finally understood. The reason the imperial family and the members of the Lin family were able to enter the origin hive and smoothly arrive at this origin world was naturally because of the token that Du So had given them. In other words, when Du So left Xiao Empire, he must have speculated that the era of spiritual energy recovery was coming. Embracing stars and sleeping moon abode, Lin Sun thought, in this way, Du So should have known the secret of the origin of all Tao a long time ago, so he chose to stay in the mortal world. It seems like fellow Daoist also recognizes my elder brother. Yi So said. Lin Sun nodded and told him about his acquaintance with Du South. Has he already left? Yi So sighed. This is just as well. Abandoning the great Tao and seeking only oneself. Perhaps only at the other side of the starry sky will he be able to achieve his wish on the great Tao. As he said, he handed the chessboard in his hand to Lin Sun. Taoism pure, please accept this chessboard. The chessboard was round on the outside and square on the inside, as if it was made of black gold. The chess pieces on it were interlaced, as if traces of the great Tao were emerging on it. Wisps of chaotic aura diffused from the chessboard, flowing with various magical fluctuations of the great Tao, which looked very mysterious. Lin Sun shook his head and refused. This chessboard was condensed by Yi So with countless years of painstaking efforts. It contained the aura of the origin of all Tao, which could be called a priceless treasure. But Yi So gave the chessboard to Lin Sun without any explanation. Take it. First, you have to accept the loss. Second, I have already understood that if I continue to stubbornly deduce this thing, I will be trapped here forever. If you don't want it, I will destroy it now. Lin Sun agreed and put away the chessboard. Yi So pointed out, although this chessboard contains only the aura of the origin of all Tao, the magic imprinted in it is enough for you to comprehend the secret of the ancestor realm. As he said, he pointed to an illusory door in the distance and said, enter it, and you will arrive at the origin of all Tao. However, it is full of the oppressive force of order. No one can take away the power of the origin of all Tao. But with your current cultivation, it is not a big problem for you to cultivate in it for a period of time. Speaking of this, Yi So glanced at the monkey in the distance and suddenly said, can I take away this ghost spiritual monkey? Lin Sun was stunned. What do you want it for? Yi So smiled and said, people's hearts are full of evil and unpredictable. This spiritual monkey is born to recognize the subtleties of people's hearts. I want to use its talent to examine my Taoist heart. Lin Sun agreed readily. Yi So waved his hand, and the spirit of the monkey flew over and fell into his palm. Then, he turned around and walked away. My fellow Taoist, goodbye. The voice was ethereal. Lin Sun couldn't help asking, why are you in a hurry? I have broken the cage and regained my freedom. Why do I still stay in this damn place? For countless years. I have made too many mistakes. The voice with emotion was still spreading, but Yi So's figure had disappeared. Lin Sun stood alone for a moment, and then put away the chessboard made by Yi South. Then, he looked at the invisible door in the distance. Well, let's go back to Heart Cleansing Peak first. When everything is arranged properly, I will go to the origin of all Tao to explore. Lin Sun made a decision and turned back along the original road. Heart Cleansing Peak. A green lotus in the center of the pond suddenly swayed and scattered countless patterns of Tao, which gradually outlined a door. This scene immediately awakened Lower 5, who had been guarding this place, and he became alert. When he saw Lin Sun's tall figure coming out, he relaxed and smiled brightly. Elder brother, did your trip go well? Lin Sun nodded with a smile. At the same time, he spread his divine soul and instantly sensed the place where the 5 Taoist bodies were. Whoosh, after a while, the 5 Taoist bodies returned and integrated into Lin Sun's body. Then, the experiences and memories of the 5 doppelgangers during this period all poured into Lin Sun's mind. So many things have happened in the past month, Lin Sun digested it for a long time. 1 month ago, with the uprooting of all the forces in the ancient Desolation territory, Heart-Cleansing Peak, which was guarded by Lin Sun, became the most eye-catching place in the world. During the period of Lin Sun's absence, many practitioners came to visit him every day. It could be said that Heart-Cleansing Peak was unprecedentedly grand. Many major forces came to worship Heart-Cleansing Peak in order to get Lin Sun's protection. But without exception, they were directly refused by Ahu. However, this did not completely extinguish the enthusiasm of those practitioners. Every day, there were still countless practitioners from all over the world coming to Heart-Cleansing Peak. Some came to seek connections, some to be apprentices, and some just to watch the fun. Lin Sun didn't bother to pay attention to these trivial things. There were 2 things that really caught his attention. First, the Sea clan forces in the Soul Oblivion Sea united and formed the Thousand Beasts War League. In the name of the Thousand Beasts War League, they decided to enter the Myriad Tao realm to seek the fortune of the Great Era and seize the Blessed Abode. All this made the situation near the East Sea tense again. It was said that there were many great emperors gathered in the Demons' War League. The reason why they formed an alliance was to fight against the threat from Lin Sun together. The reason was that the power Lin Sun showed in the battle of slaughtering all the orthodoxies in the ancient Desolation territory was so terrifying that anyone would feel great pressure. There were bound to be many battles and killings in the Soul Oblivion Sea to seek fortune in the Myriad Tao world. In a short time, they might not be able to provoke Lin Sun, but it would be bad if there was any conflict after a long time. It was based on this long-term consideration that the Demons' War League was formed. Lin Sun didn't care about this. With the recovery of spiritual qi in the lower world, all kinds of opportunities were constantly erupting. No matter who it was, he would not be able to help fighting for it. However, Xiao Empire had already become the Myriad Tao world, and its territory had expanded hundreds of times. Sooner or later, it would evolve into a vast world comparable to the Central Earth province. Under such circumstances, it was impossible to control the whole Myriad Tao world with the power possessed by Heart-Cleansing Peak. What's more, Lin Sun didn't want to unify the world and monopolize all the opportunities in the world. It was enough as long as he firmly controlled the Forbidden City, the holy land of Myriad Tao. As long as they didn't provoke him, he wouldn't care too much about the killings and competitions in the Myriad Tao world. The second thing was that recently, there were a lot of news in the Forbidden City that the orthodoxies in the ancient Desolation territory would make a comeback in the near future. The forces dispatched this time would be unimaginably powerful. There was no need to guess that when the forces of the ancient Desolation territory came, they would definitely seek revenge on Heart-Cleansing Peak. It seems that in order to control the lower world with the recovery of spiritual qi, those orthodoxies in the ancient Desolation territory are crazy enough to pay any price. Lin Sun's black eyes were slightly cold. However, he still didn't care. Now the lower world was still in a rapid change. At present, the power that could be accommodated was only at the peak of the first level of the Emperor realm. This also meant that no matter who the Emperor realm was, as long as he appeared in the Myriad Tao world, his cultivation was bound to be suppressed to the first level of the Emperor realm. For Lin Sun, the power of the 5 Tao bodies was enough to sweep the Myriad Tao world. Before long, Lin Sun came to the top of Heart-Cleansing Peak. Lin Sun waved his sleeves and released the members of the imperial royal family and a clansman of Lin family from the Tower of No End. On the way back to the outside world, Zhao Tailai and Lin Zhong had already woken up, but they didn't understand the situation. Until now, when they stood in this hall and looked at Lin Sun standing with a smile in the distance, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes as if they were dreaming. Young master. Is it really you? The silence was broken by an excited and trembling voice. It was Lin Zhong. When Lin Sun first entered Heart-Cleansing Peak of the Forbidden City, Lin Zhong took good care of him. But after so many years, Lin Sun was no longer a teenager. Lin Zhong's hair had turned white and was covered with the color of wind and frost. Trembling all over, he rushed forward 2 steps and hesitated for a moment, as if he was afraid of offending Lin Sun. Lin Sun took the initiative to step forward, hugged Lin Zhong's shoulder and said, "Grandad Zhong, I'm back." Lin Zhong nodded excitedly, "It's great that you're back, At this time, all the people in the hall were overwhelmed with emotions. Zhao Tailai, Zhao Xingya, Lin Huayuan and others were all old people who had witnessed Lin Sun's rise. Now many years later, seeing Lin Sun again made them excited and unable to control themselves. Chirp! With a crisp sound, a ball of fire rushed to Lin Sun. Its round, ball-like body showed amazing softness at this moment. It forcibly squeezed itself between Lin Sun and Lin Zhong, and even rubbed against Lin Sun's chest. This little guy was Chirp. It was also the first friend Lin Sun picked up on his way to Xiao Empire when he left Feiyun village. After many years, Chirp became rounder and rounder. With a random pinch, it would spit out a wisp of bright golden flame. Grandfather, he's the head of our Lin family, the one who covers the entire capital? A dignified teenager asked curiously. He stood beside Lin Xiafeng, who was Lin Sun's cousin according to the seniority. Crack, Lin Xiafeng slapped the teenager's head and scolded, "This is your granduncle." Lin Sun was stunned. Seeing many boys and girls of Lin family looking at him with curiosity, Lin Sun was in a trance. It turned out that not only Yi Qi became a grandfather, but also the clansmen of Lin family had already spread out in the years when Lin Sun left, and a batch of juniors had emerged. What a great change! Lin Sun sighed with emotion. Young master, you are still the same. Lin Zhong grinned, "Come on, let me introduce you to these little guys of our Lin family." As he spoke, he began to introduce them one by one. Among those young people, some called Lin Sun uncle, and some called Lin Sun uncle grandpa. All of them showed that he was an elder now. After Lin Zhong finished his introductions, Zhao Tailai also stepped forward and said, "You are the son-in-law appointed by my elder brother. How can you not understand our Zhao family's relatives? Come, let me introduce you." After the introductions, Lin Sun finally figured out the situation in the field. In the years that he had been away, the Lin family had become increasingly prosperous. They had not encountered any setbacks. Even when the revival of spirit qi broke out, they had immediately taken their clansmen and hid in the Green Lotus secret realm together with the imperial family members. They had not suffered any losses. This made Lin Sun completely relaxed. But in next to no time, he acutely noticed that even though everyone was brimming with warmth, smiles, and seemed to be close to him, no matter who it was, all of them more or less carried a form of faint reverence. After thinking for a while, Lin Sun understood. Presently, even though he'd restrained his aura to the limit since a long time ago, the shapeless bearing he'd tempered from roaming the world and engaging in battles for many years was still present. Just like a tiger, even if it was lying lazily, it was enough to make all beasts awe. This kind of thing was also rooted in the root. Lin Sun couldn't change it at all. On this day, Lin Sun set up a banquet on the top of Heart-Cleansing Peak. He gathered all his relatives and friends, including the imperial family, Green Deer School, the commune of spiritual tattooists, and Golden Hall. They drank and chatted merrily, which was very lively. In the next few days, Lin Sun stayed on Heart-Cleansing Peak with his relatives and friends. They were happy and harmonious, ignoring the changes of the outside world. For Lin Sun, there would only be fewer and fewer days of reunion like this in the future, so it was more and more precious. Until 10 days later, Lin Sun decided to set up a Taoist orthodoxy named Original Taoism sect. It took the meaning of everything is renewed and everything is renewed. Lin Zhong, Vulture, Lin Huayuan, Shiyu, Zhao Xingya, Zhao Tailai and other seniors served as elders and performed their respective duties. The first generation of disciples was selected from the Lin family, the imperial family, Green Deer School, the commune of spiritual tattooists, and Golden Hall. In addition, there were branches of martial arts school, penalty school, alchemy school, refining school, spiritual tattoo school, ancient records school, beast taming school, and so on. In addition, there were other trivial matters, which Lin Sun handed over to others to complete. Lin Sun, on the other hand, organized all the cultivation manuals and cultivation technique jade slips that he had gathered over the years. Other than the inheritances of Mount Fongsuan, all the other inheritances were classified by him, revised, and stored in the Hall of Ancient Records as the inheritance of the primeval Dao sect. In addition, Lin Sun took out all the treasures collected in the starry sky over the years as the cultivation resources of Original Taoism sect, except for the useful ones. Until all this was done, Lin Sun was much more relaxed. It was easy to set up a Taoist orthodoxy. He just needed to choose a blessed place and recruit disciples. But to set up an eternal Taoist orthodoxy, it could not be completed in a short time. It needed time to precipitate and temper in the world. There was no Taoist orthodoxy that only relied on one person to survive. The only thing Lin Sun could do was to do his best to lay an unshakable foundation for the original Taoist sect. In the future, he would still have to rely on the sect to pass it down from generation to generation. 1 month later. When the news of Lin Sun establishing the original Taoist sect spread out from Forbidden City, it immediately shook the world and attracted the attention of countless cultivators in the world. Quickly go to Forbidden City. Emperor Lin's actions will definitely change the situation in the world. In the future, the original Taoist sect will probably reign supreme in the entire myriad Tao world. If I can enter the original Taoist sect at this time, then I'll be equivalent to a founding elder. It's enough to make the people around me ascend to heaven. The entire world was in an uproar because of this. In a city, a man and a woman who were in the midst of getting married stopped their wedding ceremony when they heard the news. They immediately packed their bags and rushed towards Forbidden City. At the same time, countless cultivators set off overnight to Forbidden City. Some of them wanted to join the original Taoist sect, while others wanted to join their children. That spectacular scene left countless people dumbfounded. After learning that Lin Sun had established the original Taoist sect, the Thousand Demon War Alliance in the Soul Oblivion Sea also caused a great sensation. Many Sea clan creatures were also excited. They quietly sneaked into the myriad Tao world and planned to go to Forbidden City. If they could join the original Taoist sect, that would naturally be excellent. After all, the original Taoist sect didn't have any rules. They didn't accept the creatures of the Soul Oblivion Sea as disciples. In short, the establishment of the original Taoist sect was definitely a major event that couldn't be ignored in the entire lower realm. Everyone knew that the significance of this matter was so far-reaching that it was enough to affect the future structure of the lower realm. Lin Sun didn't know about all of this. After finalizing the matters of the original Taoist sect, all the other trivial matters were handed over to Lin Zhong and the others to deal with. He left behind the 5 great Tao bodies to guard the heart-cleansing peak while he entered the Green Lotus secret realm with his original body. This time, it only took Lin Sun less than 10 days to arrive at the origin world where he was. The world was barren, leaving only a bare old tree with its roots entangled in it. Not far from the old tree, there was a door that seemed to be nothing, which led to the origin of the myriad Tao. Whoosh, without delay, Lin Sun's figure swept into it. In the blink of an eye, a world that seemed to be in chaos appeared within their field of vision. It was impossible to tell how large or vast it was, and various energies of the Grand Tao rumbled and poured down like a torrent. Gorgeous and multicolored lights of the Tao were like surging waves that swept wantonly through the chaos. Being in it, it was like coming to the original chaos of the universe. Lin Sun was shocked at the first moment. Was this the origin of the myriad Tao? It was chaotic and indescribable. Myriad Tao rose from it, releasing the most primitive and essential aura, vast and heavy. Boom, a horrible power of order suddenly emerged, oppressing Lin Sun's body. He subconsciously ran his cultivation to resist the power of order. This power of order, born in the chaos, is obviously more powerful than the Order Phoenix Flame and the original Order of Nirvana. Lin Sun sensed it calmly. It seems to be no different from the forbidden power of order controlled by Xianxia. Fortunately, the power of order here hasn't revealed its true killing power. Otherwise, I'm afraid I can't resist it with my cultivation. Lin Sun realized that Iso's warning was not wrong. Although the power of order in the origin of the myriad Tao was terrifying, it would only oppress the cultivators who entered it, but not kill them. This meant that as long as one could resist this kind of oppression, one could cultivate here. Soon, Lin Sun noticed that the power of the Great Way was released and spreading here. The recovery of spiritual qi in the lower world was related to this. However, according to Lin Sun's calculation, it would take at least hundreds of years to release all the power of the myriad Tao here. After observing for a long time and finally confirming that there was no other danger here, Lin Sun began to sense the mystery of the origin of the myriad Tao. In merely an instant, he felt as if his body and mind were immersed within the womb of the Grand Tao. When he breathed through his mouth and nose, sensed with his divine sense, and even every single inch of skin on his body, he was able to sense the profundities of the Grand Tao. After a long time, Lin Sun opened his eyes, which were full of shock. If one comprehended the Tao and cultivated here, then not to mention a cultivator, even a rock or a piece of rotten wood would be able to be soaked and tainted with the profound origin energy of the Grand Tao and transform into a Tao stone or divine wood. It was incredible, however, when Lin Sun tried to collect some of the power of the myriad Tao, there was a sudden change. P.S. I'm glad I didn't stop updating today. I'm relieved. The terrifying power of order descended and crushed Lin Sun's probing actions. It even oppressed him to the point that he felt suffocated and staggered. The horrible power of order calmed down when he decisively gave up collecting the power of origin. Obviously, as he so said, the power of origin here could not be absorbed and refined. However, Lin Sun didn't feel unwilling. He was just testing the water. After thinking for a while, he waved his sleeve. Xianxia, who had been in a state of silent cultivation, emerged and was carefully placed in the chaos. Lin Sun was relieved when he was sure that Xianxia would not be oppressed by the power of order. In this way, summer solstice should also be able to experience the power of the 10,000 Taos of origin in this place and benefit her own cultivation. Lin Sun thought for a while and took out the huge golden dragon cocoon and put it on the other side. Zhao Jingxian and the child in her belly were still sleeping in the golden dragon cocoon and showed no sign of breaking out. However, Lin Sun noticed that the golden dragon cocoon was emitting a more and more astonishing rhythm of life. I don't know whether that little guy is a boy or a girl. Lin Sun looked at the golden dragon cocoon quietly and his mind was wandering. Until now, he still felt unspeakably nervous and perturbed when he thought that he was a father. Father. For Lin Sun, who had never experienced the relationship between father and son since he was a child, this role had a very special meaning. After a long time, when he felt the power of origin covering Xianxia and the golden dragon cocoon, Lin Sun slowly closed his eyes and began to meditate to comprehend the great Tao. This was the origin of all Tao in the ancient desolation realm, which contained the most primitive and essential treasures of the great Tao. To comprehend the great Tao here was something that even the cultivators in the world dared not imagine. If it was spread out, even the emperor ancestor realm would be jealous and jealous. Gradually, as time went by, the distractions in Lin Sun's mind were completely gone. He completely forgot himself, like a baby returning to his mother's womb. In this chaos, he was wantonly immersed in the embrace of the power of origin. 3 months later, Lin Sun woke up from his meditation with an indescribable satisfaction and joy in his heart. Because in just 3 months, he had comprehended and mastered 19 new mysteries of the great Tao, condensed them into the law of Emperor Path and integrated them into his own cultivation. In this aspect, it was related to his own cultivation. After all, he was already at the 5th level of the Emperor realm. Ordinary cultivators couldn't compare to him when it came to comprehending a new power of the great Tao. It was just like when one cultivated the sword Tao to the point of perfection before cultivating the blade Tao, then one would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort by relying on one's past experience. It was the same for comprehending the great Tao. On the other hand, in this place of origin, Lin Sun was able to clearly feel the most essential and primitive mystery of the great Tao at all times, so he naturally wouldn't encounter any obstacles or bottlenecks when comprehending it. The 19 great Tao mysteries might not cause any changes to my cultivation, but in the future, there will definitely come a time when there will be a qualitative change. Lin Sun's black eyes brightened. Just like what Iso had said, the more laws of Tao that he comprehended and grasped, the greater the benefits he would receive when trying to break through to the monarch ancestor realm. At the moment, Lin Sun was accumulating his own cultivation. Although summer solstice hasn't woken up, the Tao runes on her body are circulating. It's obvious that she has benefited greatly from her cultivation. I just don't know if Jingxian and the child in her belly have experienced the mystery of the origin of the myriad Tao. Lin Sun was looking at summer solstice and the golden dragon cocoon. After a while, he stood up, waved his sleeves, and put away summer solstice and the golden dragon cocoon. Then, he turned around and left the place of origin of the myriad Tao. In the past 3 months, the oppression of the order in the place of origin of the myriad Tao had been growing stronger. If he persisted blindly, summer solstice and the golden dragon cocoon would not be able to bear it, not to mention Lin Sun. Lin Sun decided to visit Old Toad and the others first, and then return to the place of origin of the myriad Tao to see how long he could persist. Swish, in the origin mother nest, Lin Sun's figure flickered across the world of origin. 2 days later. In a secret world where rocks were as hard as iron, a series of deafening roars resounded continuously. In the distant horizon, a butterfly that was 10,000 feet long with pitch-black wings and a body that flowed with illusory light was fluttering its wings under the sky. The nearby space seemed to have been cut by a sharp blade, and countless long and narrow cracks were torn open, spreading in all directions. Looking from afar, the void was torn into countless pieces like a cloth. It was as if a spatial storm was taking place. When Lin Sun arrived, he couldn't help showing a strange expression when he saw this scene. The giant butterfly was none other than the demonic sky-shattering butterfly, Xiao. However, unlike before, Xiaotian's entire body was filled with the aura of a martial monarch. Although he was only a first-layer martial monarch, the strength of his divine abilities and his terrifying aura were incomparable to an ordinary martial monarch. Master, I've stepped into the Emperor realm and completely awakened the space-tearing supernatural power. In the future, if an enemy uses the space teleportation to escape from under my nose, they'll definitely be courting death. Far away, little Tian broke through the sky at an astonishing speed. Its dark wings, like the eternal night, flapped and tore a circle of void vortexes in the surroundings. Its power was astonishing. Then, there was a flash of light, and little Tian transformed into a young girl. Her eyebrows were delicate and soft, and she had big eyes with long eyelashes. Her small face was as white as jade, with a touch of bashfulness. It was completely different from the cold, gloomy, and heart-palpitating momentum of her body before. Even Lin Sun couldn't help being stunned, and then he smiled. You look so obedient. Little Tian lowered her head, rubbed the corners of her clothes with both hands, and said shyly, This is the first time I've transformed into a human body. I don't know if it's okay. Her voice was timid. Lin Sun laughed. Who would have thought that little Tian was a girl, and so shy and easily embarrassed? Come on, let's go find little Silver. With that, Lin Sun walked into the distance. Little Tian hurriedly followed him. When her figure moved, there was no sound, no fluctuation in the space, and her speed was extremely amazing. Lin Sun had already realized that as a descendant of the demonic sky-splitting butterfly, little Tian's innate talent in the law of space was really reflected after she reached the Emperor realm. Several hours later, Lin Sun saw little Silver. Little Silver didn't change much. He was still 3 inches tall, and looked like a teenager, dressed in white, handsome and cold. But Lin Sun noticed that little Silver's breath was completely different from before. That was the breath of the Emperor realm. Moreover, on little Silver's forehead, a new vertical eye appeared. When the vertical eye opened, it reflected the terrible scene of gods and demons, and the collapse of all things, which was extremely terrifying. Master, from today on, I can easily devour the soul of the Emperor realm. Little Silver's words were calm, with a hint of arrogance, but the joy in his eyes betrayed his inner excitement. Good, good. Lin Sun nodded repeatedly. Little Silver had also smoothly advanced to the Emperor realm, which made him feel a lot more relaxed. Hey, who is this girl? Why is her breath so familiar? Little Silver couldn't help being stunned when he saw little Tian beside Lin Sun. The shy little Tian immediately blushed, lowered her head, and stammered, It's me. Little Silver gasped, and stammered, I've always treated you as a brother. How did you become a woman? He looked as if he had been struck by lightning, which amused Lin Sun. But the next moment, little Silver beamed and clapped his hands. But that's good. I have 1 less brother and 1 more little sister. It couldn't be better. With a swoosh, he jumped onto little Tian's shoulder, put his ear next to the girl's translucent ear, and said with a smile, You used to stand on my shoulder all the time. From now on, it's my turn to stand on your shoulder. As he spoke, he purposely blew into Lil Tian's ears, causing Lil Tian's ears to turn red. Seeing this, little Silver smiled smugly. Little Tian seemed so embarrassed that she couldn't stand it anymore. She raised her hand and pinched little Silver, saying fiercely, If you laugh at me again, I'll crush you. Little Silver was dumbfounded. Crush him? Little sister Tian's words were too cruel. Let's go. In the distance, Lin Sun waved. Next, Lin Sun went to find Old Toad, Ah Lu, and Ah Hu. Among them, Ah Hu had already become an emperor. When Lin Sun came to find her, she was bathing and changing her clothes. Her fair and slender body glowed with a pure and holy luster. Her long black hair hung loosely over her shoulders, which formed a strong visual impact with her snow-white skin. After she became an emperor, her temperament had also changed. She was as beautiful as an otherworldly fairy, and her every movement was otherworldly. But when she smiled, her curved crescent eyes, slightly raised lips, and the smile on her pretty face seemed so bright and beautiful. Her voice was like the sounds of nature, cleansing one's soul. Even Lin Sun was stunned by her beauty. Ah Hu's beauty had always been unique. Now that she had become an emperor, her charm had also undergone a great transformation. But what puzzled Lin Sun was that Old Toad and Ah Lu still hadn't broken through. They had been in seclusion all this time, as if they had encountered a huge barrier. Lin Sun didn't disturb them. Outsiders couldn't help one break through to become an emperor. One could only rely on oneself to break through. As for the big black bird, 3 months had passed, but this thieving bird hadn't even broken through to the quasi-emperor realm, but when he saw Lin Sun, he was still carrying the big black pot on his back. His nose was pointed at the sky, and he said arrogantly and disdainfully, "I told you long ago, Lord Bird doesn't break through. Once I break through, I will become an emperor. Quasi-emperor doesn't exist on Lord Bird's Dao path." Lin Sun, Little Silver, and Ah Hu spat in unison. Even the shy and bashful little Tian couldn't help but roll his eyes. The big black bird didn't have any other abilities, but it walked further and further on the Dao path of shamelessness and bragging. On that day, Lin Sun took Ah Hu, Little Silver, and Little Tian to the land of myriad Dao. They couldn't miss such a precious opportunity to comprehend the Dao. In the outside world. In these 3 months, a storm was brewing. 3 months. For Lin Sun, it was like a snap of his fingers. In the Forbidden City, too many things had happened in 3 months. These things were related to the establishment of the Xianxia Taoist sect. Too many people from all over the world came to be apprentices, which made the Forbidden City unprecedentedly lively during this period. At the same time, Lin Zhong, Zhao Tailai, and other elders also felt great pressure. The Xianxia Taoist sect had just been established, and all the rules and regulations were still being perfected. Although it had already been announced that it would not recruit disciples in the near future, there were still a lot of people coming to be apprentices. These apprentices seemed to show their perseverance and determination. Even if they were rejected, they still refused to leave. They stayed near Heart Cleansing Peak every day and night. It was obvious that they didn't intend to give up easily. As a result, in just 3 months, Heart Cleansing Peak was already overcrowded, even the nearby housing and land prices had skyrocketed dozens of times. Finally, after the discussion of the high-level officials of the Xianxia Taoist sect, it was decided to hold an assessment ceremony to recruit disciples 1 year later. At that time, the top 100 people who passed the assessment could become the first batch of outer disciples of the Xianxia Taoist sect, regardless of their status. Although there were only 100 places for outer disciples, the news still caused a sensation in the world at the first time. Countless people rubbed their fists and rubbed their palms together. They studied hard and worked hard to become stronger. Countless major forces did not hesitate to spend a lot of resources just to cultivate some disciples who could pass the assessment of the Xianxia Taoist sect. And those who stayed outside Heart Cleansing Peak finally dispersed. The matter of recruiting disciples was finally solved effectively. But before Lin Zhong and others could breathe a sigh of relief, the news came: the Demon War League will send 10 emperors to visit Emperor Lin in the Forbidden City. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples, which attracted the attention of the world. The Demon War League of the Soul Oblivion Sea has been coveting the opportunity of the Great Tao in the Forbidden City for a long time. They will definitely cause trouble this time. Someone analyzed. Yes, if it's just a visit, why send 10 emperors? They clearly want to use such an enormous lineup to probe Imperial Monarch Lin's depths and have ulterior motives. Many people realized that a storm was about to sweep over from the Soul Annihilation Sea, and its target was Lin Sun, who was currently presiding over the primordial Dao sect. The primeval Dao sect has just been established, and only Imperial Monarch Lin is holding down the fort within the sect. I wonder if he'll be able to resolve this problem, some people were worried. Those emperor realms in the ancient Desolation realm have been killed, and their foundations have been uprooted. With Emperor Lin's power, how could he not resolve this crisis? Many people were full of confidence in Lin. No one could forget the bloody battle that took place in the Forbidden City a few months ago, and it was this battle that established Lin Sun's godlike supreme status in the hearts of all practitioners. No, it's impossible that the Demon War Alliance doesn't know how those forces in the ancient Desolation realm were destroyed, and it's impossible that they don't know how powerful Emperor Lin is. Since they came here, they must have something to rely on. Some of the big forces believed that since the Thousand Beasts War League dared to do this, they must have thought about it carefully and planned for a long time. This storm was destined to be no small matter. If they can't even overcome this difficulty, who in the world will be as eager to join the primeval Tao sect as before? At that time, this newly established primordial Tao sect will probably not be able to recover. The world was turbulent, and countless voices of discussion sounded. At the same time, in the primeval Tao sect, Lin Zhong, Zhao Tailai, Zhao Xianxia, and other senior officials also heard the news. They all frowned and realized the seriousness of the situation. The primeval Tao sect had just been established. At this critical juncture, the Demon War League sent 10 emperor realms to visit. They must have bad intentions. Even Lin Zhong and others knew that the purpose of the visit was to sound out the details of the primeval Tao sect. No, strictly speaking, it should be said that they came to sound out the details of Lin Sun. If Lin Sun didn't show the power to suppress these 10 emperor realms, it could be foreseen that these Demon War League would take the opportunity to stir up trouble. I'll go to see the young master. Lin Zhong made a decision. In a Taoist field on the top of Heart Cleansing Peak, nearly 100 young boys and girls were practicing martial arts. These young boys and girls were the first generation of disciples of the primeval Tao sect. They were selected from the clansmen of Lin family, the royal family of the empire, the commune of spiritual tattooists, Green Deer School and Golden Hall. They were excellent in both talent and aptitude. But for Lin Sun, what he valued most was perseverance, temperament and boldness. During these years of traveling around the world, Lin Sun had seen many amazing geniuses. But often only those with great perseverance, boldness, and a firm temperament could go further on the road of Tao. Heaven rewarded diligence, and diligence could make up for clumsiness. Although this saying was vulgar, it was an irrefutable truth since ancient times. Gu Yupu, the 9th senior brother, and Pu Jin, the 11th senior brother, were all such figures. At this time, Lin Sun's Greenwood Taoist physique was holding Shiyu's daughter Lin Lang, standing in the distance to watch these young boys and girls practice martial arts. Lin Lang nestled in Lin Sun's arms, blinking her watery eyes like a curious baby, asking questions all over the place. Some of the questions were very childish, but Lin Sun still smiled and patiently explained. He teased the little girl from time to time. "Granddad Zhong, what's the matter?" When Lin Zhong came from afar, he was noticed by Lin Sun at the first time. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Zhong told Lin Sun the news that the Demon War League sent great emperors to visit. After hearing this, Lin Sun's eyes flashed with a cold light, and then he said with a smile, "It's a piece of cake. Tell others to do what they should do. If those guys really dare to make trouble, let's see if they can bear the consequences." Seeing Lin Sun's indifferent look, Lin Zhong was stunned and couldn't help saying, "Young master, there are 10 great emperors, and they must have planned for a long time and come prepared." Lin Sun sneered, "They are just clowns." "Don't worry, Granddad Zhong." Although Lin Zhong still felt a little uneasy, he nodded and hurried away. "Uncle, are we going to fight again?" Lin Lan's big eyes were shining. Lin Sun knocked on her forehead and laughed. The 10 great emperors sent by the Thousand Beasts Battle League had arrived earlier than everyone had expected. Just 3 days after the news came out, 10 great emperors from different sea clans appeared outside the Forbidden City, and they didn't hide their aura at all. As soon as they appeared, they were discovered, which caused a sensation in the city. Countless people were nervous, and the atmosphere of the whole Forbidden City became depressed. Outside the city, the clouds were heavy, and the world was chilling. 10 great emperors stood in the void. Some were surrounded by silver thunder and lightning, some had light wheels of the sun, moon, and stars behind their heads, some were stepping on mountains of corpses and seas of blood, suppressing the purgatory, and some were holding the universe in their hands with divine light in their eyes, the pressure belonging to the emperor realm gathered together, like a hurricane sweeping recklessly, covering the 9 heavens and 10 earths, oppressing the void outside the city to buzz and wail, and the mountains and rivers tremble. No one dared to approach. Where the 10 great emperors stood, their aura alone could kill practitioners under the emperor realm. In this oppressive atmosphere, the 10 great emperors spoke one after another. Xianxia of the Purple Shark clan comes to visit Emperor Lin. Ruichong of the Golden Flood Dragon clan comes to visit Emperor Lin. Gang Wujiu of the Thunder Python clan, Flying Serpent clan. Majestic voices sounded outside the city, and then spread to the whole Forbidden City, shaking the clouds in all directions. It was like bursts of thunder surging over the sky. The practitioners in the city were all shocked and trembling. Sure enough, the kind people didn't come. All eyes turned to the heart-cleansing peak where the Xianxia Taoist sect was located. Lin Zhong and others looked dignified, and the experts of the Xianxia Taoist sect also stopped what they were doing. Just in this oppressive atmosphere. Swish, a tall figure rose into the sky, dressed in snow-white clothes, with peerless elegance. It was Lin Sun's platinum Taoist body. He stepped forward and came to the outside of the city in an instant. It's Emperor Lin. Many practitioners noticed this scene, and they couldn't help but be excited, with admiration and fanaticism in their eyes. Outside the city, the 10 great emperors also saw Lin Sun coming out alone. They couldn't help narrowing their eyes slightly, but their bearing was still calm and dignified. I'm here. What do you want to say? Lin Sun asked directly. All the emperors were slightly stunned. One of them's eyes flickered, and he said in a deep voice, "We're here to discuss with Emperor Lin about the 1,000 Demons War League of the Soul Oblivion Sea entering the Myriad Tao Holy City." There's no room for discussion. Lin Sun interrupted. Directly, in this forbidden city, except for my Xianxia Taoist sect, other forces are not allowed to interfere, otherwise, they will be killed. It was straightforward and there was no room for maneuver. This made the great emperors frown, and their faces became a little ugly. They came prepared this time, and thought that with their strength, it would be enough to make Lin Sun restrain himself. But they never thought that the other party's attitude would be so rude from the beginning. A tall man with golden light flowing all over his body and monstrous power snorted coldly, "Fellow Taoist, you want to occupy the entire Myriad Tao Holy Land by yourself? Isn't that too overbearing? We came here with good intentions. We just want to enter the Forbidden City. We have no intention of making things difficult for Emperor Lin. I hope Emperor Lin will reconsider." Emperor Lin, with the recovery of spiritual energy, the great world has arrived. With your strength alone. I'm afraid it's impossible for you to occupy the Forbidden City alone. Why don't you give up some territory? The other emperors spoke up one after another. Their words seemed to be discussing, but in reality, they were faintly discernible threats. Lin Sun stretched out a finger and said indifferently, "I'll say it again. There's no room for discussion. I advise you to disappear now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." As soon as these words were spoken, all the cultivators who were paying attention to this scene gasped. Emperor Lin's spirit was indeed domineering and unparalleled. There were 10 great emperors at the gates. If it was anyone else, how would they dare to be so domineering? The faces of the great emperors darkened bit by bit. P.S. Let me inform you in advance. Goldfish currently doesn't have a single chapter in stock. During the new year, she will try her best to write. If she breaks she will also make up for it. Emperor Lin, is there really no more room for negotiation? A man with snow-white hair and a pair of dark green pupils spoke. Lin Sun's answer was very simple. He said indifferently, "If you don't leave in 3 breaths, then all of you will stay." Arrogant. A woman with long dark green hair was unable to restrain herself any longer, and she berated. "We didn't directly kill our way into the city, and it's already sufficient to give you face, Imperial Monarch Lin. However, you clearly don't take us seriously. Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself?" Lin Sun glanced at her, "So you are a 7th-level emperor. No wonder your temper is worse than that of ordinary emperors." The woman with long dark green hair said coldly, "It's good that you know." There was a hint of arrogance in her expression. But the next moment, she saw Lin Sun lightly spit out a word. "Get lost." The woman with long dark green hair's expression changed as if she had suffered a great humiliation. Her whole aura became violent. She was about to say something. In the distance, Lin Sun waved his sleeve. Boom, the mountains and rivers shook, and the world turned upside down. A dazzling sword chi slashed towards the woman with long dark green hair in the distance. There was a big abyss in the sword chi. Rise! The dark green-haired woman reacted at the first possible moment. She withdrew a flower basket that overflowed with multicolored flowing lights. A myriad of strands of divine radiance sprayed out from within the flower basket, and it condensed into a magnificent and vast sea of flowers in midair. It covered the heavens and the earth, and it was beautiful to the point it caused one's heart to tremble. This was a powerful ancient emperor weapon that was mysterious and unfathomable. If one came into contact with those petals, one's essence energy would instantly be completely devoured. As soon as she made her move, she took out her emperor weapon and went all out. It could be seen that this green-haired woman also knew about Lin Sun's battle record and how terrifying he was. Unfortunately, she was still wrong. In the myriad Dao realm, even if their strength was suppressed to the first level of Emperor realm, no one was destined to be Lin Sun's opponent in the same realm. Even if Lin Sun only used his platinum Taoist body. Then, boom! As the sword chi slashed down, the dazzling sea of flowers that blotted out the sky and covered the earth were instantly torn apart by the vast sword chi. The swaying flower baskets even exploded with a violent wail. The dark green-haired woman was instantly terrified, and her scalp went numb. It was already too late for her to dodge, so she could only stake everything on a single throw to resist desperately. However, before the terrifying sword chi, she was like an ant trying to shake a tree, and in the blink of an eye, she was drowned by the sword chi. No! A shrill scream resounded as the green-haired woman's figure turned into ashes. One sword strike, beheading an emperor. It was so fast that the other emperors didn't even have time to save him. How is this possible? They trembled and their pupils constricted. One sword strike had easily killed one of their companions. This was a great shock to them. On the other hand, all the cultivators that noticed this scene were flabbergasted and stunned on the spot. Go! Even though the 9 great emperors had ugly expressions on their faces, they still realized the danger they were in. They didn't dare to hesitate and planned to retreat. Before they came here, they also thought that the 10 of them could form a great power to Lin Sun by joining hands. After all, in the myriad Dao world, everyone's cultivation was suppressed to the first level of the Emperor realm. Even if there was a gap between their combat power, it could be made up by the advantage of numbers. But who would have thought that when they confronted Lin Sun and saw Lin Sun's combat power with their own eyes, they realized that their so-called planning and preparation was a complete joke. Therefore, at this moment because they didn't dare to stay any longer. But at this moment, Lin Sun's calm voice sounded, 3 breaths have passed. In an instant, the 9 great emperors' faces suddenly changed. Someone shouted subconsciously, Emperor Lin, don't go too far, puff. Before his voice died away, a sword chi pierced through his eyebrows, smashed his spirit, and his body disappeared in the air. Go! The others didn't dare to hesitate. They crazily urged their cultivation and ran in different directions as if they were desperate. Go! 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 Lin Sun's sleeves fluttered and his fingers moved continuously. Streaks of dazzling sword chi broke through the air. For a time, in different directions and different areas, there was a burst of screams. One by one, the great emperors were swept away by Lin Sun's sword chi and died on the spot. No matter where they fled. No matter how they resisted. They couldn't withstand a single sword strike. In just the blink of an eye, the group of martial monarchs who were running for their lives were killed. Not a single one of them survived. But Lin Sun stood in the same place from beginning to end, calm and relaxed. Boring. After saying these words, Lin Sun turned around and returned to the city. Dressed in white, he was stunning the Forbidden City. After the end of the battle, the news spread all over the world at once, shocking all living beings in the mortal world and setting off a great uproar. In a flash, 10 great emperors were killed. After this disaster, the might of the Thousand Beasts Battle League had suffered a destructive blow, and it was very likely that it would collapse. After all, 10 great emperors represented the top existence in the mortal world today. But now they were wiped out in one fell swoop. This kind of damage couldn't be healed by time at all. With this battle, Lin Sun once again proved his invincibility to the world. The prestige of Emperor Lin also reached an unprecedented level and was praised by the world. At the same time, the newly established Xianxia Taoist sect, although it had not yet formed a great power, became the first orthodoxy of the Forbidden City and even the whole mortal world because of Lin Sun's leadership. Lin Zhong and the others were both happy and worried when they learned this news. They were happy that with Lin Sun's leadership, the rise of Xianxia Taoist sect in the mortal world was destined to be unstoppable. What worried them was that Lin Sun would leave sooner or later, and it was impossible for him to stay here forever. This also meant that before Lin Sun left, Xianxia Taoist sect must improve its strength as soon as possible. Lin Sun saw all of this and did not say anything. Only with pressure would the primeval Tao sect be able to constantly transform. In the current mortal world, other than the Forbidden City, there were many other forces and territories in many other territories. In fact, more than half of the territories were occupied by various demonic beast forces of different sizes. Lin Sun wasn't interested in sweeping through the world. Instead, he decided to leave these potential threats and enemies for Xianxia Taoist sect to deal with. Only in this way could Xianxia Taoist sect truly become an unshakable orthodoxy in battle and tempering. If they blindly protected it, it would be equivalent to harming Xianxia Taoist sect. Whether it was the ancient desolation domain or the various worlds on the starry sky ancient path, every great force would constantly send their disciples to the outside world to train and travel. It was all for the sake of letting these disciples truly grow in battle. Lin Sun hoped that in the future, the Xianxia Taoist sect would be the same. Even without his leadership, it would still be able to resist and resolve all kinds of crises. Forever standing in the world, 1 month later. The origin of all Daos. Hu, Little Silver, and Little Tian woke up from their meditation one after another and had no choice but to leave this wonderful chaotic world. After all, they had just set foot in the Emperor realm. It wasn't easy for them to resist the oppressive power of the order and persevere in their meditation for a month. There are many unexplored and unexplored secret realms in the Origin Mother Nest. You can take this opportunity to go and gain experience together. Lin Sun urged them. The Origin Mother Nest was huge. Almost every unexplored secret realm had Origin Tao crystals. On the same day, Hu and the others left together. Lin Sun continued to stay in the origin of all Daos and meditated on the essence and mystery of various Daos. 2 months. 3 months. This kind of meditation lasted for half a year. The power of order in the origin of all Daos had become extremely terrifying. Even with Lin Sun's strong cultivation, he couldn't bear it. However, Lin Sun didn't leave. He had his own countermeasures. But the abyssal sword cauldron appeared. The glittering and translucent phoenix flame of order floated and produced a strange power of order to offset and dissolve the oppression of order in the origin of all Daos. Suddenly, Lin Sun felt relaxed. It works, but with my cultivation, I can only maintain the power of the abyssal sword cauldron for half a month at most, but it's enough. When I really can't hold on, I can leave this place first. When my cultivation recovers, I can enter here to meditate. While thinking, Lin Sun had already begun to meditate. In the past 6 months, he had comprehended the mysteries of 48 new Daos. If the Daos that he had mastered before were added, he had now mastered as many as 79 Daos. Every kind of Daos had been tempered to the Emperor realm by him. They were condensed and pure, and all reflected the essence and original aura of Daos. Now, although Lin Sun's cultivation had not undergone a substantial transformation, the number of Daos he had mastered was constantly increasing, which was bound to be of great benefit to his future Daos. This was like accumulating power and cultivation. Sooner or later, there would be an amazing transformation like a golden carp turning into a dragon or a butterfly breaking out of a cocoon. For a period of time. When Lin Sun's cultivation couldn't support, he would leave the origin of Myriad Tao. When his cultivation recovered, he would enter the origin of Myriad Tao again to continue meditating. Iso probably didn't expect that Lin Sun could meditate in the origin of Myriad Tao for a long time with the order phoenix flame of the abyssal sword cauldron. Unknowingly, 3 years had passed since Lin Sun meditated in the origin of Myriad Tao. In the outside world, it had been 3 years since the establishment of the Xianxia Taoist sect. 3 years. Under the background of the crazy growth of spiritual energy and drastic changes in the world, every place and every territory in the mortal world was undergoing earth-shaking changes. The most obvious example was that in the past 3 years, there would be news of Emperor Realm coming out every once in a while, which caused a lot of uproar in the world. At the same time, a batch of extremely dazzling figures emerged in the world. Each of them made triumphant progress on the road of Tao, showing a peerless style far beyond the ordinary. Even ordinary cultivators were able to achieve continuous breakthroughs in this world where spiritual qi had been restored. P.S. Today is New Year's Eve. I wish everyone a happy new year. Well, I will make up for what I owe after the new year. In the past 3 years, the Xianxia Dao sect held 3 assessment ceremonies to recruit disciples. Every time, it attracted the attention of the world and was known as the first event in the myriad Dao realm. Every single year, countless young and handsome geniuses with extraordinary talent would emerge from the test ceremony. Especially those that were ranked in the top 10 of the test ceremony, they were renowned throughout the world, and everyone knew of them. In the past 3 years, the foundation of the Xianxia Dao sect had become stronger and stronger. Every move of the sect affected the world. In this regard, many people sighed with emotion. All the talents in the world returned to the Xianxia. At the same time, in the past 3 years, the ancient Desolation realm had sent many forces to try to re-enter the myriad Dao realm. But without exception, they were all defeated by Lin Sun's doppelganger. Even if it was led by an Emperor realm expert, it seemed vulnerable. On this day, Forbidden City, outside the heart-cleansing peak. I beg of you, let me go pay my respects to Imperial Monarch Lin. A travel-worn green-clothed woman with a fatigued expression pleaded. Miss, how many times have I told you that in the myriad Dao realm, there are countless big shots queuing up to see my sect's ancestor every day, but without exception, they have no chance to see him. It's not that I don't want to report it, but the ancestor said 3 years ago that he doesn't want to see any guests. A successor of the Xianxia Dao sect persuaded in a warm voice, Miss, I can see that you are anxious, but please don't make it difficult for me. Leave quickly. The woman's expression changed and she said bitterly, I fled all the way from the ancient Desolation realm and finally arrived here. If I can't see Emperor Lin this time, I'd rather die. With that, she drew her sword and slashed at her neck. Clang, in the sound of collision, the long sword was knocked away. The successor of the Xianxia Dao sect shouted sternly, Miss, what are you doing? The woman's eyes were in a trance, and she said as if she had lost her soul, what am I doing? I just want to see Emperor Lin and tell him that his disciple is in great trouble now. Is he going to let her die, disciple? The successors of the Xianxia Dao sect who guarded the mountain gate nearby were all stunned. They had never heard of their sect's master taking in a disciple. Plop, at this moment, the green-clothed woman seemed to be exhausted and fainted on the ground. One of them stepped forward to investigate and couldn't help but gasp. This lady's internal injuries are so severe that she's on the verge of death. I really don't know, how did she manage to hold on until now? What should we do? The other successors of the primeval Dao sect looked at each other. This was the first time they had encountered such a thing. Let's treat her injuries first. We'll send her away when she wakes up, someone decided. Senior brother, but her injuries are too severe. With our abilities, I'm afraid it's utterly impossible for us to wake her up. Everyone's brows knit together tightly, and they seemed to be in a very difficult position. What happened? Right at this moment, a voice rang out. A handsome man in jade robes walked out from the mountain gate. It was precisely Shiryu. Greetings, elder. The successors of the primordial Dao sect bowed one after another. One of them told them about the green-clothed woman. When he learned the purpose of the cyan-clothed woman's visit, Shiryu couldn't help but be stunned. He also didn't know when Lin Sun had accepted a disciple. Such heavy injuries. Shiryu stepped forward to investigate, and couldn't help but reveal a serious expression. Without hesitation, he carefully lifted the green-clothed woman and turned around to enter the mountain gate. The top of heart-cleansing peak. Lin Sun's wood Taoist body was growing. Silent cultivation. When Shiryu brought the azure-clothed woman to find him, he immediately noticed them. Brother Lin, this lady said that she came because of your disciple, but her injuries are too severe. Shiryu told him what had happened. Lin Sun was stunned at first, And then he suddenly thought of someone, Subai, back then, by the shore of the Star-Chest Sea in the ancient Desolation realm. The unnamed disciple he had taken in was a young man in straw sandals who was born with a sword bone, just like Yun Qingbai. Leave it to me. Lin Sun got up and looked the woman up and down. He couldn't help being moved. His injuries were too severe, her internal organs, meridians, apertures, and even her Tao foundation and soul had suffered severe injuries. Because she wasn't treated in time, strands of the aura of death coiled around her body. Under such circumstances, she, a woman, had managed to find her way from the ancient Desolation realm to this place. It was a miracle. If it was anyone else, they probably wouldn't be able to save this green-clothed woman's life. But it was not difficult for Lin Sun. As he pondered, he'd already stretched out a finger and pressed it onto the space between the woman's brows. A strand of copious and irresistible vitality transformed into a gurgling warm stream that was like the spring breeze and rain that permeated the woman's limbs and bones. Half a quarter later, Lin Sun withdrew his finger, took out a precious divine medicine, refined it into drops of medicine juice, and poured it into the woman's body. 30 minutes later, seeing that the woman's withering vitality recovered little by little, and her whole body glowed with vitality visible to the naked eye, Lin Sun relaxed a lot. It was no exaggeration to say that if she hadn't met him, this woman would not have lived past today. Sure Yu, who had been standing on one side, also breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Brother Lin, this girl came to ask for help for your disciple regardless of her injuries. You can't just stand by." Lin Sun nodded and said in his heart, "It seems that it's time to go to the ancient Desolation realm." When Gushi woke up, he only felt warm all over as if he was soaking in warm spring water. Every inch of his body was full of vitality. The vigorous spiritual power circulated in his body like a great river. There was no pain or fatigue in his soul, but it was extremely clear. Gushi opened his eyes and saw that he was in a simple and elegant room. Outside the open window, there were auspicious clouds, red-crowned cranes flying, and divine lights falling. Far away, there were bursts of pine rustling, like the sound of nature. Even the breath in the mouth and nose was full of divine aura, which made people feel relaxed and happy. Am I dreaming? Gushi was confused. In the past 2 months, she had been wounded and kept fleeing. She had gone through a narrow escape and survived by sheer willpower. In fact, even she didn't expect that she could be so desperate for the man she loved and admired most. Life and death, pain and hardship seemed to be no longer important. How do you feel? A gentle voice rang out, carrying with it a soothing power. Gushi suddenly sat up from the bed and turned her head to look. She saw a tall man with an extraordinary bearing sitting in front of the desk on one side and looking at her with a smile. Gushi suddenly understood that she was saved. "Thank you for saving my life, my friend." She struggled to get up. Lin Sun waved his hand, and Gushi was suddenly pressed down by a soft force and lay back on the bed. "I reconstructed your meridians and acupoints before. It's not suitable for strenuous movements now since your Taoist root is about to collapse." Gushi sensed for a moment, and sure enough, she noticed that not only had her injuries healed, even her cultivation had obtained a completely new tempering. This caused her to be unable to help but be shocked, and she didn't dare imagine that such an unbelievable technique existed in this world. One had to know that she was already prepared to have her cultivation crippled and become immortal. "May I ask who you are?" Gushi couldn't help asking. Lin Sun said casually, "I'm Subai's master." "It's really you." Gushi's eyes lit up and she looked excited. "Senior, child Subai is in danger. I hope you can save him." Lin Sun asked, "What's wrong with him?" Gushi took a deep breath and explained the ins and outs of the matter one by one. It turned out that in the years when Lin Sun accepted Subai as a disciple, Subai had become a genius of the young generation in the ancient Desolation domain. He became the first person in the lower 5 realms of the ancient Desolation domain, the first in the Longevity King realm, and the first in the Saint realm. Until 10 years ago, he set foot in the realm of Quasi-Emperor as a Saint King in one fell swoop. His cultivation speed was fast, his combat power was tyrannical, and his foundation was strong. In the ancient Desolation domain, he was like a big sun, shining brightly. But not long ago, Subai went to the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass to practice. In a fierce battle, he was unfortunately ambushed. So far, his life and death were unknown, and there was no news. Child Subai's temperament is firm and unsociable. Although he has been famous all over the world over the years, he has offended many big forces. Most of them looked on indifferently and even gloated when they heard the news of his misfortune. Gushi said, in desperation, I heard the news that you appeared in the myriad Tao realm, so I came to ask for your help with a glimmer of hope. After listening, Lin Sun said, so, after Subai suffered in the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass, it is still uncertain whether he is alive or dead? Gushi nodded. Lin Sun thought for a while and said, what about you? How did you suffer such a serious injury before? Gushi's expression changed. After a long while, he said bitterly, it's my fault. When I heard the news of Child Subai's misfortune, I was so anxious that I went to some big forces to ask for help. I inadvertently revealed the identity of Child Subai's master, so that those big forces saw me as a thorn in their side, especially when they learned that I was coming to the myriad Tao realm to ask for your help. Those big forces obstructed me in every way and sent many forces to chase me all the way. Lin Sun's black eyes surged with a trace of cold light. It turns out that just because of the relationship between Subai and me, you have been persecuted by them. Gushi shook his head quickly, it's not your fault. I was too careless and stupid at that time. I didn't expect that those big forces would hate you so much. Lin Sun waved his hand and said, Miss, you don't need to explain. I'm going to the ancient desolation realm. Whether it's to save Subai or to avenge you, it's time to make a thorough end to the past grievances. After a pause, Lin Sun said softly, Miss, take a rest for the time being. 3 days later, I'll take you to the ancient desolation realm. After that, Lin Sun turned and left. Gushi lay on the bed alone, in a daze, with all kinds of feelings welling up in her heart. After a long time, she murmured in her heart, Brother Subai, I saw your most respected master. He promised to save you. You must be well. P.S. On the first day of the new year, in order to update, Goldfish can only stay at home and write. Well, the second day is a little late. 3 days later. Lin's Scarlet Fire Taoist body and Blackwater Taoist body left the Xianxia Taoist sect quietly with Gushi, who had completely recovered. Greenwood Taoist body, Platinum Taoist body, and Yellow Taoist body stayed on Heart Cleansing Peak. In the years of spiritual chi recovery, there were many tunnels from the ancient desolation realm to the mortal world, but in the past 3 years, almost all of them had been destroyed by Lin. However, it was not difficult for Lin Sun to travel across the void to the ancient desolation realm. 1 day later. Ancient Desolation Realm, Cloud Mountain Range. Lin's Scarlet Fire Taoist body and Blackwater Taoist body appeared one after another. Almost immediately, Lin noticed that the ancient desolation realm had changed. The spiritual chi between heaven and earth was more than 10 times denser than before. It seems that the news is true. The spiritual chi recovery has not only affected the mortal world, but also the ancient desolation realm. However, it seems that although the ancient desolation realm also has spiritual chi recovery, it is far from comparable with the core of the origin of all Tao in the mortal world. No wonder the orthodoxies of the ancient desolation realm have gone to the mortal world to compete for territory. In the future, the ancient desolation realm is destined to be inferior to the mortal world. In Lin's view, the ultimate form of the mortal world in the spiritual chi recovery must be a divine land comparable to the central earth Taoist state in the primordial world. As for the ancient desolation realm, it would become a foil to the mortal world. I'll go to the Dark Parasol Mountain to find the soul root of the Dark Parasol Divine Tree. Before long, Scarlet Fire Taoist body immediately set off to the original territory of the Westing realm. As early as when he returned to the mortal world, Lin had already learned from Wu Jubel that the soul root of the Dark Parasol Divine Tree was very likely to be the psychic king medicine he had seen before. The reason why Lin sent 2 doppelgangers to act together this time was to rescue his disciple Su Bai and find the Dark Parasol Divine Tree. As long as he gathered this divine material, he could condense a chaotic divine tree sapling, until Scarlet Fire Taoist body went far away. Blackwater Taoist body released Gushi from the treasure. Then, the two rushed to the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass together. Whoosh, Lin Sun displayed the space shift. His whole body was like a stream of flowing light. Every time he flashed, it was comparable to the Big Dipper. Thousands of mountains and rivers were left behind. Along the way, Lin Sun clearly felt that although the recovery of spiritual qi in the ancient desolation was not as good as that in the mortal world, the power it could contain was much stronger than that in the mortal world. His cultivation of the 5th level of the Emperor realm was suppressed to the peak of the 3rd level. Only, I wonder if those elders from back then are still at Imperial Pass Great Wall. While hurrying, Lin Sun also recalled the first time he headed to Imperial Pass Great Wall. At that time it was Divine Secret Pavilion's Elder Een who brought him through the endless void path, and only then did they barely reach Imperial Pass Great Wall. There, Lin got to know many old monsters, such as Shun Ji, Lady Mu, Ling Xiaozi, and so on. Thinking of the past, Lin Sun sighed with emotion in his eyes. At that time, he was only at the true saint stage and was regarded as a junior by the boundary emperors. But now, he was already a peerless great emperor. Things had changed with the passage of time, and things were no longer the same as before. 2 days later. In an extremely distant place, a black line extended continuously, stretching between heaven and earth, boundless and endless, too massive, great to the point where one couldn't see its height or distance. However, upon closer inspection, one could tell that this was a great wall winding between heaven and earth. It was incomparably vast, incomparably majestic, covering heaven and earth. Just looking at it from the distance made one feel insignificant. It was because this city was too vast. In that city's surroundings, there were stars moving about one after another, as if they were eternal. It had always been like this since time began. Grand, magnificent, majestic, even the stars could only move around the city's surroundings. Just how massive was this? This was Yang Pass, one of Imperial Pass' many cities. Back then, when Lin Sun came here for the first time, he was already shocked by this scene. Now that he came here again, he still couldn't help but feel great waves stirring inside. This city was built by a group of great emperors in the archaic era by gathering stars from outer space. It stretched between heaven and earth like an eternal wall, blocking outside enemies. Meanwhile, there were too many giant cities like this in Imperial Pass Great Wall. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Imperial Pass Great Wall was known as the Ancient Wasteland's #1 heavenly moat, the place where great emperors stopped. This definitely wasn't empty words. Moreover, Lin Sun had long understood that the main battlefield of the archaic 10-directional Dao battles was precisely near Imperial Pass Great Wall. At that time, for the sake of resisting the nameless emperor's taboo order power, it was unknown just how many great emperor figures shed their heads here, their blood spilled, writing an incomparable legend forged through blood and flames. Meanwhile, after the 10-directional Dao battles ended, Imperial Pass Great Wall became Ancient Wasteland region's sturdiest line of defense. After endless years, it had always been here, resisting the 8 region's foreign enemies. Who is it that came? Suddenly, an explosive shout sounded from the towering Yang Pass Great Wall gates. Immediately afterwards, a figure dressed in green armor, beard and hair scraggly, face resolute, entire body releasing an iron blood-like terrifying aura rushed out. In his surroundings, great Dao light poured down like a waterfall, murderous energy disturbing the wind and clouds. One could tell with a single look that this was a powerful figure who had long experienced the battlefield. When he saw the other party, Lin Sun couldn't help but stare blankly, saying with a smile, "Senior Shun Ji, long time no see." The other party was precisely Shun Ji. When Lin Sun first came to Imperial Pass Great Wall, he was also questioned by Shun Ji who guarded the city gate. Shun Ji's eyes froze for a moment, and then he immediately shouted, "It turns out to be you. Why did you come back? Again?" With a smile on his face, he stepped forward and gave Lin Sun a warm hug. "I came to save people," Lin Sun said. He could tell at a glance that after many years, Shun Ji had already stepped into the Emperor realm, but obviously, he had just broken through not long ago, only at the first level of the Emperor realm. "Save people?" Shun Ji was stunned. "Who?" "Su Bai," Lin Sun said. Shun Ji came to a sudden realization, so it was that young man. That child is truly a peerless genius, his cultivation is not inferior to yours back then. After arriving at Yang Pass, he has indeed made quite a number of glorious achievements and is greatly welcomed. But, speaking of this, he showed a sad expression, and his voice became low, but not long ago, when he was killing the enemy outside the city, he was suddenly ambushed, so his whereabouts are unknown, and he hasn't come back yet. At that time, many old monsters in the city personally went to rescue him, but the battlefield was too chaotic and turbulent. We searched for a long time, but we didn't find any trace of him. Alas, you don't know, because of his disappearance, we all feel quite guilty in our hearts. Xianxia let out a long sigh. After all, it's too rare to see a talent like him in this world. In the end, Xianxia suddenly remembered something and said, "By the way, who is he to you?" "A registered disciple I accepted a long time ago," Lin Sun said. Xianxia was stunned, and his eyes were complicated. "I see, but I'm afraid you will be disappointed this time. Today, outside Imperial Pass, the enemies of the 8 regions are aggressive, and there are fierce and cruel bloody battles breaking out every day. It's too difficult to find a person whose whereabouts are unknown." Lin Sun was silent for a while, and then said, "Senior, do you think Subai is no longer in the world?" Xianxia shook his head. "We have searched the battlefield and found no trace of this boy's death. Many people suspect that this boy is very likely to be captured alive." "Captured alive?" Lin Sun's black eyes were deep. "Who ambushed him at that time?" Xianxia said, "A group of quasi-emperors of the Great Luo Ancient Domain, and there is suspected to be the breath of an emperor realm." The Great Luo Ancient Domain. Lin Sun's eyes were deep. The Great Luo Ancient Domain was a world of sword cultivators. When he was in the 9-region battlefield, he had fought with Xianxia, the successor of the Sky Sword Pavilion of the Great Luo Ancient Domain and one of the 8 Masters of Green Darkness. If it was really the Great Luo Ancient Domain who captured Subai alive, was it because of his talent in sword bone? This was really possible. "Shun, hurry up. The battle is about to break out." Suddenly, a urging voice came from Yang Pass. Xianxia was stunned, and then immediately showed a ruthless look. F***ck, it's only been less than 3 days, and those aliens are here again? They're really haunting me. He looked at Lin Sun. "My little friend, why don't you take a rest in Yang Pass first? When I come back from killing the enemies, I'll catch up with you." "I'll go with you," Lin Sun said. "You? I'm afraid you still don't know, but the Great Wall of Imperial Pass today is different from before. With the recovery of spiritual energy, the enemies of the 8 regions have launched many full-scale attacks in recent decades, and many emperors have appeared." Xianxia was a little hesitant, but halfway through his words, he was stunned, because on Lin Sun's body, there was quietly an aura belonging to the Emperor realm. "Qualified enough?" Lin Sun asked with a smile. "Yes. That's enough." Xianxia's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "I don't know how many years I've been stationed here, fighting, and finally seized the opportunity to become an emperor more than 10 years ago. How many years have I not seen you, and you're already in Emperor realm existence? Let's go, there's no time to lose. I'll take you to see how spectacular the bloody battle on the Great Wall of Imperial Pass is." As he spoke, he already turned around, rushing into Rising Sun Pass. Lin Sun thought for a bit, and then put Gushi back into the treasure. The latter's cultivation was only in the Saint realm. Once he was affected, he might suffer a disaster. Then, he followed Xianxia and flew away. Inside Rising Sun Pass, the atmosphere was oppressive and austere. In the city that was as vast as a world, many figures were moving about, all of them heading towards the same place. These figures all gave off an iron-blooded murderous aura. They had been on the battlefield for a long time, the weakest of them at the quasi-emperor realm. And the ones in the lead were 2 emperors, just that their faces were unfamiliar. Lin Sun had never seen them before. After Xianxia's introduction, Lin Sun learned that of the 2 emperors, one was Battle Emperor of Cumulus Clouds, 2nd level Emperor realm. The other was Battle Emperor Xianxia, 1st level Emperor realm. They were both like Xianxia, elders who had been stationed on the Great Wall of Imperial Pass for many years, also becoming emperors in the recent decades. And when Lin Sun asked about familiar elders like Madame Mu, Ling Xiaozi, and others, Xianxia revealed a look of disappointment and melancholy, his eyes even turning red. After a long time, he shook his head and sighed. They all left a step ahead of me. P.S. I almost forgot an important matter. The time to grab the New Year's red packet is here again. Open it and add your followers. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock, Goldfish will send a very big New Year's red packet on the public account." Lin Sun felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Those old friends had passed away a long time ago. He didn't feel sad, but he felt uncomfortable. "Let's go." Xianxia had already rushed over. Outside Yang Pass. This was a vast world that was withered, shattered, and desolate. In the countless years of the past, countless experts had fought here, and only a few were able to survive. Most of them had been buried here and turned into a pile of yellow soil. Whoosh, the world was dark, and the murderous aura covered the sky like thick dark clouds. Bursts of horns came from afar, adding to the murderous aura. When looked at from afar, the figures that were like tidewater were like a black line that spread out from extremely far away in the heavens and the earth, and they formed a dense mass that numbered in the tens of thousands and were innumerable. It was an army of cultivators. The murderous aura from each of them gathered together and turned into monstrous black clouds that covered the sky. The world changed color, and the wind and thunder surged. In this vast and austere battlefield, death was like an eternal and unchanging preface, and it was marked by slaughter and blood. So many. The overlords stationed at the front line of the ancient desolation realm all looked solemn. This time, the enemy's lineup was far more powerful than before. It was as if they had come out in full force, which was chilling. How many? Battle Emperor Xianxia asked in a deep voice. He was the ruler of Yang Pass, like the lord of this place, a commander-in-chief. 6. Battle Emperor Xianxia's eyes glowed with obscure light. She gave the answer after a brief glance. 6 Emperor Realm? Xianxia let out a strange cry. What is the great Luo ancient realm trying to do? Break through Yang Pass in one go? Everyone looked solemn and gloomy, and no one said a word. Everyone knew that the enemy's attack this time was not ordinary. It was very likely that they would go all out to determine the outcome. After a while, Martial Emperor Xianxia gritted his teeth and ordered in a deep voice, "Send out a request for help. Tell them that Yang Pass is in danger. We will fight with our lives, but we can only hold on for as long as we can. No matter what, we must hold on for Yang Pass even if we all die in battle." His voice was like a clap of thunder, resounding through the heavens and earth. On the other side of the Sun Pass, there were no more than 1,000 experts from the ancient desolation realm, and many of them were obviously injured. But at this moment, no one retreated, every single one of them revealed a resolute, composed, and calm expression. F***ck. Xianxia gritted his teeth and roared. F***ck. Above Yang Pass, everyone roared, their voices shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Regardless of whether it was the elders who had been stationed here for many years or the experts who had only recently joined, from the very start, they knew that on Imperial Pass Great Wall, life and death could happen at any time. Perhaps it was because they were prepared that they appeared so calm and composed. He regarded death as a return home. Woo-woo-woo in the distance, the sound of the horn was getting closer and closer. The figures of the enemies were like a flood that covered the earth, sweeping over. The ones in the lead were all martial emperors with terrifying auras. Every single one of them unleashed a supreme martial emperor might that caused the heavens and earth to change color. At this moment, Lin Sun suddenly said, "Not 6, but 9. Battle Emperor Xianxia, Battle Emperor Xianxia," and Xianxia's pupils contracted upon hearing this. Their hearts became heavier and heavier. 9 martial emperors arrived together, how could they fight this battle? F***ck, F***ck. Martial Emperor Xianxia's eyes turned red as he roared. F***ck. The others also roared. Imperial Pass Great Wall was the strongest defense line of the ancient desolation region. Once it was breached, the enemies of the 8 regions would definitely march straight in. At that time, the entire ancient desolation region would fall into chaos. "Little friend, what are you going to do? Come back." Suddenly, Xianxia's expression changed. He found that Lin Sun had left the defense line of Yang Pass in advance, heading towards the battlefield in the distance. This made Xianxia's heart skip a beat. "I'm going to ask them where my disciple is now." Lin Sun's indifferent voice sounded. He didn't even look back. Alone, with his hands behind his back, he had already arrived at the vast, desolate, and bloody battlefield. Nonsense. Battle Emperor Xianxia's face was livid. "Xianxia, who is this kid? Why does he dare to disobey orders and act on his own? If he is in danger, tell me, should I save him or not? If I save him, how should I save him?" His hair and beard fluttered in anger. It was obvious that he was truly enraged. Shunji's expression was uncertain. He clenched his teeth and said, "This is Lin Sun. He is already an emperor now. I believe he must have some confidence since he dares to do this." Emperor, many people were shocked. He is indeed an emperor. Battle Emperor Xianxia looked carefully and nodded. Previously, Lin Sun's aura was extremely restrained. Even Shunji, who had just met Lin Sun, almost didn't recognize him, let alone Battle Emperor Xianxia and the others. Battle Emperor Xianxia's expression eased a lot, but he was still angry. How can an emperor not recognize the situation? He will be in danger. The real battle hasn't started yet. There is still a chance to turn things around. Shunji, tell him to come back. Shunji nodded hurriedly, but when he looked up, Lin Sun had already gone far into the depths of the battlefield. He was all alone, standing in front of the mighty army that was charging towards him. All of a sudden, let alone Shunji, even Battle Emperor Xianxia and the other powerhouses stationed at the front line of Yang Pass felt nervous. They were both anxious and angry. What was he trying to do now? He was walking right into a trap. At the same time, the mighty army of the Great Luo Ancient Domain was also restless. They were extremely surprised, as if they didn't expect that Yang Pass would send someone here. Was he trying to die? The leader of the emperors with a terrifying aura waved his hand, and the army behind him suddenly stopped. At the same time, the eyes of these emperors all locked on Lin Sun, with surprise, playfulness, disdain, and grim smiles on their faces. Yang Pass knows that they are no match for us, so they sent a little thing like you to die? A dignified, thin old man on an ancient sword spoke, his eyes cold and full of disdain. I'll give you a chance. Go back and tell those two-legged sheep at Yang Pass to surrender and give up resisting. Otherwise, when we break through Yang Pass, it will be the day of your death. A tall and mighty man in a purple robe shouted, his thunderous voice shaking the universe. Lin Sun glanced at the powerhouses of the Great Luo Ancient Domain and said indifferently, who knows where Subai is now? Answer me, and you can be spared. His words were casual, but they clearly resounded in the ears of every enemy. The enemies couldn't help but be astonished by this. This guy was just one person, but he dared to threaten them in front of the army. He was simply insane. Subai? The thin old man on the ancient sword frowned. You mean the young man with a sword bone? He is indeed a rare seedling, but unfortunately, I'm afraid you won't be able to see him again in this life. It seems that you know my disciple. Not bad, you can live a little longer. Lin Sun looked at the thin old man. You're courting death. Let's kill him first. The tall and mighty man in a purple robe said. He picked up a golden halberd and moved through the void to kill. With a sweep of his hand, golden light swept out, and the void of thousands of feet burst and collapsed. Oh no! In front of Yang Pass, Battle Emperor Clump Cloud, Battle Emperor Qian Shui, Shunji, and the others all changed their expressions. They recognized that the person who attacked was a ruthless emperor from the Great Luo Ancient Domain. He was at the second level of the Emperor realm, and he had shown extremely powerful combat power in the previous battles. On the Yang Pass side, many powerhouses were killed by this person. At this time, seeing this person attack Lin Sun, how could they not be worried? But Lin Sun seemed to be unaware of it. He only stretched out a hand and grabbed lightly. Bang! The golden halberd that was slashing towards him was instantly caught in his hand. It was as if he was pinching a fly. Then, he exerted force with his wrist. Boom! The golden halberd exploded and turned into a golden rain of light that scattered all over the sky. Under the recoil, the mighty man staggered and almost fell from the void. His expression suddenly changed. But at the same time, as Lin Sun waved his sleeve, boundless light swept out like a landslide and a tsunami, crushing the universe and illuminating the mountains and rivers. In an instant, the body of the mighty man at the second level of the Emperor realm was shattered into countless pieces and turned into ashes. With a wave of his sleeve, an emperor was killed. Such a bloody scene immediately shocked everyone present. The overbearing powerhouses of the Great Luo Ancient Domain were all dumbfounded, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. On the side of the ancient Desolation realm, Shunji, the clustered Cloud Battle Emperor, and the others were dumbfounded as well. They gasped as if they had seen a ghost. just now, they were still worried that Lin Sun would be in trouble. But in the blink of an eye, he killed a great emperor so easily. This was undoubtedly too inconceivable. Such trash dares to be so arrogant. His death is not to be regretted. Lin Sun flicked his fingers, and his eyes were filled with coldness. Looks like there's no need to delay any longer. Let's attack together. Kill. At this moment, all the emperors of the great Luo ancient domain didn't dare to hesitate any longer. They attacked with all their might, drew out their emperor weapons, executed Dao techniques, and revealed monstrous emperor Dao techniques. But it was not enough for Lin Sun. He stepped in the void and flicked his fingers, and rays of dazzling sword chi shot out. Every ray of sword chi was branded with unfathomable profundities, and they were peerlessly fierce and domineering. When they flashed out together, the sword chi simply seemed to be able to pierce through the heavens and the earth, tear the world apart, and slay everything. Puff, immediately, an emperor was cleaved in half. His corpse was completely vaporized by the boundless sword chi. Both his body and soul were destroyed. Puff. Puff, in the following time, one emperor realm after another was killed. What emperor weapons, what Dao techniques, were all crushed by the brilliant sword chi. Any resistance was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. In just a few blinks of an eye, the 9 emperors who led the army were all killed by Lin Sun on the spot, except for the thin old man, too fast, too violent and terrifying. In front of Lin Sun, those emperors were like duckweed, and they were easily killed. Originally, the clustered cloud battle emperor, Xianxia, and the others were ready to rescue Lin Sun if he was really besieged. But who would have thought that Lin Sun didn't give them a chance at all? Under Lin Sun's hands, there was a bloody scene of slaughtering great emperors. As emperor realm figures, Xianxia and the others had experienced the ups and downs of the world and had seen many killings and bloodshed. But they had never seen the scene of the slaying emperor slaughtering chickens and monkeys. In just a few blinks of an eye, the power Lin Sun showed almost subverted their cognition. They were all stunned, and their hearts were shocked to the extreme. As for the other experts at the front line of Yangguan, they all stared with their eyes and mouths wide open. How could this be described with the word strong? On the battlefield in the distance, the skinny old man was shivering all over, cold sweat oozing out like glue, and his soul almost flew out of his body. He was completely frightened. Even if he racked his brains, he would never have imagined that his companions would fall so quickly. They were all great emperors, but in the hands of that young man, they were so weak. Dong, before the skinny old man could react, he was knocked unconscious. Then, Lin Sun's figure flashed in the void. Crash 3,000 doppelgangers whizzed out, covering the sky and the sun. Each of them had a cultivation above the quasi-emperor realm, second only to the emperor realm. This was the innate magical power of the Blackwater physique, 3,000 weak water. The power possessed by each doppelganger was only one realm lower than the Blackwater physique. For example, Lin Sun's original body and the 5 Taoist bodies had the cultivation of the 5th level of the emperor realm. But the combat power possessed by the 3,000 doppelgangers of the Blackwater physique could only be above the level of quasi-emperor at most. Of course, it was above the level of quasi-emperor. The army of the great Luo ancient domain in the distance was still in a state of shock, and had not recovered from the death of those emperors. When they saw the scene of Lin Sun's 3,000 doppelgangers appearing at the same time, they felt like they were about to collapse. Unfortunately, this slaughter was destined to not delay them at all. Boom, in the void, the 3,000 doppelgangers moved together, just like Lin Sun, who was at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm, attacked together. It was a terrifying and boundless army. For a time, the battlefield was filled with killing and blood, and countless screams, and wails sounded one after another. Just at the beginning of the slaughter, the tens of thousands of soldiers of the great Luo ancient domain directly collapsed, and countless people screamed in horror and fled in panic. God! Is Senior Lin Sun still human? Too strong. One person suppressing the enemies of an entire region. Countless cries rang out from the front lines at Yangguan. Shock was written all over the faces of every expert, and they were so excited that their bodies trembled. What are you waiting for? Kill your way out. The Clump Cloud Battle Monarch roared. She was extremely excited and her eyes were shining. The anxiety and heaviness in her heart had been swept away. He immediately rushed over. Kill. Battle Empress Xianxia and Shunji followed closely behind. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. A defeated army is like a collapsing mountain. After Lin Sun killed those emperors, it was already destined that the great Luo ancient domain would no longer have a chance to turn the situation around. When Lin Sun displayed his talent, it undoubtedly accelerated the defeat and death of the enemy. Therefore, when the army of the ancient desolation realm led by the Confluence Cloud Battle Emperor arrived at the battlefield, the battle had already come to an end. Those who were killed by them were merely fish that had escaped the net. After a quarter of an hour, the vast battlefield was suffused with the stench of blood, and no traces of enemies could be seen. The Confluence Cloud Battle Monarch and the others were filled with excitement and fighting spirit, but they still felt a little disappointed. Until the end of the battle. Lin Sun, before, who would have thought that this young man who acted alone could have such incredible and terrifying combat power, it was like a god descending to the world, sweeping away all enemies. At this time, when they looked at Lin Sun again, everyone's eyes had become different. There was more shock, awe, and respect from the bottom of their hearts. In this imperial pass, no one knew how many legendary giants had emerged from ancient times to the present, and each of them had a magnificent record. And after today's battle, it also made people realize that this young man in front of them was enough to be recorded in the annals of history. Previously, I was blind and underestimated your abilities. I hope you can forgive me. The Confluence Cloud Battle Emperor cupped his hands and bowed, showing a look of shame. Lin Sun smiled and helped him up. Ignorance is not a crime. What's more, this action was my own initiative. I've made you all worried. Ha ha ha, don't be modest. This time, you saved the entire Yang Pass with your own strength. Shunji walked over with a laugh. Let's go back to Yang Pass and have a good chat. This time, no matter what, we must entertain you well to express our gratitude. Battle Emperor Xianxia smiled. The others also showed a look of anticipation. If they could drink and chat with such a legendary figure, it would be enough to be regarded as a strong and colorful stroke in their own cultivation career. But Lin Sun shook his head. Everyone, wait for me to find my disciple, then I'll drink with you all. Everyone was stunned. Little friend, Subai. Shunji couldn't help but say. He should be fine, but I may have to go to the Great Luo ancient domain. Lin Sun said, and released the thin old man who had been captured. Don't worry, with the old thing here, I believe that my disciple can be found. Shunji and others dissuaded him, because the Great Luo ancient domain, after all, was the enemy's territory, and they were afraid that there would be many risks if they went there rashly. But Lin Sun had made up his mind and finally left. What Great Luo ancient domain? With his current combat power, even if his cultivation was suppressed, even if he encountered the Emperor Ancestor who controlled the power of one path, he could still escape. Watching Lin Sun's figure leave and disappear in the distance of the battlefield, Shunji and others all looked complicated. Not knowing whether they should be happy or worried. This battle was a complete victory, and it should have been a celebration. But Lin Sun went to the Great Luo ancient domain alone, which made them worry. Let's go back. Shunji took the lead to speak. You have already seen the strength of Lin Sun's combat power. Since he dares to do this, he must have something to rely on. What's more, even if we are worried, we can't help much. Everyone nodded. Let's go back and tell me about this little friend Lin Sun. In the past, I only knew that there was an extraordinary person in the ancient desolation domain, but I never thought that after so many years, the young man back then has already become a great emperor with great means. Combust Cloud Battle Emperor said. The others also showed curiosity. Battle Emperor Xianxia suddenly thought of something, slapped her forehead, and shouted, by the way, quickly issue an order to withdraw the previous request for help, and also tell the old buddies on the other strongholds of the Great Wall of Imperial Pass that in the future, no enemy will dare to invade the Xiang Pass. So, he was captured and brought to the Sky Sword Pavilion. On the way, Lin Sun killed the thin old man, searched his spirit, and soon learned what he wanted to know. It turned out that not long ago, Subai, who had performed extremely dazzlingly on the battlefield of the Great Wall of Imperial Pass, had long been targeted by the Great Luo ancient domain. Thus, in a battle, these experts of the Great Luo ancient domain carefully prepared an ambush, and in order to capture Subai alive, they even sent a sword emperor. This sword emperor was the thin old man who was killed by Lin Sun at this moment. In the memory of his soul, after Subai was captured, he was immediately sent to the Sky Sword Pavilion of the Great Luo Ancient Domain. The purpose of Sky Sword Pavilion capturing Subai alive was very simple. It was for the power of his sword bone. It was not to seize his talent, but to erase Subai's memory with a secret method, so that he would be completely loyal to Sky Sword Pavilion. According to the speculation of Sky Sword Pavilion, a peak quasi-emperor like Subai was bound to become a peerless sword emperor in the future. If such a character could be controlled in their hands, it would be no less than cultivating a trump card for the sect. After understanding this, Lin Sun could not help but sneer. Sky Sword Pavilion had a good plan, but it was a pity that they dared to target him, which was simply digging their own grave. Without delay, Lin Sun began to rush at full speed. According to the memory of the thin old man, after passing through that vast battlefield and crossing many broken world plains, he would arrive at the Great Luo Ancient Domain. Sky Sword Pavilion was easy to find. This sect was the top sword sect in the Great Luo Ancient Domain, and the whole world knew it. As long as he reached the Great Luo Ancient Domain, he could easily find it. Just one day later. Great Luo Ancient Domain. Lin Sun entered it smoothly. Although the spiritual energy of this world is rich, it is no longer comparable to the ancient Desolation Domain, which has undergone drastic changes in the spiritual energy revival. In the past, the ancient Desolation Domain was indeed far inferior to this world. Lin Sun walked between the mountains and rivers with his hands behind his back, like a traveler. It looked like he was strolling leisurely, but in fact, his speed was incredibly fast. Based on this, the reason why the Great Luo Ancient Domain has been frequently attacking the Great Wall of Imperial Pass recently is that they have realized that once the ancient Desolation Domain becomes stronger and stronger in the spiritual energy revival, it will inevitably pose a serious threat to their Great Luo Ancient Domain in the future. At the same time, if I can kill my way into the ancient Desolation Domain and plunder its territory, I can also enjoy the various opportunities and benefits brought about by the spiritual energy revival. While rushing, Lin Sun thought about it and roughly understood the intention of the Great Luo Ancient Domain to launch frequent wars in recent years. Lin Sun did not care about these things. He came here just to bring back Subai, his nominal disciple who had not been seen for many years. Looks like the cultivators I've seen all along the way aren't much different from the ancient Desolation region. However, the enmity between the 9 regions has been formed a long time ago, and the blood enmity that has been accumulated for countless years must be settled in the future. Along the way, Lin Sun was also observing. When he passed by some cities, there was nothing special about what he saw and heard. Just like at this time, when he walked in the Great Luo Ancient Domain, even the power of heaven and earth was not much different from that of the ancient Desolation Domain. At most, it could only suppress his cultivation to the peak of the 3rd level of the Emperor realm. And it was precisely because of this that Lin Sun predicted that in the Great Luo Ancient Domain, there was absolutely no emperor whose cultivation exceeded the 3rd level of the Emperor realm. P.S. Everyone, don't forget that at 8 o'clock tonight, Goldfish will give out Spring Festival red envelopes. Sky Sword Pavilion. The number 1 sword sect in the Great Luo Ancient region, known as the gathering place of thousands of swords. For countless years, Sky Sword Pavilion was like an unshakable ruler, regarded as a place of pilgrimage by countless cultivators in the Great Luo Ancient region. Green Cliff Sword Mountain. The place where Sky Sword Pavilion was located. This mountain was beautiful and majestic. Shrouded in auspicious light all year round, it was regarded as the number 1 blessed land in the Great Luo Ancient region. On this day, halfway up the Green Cliff Sword Mountain, in an ancient palace on the side of a cliff, a group of high-level figures of Sky Sword Pavilion gathered here. The leader was a tall and straight man in a black robe. His eyes were as sharp as swords, and he stood with his hands behind his back, exuding great majesty. Huayandu, the headmaster of Sky Sword Pavilion. He was also an Emperor realm figure. Still not enough? Huayandu asked with a frown. A short and fat old man in a black robe shook his head. Subai's will is extremely tenacious and powerful. Even if we use a secret method, it's difficult to defeat his will in a short time. In this way, it's impossible to erase his memory. Humph. Huayandu's eyes were cold. No matter what, we must completely subdue this boy. He's the top quasi-emperor in the ancient Desolation region, and he has a rare sword bone. If we can use him, our Sky Sword Pavilion might have another peerless sword emperor in the future. Yes. The short and fat old man nodded and immediately said, however, I'm afraid we can no longer use the secret method. Why? Huayandu asked. The short and fat old man in a black robe hurriedly said, we have used the secret method to torture this boy these days. His divine soul and state of mind have long been tortured to the point of collapse. If we continue, this boy's cultivation is likely to collapse. If so, even if we can finally subdue him, I'm afraid he'll become a waste. Huayandu was startled and waved his hand. Forget it. I'll give you another 10 days. As he spoke, he suddenly remembered something. Is there any news from the army that went to the Yang Pass? Everyone shook their heads. Someone said in a low voice, Headmaster, it's only been 2 days. Although the Yang Pass of the ancient Desolation realm is weak, there are still a few Emperor realm experts guarding it. I'm afraid we can't take it down in a short time. He paused for a moment and continued. However, under the command of my Heavenly Sword Pavilion, we've united the elite forces of over 1,000 great powers of the ancient All-Heaven region this time, and merely 9 Emperor realm experts have been dispatched. I believe that breaking through Yang Pass won't be too far away. Everyone's spirits were lifted. Presently, the spirit energy in the ancient Desolation had awakened, and signs of a great world surged into appearance. If they were able to occupy the ancient Desolation, then any power of the All-Heaven ancient region would obtain an opportunity to improve their strength in all aspects. This ancient Desolation realm is worthy of being the origin of all Daos. Even though it has been in ruins for countless years, once it awakens, the power it can unleash is still something that our 8 realms can't compare to. Huayandu sighed with sorrow. Fortunately, this time, with the 8 regions' powers moving out together, no matter how strong ancient desolate regions' imperial pass defenses are, they will still be trampled through. At that time, just as he said this, an indifferent voice suddenly came from outside the main hall. In my opinion, you won't be able to wait until then. It was a simple sentence, but it made Huayandu and the other great figures of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion all change their expressions, and they rushed out of the main hall together. A tall figure had suddenly appeared beneath the distant sky, and he wore black clothes and seemed indifferent and extraordinary. Who are you? Huayandu's pupils were like lightning, glancing at Lin Sun with a dignified expression. The others also had different expressions. They didn't expect that in the great All-Heaven ancient region, who would dare to come to their Heavenly Sword Pavilion to provoke them. Lin Sun didn't answer. He just glanced at Huayandu and the others, and then casually waved his hand. Buzz, a 1,000-meter-long sword chi swept across the sky, releasing blazing and dazzling light, illuminating the whole world and making the mountains and rivers lose their color. It slashed down. The Green Cliff Sword Mountain was covered with 64 layers of mountain guarding formations. After countless years of continuous improvement, the power of such a great formation was enough to resist a full blow from an Emperor realm expert. Therefore, when they saw this scene, Huayandu and the others were stunned at first, and then they revealed expressions of absurdity. They felt that it was indescribably funny. Was this guy crazy? As the number 1 sword sect in the great All-Heaven ancient region, which Cultivator dared to offend them for countless years, they were completely overestimating their own strength and courting death. However, when the sword fell, the mountain guarding formation that Huayandu and the others regarded as indestructible was slashed apart like a piece of paper. Boom, the earth quaked, the mountains shook, and smoke and dust filled the air. At this moment, the 64 mountain guarding formations were forcefully slashed open, and a huge crack appeared in the middle. The Green Cliff Sword Mountain that was protected by the formation was slashed open, and the majestic mountain tilted and crashed down. A sword that split the mountain. Huayandu and the others, who were standing halfway up the Green Cliff Sword Mountain, subconsciously dodged. Although they managed to avoid this terrifying sword strike, their expressions became extremely ugly, and their eyes were filled with shock. A single sword strike had broken through the strongest defense of their sect, and almost destroyed their mountain gate. How could they not understand that Lin Sun was not arrogant, but had absolute confidence and strength? On the Green Cliff Sword Mountain, there were panicked screams, and countless descendants of Sky Sword Pavilion who lived there fled in horror. The scene was chaotic. After this sword strike, Lin Sun said calmly, "From today on, Sky Sword Pavilion will be removed from the world. I give you 10 breaths to think about it. Either surrender, or die." The calm voice was like a hurricane, sweeping across the world, which made many people's faces change. "You're courting death." A burly middle-aged man, who was a great emperor, rushed out violently. He stretched out his hand, and a torrent of sword chi, like lava, rushed towards Lin Sun. Lin Sun waved his sleeve. The light of Tao roared, rolling up countless white sword chi, filling the space between heaven and earth, and covering the sky. Boom, in the earth-shattering collision sound, the burly middle-aged man let out an unwilling roar, and his whole body was swept away by the sword chi, turning into ashes. Overconfident, Lin Sun spat out a few words from his lips. The whole place was silent. Huayandu and others' hands and feet were cold, and they were shocked and angry. No matter how they racked their brains, they were unable to imagine when such a boundlessly terrifying figure had appeared in the ancient All-Heaven region. Killing an emperor with a wave of his sleeve, this gave them a great fright. "Who are you? When did Sky Sword Pavilion provoke you? Why did you destroy our mountain gate and kill our disciples?" Huayandu said sternly. "You don't even know me, and you dare to capture my disciple. Sky Sword Pavilion. How dare you?" Lin Sun showed a sneer. Now, 5 breaths have passed. The faces of Huayandu and others changed again. And on the green cliff Sword Mountain, those descendants of Sky Sword Pavilion had long been scared out of their wits. At this time, they hurriedly fled, rushing out of the mountain. "Stop. All of you, stop right there." A big shot roared. But this was doomed to be in vain. The building was about to collapse. Who dared not to run for their lives? "Let's kill him together." Some old monsters roared, and their eyes turned red. They rushed out together, as if they were desperate, and each of them displayed their trump cards. Struggle before death. Lin Sun grabbed the void with his palm, and a brilliant sword chi gathered and swept out. Boom, the explosion sounded like the collapse of the sky and the collapse of the earth. Those old monsters were wiped out in the blink of an eye, and their bodies and spirits disappeared like bubbles. Seeing this scene, everyone in Sky Sword Pavilion was scared out of their wits, and they completely collapsed. Those descendants fled frantically. Huayandu and others lost their wits, and their eyes were full of confusion. For countless years, Sky Sword Pavilion was like an unshakable ruler, standing above the great Luo ancient domain, and deterred the world. In the hearts of all living beings, they were like supreme gods that could exist for eternity. But today, just one person split a mountain with a sword, killed an emperor with a wave of his sleeve, and shook the foundation of the entire Sky Sword Pavilion. This was too terrifying. Huayandu and the others were completely surprised, and even until now, they still could not figure out who this person was. All of this happened too quickly. "We admit defeat." Huayandu's lips were bitter, and his eyes were dim. "I only hope that fellow cultivator will show mercy and not hurt the innocent." Everyone else was filled with sorrow. It had only been a moment, but their situation had plummeted, as if they had fallen from the sky to the mortal world. The difference, the fear, even made them feel like they were about to collapse. 10 seconds have passed, and it's too late to admit defeat now. When Lin Sun's words came out, it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Huayandu and the other higher-ups of Sky Sword Pavilion all showed a crazy look. "Fight! Kill!" they roared, all of them rushing out. Their eyes were scarlet red, as if they were fugitives, stimulated to the point of going mad. But it was like moths flying into a flame. Lin Sun stepped in the void, his clothes fluttering. As he moved forward, the world turned upside down, the mountains and rivers collapsed, and all kinds of profound truths turned into sharp sword chi, whistling out. Puff, 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 one by one, the big shots of Sky Sword Pavilion fell, and blood dyed the void red. The breath of death continued to spread, causing the world to fall into a scene of purgatory. When Lin Sun came to the green cliff Sword Mountain that had already collapsed, all the higher-ups of Sky Sword Pavilion, including Huayandu, had died on the spot. His all-powerful and murderous stance seemed to be invincible. In the nearby area, many descendants of Sky Sword Pavilion were still fleeing in panic, one by one frightened and panicking like dogs. Lin Sun ignored these small characters. He went straight to the back mountain. In a dark and cold underground prison, he saw Subai. Subai was bathed in blood, his hair disheveled, and he sat there like a tree. There were countless sword scars on his body, and his blood seemed to have dried up. In this dark prison, he had experienced countless tortures and sufferings. If it were not for the wisps of vitality coming from him, he would be no different from a dead man. Lin Sun stepped forward. The reason why he accepted Subai as a registered disciple was that he had a firm temperament, and he had a sword bone, which was similar to Yun Qingbai's talent. As for how much he liked him, it was hard to say. But at this time, seeing him being tortured like this, Lin Sun could not help but frown. When Subai woke up, he saw a familiar face at first glance. He was stunned and seemed to be in disbelief. After a while, he said excitedly, "Did Master save me?" Lin Sun nodded. "You were seriously injured, but fortunately, your foundation was not hurt. After returning with me this time, let's go to the Myriad Tao realm together." Subai nodded fiercely. Over the years, he had long been the first quasi-emperor in the ancient Desolation territory. His temperament was resolute and eccentric, and he was respected by many cultivators. But at this time, in front of Lin Sun, he was like a helpless teenager, showing a look of shame and whispering, "Master, I'm incompetent, and I've lost face for you." Lin Sun helped him up from the ground, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "In the years that I've been away, I'm very surprised that you can make such great achievements alone. Speaking of which, it's me who's sorry," he sighed softly. Soon after he accepted Subai as a disciple, he left in a hurry and went to Kunlun ruins. After so many years, he had not given Subai any guidance or help at all. Under such circumstances, Subai could rely on his own strength to advance triumphantly on the road of cultivation, which moved Lin Sun, and he inevitably felt indebted to him. "Master, please don't say that. If you hadn't accepted me as a disciple, how could I have the chance to set foot on the road of cultivation?" Subai said quickly. Lin Sun smiled. Although Subai had grown up and was no longer the simple and introverted boy in straw shoes, the firmness and simplicity in his bones had not changed. "Let's go," Lin Sun said and took Subai out of the dark prison. On this day, the Sky Sword Pavilion was destroyed, and a group of high-level figures, including the headmaster Hua Yundu, were killed. The news shook the entire Great Luo ancient domain and set off a great uproar. When people went to investigate, they saw that the Green Cliff Sword Mountain, known as the first blessed land in the world, had already collapsed into ruins, and the spiritual veins buried in the mountain had been taken away. At this point, people finally dared to be sure that the First Sword Sect, which had dominated the Great Luo ancient domain for countless years, had completely become the dust of history. Who did all this, no one knew. It was also in the later years that people finally understood who was the person who overturned the entire Sky Sword Pavilion with his own strength. At that time, Lin Sun had already been recognized as a supreme legend in all realms. Lin Sun did not return to the ancient Desolation realm after his injuries healed, as if to make up for Subai, his nominal disciple. Instead, he took Subai to the Blood Demon ancient region, which was adjacent to the Great Luo ancient region. Along the way, Lin Sun was not in a hurry. Instead, he took Subai to walk through the mountains and rivers, and occasionally entered the city to travel. A teacher imparts knowledge and dispels doubts. Along the way, Lin Sun also gave Subai some of his experiences in cultivation in the form of words and examples. Instead of pulling up seedlings to help them grow, what he elaborated was all the insights and experiences in cultivation. This was of great benefit to Subai's cultivation and would not affect his pursuit of the sword path. Subai also knew that the opportunity was precious, so he would discuss with Lin Sun if he had any insights along the way. Although his cultivation had not improved much, his understanding of the Great Way and his knowledge of cultivation had become more profound. 10 days later, Lin Sun and Subai came to the Dongtian Devil Cave, where the innate demon sect was entrenched. The first major force in the Blood Demon ancient region was the innate demon sect. Back in the Nine Regions battlefield, Xianxia, one of the 8 absolutes of green underworld that Lin Sun had encountered, came from this sect. Like the Sky Sword Pavilion, the innate demon sect was also the first overlord of the Blood Demon ancient region. After preaching, it was teaching by example. After arriving at the innate demon sect, Subai finally saw how terrifying the combat power of his master was. In merely a short moment, the heavily guarded abode devil lair was crushed into ruins, and all the higher-ups of the first heaven devil sect were annihilated like weeds in the blink of an eye. By the time Lin Sun returned, Subai was still in a daze. It was too fast. It was not like the overlord force of a region had been destroyed at all. Instead, it was like a casual stroll. It was also on this day that Subai realized the meaning of teaching by example. In the face of absolute combat power, what first force, what overlord of a region, they were just like chickens and dogs, vulnerable to a single blow. It was also on this day that Lin Sun asked Subai a question: "Do you think my action of destroying the innate demon sect this time is inappropriate?" Subai was taken aback and pondered for a long time. "Master, you must have a reason to take action." Lin Sun shook his head. "Everyone has different reasons for killing, but how can we distinguish whether this reason is killing innocents indiscriminately or justifiable?" Subai thought hard for a long time before saying, "If it's in the secular world, there are still laws and regulations to restrict killing, but in the world of cultivators, killing is respected by the strong. The world is so big that there are no restrictions. Under such circumstances, when we fight, we should protect our own lives and protect our relatives and friends as the bottom line. In this way, it can't be said to be killing innocents indiscriminately." Lin Sun nodded. "This is the bottom line, but it's not a reason. In fact, as you said, in this world where cultivators run rampant, it's difficult to define the good and bad of killing." Subai blurted out, "There are so many cultivators in this world, and everyone's views are destined to be different. In my opinion, we should act with a clear conscience." Lin Sun smiled and said, "A clear conscience is difficult. Sometimes, it's even more difficult than seeking the Great Way." Subai said, "If you have a clear conscience, you don't need the Great Way." Lin Sun did not comment. This conversation ended here. However, in the years to come, whenever Subai thought of this conversation, he could not help but feel a lot of emotions. A clear conscience. A guilty conscience. All of them pointed directly to his Taoist heart. Although this conversation did not change Subai's path, it had a great impact on his future cultivation. 1 month later, the master and disciple arrived at the East Mulberry ancient domain. They still traveled, comprehended, and preached. When their figures left, the first orthodoxy in the East Mulberry ancient domain, the Shinto sect, was destroyed. 40 days later, the master and disciple appeared in the northern underworld ancient domain. 50 days later, they appeared in the heavenly fire ancient domain. 2 months later, as Lin Sun and Subai's footprints spread to different realms, the first forces distributed in those realms were all destroyed. For example, the Emperor Ancestor Kuan clan of the Northern Underworld Ancient Domain, the Lai clan of the Heavenly Fire Ancient Domain, and the Zhu clan of the Extreme Yin Ancient Domain. Until half a year later. In the 8 realms of Zenith Heaven, Blood Devil, Northern Underworld, Heavenly Fire, Eastern Mulberry, Yin Absolute, Jiuli, and Star Fiend, every first force was reduced to ruins and dust. The news could not be concealed at all. As time passed, it even spread to the Great Wall of Imperial Pass, causing an unprecedented sensation for a while. The armies of the 8 regions, which had been attacking the Great Wall of Imperial Pass on a large scale in recent years, also withdrew one after another and disappeared on the battlefield. Obviously, the destruction of the different orthodoxies of the 8 regions had also greatly affected the armies of the 8 regions rushing to the battlefield. When Lin Sun and Subai appeared on the battlefield outside Yangguan, they were discovered at the first moment. Emperor Lin is back. For a time, everyone in the entire Yang Pass stopped what they were doing and rushed over. Clump Cloud War Emperor, Battle Emperor Xianxia, Shunji. In the end, all the strong people in the entire Yang Pass appeared on the front line. Everyone's expression was full of awe, respect, and fanaticism. It had already been more than half a year. How could they not understand that the collapse of the armies of the 8 regions was actually caused by Lin Sun alone? A single person had rushed into the 8 regions and pacified the 8 first forces. This achievement alone was enough to surpass the ages and shock the world. "Master, they came to welcome you." Subai showed a look of amazement and could not help but yearn in his heart. When could he have the power of his master now? "Let's go." Lin Sun lifted his foot and walked toward Yang Pass. On this day, Lin Sun returned with his disciple Subai. Tens of thousands of people came to welcome him, causing a sensation on the Great Wall of Imperial Pass. Soon, Lin Sun saw some familiar figures, such as Mr. Shen, Thousand Feather Sword Flower, and so on. They all came after hearing the news. When they saw Lin Sun, they were all filled with emotion. After many years, when they met again, the young man who was like a junior had long surpassed them on the road of the Great Path. On the same day, on the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass, a grand banquet was held for Lin Sun's return. There were tens of thousands of participants. It was said that no less than 100,000 jars of wine were drunk that night. I have heard what you did in the mortal world. Those orthodoxies in the ancient desolation domain are now in a panic and want to surrender to you. May I be so bold as to ask you to let them go? Until late at night, Mr. Shen found Lin Sun alone and talked about the orthodoxies in the ancient desolation domain. Let them go? A cold light flashed in Lin Sun's black eyes. At that time, I was too merciful. When I returned to the mortal world this time, I found that all the people related to me were implicated. Even the clansmen of my family had to hide to avoid a catastrophe. Under such circumstances, do you think I will give them another chance to atone for their sins? Mr. Shen's expression changed constantly. After a long time, he sighed and said, I have expected this. However, if you want to take revenge, I am afraid that the orthodoxies in the ancient desolation domain will shed rivers of blood. Lin Sun said calmly, the external troubles of the 8 regions have been solved by me alone. At least within 1,000 years, there will be no more storms in the Imperial Pass. At this time, it is time to reshuffle the cards in the ancient desolation domain. Reshuffle, it was just a few words, but it represented an unimaginable reign of terror and bloodshed. Mr. Shen was about to say something, but Lin Sun sighed and said, Senior, no matter who it is, they can no longer change my will. I can only promise you that I will only behead the evil and destroy the orthodoxies. I will not cause too much killing. Mr. Shen was stunned and smiled bitterly. After a long time, he said, well, I will not mention this matter anymore. Lin Sun smiled and raised a glass of wine to Mr. Shen. The news that Lin Sun refused to forgive the orthodoxies of the ancient desolation realm spread throughout the Great Wall of Imperial Pass the next morning. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Countless experts trembled. They realized that a great purge of the ancient desolation realm would begin with Lin Sun's powerful return. Emperor Lin is too unreasonable, isn't he? For countless years, more than half of the experts stationed on the Great Wall of Imperial Pass came from the major forces of the ancient desolation realm. Without us, how could the ancient desolation realm be preserved? Emperor Lin's actions are simply disappointing. Many experts' expressions changed. They were shocked and angry, shouting to find Lin Sun and stop him. They were all from the orthodoxies of the ancient desolation realm. How could they watch Lin Sun destroy the orthodoxies behind them? But when they arrived at Lin Sun's resting place, Lin Sun had already left with Su Bai. For a moment, they all looked at each other with ugly expressions. Obviously, Lin Sun had clearly expected that they would come to obstruct and plead for mercy, so he left one step ahead. Emperor Lin, aren't you worried that this will completely disappoint us? Someone's eyes turned red as he roared. Disappoint you? In the end, Mr. Shen stood out and said coldly, everyone, I advise you to calm down and think about whether the ancient desolation realm has wronged Lin Sun or Lin Sun has wronged the ancient desolation realm. Before anyone could speak, Mr. Shen threw out several ironclad facts in succession. Many years ago, when the Battle of the 9 Regions broke out, who led the young experts of the ancient desolation realm to defeat the enemies of the 8 regions in one fell swoop and win a great victory in the 9 regions battlefield? Back then, Lin Sun made such a great contribution to the ancient desolation realm. How did the orthodoxies of the ancient desolation realm treat him? Don't you think about how those orthodoxies have treated Lin Sun's clansmen and friends after they went to the lower world in recent years? Mr. Shen's words were like a clap of thunder that resounded through the entire place, rendering the furious powerhouses speechless for a moment. How could they not know this fact? When it came to the treatment of Lin Sun and his clansmen, the Taoist orthodoxies in the ancient desolation realm were indeed despicable. These are all matters of the past. Perhaps these orthodoxies were in the wrong, but they shouldn't have been destroyed, right? Someone spoke in a low voice. So long as Imperial Monarch Lin takes a step back and is able to allow these sects to have a chance to continue existing, then I believe they would be willing to pay any price. His words attracted many experts to nod in agreement. However, Mr. Shen frowned, coldly saying, "Since you all said those are matters of the past, then fine, let's not talk about these things right now. I only want to ask you all, this time, if Lin Sun didn't go out to fight, do you all feel that Imperial Pass Great Wall's power alone could stop the all-out attack of the 8 regions' great armies?" The scene was silent. Everyone's expression was gloomy. Lin Sun alone destroyed the army of the Great Luo ancient region outside Yangguan. One person traversed the 8 regions, destroying 8 sovereign Taoist orthodoxies. The 8 regions suffered great losses to their vital energy, and were thrown into chaos. One person saved the entire imperial pass from the fire and water. Mr. Shen's words were sonorous, resounding through the sky. Such military exploits are enough to be famous throughout the ages and go down in history forever. Now, he's just solving some personal grudges, and you all obstruct him. What? Only the forces behind you are allowed to bully others, but others are not allowed to bully back, what? Mr. Shen couldn't help but sulk at the end. Of course, if you really want to obstruct him, go back to your respective sects and fight to the death. But the world will remember, and history will remember who is the most worthy of respect and memory in the ancient Desolation realm. After that, he flicked his sleeves and left. Lin Sun didn't know all this. He had already returned to the ancient Desolation realm with Subai. "Master, are we really going to destroy those orthodoxies this time?" On the way, Subai couldn't help asking. Lin Sun said casually, "With the recovery of spiritual energy and the changes of the world, it's time for the world to change its course. What's more, if you do something wrong, you have to pay the price for it. Can we let bygones be bygones just because they are the so-called great forces and orthodoxies?" Subai nodded. "I'm just worried that doing so will damage your prestige. As for the life and death of those orthodoxies, I don't care." "What prestige? It's nothing more than written by the winner who survives in the end," Lin Sun said indifferently. "Then, where shall we go first?" Subai asked. "The heaven-reaching sword sect," Lin Sun said. "White jade capital in the sky, 12 buildings, and 5 cities. The immortal caressed my head, and my hair was tied to receive immortality." White Jade Capital was the name of a legendary figure in the heaven-reaching sword sect in the ancient Desolation realm. Now, it was also the name of the most fertile state in the ancient Desolation realm. It was the cold winter season. Heavy snow was falling, and the world was covered with ice and snow, creating a vast expanse of whiteness. In the city, cultivators with swords on their backs could be seen everywhere. On the bustling streets, Lin Sun and Subai walked among them. When they saw this scene, they unconsciously thought of Yun Qingbai. Yun Qingbai, a legendary swordsman who was as dazzling as a comet, was a sad and pitiful person. Many years ago, it was precisely because of his walking with a sword attire that he led the trend and became so popular that people could be seen everywhere in the territory of White Jade Capital with swords on their backs. Lin Sun could not help but look at Subai beside him. They were both born with sword bones and were equally dazzling, but the only difference might be fate. "Let's go to the heaven-reaching sword sect." Revisiting the old place, things remained the same, but people had changed. Without any more emotion, Lin Sun and Subai gradually disappeared in the bustling streets. The heaven-reaching sword sect. The towering divine mountain stood tall, covered with snow and ice, and mist curled up. In the main hall of the sect, the atmosphere was so oppressive that people were almost out of breath. All the high-level figures, including Song Huanzi, the headmaster of the heaven-reaching sword sect, looked gloomy as if they had lost their parents. "Lin Sun wants to destroy all the orthodoxies in the ancient Desolation realm, including our heaven-reaching sword sect. The sword sect is crazy." Someone gritted his teeth and spoke angrily. "Isn't he afraid of being condemned and reviled by thousands of people? Isn't he afraid of going down in history? We have already expressed our intention to surrender and tried to ask for forgiveness. We are even willing to pay a great price for it, but he still doesn't agree." All the big figures spoke. Some were worried, some were angry, some were worried about gains and losses, and some were lost. Song Huanzi, the headmaster who had been silent, looked at the people around him in a daze. After a long time, he sighed and said, "Everyone, in today's world, no one can stop Lin Sun's killing. Whether we are willing or not, we have to admit that our heaven-reaching sword sect is on the verge of collapse and is in danger. Fight him, fight him." "No, absolutely not. If so, I'm afraid we will all be in trouble." "Then what should we do? Escape?" The main hall was noisy and chaotic. These big figures, who used to be high and mighty, were now like a group of ants on a hot pan, in a mess. Even Song Huanzi, the headmaster, was at a loss. They had long understood Lin Sun's strength. He was an invincible supreme existence. Whether it was in the myriad Dao realm, the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass, or even in the 8 regions, he was unparalleled. Enough. Suddenly, a deep voice resounded. A tall and stalwart figure walked into the main hall. An emperor's might swept out like a hurricane, intimidating everyone. "Ancestor! Ancestor is back!" Song Huanzi and the others were stunned, and then they all revealed excited expressions. This tall figure was White Jade Jing. For the entire ancient Desolation region, White Jade Jing was definitely a supreme legend. He was the senior brother of the founding ancestor of the heaven-reaching sword sect, a famous swordsman since ancient times. His name had even been crowned with the title of a prefecture by the people. At this time, in this precarious moment of internal and external troubles, White Jade Jing, who had not appeared for countless years, suddenly appeared. This made Song Huanzi and the others feel as if they had grasped a life-saving straw, and they were extremely excited. "White Jade Jing." At the same time, an indifferent voice suddenly resounded outside the heaven-reaching sword sect. The tall and mighty figure that had just stepped foot into the hall suddenly stopped moving, and then he let out a long sigh. "Imperial Monarch Lin, you really came quickly." Song Huanzi and the others stiffened, and their expressions changed greatly. "Lin Sun." He was already here. When they looked up again, White Jade Jing's figure had long since disappeared from the main hall and arrived below the sky. Even further away, 2 figures stood in the air. One was tall and handsome, and the other was dressed in clothes whiter than snow. It was precisely Lin Sun and Su Bai. "Did you return in a hurry to stop me?" Lin Sun sized up White Jade Jing and could not help but frown. A long time ago, he had heard Miao Xian of the Divine Secret Pavilion say that White Jade Jing was a matchless hero. His breadth of mind and boldness were far beyond ordinary people. Early in the ancient times, he had headed to the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass to guard it and fight against the enemies of the 8 regions. For such a person, Lin Sun admired him very much. For example, not long ago, on Imperial Pass Great Wall, Lin Sun had previously drank with White Jade Jing, chatting merrily and wittily. However, Lin Sun never expected White Jade Jing to immediately appear here. "The Heavenly Sword Sect is founded by my junior brother after all, so I naturally can't stand idly by. If Emperor Lin is willing to take a step back and leave some hope for the Heavenly Sword Sect, I, White Jade Jing, will be endlessly grateful," said White Jade Jing with a calm expression. Lin Sun thought for a while and said, "You and I have different standpoints. It's useless to say more on this matter." White Jade Jing let out a long sigh, a complicated look in his eyes. "I knew this would happen. Since that's the case, I can only try and see if I can stop Emperor Lin's killing intent." Boom, in an instant, his clothes and long hair fluttered in the wind, and he was like a divine sword that had been hidden deep within a sheath had emerged into the world at this moment. Sword insight shot out violently into the heavens and the earth, and it threw the snow and wind that covered the sky into disorder. "Emperor Lin, please." An ancient sword appeared in Bai Yujing's hand. The blade was stained with blood, and it looked ancient and mottled. "Then I can only offend you." Lin Sun's eyes were calm, but he sighed softly in his heart. Bai Yujing smiled, raised the ancient sword in his hand, and chopped down. Whoosh, the sword chi was like a rainbow, covering the whole world. The heavy snow in thousands of miles evaporated into mist. This sword was simple, without a trace of smoke and fire. It was like a casual strike from a fairy in heaven, but it had the momentum to shock the mountains and rivers. Lin Sun stood still and flicked his finger. The same sword strike, but the sword intent and momentum contained in it smashed Bai Yujing's sword inch by inch, disintegrating and dissipating in the void. "Good swordsmanship." Bai Yujing took a deep breath and swung his sleeves. He controlled the sword with his palm and fingers, and suddenly took 9 steps in the void. With each step, the power around him soared, and the ancient sword in his hand became more murderous. Until he took 9 steps. His power had penetrated the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and his sword intent covered the vast mountains and rivers. Go! The ancient sword swept out and chopped in the void. It was like a ray of light tearing the eternal night and suddenly appearing in the world. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and chopped with his sword. One sword to destroy life and death, the sword intent of the sword evolved into the changing of the void and the illusion of the world. In the earth-shattering roar, Bai Yujing's sword was completely dissolved when it was 30 meters away from Lin Sun. Bai Yujing frowned. Why should I hold back? If you really want to protect my dignity, please fight with your real strength. Lin Sun was silent for a moment and said, okay. He waved his sleeve. A stream of sword chi swept out like a galaxy, and there seemed to be a big abyss floating in it. The sun, moon, stars, mountains and rivers were all annihilated. Bai Yujing's pupils shrank. He let out a thunderous roar, and his tall and stalwart figure seemed to be burning, blooming with endless light. In his palm, the ancient sword burned with blood, and he chopped out angrily. One sword immortal was angry. This was the embodiment of the mystery of Bai Yujing's lifelong swordsmanship. As soon as this sword came out, the mountains and rivers within 10,000 miles around the heavenly sword sect showed signs of collapse and destruction. Countless exclamations of shock rang out as well. Unfortunately, this sword, which was enough to shock the world, failed to block Lin Sun's attack and collapsed in the void. Rumble, the torrent of sword chi burst forth like a vortex of the great path wreaking havoc. In an instant, White Jade Jing's body was stained with blood. He was riddled with wounds, and his hair was disheveled. He had been severely injured. But from beginning to end, he never took a single step back. When they saw this scene, the big shots of the Heavenly Sword sect all cried out in alarm. The blood drained from their faces, and they were extremely pale. Get out of my way. Lin Sun opened his mouth in the distance. White Jade Jing was only at the 2nd level of the Emperor realm. His swordsmanship was outstanding, but that was all. What is a sword? The sharpest killing weapon in the world. What is the way of the sword? To rather break than bend, to never change. In the distance, White Jade Jing took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with determination. My sword path doesn't allow for retreat. Lin Sun nodded. Okay, I'll fulfill your wish. At this moment, he finally took a step forward as a boundless and terrifying aura was unleashed from his body. At that instant, it was like a brilliant sun had risen amidst the snow that covered the sky, and it was brilliant and illuminated the world. Rumble, the nearby void collapsed and shattered. On the vast mountain range where the Heavenly Sword sect was located, countless restrictions seemed to be unable to withstand the pressure. At this moment, they exploded with a rumble, and countless torrents of light splashed. Panicked screams and roars rang out one after another. All of this was caused by Lin Sun's aura. Suppress. White Jade Jing's expression changed slightly as he released a tyrannical and unparalleled power from his body. He rushed forward with his sword and went all out. However, in just a moment, he was constantly shaken back. No matter how he attacked or how desperately he tried, he was defeated in front of Lin Sun, who was moving forward. He was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Until Lin Sun stopped. White Jade Jing's skin cracked, and blood flowed like a waterfall. He was panting, and his figure swayed. He looked at Lin Sun with shock in his eyes, as if he had just realized how big the gap between him and Lin Sun was. This battle is over. Lin Sun glanced at him, then turned around and left with Su Bai. They're gone? White Jade Jing was stunned. When he looked back at the place where the Heavenly Sword sect was, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his whole body froze. He saw that the mountain gate had long since collapsed. The huge Heavenly Sword sect was in a mess, as if there had been a landslide and a tsunami. Countless descendants screamed in horror in the ruins, panicking. As for Headmaster Tseng Huanzi and other high-level figures, they did not know when they had met with disaster. They lay there in disorder, their pupils wide open, full of unwillingness. Thousands of miles of beautiful mountains and rivers had turned into a scorched land. White Jade Jing trembled all over. Only now did he understand why Lin Sun had left. It turned out that during the battle, when he was still desperately resisting, the Heavenly Sword sect had already been flattened. White Jade Jing suddenly felt as if he had lost all his strength. He sat paralyzed in the void, gasping for breath. He remembered what Lin Sun had said in the Great Wall of Imperial Pass. Only behead the evil, only destroy the orthodoxy, and do not harm others. Now, Lin Sun had done it. Karma, retribution. White Jade Jing murmured. On this day, wind and snow filled the world. On this day, the Heavenly Sword sect in the ancient Desolation realm was flattened by Lin Sun alone. On this day, when the news came out, the world was shocked. The destruction of the Heavenly Sword sect was like the prelude to a reshuffle that slowly began in the world. It made people in other paths of cultivation in the ancient Desolation realm panic and uneasiness. 2 days later, another news came out. In terms of foundation and power, the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land, which was not inferior to the Heavenly Sword sect, had collapsed and turned into ruins. Its inheritance that had lasted for countless years had been cut off. It was said that Lin Sun had arrived in the sky alone, and in a flash, he had suppressed all opponents and was invincible. 5 days later, the news of the destruction of the Holy Land of spiritual treasure had made the world, which was already in turmoil, even more turbulent. Countless cultivators were shocked, as if they were witnessing a great purge. The Tao of the ancient Desolation realm, which no one had been able to shake in the past, was now destroyed one after another, turning into dust in the ruins. 7 days later, the Xuandu Taoism sect was destroyed. 10 days later, the Beast Spiritual Mountain was destroyed. In less than half a month, one behemoth after another fell, making the situation in the world completely chaotic. And the name of Lin Sun, like a storm, was constantly resounding in the ancient Desolation realm, shocking the hearts of the people. Until later, when Lin Sun appeared in a certain orthodoxy, he suddenly found that it had long been empty, without any successor. Obviously, with the destruction of those orthodoxies, other forces also realized that this time, Lin Sun did not intend to let go of any of his opponents. Therefore, some orthodoxies even disbanded themselves and fled in a panic in advance. 1 month later, in the ancient Desolation realm, all the orthodoxies that had been hostile to Lin Sun in the past had collapsed and turned into a fleeting cloud. From this day on, the pattern of the world was completely broken by Lin Sun alone, and the curtain of a new era had been opened. Talented people appeared in every generation. It was the same for all the forces in the ancient Desolation realm. The fall of those behemoths also meant that in the future, new orthodoxies and new forces would rise to replace the territory and resources originally controlled by them. In this regard, countless forces were secretly grateful to Lin Sun. If he had not disturbed the pattern of the world alone, how could these forces seize the opportunity to rise? The world was changing, and the affairs of the world were turbulent. After doing all this, Lin Sun had already taken Subai to the place where the divine dark parasol tree was. Green Parasol Mountain. With the recovery of spiritual energy, the world changed dramatically. The original location of Green Parasol Mountain was dozens of times larger than before. On this day, Lin Sun floated over with Subai. As far as the eye could see, the majestic and ancient Green Parasol Mountain was filled with mist. The whole mountain seemed to be covered and looked very mysterious. Something's wrong. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. At a glance, he could see that the whole Green Parasol Mountain was covered by a layer of obscure and strange restriction power. Ordinary cultivators could not approach it at all. Even those in the Emperor realm would get lost if they entered it by mistake. Immediately, Lin Sun showed a strange expression because the restriction formation covering the whole Green Parasol Mountain was obviously arranged by the Scarlet Flame Taoist body. No wonder I can't sense the breath of the Scarlet Flame Taoist body. It seems that he encountered something tricky after entering this mountain. While Lin Sun was thinking, he put Subai into the treasure and approached Green Parasol Mountain. As he waved his sleeve, a path silently appeared on the Azure Parasol Mountain that was shrouded in mist. Lin Sun walked straight into it. Dark Parasol Mountain was majestic and rose and fell continuously. At the waist of the mountain was an ancient tree that seemed as if it was made from bronze. Its trunk and branches were completely bare, and they were suffused with a bronze glow as they stretched towards the depths of the sky. Many years ago, when Lin Sun participated in the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival, he had seen this tree. The cultivators in Xihing territory all called it the ancient green lamp tree. But now, Lin Sun already knew that this tree should be called the divine dark parasol tree. However, it was just an empty shell, and the soul Yuan wrote was not there. Soon, Lin Sun sensed the breath of the scarlet flame Taoist body. The latter had actually entered the divine dark parasol tree. Store a mountain in a mustard seed, and hide a secret realm in it. There's actually a secret realm in this divine dark parasol tree. Lin Sun understood. He walked straight over, and his figure flashed and swept onto the divine dark parasol tree. Suddenly, a strange spatial fluctuation appeared, and the next moment, Lin Sun's figure appeared in a vast and dark starry sky. Numerous secret realms were like branches that had spread out, layer upon layer, and they were connected to each other as they stretched towards the depths of the starry sky, and it was impossible to see the end of them. Lin Sun was stunned, and he couldn't help but be moved. The divine dark parasol tree seemed to reveal a magnificent scene that encompassed the heavens and connected all worlds. Whoosh, suddenly, in a secret realm in the distance, the figure of Scarlet Fire Taoist emerged and looked at Lin Sun's Black Water Taoist from afar. In an instant, the memories and experiences of the two began to merge. After a while, Lin's Black Water Taoist form completely understood what the Scarlet Flame Taoist form had experienced in this strange world. It turned out that after the Crimson Flame Taoist physique found this place, he'd sealed off the entire Dark Parasol Mountain with the energy of restrictions, and he'd done this because he was worried that the Dark Parasol Divine Tree's soul origin route would escape. After he entered the Divine Dark Parasol Tree, he arrived at this world of stars. Moreover, he encountered an extremely formidable opponent. It was an extremely beautiful woman in a green dress. Her origins were mysterious. The most incredible thing was that this woman was also a peerless great emperor. Her cultivation was also suppressed to the third level of the emperor realm. The Scarlet Flame Taoist physique had once fought with this woman. The latter's combat strength was so strong that even he was shocked. Fortunately, in terms of cultivation and combat skills, the woman in the green dress was inferior to the Scarlet Flame Taoist physique. When the two fought, the woman in the green dress had always been at a disadvantage. But what gave the Scarlet Flame Taoist physique a headache was that the woman in the green dress had all kinds of mysterious emperor treasures in her hands, which helped her repeatedly to avert danger. Over the past 6 months, the Scarlet Flame Taoist physique had fought with the woman in the green dress many times. But every time, the woman in the green dress had escaped unscathed. Later, the Scarlet Flame Taoist physique realized that the woman in the green dress was not from the ancient Desolation realm, nor did she come from the Starry Sky ancient path. Instead, she came from the Nirvana world, a peerless great emperor from the Nirvana world, and a woman at that. This was undoubtedly incredible. After all, the Starry Sky ancient path was still covered by the forbidden power of order. The path to the Nirvana world had always been blocked. But this woman in the green dress could cross the Starry Sky and appear in the ancient Desolation realm. Of course, this was not simple. However, although the Scarlet Flame Taoist physique did not know the real origin and name of the woman, and how she had crossed the Starry Sky, the Scarlet Flame Taoist physique still deduced. She had come for the divine soul root of the Dark Parasol Divine Tree and had already subdued it. This was because the woman had tried to escape from the Starry Sky world formed by the Dark Parasol Divine Tree's main body several times, but she was blocked by the Scarlet Flame Taoist physique. This was also the reason why the Scarlet Flame Taoist physique was still guarding this place until now. After knowing all this, the Scarlet Flame Taoist physique sea of consciousness also showed the various details and scenes of the battle between the Scarlet Flame Taoist physique and the woman in the green dress in the past 6 months. This woman was indeed not simple. She was dressed in a green dress, had smooth skin, a graceful figure, and a beautiful face. She was like a fairy who had walked out of a painting. There was a strange golden Taoist pattern between her eyebrows. She had 3 mysterious treasures in her hands. One was a golden lock with strange Taoist inscriptions engraved on both sides, and there were 3 white jade chains under the lock. Once this treasure was utilized, the 3 white jade chains would release 9 black divine chains, causing the soul and body of the victim to be firmly restrained. Even the strength of one's mental state and will would be restrained by layer upon layer of shackles, causing one to be unable to move at all. At the beginning of the battle, Lin Sun's scarlet flame Daoist physique was almost trapped, and he had to use all his strength to resist the suppression of this treasure. The second treasure was a jade hairpin that was inserted in the woman's hair bun. It was only 6 inches long and as thick as a chopstick, and its surface was engraved with the ancient seal script Void Escape. The 5-colored divine light that this treasure emitted could completely cover the aura of the woman in the green dress. Not to mention that divine sense couldn't sense it, even the divine eye couldn't see it, and it was impossible to lock onto it. In the past 6 months, the woman in the green dress had relied on this treasure to repeatedly avoid Lin Sun's search, and she hadn't been captured until now. The third treasure was a purple flying sword, which was extremely sharp. It could not be bound by the space, and its lethality was even more amazing. Ordinary emperor weapons would be smashed in an instant. It was with these 3 mysterious treasures that the woman in the green dress could greatly make up for her lack of combat power, so that she could avoid danger one after another. She has the cultivation of Emperor Realm, and even the treasures she carries with her are all precious. This woman is not simple. Lin Sun's Heishui physique couldn't help but be moved. Immediately, he murmured, however, with our strength, as long as she appears again, we should be able to capture her. At that time, we can know her origin. Scarlet Flame Daoist physique was silent. Because they were able to sense each other's thoughts. Whoosh, the next moment, the 2 Taoist physiques merged into one. According to Lin Sun's plan, when the woman in the green dress appeared again and suddenly displayed the power of the 2 Taoist physiques, he would definitely be able to catch her off guard. However, at this moment, in a secret realm in the distance, a clear and pleasant voice like the sound of nature suddenly rang out. It turns out that these 2 are just doppelgangers. Lin Sun's pupils shrank, and he suddenly looked in the direction of the voice. A rain of light drifted, outlining a graceful and slender figure. She was dressed in a green dress, with her long hair coiled into a bun and a jade hairpin inserted in it. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and her facial features were delicate. There was a golden pattern between her eyebrows. At this moment, when she walked out, she was like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Her every move was enshrouded by the divine light of the Great Way, which made her mysterious and dreamy. However, her eyes when looking at Lin Sun were extraordinarily cold and indifferent. Since I have been discovered by you and still dare to show up, aren't you worried about being captured by me? Lin Sun looked calm. He had already expected that it was the wonderful power of the void jade hairpin that covered the trace and breath of the woman in the green dress, so that he couldn't detect her at the first time. Capture? The woman in the green dress showed a touch of disdain in her eyes. In the past half a year, you and I have fought here many times, but have you ever captured me? Even if you have one more doppelganger now, it is doomed to be in vain. She looked very confident and calm. How do you know if you don't try? Lin Sun spoke casually, and he was about to make a move as he spoke. Wait. The woman in the distance said, what you want is none other than the sole origin root of the dark parasol divine tree. I can give it to you, but you must remove the grand formation that seals this place and let me leave. Is this an exchange? Lin Sun seemed to be lost in thought. I'm asking you if you agree. The woman in the green dress frowned. Obviously, she was still very resistant to such a suggestion. Lin Sun said, all right, but I have other conditions. Don't reach out for a yard after taking an inch. The woman's beautiful eyes turned cold. If it wasn't for the fact that I don't want to waste my trump card on a person like you, do you really think I would make such an exchange with you? Lin Sun smiled, then there's no exchange. Let's see who's the real deal. His words were casual, yet they seemed very unyielding. The woman in the green dress was stunned, and her picturesque face flickered indeterminately. After a while, she said, tell me, what other conditions do you have? Lin Sun said, tell me about your background, identity. Most importantly, how did you come here from Permitha? The woman in the green dress clearly heaved a sigh of relief. Obviously, these conditions that Lin Sun raised were nothing to her. My surname is Yuan, and my name is Qingheng. I'm from the Permitha world you speak of, and I'm a direct line descendant of the Eternal Emperor clan, the Yuan clan. The woman's voice was light, yet Lin Sun was still able to discern a trace of pride and conceit in her voice when she said the Eternal Emperor clan, the Yuan clan. Unfortunately, Lin Sun was utterly unaware of exactly what sort of power and status the Eternal Emperor clan represented in the Permitha world. So, his heart was completely unperturbed. Lin Sun's calm reaction caused Yuan Qingheng to be slightly stunned, and then she laughed at herself in her heart. The natives of this starry sky ancient path probably don't even know what sort of existence the Eternal Emperor clan is. I can be considered to be playing the lute to a cow. Lin Sun was unaware of the subtle reaction in Yuan Qingheng's heart, and even if he knew, it would be utterly impossible for him to care. He reminded, "Miss, you haven't told me how we got here. P.S. I've been on the road for a whole day, and started writing as soon as I got home. I haven't had a bite yet, and I'm really exhausted. I owe everyone one more chapter tonight." After thinking for a while, Yuan Qingheng opened his slender and fair palm. A slender silver shuttle emerged. Its edges were restrained, and both ends were as sharp as swords. Its surface was branded with strands of twisted earthworm-like inscriptions. With the appearance of the silver shuttle, wisps of immortal aura turned into a misty rain of light, which looked extremely mysterious. Lin Sun's pupils suddenly shrank at a glance. The aura contained in this treasure made him feel a fatal threat. "This is a copy of my race's eternal divine artifact, the Cosmic Skysource Shuttle, and it contains a strand of the quintessence energy of the eternal order within it. Not to mention arriving at this world, even heading to other worlds would be as easy as blowing off dust with this treasure." Yuan Qingheng noticed the change in Lin Sun's eyes and couldn't help showing a touch of pride. "What's more, this starry sky ancient path is just one of the boundless world. Although it has been shrouded by the Thunder Order of 8th rank controlled by Luo family for countless years, it can't stop me if I want to." These words made Lin Sun keenly capture some information. Starry Sky Ancient Path was just one of the boundless world, the forbidden power of order controlled by Luo family was called Thunder Order, which was listed as 8th rank. This made Lin Sun realize that the power of order born in the origin of heaven and earth was also divided into grades. "Miss, can you tell me something about the boundless world?" Lin Sun asked. Yuan Qingheng frowned. "Don't you think you have too many questions?" Lin Sun laughed. "It's not easy for me to meet a distinguished person from the Permitha world. I'm a little curious." "Don't worry, it's just a chat. Maybe we can become friends." Yuan Qingheng sneered, and a playful light flashed in her beautiful eyes. "Be friends with me? You sure have guts." "It has nothing to do with courage," Lin Sun said with a smile. How could he not see that Yuan Qingheng's identity was destined to be extraordinary, and even in the Permitha world, he was an extremely special character. Because of this, Lin Sun would not let Yuan Qingheng leave so easily. He was very curious about the Permitha world. "Don't talk nonsense. I only answer 3 more questions," Yuan Qingheng said. Lin Sun thought for a while and agreed happily. The first question he raised was related to the vast 1,000 domains. Yuan Qingheng was not surprised and explained. As it turned out, in the eyes of the cultivators of the Permitha world like Yuan Qingheng, the Permitha world was known as the eternal true world, and it was known as the land of eternity. Beyond the eternal true world were numerous galaxies and universes, and they were collectively known as the Great Thousand Worlds. The Starry Sky Ancient Path was one of the many boundless worlds. According to Yuan Qingheng, the Starry Sky Ancient Path could barely be ranked in the top 100 according to the strength of the forces in the Great Thousand World. Knowing this, Lin Sun's heart fluctuated. Only then did he realize that his previous knowledge was still limited. In the Great Thousand Worlds, the Starry Sky Ancient Path could only be ranked in the top 100. The Eternal True World, which was known as Permitha, was a place that stood above all other worlds. A long time ago, the Starry Sky Ancient Path gave birth to many powerful figures. At that time, which is what you call the beginning of the ancient times, the ranking of the Starry Sky Ancient Path was firmly in the top 3 of the Great Thousand Worlds, and it was even ranked first several times. Yuan Qingheng suddenly said, "Unfortunately, the origin of order of the Starry Sky Ancient Path once encountered a calamity, causing it to collapse and sink into oblivion. It was also from then on that the progenitor realm was the end of the path in the world, and there was no more mortal karma." "What calamity?" Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and asked. A hint of slyness flashed in Yuan Qingheng's eyes. Does this count as the second question? Lin Sun could tell that this woman was obviously not going to tell him the truth. He thought for a while and said, "This shouldn't be a secret. I will learn about it sooner or later. After a pause, he asked the second question, how is the origin of order divided into grades? Yuan Qingheng was stunned for a moment before she seemed to come to a realization. She said, as a top-grade emperor, you don't even know the division of the origin of order. Has the starry sky ancient path really fallen to such a state? Lin Sun looked at her quietly and said, no matter how much it has fallen, aren't you still trapped here? Yuan Qingheng snorted coldly, I just don't want to waste my trump card. As she spoke, she threw a jade slip to Lin Sun. The division of the origin of order is recorded in this. Lin Sun sized it up, and a wave of emotions rose in his heart. It turned out that in the Permitha eternal world, the understanding of the origin of order had already reached an unimaginable level, and a perfect division system had been formed. The origin of order was born from the origin of chaos, and was formed by the origin of great Tao that maintained the operation of a world. It could be called the origin of world law. The origin of order was divided into 3 grades and 9 grades according to its power. The 3 grades were Earth grade, Heaven grade, and God grade. Each grade was divided into 1 to 9 grades. Generally speaking, Earth grade order was already terrifying. In the eternal world, many of the immortal emperor clans each controlled more than one type of Earth grade order. For example, the forbidden origin of order that covered the sky above the starry sky ancient path was the Earth grade 8 lightning grade order controlled by the Permitha Luo family. As for Heaven grade order, it was considered the pinnacle of power, and was usually only controlled by the most powerful forces. As for God grade order, it was as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Even in the eternal world, only the eternal gods, who stood at the peak of the world and stood above all other races, could control it. After understanding this, Lin Sun was even more puzzled. The Permitha Luo family only controlled Earth grade 8 lightning grade order, but it could cover the starry sky ancient path and intimidate all living beings. How terrifying was the Heaven grade order, and that God-level order power? How incredible would that be, and what kind of terrifying existence was the Eternal God clan? The only thing Lin Sun could be sure of was that the immortal emperor clans were a colossus that stood above the starry sky ancient path. As for the eternal gods, even the immortal emperor clans could only look up to them. Eternal world, boundless world, rank 3 lightning grade order. It looks like the Permitha world is far more vast and powerful than I imagined. Lin Sun could not help but sigh in his heart. I'm curious how you managed to step into the ultimate emperor realm. After all, without the support of the origin of order, it would have been impossible for anyone to reach the ultimate emperor realm on the starry sky ancient path. Yuan Qingheng suddenly asked. You want to know? Sure, then answer some of my questions, and I'll tell you, Lin Sun said. Yuan Qingheng was stunned and could not help but laugh. Even if you don't tell me, I can still find out. In other words, you want to bargain with me? No way, Lin Sun did not mind and threw out his third question. What is the status of the Permitha Luo family in the eternal world? Yuan Qingheng thought about it and said, in the eyes of ordinary forces, the Permitha Luo family is a colossus that rules over many universes. They are too high to reach. Among the immortal emperor clans of the same level, they can be considered middle level. Not high, not low. They can't be compared to the peak immortal emperor clans, but they aren't ordinary immortal emperor clans. At this point, Yuan Qingheng thought of something and said, in truth, the Permitha Luo family used to be among the best of the immortal emperor clans. They were like the sun in the sky. Unfortunately, with the disappearance of the master of Skirich, the family is no longer as it used to be. She looked at Lin Sun. Of course, to the starry sky ancient path, the Permitha Luo family is no different from a supreme god. Lin Sun's expression was indifferent. How does it compare to the Yuan clan behind you? The corners of Yuan Qingheng's moist lips curled up. Although this is the fourth question, I don't mind telling you that the Permitha Luo family might have been able to compete with my Yuan family in the past, but now, there's no point in competing. Lin Sun immediately realized that the Yuan clan was probably one of the top behemoths among the immortal emperor clans. Otherwise, Yuan Qingheng would not have dared to make such a judgment. It was no wonder that she had been so full of herself from the beginning. Even being trapped did not diminish her pride. Lin Sun suddenly said, then do you know the immortal clan behind the myriad? Transformation spear, the sky-splitting axe, the god-slaying sword, and the Armageddon halberd? Back in the nirvana of freedom, when he was about to become emperor, 3 men and 1 woman had traversed the boundless starry sky to arrive, displaying unparalleled power. It was the master of the core dimensions will that defeated the 3 men and 1 woman, and told Lin Sun that the forces behind the 4 were 4 immortal clans. Yuan Qingheng's pupils shrank imperceptibly in surprise. You know about the 4 immortal clans. Speaking up to here, she suddenly came to a realization and sneered. You really have a lot of questions. This is already the 5th question. Lin Sun laughed. I can see that the 4 immortal clans are not simple. At least even you would not dare to rely on them. Do you think I will fall for such childish provocation? Yuan Qingheng glanced at Lin Sun. Lin Sun said, but at least I know that the 4 immortal clans control the power of the heavenly order. According to what you said before, the 4 immortal clans should be more powerful than the Permethal Luo family, and may even be more powerful than the Yuan clan. Keep provoking me. Let's see if I will answer your question. Yuan Qingheng crossed her arms in front of her chest, her starry eyes filled with disdain. She looked as if she was saying that Lin Sun's little tricks could not fool her eyes. Lin Sun sighed softly. Forget it. Since you are so vigilant, then our conversation ends here. Hand over the divine dark parasol tree soul root, and I will let you go. This chapter contains a lot of information, so please take note. Yuan Qingheng didn't expect that Lin Sun, who was trying to get more information from him, would agree to let him go the next moment. She was startled and waved her hand. A bronze box covered with complicated Taoist patterns appeared and she handed it to Lin Sun. This box is a good emperor treasure. It can contain all the treasures in the world. I'll give it to you. Lin Sun operated his cultivation and opened the bronze box. He probed it with his divine sense and saw a divine tree that seemed to be made of bronze rooted in the box. Its branches were strong like swords. It was the soul root of the divine dark parasol tree. He took out the treasure and put it away. He raised his hand and returned the bronze box. Since it's an exchange, how can I take advantage of you? Yuan Qingheng was startled and snorted, it's fine if you don't want it. Lin Sun smiled and didn't say anything. He turned around and left the starry world. Yuan Qingheng followed him closely. When he came to Azure Parasol Mountain, Lin Sun waved his sleeve and the restriction formation that covered the world was removed. Seeing this, Yuan Qingheng was obviously relieved and said, I didn't expect you to keep your promise. I'll let bygones be bygones. After that, she flew away with her clothes fluttering in the wind. Lin Sun stood where he was and didn't stop her. He knew very well that if this woman really wanted to leave, he wouldn't be able to stop her. By the way, what's your name? Yuan Qingheng turned around and looked at Lin Sun with her beautiful eyes. Lin Dao Yuan, Lin Sun said casually. Oh. Yuan Qingheng didn't say anything further before turning around and leaving. His figure flashed before vanishing into thin air, and he didn't even leave a trace behind. Lin Sun thought for a while and turned to look at the divine dark parasol tree on Azure Parasol Mountain. In the end, he gave up the idea of taking the tree away. After all, it was only an empty shell. It wouldn't take long for it to decay and dissipate as time passed. It's time to return to the mortal world. Lin Sun didn't delay and turned around. Along the way, he couldn't help but think of what Yuan Qingheng said. Eternal world, boundless world, order force, immortal emperor clan. The information contained in those words was enough for Lin Sun to ponder for a long time. Granny Star. At the same time, Yuan Qingheng spoke in his heart, why did you tell me to hold back before? Is that Lin Dao Yuan guy really that powerful? In her sea of consciousness, a silver shuttle floated, sprinkling an immortal rain of light. At this time, a kind voice came from it. Miss, this person's cultivation is extraordinary. Even if you use your trump card, you might be able to capture him, but you will have to pay a great price. Why don't you both take a step back? After all, there is no deep hatred between the two of you. Yuan Qingheng was taken aback, not even you? The benevolent voice reminded, young lady, don't forget that what you saw just now were just 2 clones of that young man. He is a peak great emperor, and he is able to refine his clone to the point where he can fight against you. This kind of person is not that easy to defeat. Yuan Qingheng snorted coldly, and a hint of unwillingness shone in her eyes. If I really fight with my life on the line, even if his real body comes, I am confident that I can capture him. But you are right. Since there is no grudge between us, it is not worth it for me to do so. In my opinion, since this child can become an emperor on the ancient path of galaxy, he is definitely not an ordinary peerless person. If you have the chance to keep him by your side and use him, in the future, he will definitely be able to assist you in your great cause. The kind voice reminded Yuan Qingheng. Yuan Qingheng frowned slightly and sank into deep thought. After a long while, she shook her head and said, "Granny Star, this kind of person is very unyielding. How can he possibly submit to someone else? Besides, I have always found this person to be an eyesore. If I really have the chance to meet him again, I will definitely beat him up to vent my anger." Granny Star let out a bitter laugh. In Eternal True World, the young lady was like the pearl in the palm of the Yuan clan. Even some of the clan masters who could command heaven and earth had to be polite to her. Perhaps it was because her status was too noble that she had not experienced too many hardships in the world, even though she was incredibly intelligent and had a high level of cultivation. However, it was not a bad thing for her to experience such a trial. After all, the purpose of this trip was to temper the young lady's Tao heart. Besides life and death, everything else was nothing. "Granny Star, where are we going next?" Yuan Qingheng asked. In the beginning, this ancient path of galaxy had the 4 great Tao ruins, and it was ranked at the top of the Great Thousand Worlds. A long time ago, there were some legendary people who possessed such great power that they could be said to be inconceivably powerful even in Eternal True World. They could even make the immortal emperor clans wary of them, Granny Star said. But as the ruins of creation and ruins of profundity disappeared, and as the ruins of Kunlun and ruins of End suffered great disasters, the ancient path of galaxy gradually declined. There was a sentimental tone in her voice. Yuan Qingheng said, "Are the 4 great Tao ruins really so mysterious?" "They are more than mysterious." Granny Star clearly knew a lot of secrets. Speaking of which, the 4 great Tao ruins are the most mysterious unknown places in the world. Even in the Eternal True World, there are not many places that can compare to the 4 great Tao ruins. However, these are all things of the past. Regardless of whether it's the Kunlun ruins or the ruins of End, they've long since lost the essence they originally possessed. Otherwise, those old fellows in the Eternal True World would have long since fought to the death over them. After pausing for a moment, Granny Star continued, "Young lady, since we have come to the ancient path of galaxy, why don't we go to ruins of End and Kunlun ruins? According to what I know, Luo Clan Skirich Master once suffered a great defeat in ruins of End. That place is also where Fangsuan Mountain is located." Yuan Qingheng said in surprise, "Fangsuan Mountain?" "Yes, that Fangsuan Mountain," Granny Star said. A strange look appeared in Yuan Qingheng's eyes. He said, "Then we really have to go and take a look. I have been curious about the mysterious Fangsuan Mountain for a long time. How could it make those immortal emperor clans view it as a great enemy?" As they spoke, Yuan Qingheng's figure gradually disappeared into the distance. The mortal world. The Forbidden City, Heart-Cleansing Peak. It had been more than half a year since Lin Sun's 2 Tao bodies left. During this period of time, Lin Sun fought in the battlefield of the Imperial Pass and the 8 regions, setting off a lot of uproar. When the orthodoxies of the ancient Desolation territory were destroyed one after another, and the whole world was shocked, Lin Sun had quietly returned. In the evening, the sunset glow of Heart-Cleansing Peak was like fire, and the divine light was flowing. On the top of the mountain, Lin Sun's 5 Tao bodies gathered together and communicated with each other, so that Lin Sun learned some things that happened in the mortal world in the past half a year. But they were all trivial things, nothing worth paying attention to. Lin Sun released his disciples Su Bai and Gushi from the treasure and introduced them to other people on Heart-Cleansing Peak. After that, he let them stay. Nowadays, unprecedented upheavals broke out in the mortal world every period of time. Cultivating in the mortal world was even more beneficial than cultivating in the ancient Desolation territory. In this regard, both Su Bai and Gushi happily agreed. From this day on, Su Bai began to serve as an elder of the Yuanchi Taoist sect, specializing in criminal law. Gushi also joined the Yuanchi Taoist sect, but he did not take a specific position. Instead, he accompanied Su Bai and helped him with various trivial matters. That night, Lin Sun's greenwood Tao body went to the Green Lotus secret realm. The origin of myriad Tao. Lin Sun was meditating and meditating. In front of him, the abyssal sword cauldron floated and sank, and the crystal purple phoenix flame of order appeared, resolving the oppressive force from heaven and earth. It had been nearly 4 years. Lin Sun would meditate on the mystery of the origin of myriad Tao every once in a while, and as his understanding of the great Tao deepened, the speed of his meditation was also constantly improving. Up to now, he had mastered more than 500 new great Tao laws. The core power of the origin of myriad Tao is constantly released and spreading. According to this situation, it will take at least hundreds of years for the origin of myriad Tao here to be completely exhausted. It's a pity that there is not much complete power left here. As time goes by, it is destined to be less and less. In less than 10 years, I'm afraid I won't be able to comprehend the complete power of the origin of myriad Tao. A sense of urgency rose in Lin Sun's heart. He had to hurry up. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Lin Sun got up, put away the abyssal sword cauldron, and walked out of the secret realm. Outside the secret realm, greenwood Tao body was already waiting there. Lin Sun's spirit immediately formed a connection with greenwood Tao body, and he learned about all kinds of things he had experienced in the past few years. After a while, he took the Soul Yuan root of the divine dark parasol tree from greenwood Tao body and put it away. Now, he had collected all the Soul Yuan roots of the divine dark parasol tree, Fusan tree, Jianmu tree, and Kunwa tree, as well as the primordial water, pure and turbid star soul sand, chaotic living soil, 5-colored wonderful soil, and other divine materials. This also meant that he could already start to condense the seedling of the chaotic tree. As long as he could do this, he would have the opportunity to meditate on the law of chaos. Lin Sun would never forget that there were very few people who could condense the seedling of the chaotic tree in the history of the starry ancient path from ancient times to the present. To be able to cultivate a seedling of the chaotic tree in the Life Emperor realm was not as simple as meditating on the law of chaos. It could also consolidate his cultivation, temper the law of Tao around him, and let the Life Emperor realm glow with the real power of chaos. Well, when I can no longer comprehend the complete mystery of the origin of myriad Tao, I will condense the seedling of the chaotic tree. After thinking for a while, Lin Sun made a decision. His priorities were very urgent. He could condense the seedling of the chaotic tree at any time in the future, but he only had one chance to comprehend the mystery of the origin of myriad Tao, and the time was getting more and more urgent. For this reason, Lin Sun immediately transmitted a thought to greenwood Tao body to go to the heart-cleansing peak. He planned to leave only one Tao body to guard the heart-cleansing peak, and the other Tao bodies would go together with him to meditate in the origin of myriad Tao. P.S. From today on, the normal update will be resumed, and we will start to prepare for the update. In the end, Blackwater Tao body stayed at heart-cleansing peak. Green wood, platinum, yellow earth, and red fire Tao body, together with Lin Sun himself, entered the origin of myriad Tao for closed-door training. Flowers bloomed and fell, and time flew. As time went by, the spiritual energy in the lower world became more and more intense. Mountains, rivers, lakes, grass, and trees all glowed with a new appearance under the nourishment of spiritual energy. Countless folding secret realms and blessed places were unearthed one after another, causing cultivators to fight for them, so there was a bloody storm one after another. Even some remote and barren lands had now turned into spiritual mountains and beautiful waters. The most incredible thing was that the territory of myriad Tao world was still expanding and extending. Among them, the greatest change was undoubtedly the Forbidden City. This myriad Tao holy land was regarded as the core of the recovery of spiritual energy. Almost every once in a while, an unparalleled Tao fate would be born, causing a sensation in the world. Unfortunately, not to mention ordinary cultivators, even those great forces in the Forbidden City could only watch helplessly. No matter how envious and covetous they were, they didn't dare to fight for it. The reason was very simple. These unparalleled Tao fates were regarded as the exclusive property of the Xianxia Taoist sect. Whoever snatched it was against the Xianxia Taoist sect. Under such circumstances, who would eat a bear's heart and a leopard dare to get involved? It was absolutely courting death. It should be known that as time went by, all the achievements of Lin Sun in the ancient Desolation Domain, the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass, and the 8 regions had already been spread back to the lower world, shocking the world. Even because of this, Lin Sun was crowned as the first emperor of the ancient Desolation domain, with Lin Sun in charge of the Yuanzhi Taoist sect. Naturally, no one dared to provoke it. In fact, even without Lin Sun's help, the Yuanzhi Taoist sect could already be regarded as a top force in the world with its current foundation. Especially in recent years, the Xianxia Taoist sect had accepted more and more descendants, and a group of dazzling geniuses had also emerged, leading the way in this great world. As the saying went, all the heroes of the world returned to the Xianxia, and as time went by, the cultivation of the descendants of the Xianxia Taoist sect also continued to improve, constantly breaking some records in the world. It could be said that the rise of the primordial Tao sect was already unstoppable. Sooner or later, it would become the true overlord of the lower realms. The only thing that made the people of the lower realm feel fortunate was that the primordial Tao sect was only entrenched in the Forbidden City and would never get involved in anything outside the Forbidden City. This also gave the other major forces a chance to expand their territory and rise up. After all, the current myriad Tao world was so vast that it was comparable to a great world. In addition to the Forbidden City, there were many famous mountains, blessed lands, and folded secret realms in the world. The opportunities born in them were also innumerable, which were enough for any big force to explore and compete for. Lin Sun had long been in no mood to care about the changes in the outside world. Even the body of black water on Heart-Cleansing Peak would only show up when it encountered extremely important things. At other times, he lived in seclusion and did not care about the affairs of the world. However, while Lin Sun and other doppelgangers were in closed-door training, Blackwater Tao form was not idle. He had been deducing something. It was a heavily sealed bronze box. This was an item obtained from Master Lu by Xianxia, the head of Xian family, and he gave it to Lin Sun. According to Master Lu, there was a treasure left by Lin Sun's mother, Luo Qingxuan, in this box. If Lin Sun could open this bronze box within 100 years, he could go to find Luo Qingxuan. If he couldn't open it within 100 years, he needed to destroy the box completely. When he received this bronze box, Lin Sun had inferred that this should be an extremely important test, and Master Lu didn't deliberately make things difficult for him. Now, it had been more than 10 years since Lin Sun got the bronze box, but his understanding of the seal power on the bronze box was far from 10%. The seal power was composed of tens of thousands of interlocking prohibitions. It was obviously arranged by Master Lu himself. Even with Lin Sun's attainments in Taoist patterns, he felt extremely difficult to deduce. However, according to his deduction, it should be enough for him to completely break the seal power on the bronze box within 100 years. While Blackwater Tao form was meditating and deducing the bronze box left by Master Lu. Green Lotus Secret Realm. Lin Sun and the other 4 Tao form were also seizing all the time to understand the mystery of the origin of Tao. 1 year. 3 years. 5 years. Time flies in the blink of an eye and passes in the blink of an eye. To cultivators, time flies by in the blink of an eye while cultivating behind closed doors. Until the 9th year after Blackwater Tao form and Red Fire Tao form returned from the ancient Desolation realm, it was also the 13th year of Lin Sun's closed-door cultivation. On this day, in the origin of Tao, Lin Sun and the 4 Tao form woke up from their meditation and looked at each other with a trace of disappointment. Originally, according to his deductions, he should have been able to comprehend it for at least another 10 years. However, who would have thought that in the 9th year, the core power of the myriad Taoist genesis would no longer contain the complete profundities of the grand Tao origins? It seemed that even if he continued to meditate on the incomplete Tao, he could only get limited understanding and couldn't even temper it to the extreme. Well, it's time to leave. Lin Sun stood up. Whoosh! 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 The other 4 Tao form instantly merged into his body. Putting away the abyssal sword cauldron, Lin Sun turned around and left. His body had been here for 13 years, and the other 4 doppelgangers had practiced together for 9 years. So far, they had mastered more than 5,000 new Tao laws. It seemed that there were many laws, but these 5,000 Tao laws were also very different. Some could be called small Tao, and some could be called Tao. Even among the great Taos and minor Taos, there were differences. But no matter what, these mysteries of Tao were part of the essential secrets of the world. When they were accumulated together, there would be a qualitative change sooner or later. For example, when Tao atavism, the accumulated Tao laws could be turned into a strong capital for Tao atavism. In fact, in today's starry sky, it was absolutely impossible to find someone who could match Lin Sun in the number of Tao laws. After all, it was an entire 5,000 plus grand Daos. Every single one of them were complete grand Daos, and every single one of them revealed the most essential and primitive profundities. Just this point alone was enough to shock the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries. The myriad Tao chessboard given by Iso is also branded with the aura of the origin of myriad Tao. In the future, as I continue to comprehend it, I can also gain insight into more original mysteries of Tao. After leaving the origin of myriad Tao, Lin Sun shuttled through different secret realms with his hands behind his back, thinking as he walked. Next, I can condense the seedling of the chaotic tree. While Lin Sun was thinking, he had come to a secret realm where Old Toad was practicing. After all these years, Alu finally had the opportunity to break through and become a martial monarch. Furthermore, during the martial monarch tribulation, he awakened the bloodline power in his body, causing the strength of his body to become extremely monstrous. His peers were no match for him. Only Old Toad showed no sign of breaking through after all these years. Big brother. When Lin Sun came, Old Toad noticed it at the first time. He couldn't help feeling a little depressed and sighed, "It still doesn't work. I can't feel the opportunity to become an emperor at all." His cultivation had already reached the peak of the quasi-emperor realm, but he couldn't wait for the opportunity to become an emperor. Seeing that Alu, Silver, Tian, and who had already become emperors, he couldn't help feeling a little impatient and worried about gains and losses. What's the hurry? The longer you settle down, the greater the achievement when you become an emperor. Lin Sun patted Old Toad on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't forget, when we first met, you said that you are unique in the world, so your father named you Jin Dui. Since you are unique, the opportunity to become an emperor is naturally different from others." Old Toad sneered. "Big brother, you don't need to comfort me. In any case, I've seen great storms and waves, so how could I not know about cultivation? Don't worry, no matter how many years I have to wait, no matter what I encounter, I definitely won't give up on becoming emperor." Lin Sun nodded and asked, "Then are you going to continue to cultivate or leave?" "Leave?" Old Toad said without hesitation, "It's not enough to just cultivate behind closed doors. I plan to leave alone and travel to the outside world. Maybe I can find the opportunity to become an emperor." "That's good." Immediately, Lin Sun and Old Toad left together. On the way, Lin Sun called Alu, Silver, and Tian, who were exploring opportunities in various secret realms, and then they set off together and left the Green Lotus secret realm. On the top of Heart Cleansing Peak, Lin Sun set up a banquet, drank and chatted with Old Toad and others, and told them his plan. After condensing the sapling of the chaotic tree, he would leave the mortal world and return to Kunlun ruins. In the future, it was very likely that he would not come back for a long time. After talking about his own affairs, Lin Sun asked Old Toad and others about their plans. "I'm going to travel to the outside world and look for the opportunity to become an emperor." This was Old Toad's plan, which Lin Sun already knew. He looked at Alu and others. "I'll listen to you, Martial Uncle." Alu said with a smile, "Anyway, I'm alone now." "Me too," Silver said without thinking. "Me and Silver are the same." Lil Tian still had the appearance of a shy young girl. Her big eyes were full of life, and her voice was as soft as a spring. Without waiting for Alu to speak, Lin Sun said with a smile, "All right, you don't have to say it. I know you're the same as them." Alu scratched his head and chuckled. "How about this, you guys stay in the mortal world for now." Lin Sun pondered for a moment and said, "In the upheaval of the recovery of spiritual energy, the mortal world will degenerate into a Xianxia world comparable to the primordial world. If you guys cultivate here, you'll have more chances to break through than other Emperor Realm cultivators. If you leave with me, the disadvantages will outweigh the advantages." Hearing this, Alu was fine, or rather, she had already expected Lin Sun to make such an arrangement, so she immediately nodded. Alu, Little Silver, and others were all stunned and a little reluctant. "Brother, except for Old Toad, we have all become emperors." Alu said, "Why can't we follow you to fight?" "Yes, master." Both Little Silver and Little Tian looked at Lin Sun eagerly. Lin Sun was also a little reluctant, but he still shook his head and said, "If you really want to help me, stay here and help me take care of Xianxia Tao sect. I don't want something bad to happen next time I return." Ahu also said on one side, "The road is long and everyone has their own needs. Since Child has made such a decision, he must have thought it through. You, just be obedient." Lin Sun smiled and said, "What's more, I'm not leaving now." Little Silver and Little Tian also saw that Lin Sun had made up his mind and couldn't change it, so they inevitably felt a little disappointed. Lin Sun quickly changed the topic so that the atmosphere would not be too dull and sad. One day later, Lin Sun returned to the Green Lotus secret realm and began to condense the sapling of the Chaos Tree. Old Toad left alone to travel. Among all his companions, he was the only one who hadn't become an emperor, which made him realize that he couldn't wait for the opportunity to break through the realm just by practicing in seclusion. Under Ahu's advice, Alu quietly followed Old Toad and protected him in secret. In today's mortal world, except for the Forbidden City, other places were undergoing drastic changes all the time. It was extremely turbulent, and fights and conflicts could be seen everywhere. Although Old Toad was only one step away from the Emperor realm, he wasn't an emperor after all. With Alu's secret protection, even if he encountered a fatal threat, he could be safe. Little Silver and Little Tian stayed on Heart Cleansing Peak with Ahu and served as the Supreme Elder. In fact, it was an idle position. But everyone knew that even if Lin Sun left later, Xianxia Tao sect would still have enough power to deter the world as long as they were there. 1 year later, on the bank of the East Sea, Yuan Qingheng, dressed in a green dress and with a black hairpin, walked leisurely in a bustling city, with a pair of clear eyes full of curiosity. Along the way, countless people were stunned by her peerlessly beautiful appearance, but when they looked carefully, her graceful figure had long since disappeared. It was as graceful as a swan. I didn't expect Lin Daoyuan to be the successor of Fengsuan Mountain. Moreover, he's so famous in the myriad Dao world. On the bustling street, Yuan Qingheng said in his heart, "Granny Star, before I leave, I want to meet this person again. Miss, do you want to keep him by your side? This is not easy to handle. You also said that he is Fengsuan Mountain's inheritor." Granny Star's voice resounded in his consciousness. "I don't intend to take him in. I'm just pointing him in the right direction. It can be considered as a gift of good karma." Yuan Qingheng's fair and slender hands were behind his back. His starry eyes were clear and his celestial appearance was picturesque. Although he was walking in the heavy traffic, there was not a trace of worldly aura. Good karma? That's possible, but remember not to have too many ties with this boy. In the eternal true world, there are many immortal emperor clans who view Fengsuan Mountain as their enemy, Granny Star reminded him. Yuan Qingheng grunted and said, "Granny Star, don't you think that Lin Daoyuan's rise to power is very interesting? When he was young, he rose to power in Xiao Empire, and now, in less than 100 years, he has already become a great emperor whose name shakes the 9 heavens. This is too unbelievable." "Miss, you are right. This world might be recovering its spiritual aura, but it can't compare to the eternal true world. It's like the difference between a small pond and a vast ocean," Granny Star said. In the eternal true world, being able to become an emperor in such a short period of time is already something rarely seen in the world. Only the immortal emperor clans who control the power of heaven rank can produce such a peerless genius. But Lin Daoyuan can become a great emperor in such a small place in such a short period of time. This is really incredible. From this, it can be seen that the foundation of Fengsuan Mountain is destined to be extraordinary. I dare to conclude that in the entire ancient path of starry sky, only Lin Daoyuan has such attainments in the path of Dao. Yuan Qingheng said, "So, I want to see what kind of storm he can cause if he can enter the eternal true world." "Miss, what are you going to do?" Granny Star asked. "Show me the way," Yuan Qingheng said casually. 7 days later. Forbidden City. Yuan Qingheng appeared alone in front of Heart Cleansing Peak. She glanced at some descendants who were guarding the mountain gate, and then looked at the top of the mountain. Almost at the same time, Blackwater Tao Body, who had been sitting on Heart Cleansing Peak, woke up from meditation and stood up. The next moment, he appeared in front of the mountain gate out of thin air. He looked at Yuan Qingheng with a little surprise and said, I didn't expect that Miss Yuan would take the initiative to visit me. What's the matter this time? Can't I come if I have nothing to do? Yuan Qingheng's eyes were like rippling autumn water. She glanced at Lin Sun and said, "You don't have to be nervous. I will return to the eternal true world soon. Before I leave, I want to talk to you." "You are very welcome." Lin Sun laughed and said, "I also have a lot of things to ask you. Please come with me." As he said, he led the way. Yuan Qingheng nodded and followed him. Along the way, many descendants of Yuan Tao sect were shocked. On the one hand, they were amazed by Yuan Qingheng's appearance, which was too beautiful. On the other hand, they were surprised by her origin. How could the patriarch personally greet her and lead the way? In this regard, Lin Sun did not explain. Yuan Qingheng was even more calm and composed. Not to mention this scene, in the eternal true world, even in front of the big shots of the immortal emperor clan, Yuan Qingheng had her own pride and calm. At the top of the mountain, the sea of clouds was dense, and the mountain wind was blowing. Before an ancient tree, Lin Sun and Yuan Qingheng sat opposite each other. There was tea and delicacies placed on the table between them. This place is extraordinary. It is located at the core of the origin of all Daos. In less than 100 years, it will definitely become the most famous blessed land in this world. Yuan Qingheng sized up her surroundings. Her voice was as pleasant as the sound of flowing water. "Miss, you praise me too much." Lin Sun smiled and poured tea for her. Compared to the eternal true world, this small place is probably far inferior. Yuan Qingheng stared at Lin Sun and said, "Then do you intend to go to the eternal true world?" Lin Sun nodded and smiled. "I've been planning to do so for a long time, but I've been busy with mundane matters, so I haven't taken any action yet." Yuan Qingheng's beauty was a noble and elegant air that shone from her very bones. Even if Lin Sun was sitting opposite her, she still gave off an ethereal feeling that it was difficult to touch her. It was as if she did not belong to this world at all. When facing her, even Lin Sun had to admit that this woman was indeed very special. The confidence she exuded was something that some emperors did not possess. "Then do you know how to go there?" Yuan Qingheng asked. Lin Sun arched an eyebrow and shook his head. "I don't know yet." "If that's the case, then I have come to the right place." Yuan Qingheng instantly smiled. Her fair face, which was as beautiful as a painting, was illuminated by the brilliant sunlight and gave off a soul-stirring beauty. Lin Sun was surprised. "What do you mean?" Yuan Qingheng said, "I have come to give you some pointers on how to go to the eternal true world. I would like to hear the details." Lin Sun was rather interested. Then, Yuan Qingheng told him about everything. As it turned out, there were only two ways to go to the other side, which was the eternal true world, from the ancient path of the galaxy or from the other universes in the universe. One was to receive them. In other words, the great forces of the eternal true world would take action and receive the powerful warriors from the other worlds into the eternal true world. But usually, the forces of the eternal true world were unwilling to do this. The reason for that was because one had to pay an extremely high price to receive them. Even a monstrous existence like the immortal imperial clan would not easily do such a thing. According to Yuan Qingheng, the price to pay to receive the cultivators from the other worlds into the eternal true world was so great that it was even greater than cultivating an emperor. Unless it was an extremely special occasion, no force would choose to receive outsiders. The second method was to challenge the Great Thousand Battle Realms and carve out a path that would lead him to the eternal true world from there. The so-called Great Thousand Battle Domains was a universe that lay between the eternal true world and the Great Thousand Worlds. It was like a path that stretched across the galaxy. There were many obstacles on the path, and it was filled with unknown dangers. Over the course of countless years, almost all the powerful people who walked out of the different universes of the Great Thousand Worlds would challenge the obstacles if they wanted to go to the eternal true world. But those who could kill their way out of the Great Thousand Battle Domains were less than 1 in 1,000. The reason was simple. The dangers in the Great Thousand Battle Domains were enough to threaten all the experts in the 9th level of the Emperor Realm. As a result, over the course of countless years, the corpses of countless great emperors had been buried on the path. Every obstacle in the Great Thousand Battle Domains was dyed red by the blood of emperors. Those who were below the Emperor realm did not have the right to go to the Great Thousand Battle Domains. Just the journey to the Great Thousand Battle Domain was filled with dangers that could easily kill anyone below the Martial Emperor realm. Because of this, the Great Thousand Battle Domains was also known as the Emperor's Blood Path. Those who could challenge it could enter the eternal true world and seek the Tao of Eternity. If they could not, they would eventually turn into skeletons in the Great Thousand Battle Domains. Lin Sun could not help but be stunned when he understood this. This was the first time he heard that one would encounter such a dangerous test when heading to the eternal true world. This undoubtedly meant that even without the forbidden power of order covering the ancient path, it was not easy to cross the galaxy and head to the other side of the eternal true world. Then, Lin Sun remembered his eldest senior brother, third senior sister, and the other senior and junior brothers who had left a few years ago. Would they also experience the dangers of the Great Thousand Battle Domains? There were also the cultivators who had flocked to the other side of the eternal true world when the forbidden power of order had disappeared. Although there were martial emperors among them, there were many who were below the martial emperor realm. If they entered the Great Thousand Battle Domains, it was highly likely that they would die. P.S. I'll make up a new chapter tonight. It should be around 10 p.m. I haven't asked for a monthly ticket for many days. I'll pluck up my courage and ask for it. Yuan Qingheng was drinking tea in a leisurely manner. Lin Sun's reaction was within her expectations. In truth, those who had not been to the eternal world would more or less feel pressured after learning about the vast thousand battles realms. Some would even give up, even someone as powerful as the Emperor Ancestor would have to think twice. After all, the vast thousand battles realms was too dangerous. After a while, Lin Sun looked up at Yuan Qingheng. The latter put down his teacup and asked, "How do you feel? If you want to go to the eternal world, you must go through the vast thousand battles realms?" Lin Sun asked. Yuan Qingheng said, "If they have cultivation that surpasses the Emperor Ancestor realm, it will be a piece of cake for them to go through the vast thousand battles realms." "Who set this test?" Lin Sun asked. Yuan Qingheng was stunned. She clearly did not expect Lin Sun to ask such a question. After thinking for a while, she said, "It has been like this since ancient times." Lin Sun said, "With the power of the behemoths in the eternal world, can they destroy the vast thousand battles realms?" Yuan Qingheng was stunned again. She clearly did not know how to answer. Lin Sun smiled and said, "I'm just hypothesizing. If the vast thousand battles realms are wiped out, there will be no more barriers. Then, no matter who it is, won't they be able to go to the eternal world freely?" "How is that possible?" Yuan Qingheng's clear eyes focused. "If that's the case, then all the great forces of power in the eternal true world will have to face challenges from the different universes in the Great Thousand Worlds, and countless disasters will definitely happen. At that time, the eternal true world will definitely descend into chaos." The ghost of a smile appeared on Lin Sun's lips. "Perhaps it's precisely because of what you've just said that the great Kiliakosm battle region has turned into a natural barrier since ancient times. It has blocked the footsteps of countless cultivators, and at the same time, it has also helped the great forces of power in eternal true world kill off a lot of disasters." Yuan Qingheng was stunned and fell into silence. She had never thought about this problem in the past. Setting up a barrier to block all dangers that try to encroach on one's interests. Perhaps this is the true value of the vast thousand battles realms. Lin Sun seemed to be deep in thought. Whoever wants to destroy this barrier will become the enemy of the entire eternal world. Perhaps this is the reason why the vast thousand battles realms have been able to survive since ancient times. Yuan Qingheng couldn't help but ask. "If it's really as you said, then in your opinion, what sort of strength must one possess to be able to shatter this threshold?" Lin Sun said, "I can't make wild guesses about this, but at the very least, they should have the power to fight against the entire eternal true world, right?" Yuan Qingheng instantly smiled. "Fellow Daoist, there has never been a single person in the world who could fight against the entire eternal true world. It does not matter whether it is in the past, the present, or the future. This sort of thing is destined to never happen." What a joke. The eternal true world stood above the Great Thousand Worlds and was viewed as an eternal land. There were an unknown number of immortal emperor clans scattered there. Above the immortal emperor clan, there was the eternal god clan, who could contend against it, if such a person truly existed, how could the eternal true world possess the title of eternal? Therefore, in Yuan Xingheng's view, Lin Sun's words were an extremely absurd assumption, which was doomed to be impossible. Lin Sun also smiled and stopped talking about this issue. If there was none before, would there be none in the future? That might not be the case. Alright, I have drunk the tea and said what I wanted to say. It is time for me to leave. Yuan Xingheng stood up, her green robes fluttering in the wind. Her graceful figure was faintly discernible amidst the rising clouds, adding to her mysterious beauty. Lin Sun stood up and said, "You are leaving so soon? I still have many things I would like to ask you." Yuan Xingheng snorted lightly. "Everything you want to know is in the eternal true world. Why don't you go and take a look yourself? I won't be tricked by you again." Lin Sun smiled and wrapped his fist in his palm. "If that is the case, then I wish you a safe journey and a safe return home." Yuan Xingheng thought for a moment, then threw a light green sachet he carried with him to Lin Sun. "There is a green sparrow in this sachet. It knows all sorts of things about the great thousand battles realms. It is for you." Lin Sun held it in his hand. There was a strange inscription of the word Yuan embroidered on the sachet. When he held it in his hand, it was as light as a feather and emitted wisps of refreshing fragrance. "Thank you very much, Mississippi." Lin Sun did not refuse. He was going to make a trip to the other side in the future anyway. If he had the help of such a treasure, it would definitely save him a lot of trouble. Yuan Xingheng hesitated for a moment, then said, "This sachet was personally sewn by my grandmother. You must take good care of it. If we meet again in the eternal true world in the future, you must return it to me." Lin Sun was stunned. Yuan Xingheng had already turned around and left above the illusory cloud sea like a green divine rainbow. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Only the sachet in his hand was still emitting wisps of fragrance. After a while, Lin Sun put away the sachet. He had already vaguely guessed that Yuan Xingheng had come to ask him to make a trip to the eternal true world. However, Lin Sun was a little uncertain as to why Yuan Xingheng would do this. "You gave her a sachet before you parted. The beauty has already left, but you are still in a daze. Could it be that it is difficult for you to accept the beauty's kindness?" In the distance, Ahu had walked over at some point. She pursed her lips and smiled. Her bright and watery eyes had turned into a pair of crescent moons. Lin Sun was stunned for a moment, then he immediately smiled. "She and I almost became enemies. How could I have any other thoughts?" Ahu said, "Since ancient times, there has never been a lack of people who love and kill each other. Besides, that lady is as elegant as an orchid. Her beauty is like that of an immortal. What's rare is that she has a noble air in her bones. With one look, you can tell that she is not from an ordinary family. Which man would not like her? It is normal for you to be attracted to her." Lin Sun glared at her. "You are just causing trouble. Also, didn't I say it before? Don't call me Junior Master." Ahu giggled. Her laughter was clear and melodious. In terms of looks, Ahu was in no way inferior to Yuan Xingheng. She had both the beauty of a fairy and the charm of a witch. Her unique charm had long since subdued countless men in the primeval Tao sect, causing them to fall into an uncontrollable infatuation. In fact, even some of the old men could not stand it. They did not dare to look Ahu in the eye, afraid that their Tao hearts would be confused. Fortunately, Ahu rarely met people, which was why the entire primeval Tao sect was not affected. Otherwise, with her beauty, she could definitely bring disaster to the country and people. "Ahu, do you want me to find you a Tao companion?" Lin Sun suddenly asked. Ahu blinked her charming and watery eyes. "Alright, I don't ask for much. I just want her to be comparable to you." Lin Sun thought about it seriously. "That's a little difficult. But there should be such an outstanding person in the eternal true world." Ahu was stunned. "Are you really serious?" Lin Sun said with a smile, "I don't dare to be careless when it comes to your matters." Ahu rolled her eyes and said angrily, "You should think about how to arrange for Miss Jingxian and Miss Xia Ji. Oh, by the way, now there is another lady who gave you a sachet. I want to see how capable you are and whether you can arrange for them one by one." Lin Sun was speechless. Just as he was about to say something, who had already turned around and left with a smile. Lin Sun smiled and shook his head. He turned around and returned to his residence. Time flew, and another 3 years passed in a flash. On this day, in a world of origin in the Green Lotus Arcane Realm. Boom, a roar that sounded like the beginning of the world resounded. Heaven and earth trembled violently, and all things shook. In a place far away, a tall figure rose into the air. It seemed like the image of a divine tree had faintly appeared behind him. Its trunk was towering into the sky while its branches blotted out the sky and blotted out the sun. It was connected to the sky above and connected to the ground below, and a myriad of strands of divine radiance that seemed like the chaos descended and revealed the phenomena of the world. Lin Sun, who was standing in front of the divine tree, was like the only god among all the phenomena in the world. The earth-shattering rumble from before was caused by this boundlessly grand phenomenon. After a long time, the shadow of the divine tree dissipated, and the world returned to silence. Lin Sun, who was standing in the void, revealed a look of joy. It was done. After 4 years of meditation and condensation, he finally succeeded in condensing a chaotic tree sapling. At this moment, in his imperial life world, a verdant little tree was rooted at the center of the world. It was only a little over a foot tall. Its trunk was only as thick as an infant's arm, and there were only a few jade-green leaves that were crystalline and translucent hanging on its branches. However, this little tree was completely suffused with surging chaotic chi that interweaved into a strange and obscure energy of the laws that flowed freely. Along with the existence of the little tree, the entire imperial life world, the mountains, rivers, lakes, seas, the sun, moon, stars, every single blade of grass, every single tree. Everything emanated a strange rhythm, and it seemed as if it possessed a life of its own. This was the chaotic tree sapling. It was condensed from the sole origin roots of the 4 divine trees, 5-colored wondrous soil, chaotic life soil, and various other peerless divine materials. It was a type of divine treasure that could be said to be rare since the ancient times until now, and it was a precious treasure that even the imperial ancestors dreamed of possessing since the ancient times until now. However, throughout the starry sky, there were very few that were capable of condensing such a divine treasure. Possessing it was equivalent to possessing the opportunity to comprehend the laws of chaos. As this sapling grew stronger and stronger, more and more laws of chaos would emerge. The most miraculous thing was that the chaotic tree sapling was extremely beneficial to consolidating one's cultivation and tempering one's foundation. As his cultivation increased, the chaotic tree sapling would grow along with it, and the chaotic chi that it transformed during its growth could similarly be fed back to his imperial life world, thus promoting Lin Sun's cultivation to a sublimation. This was a magical effect that complemented each other. Especially when the chaotic tree truly grew, it could even allow Lin Sun's imperial life world to possess the foundation of the primordial chaos and nurture all living beings. Of course, what Lin Sun looked forward to the most was actually a complete law of chaos. For years, from a seed to a sprout, until it transformed into a sapling. Finally, I've completely fused this tree with my cultivation. In the future, sooner or later, it will cover the sky and cover the sun. Lin Sun took a deep breath, and his eyes were deep. And now, it's time to leave. P.S. Update sent. Seeking monthly votes. Lin Sun, who had intended to embark on the journey after condensing the seedling of the chaos tree, was hindered by an unexpected surprise. On that day, cracks appeared on the surface of the golden dragon cocoon. Crack. Crack. When Lin Sun carefully took out the golden dragon cocoon, he heard a burst of fine cracking sounds, and pieces of fragments branded with strange Tao patterns began to fall. After each fragment fell, it was like snow melting into water, disappearing without a trace. But Lin Sun couldn't care about this. He clenched his hands suddenly. His body stiffened. His eyes widened, and he stared at the golden dragon cocoon that was constantly transforming. His state of mind, which used to be as tough as a rock and as calm as snow even in the face of life and death, trembled violently at this moment. A tension, excitement, and uneasiness that he had never experienced before suddenly appeared like a hurricane, raging in his chest, making his whole body like a tight bowstring. Crack. Crack. The fine cracking sounds were still sounding, and time seemed to be elongated and became extremely slow. Finally, Lin Sun saw the familiar figure. She lay there silently amidst an expanse of gentle and gorgeous golden divine radiance. Her jet black hair fluttered down like a waterfall, and a wisp of a tranquil and serene glow suffused her fair, clear, and beautiful face. Zhao Jingxian, after so many years, Lin Sun only felt that his heart was about to stop when he saw the woman he liked most. His emotions were surging and rolling, and he couldn't stop at all. Originally, Lin Sun opened his mouth to speak, but the next moment, he was stunned. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. His whole body was in a trance, and his eyes were fixed on Zhao Jingxuan's arms. There, a naked baby was snuggling in Zhao Jingxuan's arms, looking at him curiously with a pair of clear and dark big eyes. His pair of white and tender little feet were curled up. Although he was a newborn baby, his eyebrows and eyes were full of spirit, especially his eyes, which were very similar to his mother Zhao Jingxian. And that little nose and slightly pursed mouth were quite similar to Lin Sun's. Boom! Lin Sun felt his head explode and his whole body trembled. How could he not understand that this little guy was the son he had been looking forward to and nervous about for many years? However, Lin Sun didn't expect that this moment would come so suddenly and so unexpectedly, leaving him completely unprepared. For a moment, he was stunned. Yeah. A tender voice sounded. It was slightly sharp but full of energy. At the same time, a gentle and soft laugh sounded. Look at your silly father, he doesn't even know how to speak. Lin Sun finally came back to his senses. He took a few deep breaths. Only then did he see that the golden dragon cocoon had disappeared and Zhao Jingxian had stood up. She was wearing a loose and elegant jade robe with cloud patterns. Her black hair was casually tied up with a red string. Her tall and graceful figure was more gentle and mature than before. Her pair of slender and white hands were gently hugging the child. When she looked at Lin Sun, her eyes were full of tenderness and sweetness. After so many years, the first thing she saw when she woke up was the person she had yearned for day and night. This made her extremely excited. Jingxian. Lin Sun couldn't help it anymore. He stepped forward and hugged Zhao Jingxian. But he was worried about the baby in his arms, so this hug was a little cautious. Zhao Jingxian couldn't help laughing. She looked down at the baby and said, "Call me father." Father. The baby opened his black eyes and called out in a crisp voice. Lin Sun was stunned at once and couldn't speak clearly. He can speak as soon as he is born? Zhao Jingxian blinked with a unique maternal pride. Don't you know whose child this is? How can others compare with him? In the eyes of a mother, her child was always the best in the world. Lin Sun smiled and carefully reached out his hand to touch the baby's delicate face. A strange feeling surged in his heart. Father, my mother is right. At the beginning of my birth, what I felt in the golden dragon cocoon these years has emerged clearly in my memory. The baby said crisply, although my mother and I have not woken up, we have been communicating with each other through consciousness. We have already recognized the mystery of the Tao and understood the mystery of all things in the world. Don't treat me as a child anymore. He tried to open his eyes wide and show a serious look. However, he was just a baby after all. He was delicate and spoke in a childish voice, which made him look very cute. Lin Sun's mind was in turmoil. He gently picked up the baby with both hands, put him in front of his eyes, and carefully answered and sensed. After a while, he had to admit that the child born by him and Jingxian really couldn't be measured by common sense. It was too special. In the young body, there was a complete spiritual vein, which was the first stage of the devouring abyss talent, exactly the same as Lin Sun's when he was a child. The blood flowing in the baby's body was branded with the pure blood of the true dragon, which was vast, thick, and brilliant. He had just been born, but he already possessed two kinds of heaven-defying innate powers. Even the bones, skin, internal organs, meridians, and acupoints of the baby were all surging with mysterious Taoist rhyme and light. My husband, when this child was in my womb, he was soaked in the dragon pool of our clan and nurtured in the ancestral dragon source. Later, he was given a complete talent by our ancestor, Zhao Jingxian said softly. Over the years, I often communicate with him through consciousness and tell him about the mystery of the Tao and all things. Although he is just born, he is indeed not comparable to ordinary children. Lin Sun nodded, held the baby in his arms, and said softly, I don't care about this. Anyway, he is our child. Even if he is a monster, he is still our child. Father, I am not a monster, the baby said in a childish voice. Lin Sun smiled and intimately touched his face, saying, Jingxian, have you named him? Only a pet name, baby, Zhao Jingxian said. As for the name, it is more appropriate for you, the father, to name him. Lin Sun immediately thought about it. At the same time, the baby, who was temporarily called Lin Baobao, became nervous. His eyes rolled, as if he was worried that his father would give him a bad name. He was born extraordinary, possesses extraordinary natural talent, and is peerlessly intelligent. If placed in the annals of the ancient times until now, he can already be said to be a natural-born cultivator. After a long time, Lin Sun said, but this is both his advantage and his burden. When he grows up in the future, it is very easy for him to have problems with his temperament. Zhao Jingxian was stunned and said angrily, this is our child. As long as we teach him carefully, how can he go astray? Father, I won't become a bad person, Lin Baobao said crisply. Lin Sun smiled, but he couldn't help thinking of his fourth senior brother Ling Xuanzi. He was also a natural cultivator, known as the most intelligent and talented person in the world. But the growth of his fourth senior brother changed his temperament greatly. Lin Sun didn't want his child to repeat the same mistake. Well, let me think about it and then name this boy. Lin Sun thought about it, but he couldn't make up his mind. Finally, he decided to wait. Okay. Zhao Jingxian nodded. Then, the couple whispered their feelings to each other. It was several hours later when Lin Baobao fell asleep in Lin Sun's arms. It couldn't be helped. This boy was extraordinarily energetic. Husband, did you miss me all these years? Zhao Jingshuan's eyes were like water as she asked in a low voice, filled with deep affection. Every day. Lin Sun smiled. The more he looked at Lin Baobao, who was sleeping in his arms, the more he liked her. Then do you think you should compensate me? Zhao Jingxian snuggled up to him. Her graceful and slender body became soft, and her breath was like orchids. Lin Sun was stunned and said with emotion, you and your son have been wrong these years. Then he looked at Lin Baobao again and said with a smile, now I know that the taste of being a father is really different. Zhao Jingxian suddenly snorted, straightened up and stared at Lin Sun, now that you have a child, you don't even look at me? Lin Sun was stunned and hurriedly said, I don't dare. It's just that I have just seen the child. It's inevitable that before he finished speaking, the child in his arms was taken away by Zhao Jingxian. It's not too late to see the child later. Now, look at me carefully. She put Lin Baobao into the treasure, and then untied the red rope that bound her hair. She stared at Lin Sun with watery eyes. Compared to the past, the current Zhao Jingxian revealed a graceful and unique mature charm. Her chest was plump and full, her slender waist was slender, and the simple and elegant jade robe she wore was utterly unable to conceal her extremely tall and slender figure that could be said to be graceful. Do I look good? Zhao Jingxian asked. Lin Sun nodded without hesitation, yes. I'm afraid that even the fairies in the sky are inferior to you. Zhao Jingxian sneered, you don't mean it. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. He was a little confused about Zhao Jingshuan's abnormal behavior at this moment. He couldn't help but ask tentatively, Jingxian, are you angry? Why should I be angry? Idiot. Zhao Jingxian glared at him fiercely, and then burst into laughter, like a flower bud blooming after the rain, dazzling. Lin Sun was confused by her laughter. What was an idiot? Seeing that Lin Sun still didn't understand, Zhao Jingxian couldn't help but sigh, it seems that you didn't miss me at all these years. An idea flashed through Lin Sun's mind, and he couldn't help laughing. He held Zhao Jingxian in his arms and walked away. What are you doing? Zhao Jingxian was a little flustered. What do you think? Lin Sun said fiercely, you just want to do something, don't you? Zhao Jingshuan's jade-like white face suddenly turned red and hot. She buried her head in Lin Sun's chest, and her body was soft and fragrant like warm jade. You bastard! She spat fiercely. If I weren't a bastard, I would be an idiot. Really? You also know that you are an idiot. In a slightly charming and intimate conversation, Lin Sun had disappeared in the sky with her in his arms. The sunset was like fire in the sky, and it seemed that she was blushing. P.S. The second part was a little late, and I got stuck. Half a month later. Lin Sun appeared on Heart Cleansing Peak with Zhao Jingxian and baby Lin, which attracted a lot of attention for a while. Wow, you're so cute. Ahu pinched the little girl's face. His eyes were shining and his voice changed. Little master, I'll protect you from now on. Little Silver said with a smile with his arms crossed. Little Tian nodded again and again. Over 10 years had passed, and Linlang was already a young woman. She wore a light blue dress, and she was young and beautiful. At this moment, she couldn't help but move forward and embrace baby Lin in her arms, and then she kissed the little fellow's forehead with a doting expression. Little brother baby is so beautiful. Everyone laughed. Baby Lin had a delicate face and got the advantages of her parents. Anyone who saw her would like her. But baby Lin kept struggling in Linlang's arms and shouted, "Miss, you're squeezing me." Everyone was stunned and had a strange look in their eyes. Linlang blushed and quickly let go of her hand. She handed baby Lin to Zhao Jingxian and stammered, "Isn't baby Lin just born?" Why can you talk?" Baby Lin said disdainfully, "It's easy to talk. I've recognized all kinds of Tao before I was born. I'm much better than you." Everyone's eyes were fixed on her and they were amazed. The natural saint was just like that. Zhao Jingxian knocked on baby Lin's forehead and scolded, "You're so rude. If you dare to disrespect me again, I'll punish you." "Oh." Lin Baobao said with a pitiable expression, "Big sister, it was my fault earlier. You can't not forgive me. Otherwise, my mother will beat me." Linlang couldn't help laughing, "How can I care about a child like you?" Baby Lin also laughed. Whoosh, the big black bird came and looked at baby Lin with fiery eyes. He said, "Little girl, I've calculated that you and I are destined to meet. If you're willing to worship me as your teacher. See this black pot? It'll be yours in the future." Baby Lin glanced at the black pot on the big black bird's back and rolled his eyes, "You're so bad. You should take this black pot." The big black bird was exasperated and muttered, "You're just like your father." The crowd couldn't help but burst into laughter. In the distance, Lin Sun walked over, followed by Su Bai and Gu Shi. Seeing this happy scene, he could not help but laugh. In his heart, he was feeling more and more reluctant. Originally, he had already arranged everything and planned to leave after condensing the chaos tree sapling. However, baby Lin's birth forced him to change his plans. In fact, he was even a little reluctant to leave. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Heart Cleansing Peak. A 5-year-old boy was lying lazily in a cluster of flowers. His eyes were slightly squinted, and the one acting as his pillow was a ferocious black striped tiger. However, this ferocious black tiger was now as obedient as a kitten, and its eyes were even filled with flattery. The boy was called Lin Fan. The name was given by his father, Lin Sun. He was born extraordinary, but he named it ordinary, which actually contained a kind of expectation of Lin Sun. He hoped that even if the little guy had great abilities in the future, he would never forget that all living beings in the world were born differently. It didn't matter whether they were ordinary or extraordinary. What mattered was how he understood the world, and all living beings. Ordinary. It was a very common name. Lin Fan complained and ridiculed it more than once. Even Zhao Jingxian and other relatives and friends couldn't bear to look at it when they learned the name Lin Sun had given him. A little fellow with such heaven-defying talent, such outstanding aptitude, and such an intelligent temperament was definitely a rare sight. Yet, his name was actually mortal. This was too mediocre, but Lin Sun didn't change his mind. His name was also ordinary, but it contained a kind of expectation of his mother, Luo Qingxuan. Lin Sun also hoped to let his son know what the word ordinary meant to an extraordinary person like him. "Little master, why don't you play?" Silver appeared in the distance. "Are you talking about playing some childish games with those little brats?" "That's too boring." Lin Fan asked weakly. Silver was stunned, "Then what do you want to play?" 5 years later, Lin Fan was already 5 years old. He showed unimaginable wisdom and talent. No matter what he learned, he could understand it easily, which was amazing and caused many people to marvel. It was really inappropriate for him to play with some children of the same age. Lin Fan said, "I want to go out of Heart Cleansing Peak and see how wide the sky is, how thick the earth is, how many ways there are, all the phenomena in the sky, the ups and downs of the world, and, he said a lot in one breath, and the more he spoke, the more excited and longing he became. He sprang to his feet, his eyes darting around furtively before he lowered his voice and said telepathically, "Little Silver, can you sneak me out of here?" Silver shook his head quickly, "No, you're too young." Lin Fan suddenly wailed and lay back to the flowers weakly, "I'm 5 years old. I'm not young. Now I finally understand why my father named me Ordinary. He wants me to live an ordinary life." In the distance, Lin Sun saw this scene. He couldn't help raising his eyebrows and said, "Jingxian, what do you think if I seal this boy's talent with a secret method and let him hone and cultivate alone?" Zhao Jingshuan's heart tightened and she said, "Fan is only 5 years old. He seems to be intelligent, but he is still a child after all. Aren't you suppressing his nature by doing this?" "Child?" Lin Sun couldn't help laughing. "He is not comparable to ordinary children. Besides, it's also a test for me to seal his talent. When he experiences more things, he can open a layer of seal every time he goes through the tempering and get the matching power. In this way, he can deeply understand that any power, whether it is inborn or acquired, needs to have the matching temperament. You know that temperament is the most important thing on the road of Tao." Zhao Jingxian hesitated and said, "But I'm afraid Fan will suffer a lot for this." "Haven't you and I suffered enough?" Lin Sun sneered, "What's more, don't underestimate this kid. I'm afraid he already knows that not only his talent, but his background is also different." In the past 5 years, Lin Sun had been accompanying Zhao Jingxian and the child. He had long seen Lin Fan's every move in the past 5 years. Overall, Lin Fan was too precocious. His temperament was not comparable to ordinary children. Sometimes, his thoughts were even worse than some adults. His so-called boring was sometimes more of a disdainful attitude. Lin Sun was very clear that if he didn't find a way to temper Lin Fan, there would be problems with his temperament. Think about it, a child was born extraordinary, talented, intelligent, and his father was the first great emperor in 100,000 years. His mother was a descendant of the true dragon clan. The elders around him, such as Ah Hu, Little Silver, and Little Tian, were all emperors. The entire Yuanchi Dao sect even regarded him as a treasure in their hands. Under such circumstances, he was doted on by all. In the past 5 years, Lin Fan rarely encountered any small setbacks, let alone ups and downs. His temperament couldn't get the necessary experience and precipitation at all. Even if it's to temper him, you don't have to seal his talent, do you? Zhao Jingxian was still worried. Lin Sun smiled, "Don't worry." With that, he appeared in front of Lin Fan. "Want to go out for experience?" Lin Fan stood up abruptly, raised his little face, and said honestly, "It's not a normal thought." As he grew up, he had an instinctive reverence for his father. "How about I seal your talent and then let you go?" Lin Sun said. Lin Fan smiled brightly and said, "I have long guessed that my father will take some measures to temper me, so I have already thought it through." Lin Sun nodded and sighed with emotion in his heart. He could think of this at the age of 5. In the future, this kid would become more and more monstrous. "Go and comfort your mother," Lin Sun said. "Okay." Lin Fan cried out and ran away happily. At this moment, he finally looked like a child. "An uncut jade is worthless. I would rather you be an ordinary child and live a peaceful life." Lin Sun murmured in his heart, "But since you are born this way, you are destined to bear the tempering that ordinary people can't face. Only in this way will you not go astray." On this day, Lin Sun used a secret method to seal Lin Fan's talent with a unique method. He didn't tell anyone about it except Zhao Jingxian. On the same night, Lin Sun, Zhao Jingxian and Lin Fan had a dinner together. Zhao Jingxian prepared a sumptuous meal. While eating, Lin Sun said casually, "Fan, my father will leave soon, and may not come back for a long time." Lin Fan was startled. There was no reluctance, no astonishment. Instead, he pondered for a moment and nodded seriously, "I understand. With father's cultivation, if it wasn't necessary, you definitely wouldn't leave me and mother behind." With that, he smiled brightly at Zhao Jingxian, "Mother, don't worry. I will accompany you well. In the future, let me protect you." Zhao Jingshuan's eyes were red. She rubbed Lin Fan's little head and said, "You have a conscience, unlike your father who is leaving after only 5 years." Lin Sun was a little embarrassed. Lin Fan said with a smile, "Father, my mother is really reluctant to let you leave. Why don't you take her with you? Don't even think about it." Before Lin Sun said anything, Zhao Jingxian had reached out and twisted Lin Fan's ear. The latter grimaced in pain and gasped. No one knew a son better than his mother. How could she not know that this boy was eager for them to leave, which meant that he had no restraint and could have a good time? "Father, save me!" Lin Fan screamed, tears almost falling down. Lin Sun couldn't help laughing. No matter how smart he was, he couldn't escape from being punished by his parents. "What are you laughing at? Do you think that since you're about to leave, you'll be able to wander around freely outside?" Zhao Jingxian looked at him coldly. Lin Sun's smile froze. He and Lin Fan looked at each other. Both father and son felt sad. "P.S. I just wrote some heartwarming plot, but you said it was too shallow." Lin Sun was going to leave. This news was no longer a secret among the core relatives and friends. Everyone was a little reluctant to leave. But they knew that if it weren't for their son, Lin Sun might have left 5 years ago. This is the boundary key to open the secret realm of heart. During the period of time after I leave, if there is any danger that can't be resolved, take all the people of Yuanshi Tao sect to the ultimate ruins. On the top of heart-cleansing peak. Lin Sun handed the boundary key handed over by Ling Xuanzi to Ahu. Ahu put it away carefully. "Among these treasures, there are the origin Tao crystals and some other useless treasures I have collected over the years. Grandad Zhong, you keep them." Lin Sun handed another storage jade talisman to Lin Zhong. "Young master, don't worry," Lin Zhong said solemnly. "These are the formation discs and formation diagrams for activating the Dao Death Heaven Fall Grand Formation. Little Silver, Little Tian, the two of you take care of it together. Remember, this formation's might is extremely formidable, and it can only be activated when the lower realms have transformed to the point of being able to accommodate the energy of the ancestor realm." Lin Sun handed the formation plate and diagram to Silver and Tian. Before, he had told Little Five to rearrange the formation of Falling Heaven on Heart-Cleansing Peak. With this formation, it was enough to protect Heart-Cleansing Peak from the attack of Ancestor Realm. Soon, after arranging all kinds of matters, Lin Sun stayed alone with Jing Xian and his son for a while. "Fan, remember not to make your mother angry when I'm away. Otherwise, I won't spare you." Lin Sun looked at his son Lin Fan. Lin Fan said seriously, "Father, as long as I'm here, no one in the world dares to make mother angry." Lin Sun nodded and looked at Zhao Jingxian, who looked a little sad. He couldn't help but feel sorry in his heart. He glanced at Lin Fan, and the little guy turned away. After that, he hugged Zhao Jingxian and said softly, "Even though I'm about to leave, I've left a strand of willpower here. Even though it's just willpower, it carries a portion of my memories and strength. If anything troublesome happens in the future, you can awaken my willpower and bring Fan away with you." As he said, he handed a talisman to Zhao Jingxian. Zhao Jingxian took the communication talisman, and her eyes suddenly reddened. "Then, when will you return?" "It's hard to say." Lin Sun sighed. The path to the Tao was long, and he probably wouldn't know what day it was when he returned. Zhao Jingxian looked up at Lin Sun's handsome face and said seriously, "Fan and I will wait for you to come back." Lin Sun agreed. On the same day, Lin Sun left quietly. Other than his relatives and friends, he did not alarm anyone in the primordial Tao sect. The news of his departure was also completely sealed. In the Forbidden City, Lin Sun walked leisurely alone. The streets were bustling with traffic and pedestrians, but no one noticed Lin's existence. In a flash, he passed by the Green Deer School, the commune of spiritual tattooists, and the observatory, which had changed into a new appearance. After leaving the Forbidden City, he walked among the mountains and rivers, walked through the vast land, and passed through the mist city of the southwest province. At that time, when he was young, he met Lu Qingyan here by chance. He walked through Donglin town, where he and Xia had parted. Walking through the old place of the bloodthirsty camp, the stone tablet inscribed with Ziyao flower is invincible because of bloodshed, and the empire lives forever because of war, was still there. Walking through the 3,000 mountains, Feiyin village had long disappeared in the upheaval of the recovery of spiritual energy. Between the mountains and rivers, it had become the territory of various monster forces. After standing here for a long time, Lin Sun walked away. The past was like smoke, untraceable. Soon, Lin Sun came to a collapsed and withered ruin, which had been deserted for a long time. It was originally a mine prison. When he was young, he grew up here with Master Lu. This place was branded with his childhood memories. The culprit who had destroyed this place with one hand had long been killed by Lin Sun. But Master Lu, he still didn't know where he was. After a long time, Lin Sun took a deep breath, and his black eyes became firm. This time, he must settle everything. He flicked the end of his hair. The rectangular bell hanging on the end of his hair seemed to wake up from silence, and said, "Are you leaving?" Lin Sun nodded. "Senior, please show me the way." "Okay." With a buzz, the rectangular bell turned into a stream of light and flew up. On this day, more than 20 years after returning to the mortal world, Lin Sun set foot on the journey again, heart-cleansing peak. "Mother, father has left. Let's go back," Lin Fan said in a crisp voice. Zhao Jingxian had been standing there for a long time, which made him a little worried. "Fan. Ah? Your father is gone. What about you? When will you go out to travel?" "Me?" Lin Fan rolled his eyes and said tentatively, "Why don't we do it today?" Suddenly, a scream sounded. Zhao Jingxian pulled the little guy's ear and scolded him fiercely, "One old and one young, you two have no conscience." In the distance, Little Silver and others turned their heads sensibly, but they were all a little disappointed. 3 days later. Kunlun Ruins. Walking along the Fairy River, Lin Sun was familiar with the road and soon came to the area where the Dao-suppressing cliff was located. The rectangular bell led the way in front, offsetting the raging storm of the Great Way, so that Lin Sun arrived near the Dao-suppressing cliff without any danger. Woo-woo, the broken power of the Great Way was like a black dragon, constantly churning in the void. It was the same as when Lin Sun left. Lin Sun stepped straight up the Dao-suppressing cliff. But when he arrived at the top of the mountain, he only saw Big Yellow lying there alone, sleeping soundly. Not to mention Xianxia, even she was not here. Lin Sun was stunned. When he left, Xianxia, the second senior brother, was sitting here. Although he was seriously injured, he still had the power to suppress Shirtiandi. According to Xianxia, it would take at least 100 years to completely eliminate Shirtiandi. At that time, Big Yellow and she were worried that Xianxia would be disturbed when suppressing Shirtiandi, so they stayed to protect him. But now, Big Yellow was the only one left. "Boy, you're finally here." Big Yellow, who was sleeping soundly, raised his eyelids and muttered vaguely. Then he got up and stretched himself. "What's going on?" Lin Sun couldn't help asking. Big Yellow yawned and said, "Don't be nervous. Everyone is fine. Look at this first." With a toss of its paw, a strange talisman flew into Lin Sun's hand. Buzz as Lin Sun poured his strength into the talisman, a light curtain suddenly emerged. The scene of the Dao-suppressing cliff was reflected in the light curtain. Xianxia, the second senior brother, was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed and his face pale. Big Yellow was squatting on one side. She was sitting cross-legged on the other side. Everything seemed to be peaceful. But with a roar, a majestic and dazzling figure suddenly emerged between heaven and earth. It was a man in cyan armor, carrying a silver spear on his back. His long white hair was tied up in a bun, revealing a handsome face. His eyes were intertwined with strange golden lightning, and there were images of the sky collapsing and the sun and moon falling in them, which was extremely terrifying. When this man appeared, the torrent of the Great Way fragments raging between heaven and earth was suppressed by his power. This scene immediately awakened Big Yellow, she, and the second senior brother. The three of them showed a dignified expression. Because the man's body shockingly flowed with strands of terrifying energy of order that seemed like they were eternal. However, to everyone's surprise, that handsome man in azure armor with snow-white hair knelt on one knee in the air at this moment. Then, he cupped his fist and lowered his head to she. Then, he said, "This subordinate is Jun Fenglai. I have received orders to bring young Miss home." She, the second senior brother, and Big Yellow were all stunned by his words. She, in particular, suddenly stood up and stared at the white-haired man with his clear eyes. He seemed to recall something, and his aura fluctuated. "How did you find me?" she asked. "When Miss set foot on the immortal path, you will awaken the true life seal in your body, and the ancestral tablet in the clan will sense it. It's with this aura that I found you all the way here." The white-haired man who called himself Jun Fenglai said in a deep voice. He knelt down on one knee and bowed his head, showing absolute respect. This was very unbelievable. According to Lin Sun's speculations, such a person had probably surpassed the ancestor realm long ago and possessed immortal karma. But at this moment, he was so respectful, not concealing his absolute respect for she at all. "I see," she murmured. She seemed to recall something. "Miss, please depart immediately. The elders of the clan are waiting for your return," Jun Fenglai said in a deep voice. "What if I don't go with you?" she asked. Jun Fenglai was silent for a moment before he said, "Before I came, the clan instructed me to bring Miss back no matter what. I hope Miss won't make things difficult for me. So, if I don't go, you'll forcefully take me away?" she continued to ask. Jun Fenglai remained silent and did not deny it. The second senior brother, Xianxia, opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but she shook her head and stopped him. "Not long ago, I had a feeling that something might happen. Sure enough, it's as I expected." As she spoke, she looked at Jun Fenglai and said, "Kill that person at the foot of the mountain." "Yes." Jun Fenglai stood up. His majestic and dazzling figure was like an immortal heavenly venerate, radiating a terrifying and boundless might. At this moment, Xianxia, who was suppressed at the foot of the mountain, roared, "I'm the sixth elder of the immortal Luo clan. If you kill me," before he could finish speaking, Jun Fenglai had already made a move and pressed his palm forward. Boom, a dazzling green palm print covered the sky, carrying with it a myriad of immortal lights as it rumbled down from the sky. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia, who was suppressed at the foot of the mountain, was killed. His body and soul were destroyed. This scene also caused the second senior brother and Big Yellow's pupils to shrink. To the second senior brother, Xianxia could not be considered powerful. The only thing that made the second senior brother afraid was the forbidden power of order that Xianxia controlled. But no matter what, Xianxia was an existence that could intimidate all the starry skies. Yet, he was killed in the blink of an eye. This was too shocking. Even Lin Sun was shocked when he saw this scene, and his face changed slightly. So strong, but soon, Lin Sun calmed down and figured out the reason. He had learned about the division of order power from Yuan Qingheng, so he could tell at a glance that the order power controlled by Jun Fenglai was of a higher level than the order power of Thunder of the Earth rank that Xianxia controlled. In addition, Xianxia had been suppressed by second senior brother for many years and was too weak to move. It could be said that it was second senior brother's suppression that allowed Jun Fenglai to kill Xianxia so easily. Of course, even so, it was undeniable that Jun Fenglai was really strong. In a head-on confrontation, Xianxia might not be a match for Jun Fenglai. Second senior brother Xianxia also saw this. Although he looked much more relaxed, he still looked at Jun Fenglai with a solemn expression. Obviously, Xianxia was seriously injured at that time, and he had deduced that even he might not be a match for Jun Fenglai in that situation. However, such a man with such a terrifying cultivation had absolute respect for she. It could be imagined that she's real identity was absolutely extraordinary. "Miss, please set off." After killing Xianxia, Jun Fenglai spoke again. From beginning to end, he did not look at second senior brother and Goldie. "Wait a moment." She looked at Xianxia and Goldie. "I finally remember that I come from the other side, from a place that stands at the top of the world, immortal." She suddenly closed her mouth, shook her head, and said, "Tell Lin Sun for me that he doesn't need to look for me. If fate allows it, we may meet again in the future." After saying that, she turned around and left. Second senior brother got up and watched Jun Fenglai, who was in cyan armor and carrying a silver spear, leave with she. He did not speak for a long time. The scene disappeared. It took Lin Sun a long time to recover from the scene and said, "When did these things happen?" Goldie said, 10 years ago. So, she has recovered her past memory? Lin Sun thought. Big Yellow answered, "Isn't that obvious?" If she didn't leave willingly, how could Master and I have watched her being taken away? Then, he clicked his tongue in admiration. I really didn't expect that this Miss Xi's origin would be so extraordinary. She could make an immortal realm expert call her subordinate and be so respectful. It's the first time I've seen something like this. It can be considered an eye-opener. Lin Sun said, the power of order that Jun Fenglai controls is most likely above the heaven rank. In the Permitha eternal world, such a family would be at the top of the immortal emperor clans. Forget you, even I didn't expect Xi's background to be so complicated. Big Yellow was surprised. You seem to know a lot about Higan. Lin Sun casually explained the experience of meeting Yuan Xingheng, and then asked, where is the second senior brother? Big Yellow could not help but sigh at the mention of Xianxia. It responded weakly, my master. Left. Gone? Lin Sun was stunned, where to? Where else? The Permitha world, of course. Big Yellow said, my master has guarded the dark world for countless years. If not for waiting for the nirvana of freedom to descend, he would have gone to the Permitha world a long time ago. Now that Heavenly Emperor Shur is dead, the forbidden power of order covering the starry sky is as good as non-existent. Lin Sun said, is the second senior brother also going to the boundless thousand battle realms? No, the second senior brother's cultivation has probably touched the mystery of immortality. It won't be difficult for him to enter the eternal world. Speaking of this, he looked at Big Yellow and asked, what about you? Where do you plan to go? Master asked me to guard the dark world. Big Yellow's voice was low, and he said helplessly, he said that the Permitha world is not some paradise, but a dangerous place. If I follow you there, it will be more harm than good. Lin Sun thought for a while and said, the second senior brother's arrangement is good for you. When he has a stable footing in the future, he will definitely come back. Big Yellow rolled his eyes, do I need you to comfort me? It raised its paw and tossed, and a strange bronze box with cloud patterns appeared. It handed it to Lin Sun, this is the order power of nirvana of freedom. Master asked me to return it to you. Lin Sun was stunned, but he accepted it. He already understood that the reason Big Yellow stayed here was to wait for him to return. Let's go. There's nothing to stay in the Kunlun ruins, Big Yellow said. Lin Sun nodded. Immediately, Wu Jubel led the way and sent Lin Sun and Big Yellow out of the extremely dangerous area. However, just as Lin Sun and Big Yellow were about to leave, Wu Jubel suddenly spoke and chose to stay. It was born in the Kunlun ruins, so it was reasonable for it to choose to stay. Lin Sun did not force it. Little friend, do you already know that whether it's the Kunlun ruins or the ultimate ruins, they suffered a great calamity a long time ago? Wu Jubel said before they parted. I've heard of it, Lin Sun nodded. The treasure refining source cauldron was destroyed under this calamity, and the nameless forbidden area appeared at that time. Even the Tao suppression cliff underwent a change under this calamity, causing the power of the myriad Tao to shatter. Wu Jubel said, before we part, I have a presumptuous request. I hope that one day, you can find out the truth of that great calamity. Lin Sun nodded. He also wanted to know what kind of calamity the Starry Sky ancient path had experienced a long time ago to cause the origin order power of the Starry Sky to collapse. Even the origin of the Kunlun ruins and the ultimate ruins had been lost. What was the truth behind this? The only thing Lin Sun could be sure of was that it was precisely because of the collapse of the origin order power of the Starry Sky that the Starry Sky ancient path had declined and its ranking in the colossal world had plummeted, a day later. In a vast universe on the Starry Sky ancient path, Lin Sun and Big Yellow's figures appeared one after another. The Forbidden Order power has indeed lost control, and there's no longer any deterrence. Lin Sun immediately sensed that something was different. The Forbidden Order power that enveloped Zhou Su seemed to have fallen into a state of silence, as if it had no master. Shi Tiandi is dead, and the Permitha Luo clan hasn't sent any experts here for the past 10 years. In my opinion, the Luo clan has already sensed that something is amiss after losing 2 important figures in a row. Big Yellow analyzed, or, the Luo family is going through something urgent, so they won't be able to spare any manpower for a while. After all, it had been 10 years. If the Permitha Luo clan found out about the death of Heavenly Emperor Shur, how could they possibly remain indifferent? But up until now, they hadn't sent anyone over. This could only prove that something had happened. Lin Sun nodded. Are you really going to do that? Are we going to the other side now? Big Yellow could not help but ask. On the way back, it had heard about this from Lin Sun. Not bad. Lin Sun nodded again, looking calm and composed. Not long ago, when the black water Tao form was deducing the bronze box left by Master Lu, it found a line of well-hidden words in the restrictive power of the seals. Your mother has awakened her memory and decided to go back. But because she is worried about your safety, she specifically told you not to look for the box before you open it. The strokes were vigorous and unrestrained, which was exactly Master Lu's handwriting. It was this discovery that made Lin Sun decide to go to the other side. Even though Master Lu had told him not to search for the other side before opening the bronze box, Lin Sun was not sure how long it would take for him to reach the other side after opening the box. After all, there was still a natural moat before the other side, the vast thousand battlefield. Lin Sun planned to continue to study and analyze the seal on the bronze box on the way to the other side. It would be great if he could open the box before he reached the other side. Even if he couldn't open it, there was nothing to worry about. After all, he had learned that the eternal world was unimaginably vast, and the Luo family was just one of the immortal emperor clans on the other side. Lin Sun did not believe that the Luo family could find him as soon as he reached the other side. In fact, Lin Sun had another conjecture. Master Lu and Luo Qingshuan did not know that he was now a 5th-level emperor realm Juing. Moreover, he had been meditating in the mortal world in the past few years, and his cultivation had already reached the peak of the consummate realm. He was only one step away from the 6th-level emperor realm. Well, since you have made up your mind, I will not try to persuade you anymore. But be careful. It is said that the Eternal Land has existed for a long time, thousands of times longer than the starry sky ancient path. It is said that it has experienced the collapse of many eras, and there is even an eternal god there. Big Yellow warned. Lin Sun smiled, of course. He had heard from Yuan Qingheng that there were eternal gods who stood at the top of the world in the eternal world. They controlled the power of the divine order and were unimaginably powerful. Humph, how could I not know your character? No matter where you go, you'll definitely cause a storm of blood. However, this is tempering. The reason you're able to obtain your current accomplishments is inseparable from the slaughter and blood you've experienced. Big Yellow said, I only hope that you will not force yourself. If you really can't defeat your opponent, you can just return to the starry sky ancient path. It is not embarrassing. Lin Sun nodded with a smile. Big Yellow seemed to feel that he had said too much. He waved his paw, let's go. He turned around and left without any hesitation. Big Yellow. Lin Sun said, if someone bullies you in the future, remember to tuck your tail between your legs. I will avenge you when I come back. Big Yellow said grumpily, go, 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 go. Lin Sun laughed, turned around and left. On this day, Big Yellow returned to the dark world and silently replaced his master, Xianxia, guarding the bronze sparrow tower. As for Lin Sun, he embarked on a journey to the other side of the starry sky. P.S. There will be another update tonight. Seeking monthly votes. Library of Literature. The vast universe arc sped through the vast starry sky. On the bow of the ark, Lin Sun lazily reclined in a rocking chair, his eyes slightly narrowed. Although the vast universe arc was a sacred treasure, it had accompanied Lin Sun for so many years that he had developed feelings for it and was reluctant to abandon it. How long will it take to reach the gate of a vast thousand realms? Lin Sun asked. On the table next to him stood a green sparrow. Its eyes were intelligent, its feathers were bright and beautiful, and its claws were snow-white and translucent. This was the green sparrow that Yuan Qingheng had given him. It had always been sealed in the light green fragrance bag embroidered with the word Yuan. The green sparrow combed its wings with its beak and said in a crisp voice, very long. According to the speed of this broken ship, it will take at least a year. Broken ship? Obviously, this green sparrow looked down on the vast universe Arkansas. The arrogance in its manner and tone was just like its master, Yuan Qingheng. Lin Sun smiled and did not say anything else. The gate of a vast thousand realms was the gateway to the vast thousand battles domain. There were a total of 8 such gateways, and they were located in different regions of the vast thousand domains. Emperor realm figures from different universes of the vast thousand domains had to pass through these 8 gates to enter the vast thousand battles domain. What Lin Sun had asked before was the gate of a vast thousand realms that was closest to the ancient path of the starry sky. Lin Sun did not speak, and the green sparrow was also too lazy to speak. It combed its feathers, occasionally shaking its neck and glancing at the starry sky outside. A man, a bird, and a ship were constantly moving forward in the vast starry sky. Along the way, they also encountered some cultivators, most of them riding on incomparably huge boundary ships, shuttling through the starry sky. Occasionally, they would also encounter some Emperor realm figures traversing through the void, but it was only a glimpse. In short, only those who truly traveled through the starry sky would understand the vastness of the universe. One ancient path of the starry sky encompassed 9 major starfields, and each starfield encompassed countless worlds and planes. Ordinary cultivators would exhaust their entire lifespan and still not be able to walk out of a world, let alone travel through the starry sky. Moreover, the starry sky was not peaceful. There were many forces of starry sky pirates, like locusts, and specially intercepting boundary ships that traveled through different worlds. Besides all of these, there were numerous terrifying natural disasters scattered throughout the starry sky. For example, space-time turbulences, galactic storms, black holes of flowing light, groups of meteors, and so on and so forth. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, even imperial emperors could only stay far away from such a terrifying natural disaster. However, for Lin Sun, these were nothing. The only thing that bothered him was that the long journey was a little boring. Tower of Endless, Broken Blade, Abyssal Sword Cauldron. Reincarnation Sword Case, Insignificance Bow. On the way, Lin Sun counted his belongings. Most of the treasures collected over the years were left on Heart Cleansing Peak. At this time, he only carried some necessary treasures with him. Something worthy of mentioning was that along with absorbing and refining the energy of the Phoenix Flames of Order in these past few years, the Abyssal Sword Cauldron had silently undergone a transformation. No matter if it was in appearance or might, it was much stronger than before. Lin Sun also stored the lotus-shaped power of the Order of Nirvana into the Abyssal Sword Cauldron. According to his speculation, the Phoenix Flames of Order should be about the 5th grade of the Earth rank, which was not too bad, but not too powerful. However, the power of order was the power of order after all. It was beyond the ancestor realm, and ordinary emperor ancestors couldn't get it at all. The power of order of Nirvana was actually the original power of order of Starry Sky Ancient Path, and its grade was far above the rank. Above the Phoenix Flames of Order. It could even compete with the Thunder Order of Luo family's 8th grade of the Earth rank. Lin Sun suspected that the rank of the Order of Nirvana was very likely to be above the Thunder Order of Luo family. Of course, this was just his conjecture. Lin Sun's understanding of the power of order was still too vague in general. He only knew how it was, but didn't know why it was. One was that his cultivation had not reached the point where he could comprehend the power of order. The other was that the power of order he had seen was too little after all. With my current cultivation, I'm not afraid of the Emperor ancestors. But if I meet the immortal realm, I'm afraid I can only hide. Lin Sun fell into deep thought. Fortunately, there are very few people in this world who can surpass the ancestor realm. It won't be easy to meet them. However, if I wait until I enter the eternal world and want to fight against the Luo family, I'm afraid my current strength won't be enough. In these years, Lin Sun's cultivation progress could not be said to be fast, but every step he took was steady and steady. On the Starry Sky Ancient Path, he could walk unhindered. But if he entered the eternal world, with his current cultivation, he would not be able to fight against the immortal Emperor clan. I must seize the time to cultivate. Although the vast thousand battle domain is extremely dangerous and bloody, it is also an excellent place to train myself. As Lin Sun thought about it, he could not help but look forward to it. The vast thousand battle domain, that was a place where only the Emperor realm could run unhindered. Perhaps if he wanted to pass through, he would have to fight his way out. But Lin Sun was not afraid. He was never afraid of opponents. He was only afraid of a lack of challenges. A month passed in a flash. The vast universe arc carried Lin Sun and Cyan Sparrow and finally left the area covered by the Starry Sky Ancient Path. They arrived at a strange and chaotic desolate starfield. There were howling and raging space-time storms everywhere. Flowing light surged like a tide. All kinds of natural disasters occurred frequently. It was extremely terrifying. At this time, Lin Sun had no choice but to put away the vast universe arc and began to concentrate on the journey. According to Science Sparrow, this was a plane of the universe that had fallen into a disaster. It was isolated from the starry sky ancient path and was extremely dangerous. Usually, only the Emperor realm could cross it. And on the way to the gate of the boundless Thousand Realm, there were many such collapsed universes. Lin Sun crossed it. With his current cultivation, when he moved through the void, he could appear 1,000 miles away in the blink of an eye. But when he reached this place, Lin Sun had no choice but to slow down. There were too many disasters in the starry sky and it was terrifying. Sometimes, a torrent of flowing light seemed to be far away in the sky, but it would sweep in front of you in the blink of an eye. If you fell into it, your flesh and soul would be erased in an instant. In some seemingly calm areas, it was very likely that there would be a huge void ravine before you could react. It was like a bloody mouth. Anyone who fell into it would be doomed eternally. Even with Lin Sun's cultivation, he frequently encountered some sudden dangers along the way. Although he got through all of them in the end, he was still awe-inspiring in his heart. A few days later, as soon as Lin Sun avoided a gray cloud like a black hole, he heard a noisy voice. "Old ancestor. Go away. Don't worry about me." Lin Sun was stunned and his divine awareness swept over. In the distant starry sky, there was a huge black hole vortex. The nearby void was torn, twisted, and collapsed. A woman was surrounded by the aura of the Emperor realm. The woman with the aura of Emperor realm was trapped on the side of the black hole vortex. Her whole body was roaring, and she tried her best to stabilize her figure. But she couldn't get out of the trap at all. Moreover, as the black hole vortex rotated, the power of devouring and distortion became more and more terrible, which made the woman show a look of despair. Not far from the black hole vortex, there was a windfire hassock. On the hassock stood a group of practitioners, men and women, who were all anxious and couldn't bear to leave. "Go away." The woman who was trapped on the edge of the black hole vortex said sternly, "It took me a lot of effort to rescue you. Are you going to die here with me?" Those men and women all showed sadness. At this moment, a big hand suddenly stretched across the void and reached toward the black hole vortex. The big hand was flowing with Taoist light. As soon as it appeared, the black hole vortex trembled violently and wailed. This unbelievable scene left all the men and women dumbfounded. At the same time, the big hand scooped. The woman trapped on the edge of the black hole vortex was picked up and taken to a nearby safe area. "Old ancestor is saved." Those men and women erupted into cheers and were extremely excited. On the other hand, the woman who was already prepared to die was stunned after being saved, and then she suddenly turned around and bowed towards the direction of the big hand. "I'm Jin Tian Shuiyun from the Jin Tian clan of the Imperial clan. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for saving my life." Those men and women raised their eyes and looked over, and they saw a tall figure coming over from afar. He wore moon-white clothes that fluttered in the wind, and he seemed indifferent and extraordinary like an immortal. It was naturally Lin Sun. Lin Sun revealed an expression of as expected when he heard Jin Tian Shuiyun introduce himself. Earlier, when he was watching from afar, he'd noticed that the aura of these people was of the same origin as Jin Tian Xianxia. Lin Sun immediately smiled and said, "There's no need to be so courteous. Actually, Sword Emperor Fufeng and Miss Xianxia are old friends." Jin Tian Shuiyun was stunned, and he stared at Lin Sun carefully for a moment before he suddenly recognized Lin Sun, and he cried out involuntarily, "So it's Emperor Daoyuan. Lin Daoyuan." Who didn't know him in the starry sky now? Those young men and women also trembled, and their eyes widened. When they looked at Lin Sun, it was as if they'd seen a legend with their own eyes, and their eyes were filled with shock, curiosity, fanaticism, and excitement. Lin Sun ignored them and asked, "Why are you all here? Are you also going to the other side?" Jin Tian Shuiyun nodded, "That's right. To tell you the truth, I also plan to bring these young people to the other side to try my luck. If I could find some serendipity, it would definitely allow them to have a broader future. But who would have thought that such an accident would happen just on the way there?" When she said this, Jin Tian Shuiyun could not help but smile bitterly. She still felt a lingering fear when she recalled what she'd just experienced. the others also felt sad and sorrowful. On the ancient path of the galaxy, a martial emperor like Jin Tian Shuiyun was also a supreme existence who could look up to the heavens and intimidate the people. But clearly, she had greatly underestimated the dangers of going to the other side, or rather, she probably did not know that to go to the other side of the eternal true world, she would need to go through the bloody and dangerous vast thousand battle domains. Otherwise, why would she bring a group of young people with her? P.S. Update sent. I've made up for the lack of updates, and I'm relieved everyone, please vote if you have a monthly vote. There are only a few people who voted. Terrible. Lin Sun saw this but didn't say anything. Before he met Yuan Qingheng, he knew nothing about going to the Nirvana realm. In fact, it's not just us. As early as 10 years ago, after the taboo power of order on the starry sky ancient path lost control, many strong cultivators from all the orthodoxies in the world swarmed to the Nirvana realm to cultivate. Jin Tian Shui said with respect, I thought that without the taboo power of order, this journey should be smooth and unimpeded. Who would have thought that this journey would be so dangerous? Lin Sun realized that in the past 10 years after Shi Tiandi's death, many major forces had already set out on the starry sky ancient path. However, how many people could really understand the dangers of this journey? Lin Sun said, if you trust me, you should return now. This journey is so dangerous that even Emperor Ancestor Realm cultivators are likely to suffer. Since ancient times, many great emperors have fallen on the way before they could reach the Nirvana realm. Jin Tian Shuiyu nodded, thank you for your advice. In fact, even if you didn't say it, I didn't plan to go any further. As she said, she couldn't help but sigh, in the past, I thought that after becoming an emperor, I could run amok in the heavens. But now that I've reached this realm, I understand how difficult the Great Tao is. After chatting for a while, Lin Sun left. After watching him leave, the men and women of Jin Tian clan dared to talk with each other. Back then, I remember that when Sister Xianxia said that she wanted to follow Emperor Dao Yuan to cultivate, she was strongly opposed by the clan. For this reason, Sister Xianxia even abandoned the surname of the clan, making the elders of the clan furious. A beautiful woman said, but now, it turns out that Sister Xianxia is right. The others were overwhelmed with emotions. In the early years, Emperor Dao Yuan was in a dangerous situation and was regarded as an enemy by the ancient orthodoxies of the heavens. Who would have thought that in the end, it was the ancient orthodoxies of the heavens that were deterred by Emperor Dao Yuan's power? Who would have thought that on the starry sky ancient path, the prestige of Emperor Dao Yuan was so great that even the 6 Dao courts had to fear him? He is a legend, unparalleled since ancient times. It's a pity that back then, our Jin Tian clan was worried that we would be implicated and didn't form a friendship with such a person. Jin Tian Shuiyun could not help but let out a long sigh. Lin Sun walked in the vast starry sky. Saving Jin Tian Shuiyun was just a trivial matter to him. What Jin Tian Shuiyun said made Lin realize that they were likely to meet many strong practitioners from the starry sky ancient path on the way to the other side. Half a month later, Lin Sun finally walked out of the collapsing universe that was prone to frequent disasters and entered a completely strange star region. According to the Science Barrow, this was the White Crow Star Field, one of the boundless worlds. The cultivation civilization there was quite prosperous, and it was ranked around 90th in the boundless worlds. When the ranking of the universe was mentioned, Lin Sun couldn't help but be curious. According to his knowledge, the boundless world was a general term that represented numerous universes and planes. The starry sky ancient road was just one of them. There were so many universes, so who had the qualifications to make a ranking? What was the basis of this ranking? Green Sparrow gave the answer. In the boundless thousand battle domains, there was a realm battle tablet, and the ranking of the various universes was based on the realm battle tablet. The realm battle tablet was formed from the order of the Grand Tao in the boundless thousand battle domains, and it was extremely special. The battle strength displayed by the experts who challenged the boundless thousand battle domains would be sensed by the order of the Grand Tao, and from there, different rankings would be displayed. This ranking was related to the position of the different universes in the boundless thousand battle domains. For example, Lin Sun came from the starry sky ancient road, so the ranking he was recorded while he was adventuring in the boundless thousand battle domains would affect the ranking of the starry sky ancient road in the entire boundless thousand world. This was a simple, crude, and intuitive representation. After all, the more powerful a universe was, the easier it was to give birth to incomparably powerful experts, and there would be more than one. When they traversed the starry sky and roamed the boundless thousand battle domains, the battle strength they displayed was already sufficient to represent the top battle strength of a universe. In fact, it was impossible for an ordinary person to reach the boundless thousand battle domains. This also meant that anyone who was able to enter the boundless thousand battle domains was a supreme expert from the boundless thousand world. After Xianxia spoke of these matters, she specially commented on the starry sky ancient road, saying, 200,000 years ago, the experts who traversed the starry sky from the starry sky ancient road to the other side all displayed extremely dazzling strength. Their battle achievements in the boundless thousand battle domains were also extremely outstanding, and they once firmly occupied the top 3 rankings of the starry sky ancient road, and were even ranked first several times. At that time, the experts of the starry sky ancient road were revered no matter where they went in the boundless thousand battle domains. Not to say that no one dared to provoke them, but they could do whatever they wanted. However, in these 200,000 years, the starry sky ancient road was in a state of decline. Not only did the number of top experts decrease sharply, but even its ranking in the boundless thousand battle domains was constantly being suppressed. Until now, it is almost unable to maintain its position in the top 100. After listening, Lin Sun roughly deduced one thing. 100,000 years ago was the ancient era of the starry sky ancient road. 200,000 years ago was the ancient era of the starry sky ancient road. In other words, the ranking of the starry sky ancient road was still extremely high in the ancient era, but after the ancient era, the ranking of the starry sky ancient road was declining day by day. And according to what Yuan Qingheng had said before, this was because the starry sky ancient road had encountered a great calamity in the ancient era, which caused the power of the order of the starry sky ancient road to collapse, and thus fell into ruin. Similarly, in those 200,000 years, the power of order from the Luo family from the other side had also blocked the path of the starry sky ancient road to the other side. As a result, the starry sky ancient road in the boundless thousand world became increasingly declining. After understanding this, Lin Sun could not help but sigh. At the beginning of the ancient era, peerless figures such as Sword Emperor Taishan, Battle Emperor Wu Yang, and Buddhist Lord Xianxia were extremely dazzling. However, in the years that followed, it was extremely rare to see such towering figures like them again. With your strength alone, it is impossible for you to change the ranking of the starry sky ancient road. I advise you not to think about this matter. The Green Sparrow reminded with a hint of warning, although I don't know why Miss asked me to stay by your side and guide you, since it is Miss's order, I will naturally give you the guidance you deserve. However, it is useless to say more now. When you can really reach the boundless thousand battle domain alive, you will understand how terrible that place is. The Green Sparrow looked small, but there was a kind of pride in its bones. Even in the face of Lin Sun, it still looked down on him and gave him pointers. Lin Sun bent his finger and flicked the Green Sparrow's head. He smiled and said, "You just need to guide me. You don't have to worry about other things." The Green Sparrow staggered and almost fell from Lin Sun's shoulder. As if it had suffered a great humiliation, it said angrily, "How dare you? Do you know who I am?" Lin Sun said, "I only know that you are giving me directions. If you dare to disobey your master's order, I dare to peel off your hair, skin you, and roast you." The Green Sparrow was stunned. It seemed that she did not expect Lin Sun to be so rude. After a while, she muttered, "If it was not for Mrs. Order, I would not have said a word to you just because of what you said." Lin Sun smiled and did not argue anymore. As he moved through the void, he felt the power of the Great Way in the White Crow Star area. He acutely sensed that the starry sky of this universe was indeed very unusual. The rules of the Great Way that it covered were incomparably strong and solid. It was indeed incomparable to the starry sky ancient path. Moreover, Lin Sun saw many worlds along the way. Each world had a different style and culture of cultivation. In some worlds, there were many sects and prosperous Taoism. However, the competition was extremely cruel. In order to compete for cultivation resources, large-scale bloody conflicts could be seen everywhere. In some worlds, there were some people who stood at the top of the emperor realm. They lived in magnificent palaces with countless beautiful women serving them. They lived a luxurious life of wine and gold. Their cultivation was still strong, but their state of mind had been degenerated. In some worlds, cultivators called themselves celestial beings and enslaved all living beings in the world. They regarded living beings as meat and took whatever they wanted. Their methods were cruel and bloody. In some worlds, along the way, no matter what he saw or felt, Lin Sun didn't feel anything. He just looked at it indifferently. Occasionally, when he encountered some scenes that he couldn't bear, Lin Sun would erase them. For example, once, when a poor village was besieged by demonic beasts, Lin Sun casually struck down a heavenly thunder, and the tide of demonic beasts was wiped out. Countless poor villagers shed tears of gratitude and cowed out incessantly. They thought it was God's mercy that saved them from danger. But most of the time, Lin Sun was like a passerby. He glanced at them coldly and then moved away. He was very clear that no matter which world or place, as long as there were cultivators, there would inevitably be killings and bloody things. He was not a savior. At least for now, he couldn't possibly have the ability to resolve all this. 3 days later. In a vast and cold starry sky, Lin Sun suddenly stopped. Crash at the same time, there was a violent ripple in the void in all directions. Then, one after another, figures glowing with the aura of the Emperor realm appeared. When the void calmed down, there were 6 more people in the nearby area. There were men and women, old and young, and all of them were surrounded by the law of the Emperor realm. The leader was a man in a colorful robe, stepping on a golden rainbow. His power was even more frightening. He had the aura of the 8th level of the Emperor realm. They stood on different sides of Lin Sun, forming a formation to besiege him. When they looked at Lin Sun, they all stared at him as if he was a prey. The formation, the gaze, and the faintly discernible coldness in these people's eyes made Lin Sun frown. Was this a robbery? Ordinary martial cultivators might engage in the shady business of blocking the road and robbing. However, a group of Emperor realm cultivators would not do such a disgraceful thing. Lin Sun glanced around but did not say anything. The leading man in a rainbow-robed 8th level Emperor realm said coldly, "You're from the Starry Sky Ancient Path?" Lin Sun said indifferently, "That's right. That's right. Come with us." The man in a rainbow robe seemed very conceited. His eyes were full of indifference and his words could not be disobeyed. "Where?" Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. A man in a blood-red crane cloak, whose skin was fairer than a woman, could not help but smile. "You'll understand when we get there." Xianxia, who was standing on Lin Sun's shoulder, suddenly said, "They're from the First Orthodoxy of the White Crow Star Field, Spirit's Divine Mountain. As far as I know, anyone captured by them will be stripped of their primordial spirit and refined into a puppet without will and consciousness. If you go with them, you'll probably end up the same way." The man in a rainbow robe and the others could not help but look at Xianxia. They did not expect that such a sparrow could see through their identity. Lin Sun finally understood. A cold luster appeared in his deep eyes. "It seems like you guys are really a group of robbers." "No, you guys are even worse. Others only want money, but you guys want lives. You're even more despicable." The man in a rainbow-robed sighed and said, "Why can't you cultivators of the Starry Sky Ancient Path recognize your own situation? Instead of going to the boundless 1,000 battlefields to die, it's better to stay in the Spirit's Divine Mountain. Even if you're refined into a puppet, you can at least live forever." Lin Sun said thoughtfully, "So, you've already captured many cultivators of the Starry Sky Ancient Path?" The man in a rainbow robe nodded and looked very calm. "In the past 10 years, there have been more than 20 Emperor Realm cultivators like you. They've all become Emperor Realm battle puppets and serve the Spirit's Divine Mountain." Lin Sun said, "So what if they're below the Emperor Realm?" The feminine man in a blood-red crane cloak could not help but laugh and interrupted, "Those small fries are not worthy of the Spirit's Divine Mountain's attention." His voice revealed a sense of conceit. "I see." Lin Sun couldn't help sighing. Outside the ancient path of the starry sky, there were collapsing universes where calamities and tribulations occurred frequently, and it had already obstructed the footsteps of many experts. They had finally entered the White Crow Star region with great difficulty, yet they would be targeted by the great forces of this star region like prey. For the cultivators of the Starry Sky Ancient Path, the path to the other shore was indeed too dangerous. Fellow Taoist, if you've thought it through, then just surrender obediently so that you won't have to suffer too much from all the fighting and killing. The blood-colored crane-cloaked man said with a smile. Is that so? On the contrary, I feel that none of you will be able to leave today. Lin Sun said calmly. His voice hadn't finished resounding in the air when he'd already strode forward. While his sleeve fluttered, and then numerous dazzling and resplendent strands of sword chi shot through the sky like divine rays of light and swept towards the surroundings. The cold starry sky was illuminated by the brilliant sword chi. Humph, I knew you wouldn't resign yourself to fate. Then don't blame us for being impolite. Attack. The rainbow-robed man in the lead snorted coldly and attacked immediately. Boom, with a wave of his hand, a silver axe swept out and set off a sky full of treasure light. The sound of Tao rumbled like thunder, and its power was peerlessly fierce. On the other side, the rainbow-robed woman and the other four also attacked together. Each of them took out their treasures and used their Tao techniques to besiege Lin Sun. However, they had far underestimated the terror of the sword chi. Bang, the first to suffer was the rainbow-robed man. The silver axe that he'd swung out was pierced by the sword chi and exploded in the void. Before the rainbow-robed man could react, the sword chi had already broken through and swept lightly. With a puff, this expert of the 8th level of the Emperor realm was directly crushed by the sword chi. Both his body and soul were destroyed. Immediately after that, there were shrill screams coming from other directions. From time to time, blood splattered, treasures exploded in the void, and Tao techniques collapsed like a tide. Especially the feminine man in the blood-colored crane cloak, he was riddled with thousands of holes by the sword chi and died on the spot. In the blink of an eye, 6 Emperor realm experts were annihilated. The nearby starry sky was still shaking violently. The smell of blood had just fermented and spread, but there was no opponent in the field. Xianxia's intelligent eyes fell into a dull state. After a moment, she murmured, "You've hidden your strength well. It turns out that you're a peerless great emperor. No wonder mistreats you differently." Lin Sun smiled as if he'd just done a small thing. He didn't stay and moved away immediately. After 30 minutes. In this starry sky, a burning golden figure appeared out of thin air. His pupils were bright, and his power oppressed the starry sky into a violent shaking. Looking closely, he wore a lapis lazuli armor and a feather crown. He looked like a handsome young man, but his eyes were full of vicissitudes of life. As soon as he arrived, he glanced at the battlefield. After a while, he suddenly stretched out his hand and a light screen emerged, showing a picture. In the picture, Lin Sun was besieged by a group of emperors. The man stared at Lin Sun, trying to see something, but the picture was too vague and disappeared in a moment. "No matter who you are, I'll remember you." The man's voice was cold and murderous. The void nearby tumbled, and figures emerged. When they saw the man, they all bowed respectfully and called him ancestor. "I'm going to the vast thousand battle domain. You must take good care of the sect." As soon as the man finished speaking, he turned into a dazzling light and teleported into the distance. Those figures that had just arrived glanced at each other, and all of them were surprised and bewildered. On the same day, news came from the White Crow Star field that 6 emperors of the All Spirits God Mountain were killed by a terrifying figure who crossed the starry sky ancient road. On the same day, the Supreme Elder of All Spirits God Mountain, Emperor Golden Flame, set out for the vast thousand battle domain. As soon as the news came out, the White Crow Star field was in an uproar. All Spirits God Mountain was the supreme giant of the White Crow Star field. It had stood for countless years and no one dared to offend it. But today, 6 martial emperors had been killed consecutively. The most inconceivable thing was that Emperor Golden Flame, who had already become an emperor 100,000 years ago and possessed a cultivation at the ancestor realm, had actually personally set out to kill his enemy. For a time, this matter also caused a stir in the White Crow Star field. Lin Sun was not affected by the news at all. He did not know that not long after he left, an emperor ancestor was alarmed and wanted to kill him. This kind of situation will happen frequently on the way. You must be prepared in advance. Xianxia reminded him on the way. After the previous battle, her attitude towards Lin Sun seemed to have changed subtly. He no longer had that domineering aura. But she was still very proud. Lin Sun nodded and did not say anything. The previous experience made him feel a little upset. For countless years, the Starry Sky Ancient Road was covered by the Forbidden Order power, blocking the way to the other side. Now, with the death of Shurtandi, the Forbidden Order power was out of control. It was not easy for cultivators to have a chance to go to the other side. But who would have thought that the journey would be so dangerous? All kinds of natural disasters, endless man-made disasters, and even refined into puppets. This was only in the White Crow Star field. How many similar dangers would there be on the way, under such circumstances? How many strong cultivators of the Starry Sky Ancient Road could reach the vast thousand battlefields? The saddest thing was, even if they reached the vast thousand battlefields, how much hope was there to kill a bloody way to reach the eternal world? This is a bloody and dangerous road. If I want to go forward, I must step on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood to open a way. Lin Sun said to himself. Lin Sun traveled alone in the cold universe and the dark sky. His journey was full of loneliness and solitude. Only Xianxia was by his side, which gave him a little comfort. However, as they continued to move forward, both Lin Sun and Xianxia became much quieter. Along the way, Lin Sun passed through many collapsed universes. There were frequent natural disasters, and the terrifying power produced almost put him in danger several times. Later, after Xianxia's explanation, Lin Sun learned that those collapsed universes were extremely prosperous in the beginning and inhabited by tens of thousands of living beings. However, most of them fell into wither and perish because of the collapse of the power of order. In the end, there was no life left, and only desolation and frequent natural disasters were left. All along the way, Lin Sun had passed through numerous extremely vast universes that were flourishing in cultivation, and some universes were even more formidable than White Crow Stellar region. Merely the aura of the ancestor realm that Lin Sun sensed all along the way could be seen everywhere. When he walked in those strange universes, there would more or less be some conflicts and killings. Not to mention the Starry Sky bandits who robbed him. Most of the time, Lin Sun was targeted by people who wanted to kill him. And those who dared to attack an Emperor Realm cultivator like him were naturally not ordinary people. However, without exception, they were all killed by Lin Sun. With his cultivation, he was no longer afraid of the Emperor Realm cultivators. If an ordinary Emperor Realm cultivator came to him, it would be no different than courting death. But later, Lin Sun discovered a reality that made him vigilant. In some extremely prosperous and dazzling universes, there were terrifying existences beyond the progenitor realm and reached the immortal realm, and there were many of them. Fortunately, he was in a hurry along the way. At other times, he kept a low profile unless trouble came to him, so he did not attract the attention of the immortal realm cultivators. And what he saw and heard along the way also made Lin Sun certain of one thing. Compared to the universes that he saw along the way, the Starry Sky Ancient Path was really in decline. At least, on the Starry Sky Ancient Path, there were no more immortal realm cultivators. Half a year later, Lin Sun, who was already covered in wind and frost, came to a universe that collapsed, dried up, and suffered frequent natural disasters. After careful search and investigation, Lin Sun came to a relatively safe giant planet. It was also here that after so many years, Lin Sun finally ushered in the opportunity to step into the 6th level of the Emperor Realm. The 6th level of the Emperor Realm was called the Void Connecting Realm. It was also called the Lawless Realm. At this stage, the practitioner's natal Imperial Realm would form its own source of power, and it would no longer be restrained by the power of heaven and earth. As long as the practitioner's natal Imperial Realm was not destroyed, he would be able to refine all kinds of power between heaven and earth into pure cultivation, so that his own power would be endless. In the past, when a practitioner cultivated, he needed to rely on the blessed abode, to comprehend the phenomena of heaven and earth, and to use the power of mountains and rivers. On the Starry Ancient Path, he could summon the wind and rain, move mountains, and fill seas. But if he left the Starry Ancient Path and entered a strange universe, it was very likely that his cultivation would be suppressed, and he could only rely on his own power to support himself. Just like the mortal world, the ancient desolation realm, and the Starry Ancient Path. Different worlds and planes covered different laws of heaven and earth. But whether it was the mortal world or the ancient desolation realm, they all belonged to the Starry Ancient Path, so the laws of heaven and earth covered by them were not much different. But once he left the Starry Ancient Path and entered a new universe, it meant that he would have to face new laws of heaven and earth and the power of order. The cultivation that an outsider originally controlled was very likely to be suppressed or even rejected. This was also one of the reasons why practitioners below the Emperor realm rarely had the chance to go to a foreign world. Because only people in the Emperor realm could travel between different universes and different laws of heaven and earth. But similarly, people in the Emperor realm might be able to cross different universes, but they would also be rejected by the strange laws of heaven and earth, making it difficult for them to use those strange laws of heaven and earth. For example, if it wasn't for Lin Sun's sufficiently formidable cultivation, then merely the grand Tao laws that covered the various universes and worlds would be able to cause him to feel extremely pressured. But as long as he reached the 6th level of the Emperor realm, it would be completely different. The so-called lawless meant that no matter which universe, no matter what laws of heaven and earth he faced, he could ignore them. The core was the transformation of the natal imperial realm. The void-reaching Emperor realm could be lawless and refine all kinds of power for his own use. Even if it was a strange world and strange laws of heaven and earth, he could still use them. Now, Lin Sun was about to face a great tribulation to enter the void-reaching realm. On the barren star, Lin Sun sat cross-legged with a dull look, like an old well without any ripples. His cultivation was restrained to the extreme and contained in the Life Emperor realm. On the other hand, the natal Emperor stage was like a volcano that had been accumulating for many years and was about to erupt, producing thunderous roars. The entire huge celestial body resonated with it. This was the depths of a collapsed universe. The Grand Tao had dried up, and disasters occurred frequently. However, it was also for this reason that Lin Sun chose to undergo the heavenly tribulation here. First, there was no power of the Great Way. Second, this place was desolate and uninhabited, so he was not afraid of being disturbed. 3 days later, Lin Sun's body was covered with dust, and there was no sign of life, just like the nearby rocks and dust. Lin Sun was as dead as a tree. However, the huge celestial body beneath him was constantly resonating and moving rhythmically, as if it was inhaling and exhaling. The natal monarch realm in his body seemed to be on fire, showing signs of boiling and gushing. Silently, rolling black clouds emerged from the depths of the sky. The breath of disaster, like a torrent, instantly covered the sky above Lin Sun's head. It was as dark as the eternal night. The oppressive and terrible breath of disaster could make ordinary people in the Emperor realm desperate and collapse. It was too powerful. And this scene lasted for a whole day. The huge celestial body was completely shrouded by thick black clouds, which were dark and exuded a majestic and boundless breath of destruction. In the dead silence, there was a sudden loud noise. It was like the first thunder in the creation of the world. This collapsed and withered starry sky suddenly trembled. Countless barren stars rumbled and exploded, turning into powder. Crack, the huge celestial body under Lin Sun also cracked. Unable to bear the loud noise, it suddenly burst into pieces. At this time, Lin Sun, who had been silent and motionless, quietly opened his eyes and stood up. With this movement, the natal Emperor realm, which had been compressed to the extreme and boiled to the extreme, erupted completely like a volcano. Boom, a strand of a terrifying and boundlessly imposing aura of the Grand Tao spread out from Lin Sun's body, and it faintly seemed like an enormous abyss had appeared within it. A cauldron had surged out from within the abyss, and the surroundings of the cauldron had instead developed into a brilliant and boundless universe. The sun, moon, stars, the landscape, all of them had transformed into phenomena that fluttered about. Later, a chaos tree rose from the ground and released chaos. Suddenly, all the strange phenomena were covered in it. It was chaotic and indescribable. Lin Sun was still Lin Sun, but the power he released at this moment was so strong that it tore the thick black clouds above his head. Rumble in the depths of the clouds, thunder and lightning flowed and danced wildly, as if they were enraged. Endless thunderbolts poured down like the Milky Way. The power released by each thunderbolt was unimaginably terrible. A single wisp of it was enough to kill people in the Emperor realm in the world. At this time, it was like the Milky Way had burst its dike and poured down. That scene could even make the ancestors of the Emperor realm tremble with fear. There was no doubt that this was an unprecedented catastrophe. Lin Sun, who was below it, didn't dodge. Instead, he rushed up and opened his arms. His tall figure was like a big abyss, releasing unparalleled devouring and obliterating power. In an instant, his whole body was submerged by the endless torrent of thunder and lightning. The bright lightning was dense, and the earth-shattering thunder rumbled. All of a sudden, there was a scene like the end of the world. But just after a moment, the rolling torrent of thunder and lightning was constantly swallowed and obliterated as if it was swept by a huge whirlpool. Later, the thunder and lightning disappeared between heaven and earth. Only Lin Sun's abyss-like figure was left standing there, releasing infinite light. Looking carefully, the remaining thunder and lightning were still flowing through the pores of his body, but he was unscathed and his momentum was even stronger. It's just an appetizer. Come again. Lin Sun raised his eyes and looked into the depths of the sky. There was a faint fighting spirit burning in the depths of his eyes. Boom, as if it was completely enraged, the tribulation cloud rolled, showing all kinds of scenes of the end of the world. Then, the thunder and lightning evolved into the phantoms of gods and demons. There were thousands of them, roaring and rushing to Lin Sun. It was like an army of gods and demons on an expedition. Lin Sun smiled indifferently and rushed up, displaying his own Tao and law. Every move of his released the power to destroy the world. The army of gods and demons was defeated in pieces, turned into a rain of thunder and lightning, and then was swallowed up by Lin Sun's figure. He was like a hot knife through butter, galloping and killing, sweeping away all obstacles. Before the army of gods and demons was killed, all kinds of strange scenes rushed out from the depths of the tribulation cloud. There was the purgatory world stained with black blood, condensing and covering down. There was a bright and shining Milky Way, gathering billions of stars. There were ancient altars, mysterious pagodas, strange Taoist rites, magnificent divine palaces, towering Taoist mountains, one after another. Those scenes were simply unbelievable. This was the power that a great trial of the Emperor's path could display. Even Lin Sun couldn't help but be stunned. Then he laughed and jumped up. He completely released himself and exerted all of his strength. He didn't think of anything in his mind, and he didn't have any thoughts at all. There was only battle intent burning in his heart, and it gushed out wantonly. Rumble, this starry sky was completely covered by the endless breath of destruction and tribulation. All kinds of thunder and lightning phenomena appeared frequently, shocking the world. It didn't take long for Lin Sun's figure to be heavily injured. He was crushed, bombarded, torn, or whipped, but he still kept on fighting, as if he didn't know pain in life and death. His majestic and powerful figure had never been defeated. After a long time. Only then did the tribulation lightning gradually dissipate. In the field, only Lin Sun's broken figure was left. But his spirit was still boiling, his unparalleled fighting spirit was still strong, and his will was unshakable. This catastrophe was far more terrifying than he had imagined. It had even exceeded his imagination. But at this moment, Lin Sun had no way back. He never thought of retreating. In his lifetime, since he'd risen to prominence at a young age until now, he'd experienced countless heavenly tribulations. Every single one of them was simply like he was fighting with his life on the line between life and death, and it was dangerous to the extreme and terrifying to the extreme. It was far from something an ordinary cultivator could understand. But he never flinched once. Naturally, this time was no exception. Similarly, no one knew better than Lin Sun that after experiencing those strange and even abnormal tribulations, the benefits were beyond imagination. Without giving Lin Sun too much time to breathe, another tribulation thunder was formed. Boom, majestic figures of thunder and lightning, like ancient kings patrolling the world, rushed out from the depths of the tribulation thunder. Each of them glowed with power that was not weaker than Lin Sun at all, just like a group of peerless emperors. The most incredible thing was that these figures were men and women with different appearances. Some wore Taoist robes, rode cyan kailan, and held jade rulers. Some held golden halberds, wore imperial crowns, and wore blood-stained armors. Some figures were slender, with a hazy light rain, and looked like immortals, holding a jade bottle. Some were as fierce as demons, manipulating wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, and stepping on the blood purgatory sea. Every single one of them had an infinite amount of power. Lin Sun's pupils shrank, and a thought came to his mind. Is it possible that this tribulation evolved from the emperors who had shone brilliantly on the path of extinction in ancient and modern times? It was the first time that Lin Sun had encountered such a tribulation, which was extremely strange and terrible. Before Lin Sun could think more. Boom, those terrible figures had already stepped on the void and rushed towards Lin Sun, and suddenly Lin Sun was besieged. Although these figures were not the real peerless emperors, their power was not inferior to Lin Sun's. The power of Taoism and treasures they displayed was extremely powerful, which was the real power of the peerless emperors. P.S. The second update will be a little late. Today is her birthday, so I'll have dinner with her. The battle broke out in the void. A group of peerless figures besieged Lin Sun. The power they released shattered the sky and destroyed everything. It was unimaginably horrible. Lin Sun, who was seriously injured, was in great danger at this moment. He was so oppressed that he almost couldn't lift his head. There had never been a tribulation as difficult and terrible as this one. It was completely beyond Lin Sun's expectation. But he didn't have the time to think about all of this. The essence, energy, and spirit in his entire body blazed to the extreme, and the will that he'd tempered through many years of slaughter allowed him to maintain a wisp of calmness and emptiness in his mind even when he was in deep trouble. Gradually, he acutely noticed that even though every single one of his opponents possessed supreme strength and were peerlessly formidable, they lacked intelligence and intelligence. This caused their attacks to lack variation and agility. This was a flaw. However, these opponents were too powerful, so it was extremely difficult to catch and attack them. After a long time, Lin Sun's situation became more and more unbearable. His body was broken and cracked, and his bones were broken. He looked extremely miserable. He was gasping for breath, but his eyes were burning with flames. After all, it's just a thunder punishment, not a living emperor of Juing. I should try my best to suppress him in mind, cultivation, willpower, and strength. Suddenly, Lin Sun let out a roar. His mind was like a god, and his willpower was like iron. He exhausted all his cultivation and attacked with all his strength. Kill, kill, kill. He didn't care about life or death, nor was he afraid of being injured. There was only a pure and disdainful fighting intent left in his body. Boom! After a while, a man with a golden halberd, a crown, and a blood-stained armor was punched by Lin Sun and turned into a rain of thunder and lightning. As Lin Sun's figure swallowed the rain of thunder and lightning, a wonderful feeling came to his mind. Niao Longxiang, the first emperor of Juing in the Feihuang star area, is called Dragon Elephant Emperor. This information was extremely vague. It was just a description, but it was impossible to know the details. So Lin Sun didn't know which plane of the flying locust star area was in the vast thousand world and how great Niao Longxiang was. But this experience reminded Lin of his experience in the samsara world of nirvana and the ranking of each realm since ancient times. On the other hand, the scene before his eyes seemed to be a competition between Zhu Ying's imperial realm cultivators for rankings. But Lin Sun was not sure whether it was true or not. Moreover, he didn't have much time to think. The battle was still going on. However, after defeating an opponent and devouring the scattered thunder and light rain, Lin Sun's strength seemed to have undergone a wonderful transformation, making his seriously injured figure show a new kind of power. This change refreshed Lin Sun. Kill, his fighting spirit was burning, and he fought while bathed in blood. Not long after, an old man in a Taoist robe, riding a green kailan and holding a jade ruler was killed by Lin Sun. Before the light rain fell, he was swallowed up by Lin Sun. Immediately after, that wondrous feeling appeared again. Feng Xingzi, the #1 martial emperor in the Wenzhen Xing domain. His title is Martial Emperor Wu Heng and he has dominated the universe for 90,000 years. At the same time, Lin Sun's strength changed again. Sure enough, defeating the opponent is equivalent to killing the Thunder Retribution. I can obtain the power of nirvana from the Thunder Retribution and transform my own cultivation. Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep and bright. When he looked at the opponents in the field again, it was as if he was staring at delicious prey. Kill, without hesitation, he rushed out again. What a horrible chi of disaster, who is crossing the Thunder Retribution here? A mighty and bright golden figure suddenly floated up into appearance nearby this collapsed and desolate universe, and it emanated a terrifying glow and flowed with divine radiance. Looking carefully, it was Emperor Golden Flame, the supreme elder of all spirits mountain in the White Crow Star area. At this moment, his pupils shrank and he was moved. In the senses of his divine sense, there were layers upon layers of tribulation clouds in the depths of the collapsed universe, and it was like an eternal night that blotted out the sky and blotted out the sun. Merely the aura of destruction they emanated caused a martial ancestor realm figure like him to shudder with fear. Emperor Golden Flame immediately stopped and didn't dare to get close for fear of being contaminated by the aura of disaster. It turns out to be the Jewing Emperor's tribulation to the 6th level of the Emperor realm. After a while, Emperor Golden Flame revealed a look of understanding. In the White Crow Star area, there were also Ju Shui Emperors. And in the All Spirits Mountain, there was such a legendary figure. He was Emperor Qing Sun, the junior brother of Emperor Golden Flame. He was a peerless genius when he was young and had reached the 7th level of Ju Shui Emperor realm in less than 30,000 years of cultivation. As early as thousands of years ago, Emperor Qing Sun had set off for the boundless Thousand battlefield. As the senior brother, Emperor Golden Flame naturally knew the details of the peerless Emperor realm. He knew that when such an existence broke through the realm, the tribulation they faced was incomparably terrifying. No, when junior brother Qing Sun was crossing the Thunder Retribution, it wasn't so terrifying. Soon, Emperor Golden Flame's face changed slightly and revealed a look of disbelief. When Emperor Qing Sun was crossing the 6th tribulation, Emperor Golden Flame had personally protected him. How could he not know the mystery of this tribulation? But at this moment, Emperor Golden Flame was shocked to find that the Great Tribulation in the depths of the universe was not only more powerful than Emperor Qing Sun's tribulation, but it also produced many incredible changes. Emperor Golden Flame had never seen all of this before. Who is this person? Why is he facing such an unimaginable great tribulation? All of a sudden, Emperor Golden Flame's curiosity was aroused. He, who had originally intended to hurry on with his journey, decided to stay and take a look. Time flew by. Unknowingly, several hours had passed. Gradually, the Golden Flame the Arch-Ancestor sensed that the black tribulation clouds that blotted out the sky were showing signs of dissipating. This allowed him to vaguely sense the figure undergoing the tribulation. However, the figure was too far away, and the figure was too dazzling and bathed in lightning, so he couldn't see the figure's appearance clearly. Extraordinary. He was even able to overcome such a great calamity. This person's attainments in the ultimate path towards the Tao is absolutely not inferior to junior brother Qing Sun, and he can be considered as a true peak overlord in a starry sky. Emperor Golden Flame exclaimed inwardly. But in the next moment, he was stunned and his eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. How could it be him? Emperor Golden Flame almost cried out. Far away in the depths of the universe, the rolling tribulation clouds had already dissipated, allowing him to see the appearance of the person undergoing the tribulation. It was the murderer who had killed 6 Emperor Realm experts of the All Spirits God Mountain half a year ago. Half a year ago, he had trekked all the way to find Lin Sun's traces. However, the star path was vast, and he was only sure that Lin Sun was heading to the vast Thousand battle domain. Who would have thought that he would actually see him here? Thinking of how he had been amazed and even thought of befriending Huang Xiaolong, Golden Flame Martial Ancestor's face darkened as if he had swallowed a fly. It's a pity. A person like you could have shone brilliantly in the future, but since you've offended my All Spirits God Mountain, today, you're destined to die. Boiling killing intent surged in Emperor Golden Flame's heart. He took a deep breath and with a cold look in his eyes, he took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. Who seeing the tribulation clouds gradually dissipate, Lin Sun let out a long breath of turbid air. Earlier, he'd crushed the figures of all the peak emperors and devoured the energy of the tribulation lightning, allowing his cultivation to undergo rebirth over and over again. At this moment, he'd already smoothly stepped into the realm of lawlessness. The natal emperor realm in his body was like an eternally burning sun, constantly spewing out abundant energy. At this stage, as long as the natal emperor realm was not destroyed, it would possess the power to refine everything. It could ignore the rules of the great Tao of heaven and earth and be lawless. Lin Sun could feel that his strength had completely changed after reaching this stage. It had undergone a qualitative change. The 9 stages of the emperor realm were like a natural chasm. The first 3 stages were known as the emperor's heart barrier. After breaking through this barrier, one's body and mind could become a world. From the 4th to the 6th stage of the emperor realm, there was a barrier called the confinement barrier. To break through the confinement, there was no law and no heaven. It could be said that the 4th and 5th stage of the emperor realm were a kind of accumulation. At the 6th stage of the emperor realm, there would be a new great transformation. At this moment, Lin Sun had broken through the confinement barrier and entered the sixth stage of the Emperor realm. At this moment, his cultivation also underwent an unprecedented change. However, before Lin Sun could feel the subtle mystery of this new change, a sense of danger welled up in his heart. Almost instinctively, his figure flashed. Boom, the void where he had been standing was shattered by a gigantic golden hand. Lin Sun's black eyes suddenly turned cold. At the same time, a surprised voice came from afar. Just a sixth stage of the Emperor realm. Even though you're a peerless great emperor, you're not bad to be able to dodge my attack. Then, the figure of the Golden Flame Emperor ancestor appeared. His expression was cold and his eyes were fixed on Lin Sun. Unfortunately, you're destined to die today. Emperor ancestor, at this moment, Lin Sun's body stiffened and his pupils contracted. He had never thought that such a terrifying existence would suddenly appear out of nowhere. Boom, before Lin Sun could think about it, the Golden Flame Emperor ancestor attacked without hesitation. His body released a monstrous golden light that covered the sky and shrouded all directions. He waved his sleeves, pinched his palms and fingers, and slapped hard. The palm print showed a kind of supreme ancestor realm. Law. It was mysterious and unpredictable. Looking from afar, it was like the hand of God shrouding down to destroy the world and wipe out all living beings. The power of the Golden Flame Emperor ancestor was vividly reflected at this moment. At this moment, Lin Sun did not hesitate to use his strongest means. The abyssal sword cauldron roared out. The forbidden passage released the light of time. His cultivation was pushed to the extreme at this moment. The figure of the Golden Flame Emperor ancestor stagnated for a moment. Then, his body was enveloped by the abyssal sword cauldron. With a roar, his body and spirit exploded. Before they could spread, they were obliterated. In an instant, the Golden Flame Emperor ancestor was killed, straightforward and efficient, incomparably domineering. The Golden Flame Emperor ancestor, who was immeasurably powerful and cold, did not even have time to react before he died. Such a way of death was undoubtedly too humiliating and humiliating. If it was spread out, no one would dare to believe it. After all, the Golden Flame Emperor ancestor was supreme and terrifying. He was absolutely a character above the heavens. But now, he was killed before he could react, which would absolutely make all practitioners dumbfounded. Even Lin Sun himself could not help but be stunned. He patted his forehead and said with regret, "How could I forget that I have just broken through the realm? I should have left this old guy here to test the power of the sixth level of the Emperor realm." If the dead Emperor ancestor Golden Flame heard these words, who knew what he would think? Literature Library. After the death of the Golden Flame ancestor, only a pale golden ring was left. If Lin Sun hadn't stopped in time, the golden ring would have been destroyed by the abyssal sword cauldron. Lin Sun erased the imprint of will on the ring and probed it with his consciousness. He found that the ring was an emperor treasure with wisps of the power of order, which could evolve into a Taoist sword. It was called the Gung Golden Sword Ring. However, the power of order was far inferior to the Order Phoenix Flame. There were a lot of good things in the ring, including mountains of elixirs, Taoist gems, magic materials, and some miscellaneous items. Through investigation, Lin Sun learned the identity of Golden Flame ancestor and understood why he came to kill him. When Lin Sun was about to put away the Gung Golden Sword Ring, he suddenly noticed that the surface of a purple copper mirror engraved with strange Taoist patterns was shining quietly. Lin Sun immediately took it out. But the purple copper mirror trembled slightly, and then a dazzling purple rainbow gushed out, gradually turning into a light curtain. In the light curtain, there was a vast and bloody battlefield, with mountains of corpses and seas of blood everywhere. Smoke billowed, piercing the sky and the earth, and the roar of demons rumbled. Many stalwart figures were running amok, chasing and killing each other. The sky and earth were turned upside down, and the sun and moon were dim. There was a terrible scene of collapse everywhere. "Senior brother." Suddenly, a voice sounded. Then, a handsome face appeared on the light curtain, with long cyan hair and a vision of thousands of swords bursting out in his pupils. However, when he saw Lin Sun through the light curtain of the copper mirror, the handsome man was stunned and his face darkened. "Who are you?" He spoke with an icy cold voice that was sonorous like a sword and terrifying to the extreme. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. He had noticed that the purple copper mirror was a strange ancient communication treasure, which could produce the magical effect of world's end near at hand. The golden sword ring is also in your hands, could it be? The eyes of the green-haired man burst out a terrible chill, as if he had guessed something. Lin Sun said indifferently, "You're right, Golden Flame is dead." The green-haired man pointed at Lin Sun with a frosty face, "Don't let me see you in the Kiliacosm battle domain." His voice was full of unparalleled killing intent. Boom! The screen of light shattered, and everything disappeared. Emperor Qing Sun. Lin Sun thought. When checking the relics in the Gingjin sword ring, Lin Sun saw some letters, which recorded some things between Golden Flame Ancestor and Emperor Qing Sun. This allowed Lin Sun to understand the identity of Great Emperor Qing Sun, and he knew that this was a peerless supreme great emperor who had attained the 7th level of the emperor realm. Rather than saying that Qing Sun was Jin Yan's junior brother, it would be better to say that Jin Yan was more like Qing Sun's senior. He had watched Qing Sun's rise and growth, so they had a close relationship. The place where that guy appeared was filled with battles and smoke. It should be one of the battlefields in the Great Thousand Battle Domains. As Lin Sun pondered, he crushed the purple copper mirror in his hand. Next, Lin Sun sat cross-legged and began to consolidate his cultivation. As he cultivated, he keenly sensed that it was not just his life emperor realm that had undergone a qualitative change. Even the sapling of the chaos tree that had taken root in it had grown taller. The tender green leaves on the branches swayed and flowed with a rhythm of life. The chaotic laws it gave off also became purer. For example, there were 18 leaves on the branches now. The veins on each leaf were actually a manifestation of the primal chaos laws. When Lin Sun was practicing, he could intuitively feel that there was a kind of chaotic quality in his cultivation, which made the power of more than 5,000 great ways he controlled be nourished. If the Tao were different colored canvases, then the chaotic laws were a type of dye that could make the different canvases brighter and more beautiful. For the time being, Lin Sun was still unable to comprehend the profundity of these subtle changes. However, he dared to conclude that as the chaos tree continued to grow, more and more leaves would appear, and the chaotic laws that emerged were bound to become stronger. All of this directly formed a form of feedback and nurturing towards his own cultivation, and it caused his cultivation to undergo a transformation. 7 days later, Lin Sun got up from his meditation and felt comfortable all over. With every breath he took, all kinds of aura and energy in the world could be refined into the energy he needed. This was the realm of lawlessness. Even in this collapsed and desolate universe, he could still absorb energy and refine it for his own use. On that day, Lin Sun continued his journey. He traveled through the starry sky and followed the direction that Xianxia had pointed him towards the vast thousand battle domain. The journey was full of hardships and hardships. There was no need to elaborate on the dangers and killing tribulations. Almost every time he entered a collapsed universe, he would definitely encounter all kinds of unexpected natural disasters. Those disasters could even easily eliminate existences in the Emperor realm. And when he walked through some prosperous universes, there were also all kinds of dangers. Just like the experience in the White Crow Star field, the foreign powerhouses saw an outsider like Lin Sun as prey and wantonly attacked him. And the killing tribulations that targeted Lin Sun were usually formed by existences in the Emperor realm. Lin Sun naturally wouldn't be polite and killed his way through. Time flew, and another 3 months passed. Lin Sun calculated that he had killed no less than 100 existences in the Emperor realm along the way. Among them, there were even several figures in the Ancestor realm at the 9th level of the Emperor realm. But like Emperor Ancestor Golden Flame, these Emperor Ancestors couldn't be said to be the real ancestor of a Tao, because they didn't really control the complete Tao of a Tao. For the current Lin Sun, he didn't even need to use the forbidden death magic to kill these opponents. He could just rely on his own cultivation to kill them in a head-on battle. And this tempering also made Lin Sun's temperament become more and more calm, like an unshakable ancient mountain. On this day, "We're about to enter the guide city where one of the 8 realm gates is located," Xianxia suddenly said in high spirits. Since time immemorial, an enormous city that was established in the starry sky of the universe stood towering near every dimension gate that led to the Great Qian Battle region. When powerhouses from different universes and starry worlds went to the realm gate, they had to gather in this giant city and wait for the guide city. Therefore, it was called the guide city. Xianxia had already told Lin Sun about this on the way. At this moment, she was also refreshed and said, "We're finally here." After careful calculation, almost a year had passed since he started trekking on the ancient path of the starry sky. In this year, he had experienced dozens of collapsed and desolate universes of various sizes, and he had also passed through many prosperous worlds of the star region. The dangers and tempering he had experienced were far beyond his imagination. The most terrifying thing was the loneliness, solitude, and the unknown. The vast starry sky was boundless, and every step he took made him feel lost. Fortunately, Xianxia accompanied him and guided him. Otherwise, if Lin Sun had explored by himself, it would have been impossible for him to arrive in such a short period of time. The guide city you're heading to is located outside the Earth Gate, one of the 8 realm gates. The Heaven Capital Star region, which is ranked 5th in the boundless world, is not far from this guide city. Remember, once you enter the guide city, don't attack without permission. Otherwise, the city guardian in the guide city will summon all the powerhouses in the city to kill you. Xianxia quickly gave advice. Based on what she said, the position of city guardian was very special. It was held by the powerhouses of the Eternal World's immortal emperor clans. For example, the guide city guardian outside the Earth Gate was guarded by the power of 4 immortal emperor clans. Every 3,000 years, a new batch of city guardian would be changed. These 4 immortal emperor clans were Wen, Heng, Peng, and He. They were all immortal emperor clans that controlled Earth-ranked order power. In the Eternal World, they were first-rate existences. Hearing this, Lin Sun could not help but ask, how is it compared to the Luo clan? Since ancient times, the 8 guide cities outside the 8 realm gates have been the 8 paths from the boundless world to the boundless thousand battles domain. They have always been controlled by the immortal emperor clans in the Eternal World, Xianxia said. In the past, when the Luo clan was at its peak, they once firmly controlled an guide city with the power of their clan, and the other immortal emperor clans could not touch it. But now, the Luo clan is no longer the same as before. Now, they can only control the guide city outside the fiery world gate with the other immortal emperor clans. Compared to the Wen, Heng, Peng, and He forces, the Luo clan cannot be said to be at the top, but they are not far off either. Lin Sun nodded. The 8 realm gates and the 8 guide cities had always been controlled by the immortal emperor clans in the Eternal World. This was indeed out of Lin Sun's expectations. 2 days later. Under Xianxia's guidance, Lin Sun finally arrived at the guide city where the Gate of Earth and Kuan was located. It was a cold and empty universe. A black belt of light that looked like a galaxy stretched across the galaxy and enveloped the surroundings. It was like a screen in the sky. The Tao Taboo, sky screen, it was a natural forbidden zone in the universe. Even existences at the Imperial Emperor realm would have a slim chance of survival if they tried to traverse such a restricted area. Because the heaven restriction screen was filled with a strange and ominous energy of tribulation, and it was capable of erasing the cultivator's cultivation and corroding their soul and body. Aside from that, there were also many inconceivable dangers and taboos. Even immortal Emperor realm existences did not dare to cross it. According to Xianxia, only those who had surpassed the immortal Emperor realm and reached the immortal realm had the ability to cross the Tao Taboo, sky screen. And the Gate of Earth and Kuan, one of the 8 realm gates, was located in the deepest part of the Tao Taboo, sky screen, fortunately. In the guide city, there was a way to avoid the dangers of the Tao Taboo, sky screen and reach the Gate of Earth and Kuan. Look over there. That's the guide city. It's made of immortal divine metal. Even immortal Emperor realm existences are unable to shake it. It can be said to have existed for eternity. Over the course of countless years, countless immortal Emperor realm existences experienced hardships and trekked over to gather in this city. Xianxia looked into the distance. In the starry sky not far away from the Tao Taboo, sky screen stood a city that was bathed in mysterious Tao light. It was grand and majestic. P.S. Something went wrong with my thoughts. Kaven is very tired. The second watch will be very late. In the cold and silent universe, a magnificent city sat there. It was majestic, and the surging light of the Tao rose and fell like a myriad of tides. At first glance, Lin Sun couldn't help but be moved. The huge city wasn't situated on a star, nor was it erected in a plane of existence. It hung directly in the universe, and it was shocking. The sun, moon, and stars seemed extremely tiny in front of this city. The city of Guide. The green sparrow transformed into a ray of light and returned to the pouch. She said, "If the Eternal Emperor clan sees me, they'll definitely bring disaster to you." Lin Sun nodded and flew towards the city of Guide. The closer he got, the more he realized how huge the city of Guide was. It was simply more magnificent than a world. The city walls were like a boundless mountain range, and they emitted a faint golden light of the Tao. The city tower was like a natural moat, majestic and heavy. Countless dazzling lights whistled through the starry sky nearby, and they headed towards the city of Guide from all directions. The divine rainbows were like rain, and the figures were like tides. Some rode mystical beasts, some rode magnificent carriages, some stood on auspicious cloud cushions, some controlled flying treasures. Whether it was the beasts, the magnificent carriages, the cushions, or the treasures, they could all be considered the best in the world. Upon closer inspection, most of these figures moved in groups, and there were also lone travelers like Lin Sun. Lin Sun glanced around, and there were figures of Emperor Realm figures everywhere. They whistled through the heavens and the earth, and they chased after the stars and the moon with vast divine might and boundless magic power. Lin Sun couldn't help but inwardly gasp. On the ancient path of the stars, the movement of emperors would definitely cause a stir in the world, but outside of the city of Guide, it was a common occurrence. That's the city of Guide. Every once in a while, almighty figures from different universes will gather and head towards the door of Earth and Earth. However, we're only here to travel and see the scenery here so that we can prepare for the future. Since ancient times, it's only in the city of Guide that so many Emperor Realm figures can be seen. This can be considered a great spectacle in the world. It's obvious just by thinking about it. The boundless world consists of countless universes and planes, and even though the Emperor Realm figures in every single universe are extremely scarce, if all of them were to converge near a receiving city, then the amount would be extremely magnificent. That's right. In the past, there were seniors who said that there were as many Emperor Realm experts as there were hairs on a cow in the receiving city. I didn't believe it, but now it seems that the ancients were not deceiving me. The group of emperors chatted as they flew past Lin Sun. Lin Sun was stunned when he heard their conversation. Obviously, these emperors were not going to the vast thousand battle domain. They were purely here to travel. To you cultivators of the starry sky ancient path, the path to the grand thousand battles domain is long, dangerous, and filled with ups and downs. But to some of the cultivators in the universes that are close to Interstellar City, coming here is like taking a scenic tour. Of course, the prerequisite is that they have to be at least at the Emperor Realm. Cyan Sparrow transmitted her voice to Lin Sun, giving him guidance. Just like Tindu Star Area, which is the closest to Interstellar City, it is ranked 5th in the boundless world. The Emperor Realm figures who rise from it can reach Interstellar City in less than 3 days. Lin Sun nodded and followed the figures towards Interstellar City. He was alone, his breath was restrained, and his temperament was indifferent. He looked no different from an ordinary person. But the Emperor Realm figures he met along the way did not dare to look down on him. After all, those who could travel around the void and head to Interstellar City were at least Emperor Realm figures like them. After entering the towering city gate, Lin Sun saw the scene of people rubbing shoulders everywhere, and the light of treasures overflowed. As an interstellar city that was famous throughout the boundless world, it was unknown how many terrifying figures came here every day. Similarly, there were also many chambers of commerce and trading places here. Whether it was the elixir shop, treasure pavilion, weapon refining workshop, or places such as restaurants and inns, most of them were opened for Emperor Realm figures, and they all had huge forces standing behind them. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to have a place in Interstellar City. In fact, apart from being a gateway to the boundless thousand battle domains, Interstellar City was also an extremely prosperous city of trade and commerce. Many Emperor Realm figures from different universes gathered here, not to go to the boundless thousand battle domains, but purely to exchange divine materials, elixirs, cultivation methods, and other items needed for cultivation. And since it was a trading place that could attract all the great emperors, the items traded were naturally not trivial. What surprised Lin Sun was that apart from the Emperor Realm figures, most of the people in the city were under the Emperor Realm. They played various roles, such as restaurant servants, shop attendants, and so on. That's right, how could Emperor Realm figures be selling treasures here? Lin Sun said thoughtfully. Senior, is this your first time coming to Interstellar City? Not long after, a chubby man who looked honest and simple came over. Although he was only in the Saint realm, he did not show any fear, and his face was full of enthusiasm. Yes, Lin Sun nodded. The chubby man's eyes lit up, and said, Senior, are you here to travel, or to buy treasures? Or to go to the boundless 1,000 battle domains? Lin Sun said, I'll travel first, and then consider whether to go to the boundless 1,000 battle domains. The chubby man smiled, I'm Sua Zhong, and I've been in this city for many years. Perhaps I can be of help, as long as you're satisfied, you can pay me. Lin Sun finally understood the purpose of his visit, and asked with interest, what do you want in return? Preferably eternal void crystal. The chubby man said, and then explained that the eternal void crystal was a kind of currency from the eternal world. It was a divine material that contained a surging chaotic aura. Every eternal void crystal was cut into the size of a copper coin, and it could be used for cultivation as a form of currency. In the eternal world, the eternal void crystal was a universally recognized currency, and could be divided into 3 classes according to their quality. The first class eternal void crystal was the most precious. The third class was the worst. After listening, Lin Sun said, I don't have it with me. The chubby man smiled, Senior, you don't need to worry about it. There's a special place in the city for exchanging eternal void crystals. 10,000 doctrine gems can be exchanged for 1 third-class eternal void crystal. 100 third-class eternal void crystals can be exchanged for 1 second-class eternal void crystal. After a pause, he continued, of course, you can also exchange your divine materials, elixirs, cultivation methods, and treasures for eternal void crystals. Lin Sun nodded, and couldn't help asking, I heard that to go to the boundless 1,000 battle domains, I need to exchange for a letter token in the governor's mansion, which is under the jurisdiction of the city protector. How much is it worth? The chubby man stretched out a finger, 1,000 first-class eternal void crystals, that is, 100 billion doctrine gems. Even Lin Sun narrowed his eyes when he heard the number. It was not that he couldn't afford it. As a great emperor, the wealth he had accumulated over the years was immeasurable. Even though he had left those useless treasures in heart-cleansing Peak, he had obtained an astronomical number of trophies from his enemies on the way across the starry sky. But the price was still beyond Lin Sun's imagination. What was the concept of 100 billion doctrine gems? If it was exchanged for ordinary emperor weapons, it could be piled up into a hill. He had initially thought that the journey to the great 1,000 battle domain would be a bloody path of no return, and that it would be filled with unfathomable dangers. Who would have thought that a mere token to the gate of the Earth-Kuan realm would cost him so much wealth? Senior, the Earth Gate is located at the deepest part of the Tao Forbidden Sky screen. If you don't have a message token, you won't be able to board the world ship that leads to the Earth Gate. Speaking of which, even though the price is outrageous, it's definitely affordable for an emperor like Senior. The chubby man explained quickly. Well, you can follow me before I go to the boundless 1,000 battle domains, Lin Sun nodded. The chubby man looked happy, and then whispered, Senior, let's make it clear first. I need to collect 10 third-class eternal void crystals a day. Lin Sun said, well, take me to exchange for eternal void crystals first. The chubby man agreed readily, and led Lin Sun through a dozen streets before they entered an ancient building called the Eternal Void House. Senior, the people in the Eternal Void House and the City Lord's Mansion are the same as the City Protector Emperor Ancestor Yunyuan. They are from the Eternal World's Immortal Emperor clan, He clan. You must remember that the He clan is the last person you can offend in the city. Before entering the Eternal Void House, the chubby man reminded him telepathically. Emperor Ancestor Yunyuan. The Immortal Emperor Ancestor He clan. Lin Sun nodded. In the Eternal Void House, there were many emperors like Lin Sun who came to the city of induction for the first time. They were all exchanging for eternal void crystals. Although there were many people, they were all in an orderly manner. Clearly, everyone knew that the Eternal Void House was not to be offended. Soon, Lin Sun lined up in front of a cabinet and handed over a storage bag. Inside the bag were piles of eternal void crystals. However, in the end, he only obtained 3 Grade 1 Eternal Void Source Crystals and Doctrine Crystals, 50 Grade 2 Eternal Void Source Crystals, and 80 Grade 3 Eternal Void Source Crystals. At this time, Lin Sun finally saw the appearance of the eternal void crystals. Each piece was the size of a copper coin. The third class was green, the second class was silver, and the first class was gold. Each eternal void crystal weighed tens of thousands of kilograms, and contained rich and pure primal chaos aura. The higher the grade, the thicker the primal chaos aura. Lin Sun sensed that the eternal void crystals were much more precious than the Tao crystals. Even if they were not used as currency, they were enough to satisfy the cultivation needs of emperors. This was especially true for first-class eternal void crystals. They could support Lin Sun, who was already at the peak of the 6th level of Emperor Realm, to cultivate for an entire day. Walking out of the eternal void house, Lin Sun handed the 53rd class eternal void crystals to the chubby man. "This is the advance payment." The fatty immediately beamed with joy. To him, who only had the cultivation of the Saint Realm, this advance payment was already considered a huge fortune. After carefully putting them away, the chubby man asked, "Senior, where do we go next?" "Sell treasures and continue exchanging for eternal void crystals," Lin Sun said without hesitation. He only had 3 first-class eternal void crystals with him. It was far from enough for 1,000, let alone exchanging for a token that led to the Earth Realm gate. Fortunately, although he lacked Tao crystals, he did not lack divine materials and treasures. Emperors rarely carried doctrine crystals with them when they traveled. However, the value of the treasures and divine materials carried by the emperors was destined to be far greater than any number of Tao crystals. Over the past year, Lin Sun had traversed the universe and experienced many dangers. He had killed several emperor ancestors and countless other emperors who had died by his hands. The spoils of war he had obtained were naturally astonishing. Previously, he had only exchanged for doctrine crystals at the Eternal Void House. While there might be a large number, they were not worth much. Now, Lin Sun planned to sell the spoils of war that he had no use for. An hour later, Lin Sun entered the Four Supremes pavilions under Fatty's guidance. The so-called Four Supremes referred to the Wen, Heng, Peng, and He immortal emperor clans. Every 3,000 years, the 4 immortal emperor clans would take turns to take control of the Four Supremes pavilions. Currently, the He clan was in charge of the Four Supremes pavilions. According to Fatty, the Four Supremes pavilions was the largest trading firm in the Four Supremes pavilions. The exchange prices were also the fairest. A full 2 hours later, when Lin Sun walked out of the Four Supremes pavilions, he had 9,000 more Grade 1 Eternity Source crystals, 3,000 more Grade 2 Eternity Source crystals, and 3,000 more Grade 3 Eternity Source crystals. It did not seem like much, but the amount of wealth he had was considerable. The attendants and treasure appraisers were shocked when he exchanged. According to their understanding of the transactions over the years, even an emperor ancestor would not be able to gather 9,000 Grade 1 Eternity Source crystals even if he sold all his treasures. Fatty's mind was already in a daze. He had personally witnessed such a large transaction. There was only one thought in his mind: this senior definitely did not lack money. He was simply too rich. In reality, the treasures Lin Sun was selling were merely the spoils of war he had collected over the past year. Moreover, they were all treasures that he had no use for. "Let's go. Show me around the city," Lin Sun instructed casually. Fatty hurriedly led the way, introducing the various matters of the Four Supremes pavilions to Lin Sun with saliva flying everywhere. For the rest of the time, Lin Sun wandered around the city like a tourist. In the Welcoming the Immortals pavilion, the #1 restaurant in the Guide City, one could savor the finest delicacies from the different universes of the boundless universe. Every single one of those delicacies could be said to be made from rare and top-rate ingredients. Not only did they taste extraordinary, they even contained various profundities. Even the cheapest dish was worth 10 Tier 2 Eternal Void Source crystals, which was equivalent to 10 million Doctrine crystals. Lin Sun didn't care about this at all. He ordered a table full of all kinds of delicacies and ate happily with Fatty. Before he left, he didn't forget to pack a lot of delicious food, planning to let Xianxia have a taste when she woke up. By the time Lin Sun left the Welcoming the Immortals pavilion, he had already squandered more than 100 first-class Eternal Void Source crystals. That carefree manner of spending money like it was dirt stimulated Fatty to the point that he felt like he was dreaming. He was just a Saint Realm figure. How could he have ever seen such extravagant behavior? Of course, it was nothing for Lin Sun. After leaving the Welcoming the Immortals pavilion, Lin Sun went to the Wind Gathering Pavilion. This place had the reputation of gathering all the rare treasures of the various realms. There were all kinds of strange divine materials, elixirs, divine materials, gems, cultivation methods, magic treasures from different universes of the boundless universe. There were even some treasures that Lin Sun was used to seeing. Emperor realm figures with rare treasures in the world were tempted, so they bought everything without hesitation. Lin Sun's behavior of spending money like flowing water made the eyes of some beautiful maidservants burn with passion. It was as if they would throw themselves into Lin Sun's arms without hesitation if he nodded. The only regret was that Lin Sun didn't come across any treasures that could really be considered useful. But thinking about it, although his cultivation was only at the 6th level of the Emperor realm, his combat strength was no longer afraid of the Emperor ancestor. Ordinary Emperor treasures were indeed difficult for him to take a fancy to. When Lin Sun walked out of the Wind Gathering Pavilion, he had lost more than 1,000 first-class Eternal Void Source crystals. Fatty was shocked, envious, and distressed. How could one spend so much money? Even the Emperor ancestor would not dare to be so extravagant, but Fatty had to admit that Lin Sun had the capital to be extravagant. He was really too rich. Fellow Taoist, can we have a chat? Friend, I am from one of the 7 ancient clans of Tiandu Star Field. I hope to have a chat with you. Some Emperor realm figures caught up with Lin Sun and chatted with him. Lin Sun's previous actions in the Wind Gathering Pavilion had attracted their attention. After a short conversation, Lin Sun found out that these Emperor realm figures came from different universes and had different purposes for contacting him. Some of them hoped that he could join their sects or forces. Some hoped to make friends with Lin Sun and form a good relationship. Some wanted to sell the treasures in their hands to Lin Sun for a good price. Lin Sun declined all of them. He was not interested in these things before he went to the boundless Thousand Battle Domain. Let's go to the Huichui market to take a look. Lin Sun walked into the distance. Earlier, he'd heard from the fatty that the Huichui market was the largest trade market in the city of Inducement, and there were a myriad of stalls there. Experts from various universes could set up stalls here and sell treasures. Of course, as long as it was a place like this, there would always be things that people yearned for. After entering the Huichui market, Lin Sun walked around and it was an eye-opener for him. He saw many treasures that he had not seen in the starry ancient path. Unfortunately, he did not find any opportunities to pick up along the way, nor did he find any special treasures. Just as Lin Sun was about to leave, he was suddenly stopped by someone. Friend, I want to make a deal with you. It was a group of people, all of them extraordinary and had the aura of the Emperor realm. Regardless of their gender, age, or cultivation, they all gathered around a young man. They were like stars surrounding the moon. The young man's clothes were whiter than snow, and he walked with a majestic gait. His facial features were handsome, and his bearing was extraordinary. His eyes were as clear as water, showing a kind of tranquil, indifferent, and emotionless aura. It was this person who had stopped Lin Sun before. When he saw the young man and the people around him, Fatty's face suddenly changed, and he showed undisguised awe. Obviously, this group of people was not simple. What deal? Lin Sun glanced at those people, and his eyes fell on the young man in white. The latter's aura was mellow and ethereal, and he seemed peaceful, but in fact, he was a Jewing emperor. However, the depth of his cultivation couldn't be seen through, because the young man's white clothes were obviously a kind of magical treasure that concealed his power. There are too many people here, please come this way. Young man in white as he spoke, he walked away, as if he was not worried that Lin Sun would not follow him. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and followed him. Fatty opened his mouth to speak, but Lin Sun waved his hand to stop him. Your realm is too low. If you talk to me by voice transmission, it will be heard by him. Fatty shuddered and immediately shut his mouth. In a remote corner, the young man in white stood still and then asked the people around him to leave. Then he looked at Lin Sun, who followed him. His eyes were calm, and his words were easygoing. I want to buy a treasure from you. Well, it should be a whetstone, and the words sharpen the heart like a sharp edge are engraved on it. Lin Sun looked calm, but he couldn't help but be surprised. After destroying the Divine Sunshine ancient sect, she found a gray stone. It was extremely heavy, and holding it in his hand was like holding a holy mountain. The surface of the stone was as smooth as a mirror, as if it had been polished countless times by a sharp sword over the endless years, and there was a slight depression. On the back, there were 4 ancient words engraved, sharp in the heart like a sharp edge. Every single word was like a sword that contained a sharp glow, and he was like a peerless emperor of the sword that was filled with pride and extreme conceit. However, his state of mind was leisurely like the clouds, unrestrained, and carefree. According to what she said, just by looking at himself, one could tell that the master of this whetstone had to be someone with unparalleled attainments in the sword Tao and a carefree and open-minded state of mind, an existence that was as carefree as the wind. Just like a sword immortal. At that time, Lin Sun liked the words sharpen the heart like a sharp edge, so he always carried the whetstone with him. He didn't expect that he would be spied on by a stranger in the City of Guidance. It was unbelievable. Clearly, the other party had sensed the existence of the whetstone through some secret technique or treasure, so he took the initiative to find him. Sorry, I'm not interested in this deal, Lin Sun refused without hesitation. The young man in white was not surprised and said indifferently, you probably don't know the origins of this stone, so you naturally don't know how important it is to me. How about this, as long as you're willing to part with it, I won't frown no matter what your conditions are. Lin Sun shook his head and said, I don't lack anything. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. With that, he turned around and left. The group of martial emperors standing far away by the young man's side revealed cold expressions and were about to stop Lin Sun. Forget it, let him go. The young man in white stopped them, this is the City of Guidance after all. It's not suitable to fight here. His expression was indifferent, as if he didn't care about Lin Sun leaving just like that. Young master, are we just going to let him go like that? Someone asked. The young man in white thought for a moment and said, send someone to keep an eye on him. This whetstone is related to a legendary figure who has dominated the vast 1,000 worlds for 100,000 years. We must obtain it no matter what. Yes. Someone immediately left to carry out the order. Let's go to the inner city and pay a visit to Emperor Ancestor Yun Yuan at the City Lord's mansion. With that, the young man in white turned around and left with the others. At the same time, Fatty, who was gradually walking away with Lin Sun, couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. He wiped the cold sweat that had seeped out of his forehead and looked like he had just survived a disaster. It was obvious that the young man in white and his party had given Fatty a great deal of shock and pressure. Lin Sun couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and ask, who are they? Why are you so scared? The Fatty took a deep breath and calmed his mind before telling Lin Fan about the group's origins. Heaven Capital Galaxy. It was a universe that was closest to the City of Guidance, which was ranked 5th in the Great Thousand Worlds. The cultivation civilization there was unprecedentedly brilliant and prosperous. In this vast universe, there were as many emperor clans as there were trees in a forest, and there were countless orthodoxies. Not only were there progenitors, there were even many supreme immortals keeping watch over them. Among these countless forces, the Daheng Sword House was the most powerful one. How terrifying was the foundation of the Daheng Sword House? Over the years, there were more than 100 emperor progenitors who came from the Daheng Sword House, and there was more than one immortal keeping watch over them. Even in the eternal true world, there were many peerless figures from the Daheng Sword House. The white-robed young man from before came from the Daheng Sword House, and his status was extremely noble. He was the descendant of an immortal, and his name was Feng Xuanzhen, also known as Sword Emperor Xuanzhen. He had been cultivating for 9,000 years, and he was now a peerless great emperor who had reached the 7th level of emperor realm. The emperors by Feng Xuanzhen's side were all from the Daheng Sword House. The Daheng Sword House was the first orthodoxy in Heaven Capital Galaxy, and Heaven Capital Galaxy was the closest universe to the City of Guidance. It was not an exaggeration to say that the Daheng Sword House had great influence in the City of Guidance. As a local tyrant who had been in the city for many years, the Fatty naturally knew how terrifying the Daheng Sword House was. He also knew how noble Feng Xuanzhen's status was more than anyone else. After understanding all this, Lin Sun only responded with an "oh" and did not show any other reaction. He did not care about the first orthodoxy in Heaven Capital Galaxy or the descendant of an immortal. Even if Feng Shuangjun was a peerless great emperor, Lin Sun's heart did not waver, and he even felt like laughing. He had cultivated for 9,000 years, and he was only at the 7th level of emperor realm. And Lin Sun had only cultivated for a little over 100 years, when he saw that Lin Sun did not care. The fatty became anxious and reminded him, "Senior, in my opinion, it's best if you agree to Feng Shuangjun's deal. To tell you the truth, if you weren't an emperor, you would have died just now." Lin Sun raised an eyebrow. "Isn't it forbidden to kill in the city of extradition?" The fatty sneered and quickly glanced around before whispering, "That depends on the person. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare to break the order, but Feng Shuangjun's identity is different. The relationship between the Daheng Sword House and the city governor's mansion is not ordinary. Even if Feng Shuangjun kills people in the city protector will turn a blind eye." Lin Sun nodded, "I see. Of course, no matter how bold Feng Shuangjun is, he wouldn't dare to make a move against an Emperor Realm cultivator. Otherwise, he would be ostracized by all the Emperor Realm cultivators in the city." Fatty thought for a moment and said, "However, it's best not to offend such a person. If something unexpected happens, it'll be a disaster." Lin Sun hummed an acknowledgement. He didn't mind it at all. It wouldn't be long before he left the city of inducement, so he didn't care about these things. "Come, let's go to the 8-Wind Skyviewing Tower for tea," Lin Sun said as he walked forward. The 8-Wind Skyviewing Tower was known as the most well-informed place in the city of inducement. While drinking tea there, one could also inquire about all kinds of news. However, the cost of living there was extremely high. Unless it was absolutely necessary, ordinary Emperor Realm cultivators would rarely go there. As expected, the fatty was attracted and led the way in front happily. As a Saint Realm cultivator, he had never been to the 8-Wind Skyviewing Tower even once after spending so many years in the city. It couldn't be helped. Not only was he poor, but his status was also too low, at the same time. City Governor's Mansion. The city protector, Emperor Yunyuan, stood with his hands behind his back in a grand and ancient hall. He was dressed in a jade robe and wore a high hat and a wide belt. He had a youthful face and a tall figure. Only the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes gave off an aura of vicissitudes. In front of him, a Taoist diagram unfolded. It showed the scene of the entire city of inducement, down to the smallest detail. Moreover, as Emperor Yunyuan pointed at a certain spot, the scene in the Taoist diagram would suddenly expand several times, showing even more subtle scenes. The most amazing thing was that the Taoist diagram was showing the scene that was happening in the city at this moment. Pedestrians weaved together and carriages shuttled back and forth. It was bustling and lively. After a while, Emperor Yunyuan retracted his gaze and asked, "In the past month, how many Emperor Realm cultivators have entered the city and collected their communication talismans?" Beside him, an old servant who had been standing respectfully replied, "Reporting to my lord, there are a total of 119 people." Emperor Ancestor Yunyuan furrowed his brows. There were countless martial emperors that gathered in the gateway city every day, but after a month, only 100 or so people had reported to the Great Thousand Battle Domain. This number was too little. The old servant explained in a low voice, "My lord, you also know that not all Emperor Realm cultivators in this world have the guts to enter the vast Thousand Battle Domain. Out of 10 people, not even one would dare to go. After all, that place is too dangerous, and there is only a slim chance of survival." Emperor Yunyuan interrupted, "Let's not talk about this. Do you know how many of these Emperor Realm cultivators have set foot on the Absolute Tao path?" The old servant hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice, "Currently, 13 people have been detected." Emperor Yunyuan's frown deepened. After a while, he snorted coldly, "Each generation is really worse than the previous. The vast thousand world is so vast, but only 13 absolute great emperors have the guts to go to the vast thousand battle domain every month. Isn't it a joke?" The old servant smiled apologetically. "No matter how vast the vast thousand world is, it is still not our eternal world. My lord, you don't have to be disappointed." Emperor Ancestor Yunyuan shook his head, "I'm not disappointed. It's just that it won't be long before the trial competition for the Power of Order Origin begins. Before that, if I can find some powerful Emperor Realm cultivators for my use, it will be enough to increase my chances of success." Suddenly, a respectful voice came from outside the hall. My lord, Sword Emperor Xianxia from the Eternal Sword House has brought a group of his subordinates to pay a visit. Feng Shuangzhen? Emperor Yunyuan thought for a moment, then said, just ask him to come alone. Not long after, Feng Shuangzhen, dressed in snow-white robes, was led into the hall by a servant. The successor of the Eternal Sword House, Feng Shuangzhen, greets you, senior. He cupped his fists. Emperor Yunyuan glanced at him and smiled. Your father has a close relationship with the He family. You don't have to be so polite, my dear nephew. He paused for a moment, then asked, my dear nephew, are you here to train in the vast 1,000 battle domains? Feng Shuangzhen nodded. That is indeed my plan. But before I go to the vast 1,000 battle domains, I have another matter that I need your help with. What is it? Emperor Yunyuan asked. Feng Shuangzhen said after some consideration, I want to deal with a person. He has a treasure that I urgently need. I originally planned to pay a price to exchange for it, but the person is stubborn. I have no choice but to use this method. Grand Emperor Yunyuan grunted and said slowly, what is this person's identity? A peak great emperor, Feng Shuangzhen said. Emperor Yunyuan narrowed his eyes. After a moment of silence, he suddenly snorted. My dear nephew, I can turn a blind eye if it's an ordinary matter. But if I help you deal with a peak great emperor in the city, that's ruining the He family's reputation and prestige. Feng Shuangzhen's expression changed slightly, but he still said, Senior, if you can help me, I'm willing to fight for the He family after I pass the vast 1,000 battle domains. I'll participate in the trial for the source of order. All of a sudden, Emperor Ancestor Yunyuan's gaze changed subtly. He sized Feng Shuangzhen up and said, you actually know about the trial? Did your father tell you about it? Feng Shuangzhen nodded. That's right. Progenitor Yunyuan also knew that Feng Shuangzhen's father was an immortal with great divine abilities. A long time ago, he had wandered about the eternal true world and made many friends there. It was only logical that he would be able to obtain this sort of information. But soon, Emperor Yunyuan shook his head. No, I won't allow this to happen, at least not in the Guide City. Feng Shuangzhen was stunned. He thought that he had made a condition that was enough to tempt Emperor Yunyuan. Who would have thought that things would turn out contrary to his wishes? Just as he was about to say something, Emperor Yunyuan ordered him to leave. If there's nothing else, please go back. Feng Shuangzhen cupped his fists and said, then I won't disturb your cultivation. He turned and left. When he walked out of the city lord's mansion, a gloomy look appeared on his calm and handsome face. He was just an Emperor Yunyuan who had never reached the peak. If he wasn't from the He family on the other side, how would he dare to reject him? Feng Shuangzhen took a deep breath and sent a message to the emperors around him. Keep a close eye on that guy. If we can't do it in the Guide City, we'll take action when he leaves. Yes. Everyone obeyed. In the city lord's mansion, Emperor Yunyuan sneered. He was just a descendant of the Eternal Sword House. So, what if his father was an immortal? In the He family's eyes, he was just an ordinary person. Someone, go and find out who Feng Shuangzhen is targeting. If it's really a peerless great emperor, find out his background. Emperor Yunyuan gave the order not long after. He was the city guardian sent by the He family to oversee the Guide City. He only had one mission, and that was to find a group of dazzling figures that could be of use to the He family during the 3,000 years that the He family controlled the Guide City. Maintaining order in the city and protecting the emperors from harm was a way to display the He family's prestige and reputation. Under such circumstances, how could he break the city's rules just for Feng Shuangzhen? Moreover, Feng Shuangzhen's opponent was a peak great emperor. If he really agreed to this, not only would his reputation as the city guardian be tarnished, but he would also implicate the He family behind him and damage their prestige. Which emperor would dare to come to the Guide City in the future? If that was the case, how could he find powerful figures for the He family? Feng Shuangzhen, if you disregard my objection and do whatever you want in the city, even your father won't be able to save you. Emperor Yunyuan's eyes flashed with a faint coldness. P.S. Many people feel that the updates aren't good enough. Oh, Goldfish will announce that there will be 5 updates on the day of the Lantern Festival. In other words, the day after tomorrow they strolled around the city for 3 days. Lin Sun then decided to head to the city lord's residence to exchange for a token. According to the fatty's instructions, a batch of emperors would be sent to the gates of the Earth and Earth realm every month and enter the vast 1,000 battle domains. The next day, a new batch of emperors would set off. Senior, you must take care of yourself. I have lived in the City of Guidance for many years, and I have seen many incredibly dazzling emperors head to Great 1,000 Battles realm, but there are very few powerful warriors who can reach Eternal True World smoothly. Most of them died in Great 1,000 Battles realm, and no one even managed to collect their corpses. The fatty was reluctant to part with Lin Sun, his eyes brimming with tears. In the past 3 days, Lin Sun took him to wander around and bought some items for him, all of which were treasures that he had dreamed of in the past. Lin Sun had also brought him to different top-notch places, which had broadened his horizons and made him excited. It was definitely an experience that he would never forget for the rest of his life. If we're fated, we'll definitely meet again, Lin Sun said with a smile. The fatty nodded fiercely. Lin Sun immediately left. Halfway there, the fatty's shout suddenly rang out behind him. Senior, I suddenly forgot to tell you something. What is it? Lin Sun stopped and turned around. I'm Baol, the fatty shouted while waving his hand. Lin Sun couldn't help but sweat. He had indeed forgotten to ask for the fatty's name along the way. All right, I'll remember it. Lin Sun nodded solemnly and headed straight for the city lord's residence. 15 minutes later. The majestic and ancient city lord's residence appeared in Lin Sun's vision. He paused and thought to himself, I'd like to see if you dare to follow me to the vast 1,000 battle domains. In the past 3 days, he had long sensed that someone had been watching him in the dark. He had already seen through the other party's identity. It was someone close to Feng Shuangjian of the Daheng Sword House. He didn't care about it, but he was curious. What secret was hidden in the sharpening stone that could sharpen one's heart that made the other party want it so much? It was a pity that they were in the city of Guide and couldn't fight. Otherwise, with Lin Sun's temper, he would have captured the other party immediately. Lin Sun shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He walked towards the city lord's residence. When his figure disappeared, one of the great emperors in the dark hurriedly sent out a message. The target is the city lord's mansion. It's highly likely that he's going to register for the Great 1,000 Battles domain. Young master, please make a decision. The news was sent to Feng Shuangjian immediately. He thought for a while and made a decision. Then let's go to the vast 1,000 battle domain. Only he was clearly aware that the sword whetstone was a treasure that even his father yearned for, and its value was unimaginable. Initially, Feng Shuangjian had already sent a message to invite his father over to snatch the sword whetstone. But from the looks of it now, they couldn't wait any longer. Let's go. Feng Shuangjian immediately led a group of martial emperors to the governor's mansion. City Lord Residence. Name: Ling Xuanzi. Family background: the Starry Sky Ancient Path. Cultivation base: 6th level Emperor realm. Lin Sun was having a conversation with an old man of the city lord's mansion in a special hall for signing up and exchanging tokens. The old man held a golden message talisman in his hand. Every time Lin Sun answered a message, the old man would use a secret technique to engrave the message into the talisman. When Lin Sun reported his cultivation base as 6th level Emperor realm, the old man raised his eyes and said meaningfully, "You seem to be a little modest. It's better for you to report truthfully." As he spoke, he engraved the words Juing 6th level Emperor realm on the golden talisman. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and did not say anything. After all, the name he reported was his 4th senior brother's Daoist name. The old man passed the golden talisman to Lin Sun and said, "It's been a long time since a peerless great emperor came out from the Starry Sky Ancient Path. My lord is very interested in you. I wonder if it's convenient for you to meet him." "Meet me?" Lin Sun was startled. "Rest assured, it's definitely a good thing." The old man smiled with a kind look in his eyes. "My lord respects peerless great emperors very much." Lin Sun thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Not long after, the old man led Lin Sun to a grand and ancient palace to meet Emperor Yun Yuan, the guardian of the city. He was dressed in a jade robe and looked like a teenager. He had an extraordinary bearing. When he saw Lin Sun, the first thing Emperor Yunyuan said was, "My young friend, do you know that someone came here and tried to get my permission to harm you in the city?" Lin Sun thought for a while, was it Feng Shuanzhen? Imperial ancestor Yunyuan laughed and didn't continue the topic. Instead, he said, "I've come to meet with little friend this time to witness your splendor. I also have something to discuss with little friend." As he spoke, he invited Lin Sun to sit down and brewed tea himself. Lin Sun thought for a while and said with a smile, "I'm all ears." As soon as they met, Emperor Yunyuan told Lin Sun about a killing tribulation from Feng Shuanzhen and then wanted to talk to Lin Sun. Emperor Yunyuan did not simply want to get to know Lin Sun. Emperor Yunyuan handed a cup of tea to Lin Sun and then returned to his seat. He said, "My young friend, you must have some speculations in your heart, so I won't beat around the bush. 50 years later, the He clan will send a peerless great emperor to a chaotic secret land to fight for the source of order that was born there. At that time, 7 immortal emperor clans, including the He clan, will participate. Each clan is only allowed to send 1 clansman and 3 Tao servants. My young friend, you must also know that a normal Emperor Realm cultivator is completely useless in this sort of battle, but an existence like Emperor Juing is 1 in 1,000, even in the eternal true world. My clan is determined to win this operation, so I want to send 3 peerless great emperors to act as Tao servants to accompany great emperor Zhu Yuan." As he said this, Emperor Yun Yuan looked at Lin Sun with a smile. "Right now, there are still 2 vacancies for the role of Tao servant. I wonder if my young friend is interested?" Lin Sun finally understood Emperor Yun Yuan's intentions. He thought for a while and said, "From what I see, you must have found many candidates before you met me, right?" There were countless Emperor Realm figures gathering in the guiding city every day. Among those who signed up to go to the vast 1,000 battle domains, there was no lack of great Emperor Zhu Yuan. Lin Sun didn't think that Emperor Yun Yuan favored him so much that he specifically talked to him about this matter. As expected, Emperor Yun Yuan had a look of admiration on his face. "My young friend, you are very meticulous and perceptive. You are right. In this month, I have personally met with 13 peerless great emperors. The strongest among them is at the peak of the 8th level of the Emperor Realm, and the weakest is at the 5th level of the Emperor Realm. In a month, there were 13 great emperors who signed up to go to the vast 1,000 battle domains." Lin Sun could not help but feel emotional when he heard this news. On the ancient path of stars, he was known as the first peerless great emperor in 100,000 years. But in the guiding city, there were not many peerless great emperors like him, but they were not rare either. After thinking for a while, Lin Sun said, "It is said that the vast 1,000 battle domains are filled with unfathomable dangers. There is a slim chance of survival, but not everyone can reach the eternal world." Emperor Yun Yuan nodded and sighed. "There is nothing we can do about it. It has been like this since ancient times. If the cultivators of the vast 1,000 world want to go to the eternal world, they can only go to the vast 1,000 battle domains." Then, he smiled and said seriously, "But I believe that only when the sand is washed away by the waves can gold be seen. As long as they can get through the vast 1,000 battle domains and reach the eternal world, they are destined to become true heroes and overlords of the Emperor Path. Even in the eternal world, they can shine and lead the world." Lin Sun immediately understood. Emperor Yun Yuan's words were basically saying that only those who could get through the vast 1,000 battle domains could take on the role of a Tao servant of the He family. If they died in the vast 1,000 battle domains, then there would be no need to talk about anything else. In other words, Emperor Yun Yuan was casting a wide net to see which fish could really make it out of the vast 1,000 battle domains. "My young friend, it is not that the He family is unwilling to help. In truth, no matter who enters the vast 1,000 battle domains, they will not be able to get any help, and there is no shortcut for them to choose. Forget about the He family, even the other immortal emperor clans in the eternal world will not be able to interfere," Emperor Yun Yuan said gently. "This is an iron law. It will never change, and it will never change. However, my young friend, if you have the chance to reach the eternal true world in the future, I can promise you that as long as you show the letter talisman in your hand as proof, you will obtain the He family's protection. At that time, with my young friend's ability, you will even be able to take on the position of a guest elder in the He family." This was an exchange. Since ancient times, almost every emperor who set off from the guiding city would be roped in and promised like this. For immortal emperor clans like the He family, they needed to expand their forces, so they needed an endless stream of experts to join them. For the emperors of the vast thousand world, after reaching the eternal world, they needed to establish themselves in that unfamiliar place. If they could obtain the help and protection of the local forces, it would naturally be for the best. This kind of exchange could be said to be mutually beneficial. Of course, the prerequisite was that they could reach the eternal world from the vast thousand battle domains alive. After thinking for a moment, Lin Sun nodded and said, "If I can reach the eternal world, I will pay a visit to the He family." What exactly was the eternal world like, Lin Sun did not know. If he could use the He family, the local immortal emperor clan, to understand the eternal world, it would also be a good choice. Moreover, at that time, with the He family's protection, the Permitha Luo family would not have thought that they would be under the command of an immortal emperor clan that was not weaker than them. Seeing Lin Sun agree, Emperor Yun Yuan let out a hearty laugh. After chatting for a while, Lin Sun stood up and bade farewell. Emperor Yun Yuan personally sent Lin Sun off and reminded him, "My young friend, you must remember to meet at the guiding Dao altar in the east of the city tomorrow morning. Do not be late, or else if you want to go to the vast thousand battle domains, you will have to wait until this time next month." Literature Library. As soon as Lin Sun walked out of the castellan mansion, he saw a group of people led by Feng Xuanzhen coming from afar. The atmosphere suddenly became subtle, and the air seemed to have stagnated. Feng Xuanzhen narrowed his eyes and smiled indifferently. He stopped there and said, "It seems that, we're going to meet in the vast thousand battle domains." Lin Sun also smiled, "I'm also looking forward to learning about the secrets of sharpening one's heart from you." After saying that, he walked straight ahead and passed by Feng Xuanzhen and the others. His silhouette was about to disappear. Feng Xuanzhen suddenly turned around and said loudly, "Friend, is there really no room for negotiation?" Without looking back, Lin Sun just waved his hand and soon disappeared in the vast crowd. Humph. This fellow obviously won't give up until he hits a brick wall. Young master, we might as well make a move tonight. After we kill him, we'll leave the city of Guide at the first possible moment. Even if the city guard is furious because of this, he won't be able to do anything to us. An Emperor Realm figure said with a cold look in his eyes. The others also looked unfriendly. As big shots from the Daheng Sword House, they had never met someone who dared to refuse them like this. Feng Xuanzhen's eyes flickered, and he said indifferently after a while, "There's no harm in going to the vast thousand battle domains. I also want to see how powerful the top figures in the vast thousand world are." After saying that, he went straight to the castellan mansion. On the same day, Feng Xuanzhen and the others signed up one after another and obtained the token to go to the Gate of Earth Kuan. They also learned from the castellan mansion that Lin Sun's name was Ling Xuanzi and he came from the Starry Sky Ancient Path. After knowing this, Feng Xuanzhen and the others became even more fearless. The Starry Sky Ancient Path, it was only a universe that had declined to the point it was on the verge of falling out of the top 100 rankings in the boundless universe. How powerful could such a place produce such a powerful character? The next morning, in the east of the city, an ancient Dao platform stood towering there. It covered an area of around 3 kilometers, and it was completely pitch black and suffused with a chaotic and obscure aura. Numerous eternal laws of the Grand Dao were branded on the Dao platform, and they transformed into numerous mysterious and unfathomable cloud diagrams of the Grand Dao. The Guide Altar, an ancient Taoist altar that could travel through the heavenly curtain of Dao. The immortal Dao inscribed on it could resist and resolve the strange disasters in the heavenly curtain of Dao. At this moment, many figures had gathered near the Guide Altar. Led by the guardian Yun Yuan, a group of He clan experts. And those emperors who were about to go to the Gate of Earth Kuan were gathered. When Lin Sun arrived, he could tell at a glance that there were a total of 134 emperors who were about to enter the realm with him. Feng Xuanzhen and the others were among them. At the same time, Lin Sun also keenly noticed that there were a total of 16 great emperors, including himself and Feng Xuanzhen, Emperor Xuanzhen and Yuan, Tian. And emperor even among those martial emperors who had yet to reach the apex, there were many martial emperor ancestors, Chen and the As, Lin As. As, the As, He, Lin, He Yun Yuan, Lin, He, Lin As, Lin, A, Lin, and Sa. Little friend Ling Xuanzi, you're the only one left. Seeing Lin Sun walking over, Emperor Ancestor Yun Yuan greeted with a smile. Lin Sun nodded and walked over alone. Many eyes fell on Lin Sun, more or less sizing him up. Some were scrutinizing, some were vigilant, and some were disapproving. Fang Xuanzhen smiled faintly and did not say anything. But the people around him looked at Lin Sun with surprise. Undisguised coldness. In this regard, Lin Sun didn't care at all. He found a place by himself and meditated like an old monk. But through the conversation nearby, Lin Sun noticed several noteworthy characters. A man in a purple robe with a white jade belt around his waist and long hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were filled with obscure golden light and he was surrounded by a group of martial emperors. Hurting heaven. A peak great emperor with a famous identity. It was said that the clan he came from had an immortal realm peerless character. On the other hand, he himself was an extraordinary overlord of a certain universe, and as might oppressed a world, out of all the great emperors present, he was the only one with a cultivation base of the 8th rank emperor realm. A skinny, dark-skinned monk in a monk's robe and straw sandals stood there quietly and calmly like a rock. This monk walked alone like Lin Sun. When the people present sized this monk up, many of them were fearful. Yunlu. A great emperor from the great Lane world, at the peak of the 7th rank emperor realm. His cultivation was unbreakable and unfathomable. The Great Lane world was originally a Buddhist world in the boundless world. Together with the Little West Heaven, they were known as the two ancestral lands of Buddhism. And Yunlu came from the Little Lane Temple, the first Buddhist sect in the Lane world. The Great Lane world and the Little Lane Temple were wonderful in size. They echoed each other, just like the Buddhist hymn, a world in a flower, a Bodhi in a leaf. Besides Hurting Heaven and Yunlu, there were 3 other people who caught Lin Sun's attention. One was Ning Daoji, a peak great emperor from the mysterious world of Dongting. He was elegant and had a bronze wine pot in his hand. The other was a man in a scholar's robe from the genuine world of literati. His temples were white and he had a green bamboo slip hanging on his waist. From their conversation, Lin Sun only knew that this person was called Reckless Scholarly Emperor. The last one was a woman wearing black armor, a black veil, and a black spear. She was shrouded in a dark mist and looked mysterious and frightening. She came from the Nether Star True territory and was called the Jade Star Absolute Emperor. She seemed to be at the peak of the 5th rank emperor realm, but Lin Sun sensed that this woman's combat strength was not that simple. This was purely a hunch. Of course, these were just the powerful figures that Lin Sun sensed through his preliminary observation. There were more than 100 great emperors who dared to sign up for the boundless 1,000 battle domains. At the same time, Lin Sun also sensed that many people were quietly sizing him up. Finally. At this moment, Emperor Yun Yuan, who had been waiting for a long time, suddenly smiled warmly and walked into the distance. He saw a group of people walking over from afar, led by a man in a simple robe. His face was as beautiful as jade and he was handsome and charming. He carried a long sword on his back and when he walked, Dao runes appeared under his feet. Beside him, there was a group of Emperor Realm cultivators with different appearances. They followed him with solemn expressions. There were even Emperor Ancestor Realm cultivators among them, but they were like followers, following the man in the long robe and carrying a sword. There was a commotion and many people were alarmed. When Fang Xuanzhen, Yun Liu, Ning Daoji, and the other peak great emperors saw the man in the robe with the sword, their eyes narrowed. Obviously, this group of people was not simple. Almost at the same time, Lin Sun's heart shook violently and his eyes narrowed. Next to the man in the robe with the sword, there was a man and a woman. The man was thin and wore a white robe. His eyes were as clear as a lake, while the woman's aura was cold and ethereal. They were Mi Wuya and Yanyu. The former was a core disciple of the Panwu Dao court and was ranked first on the All Heavens King Sage list before Lin Sun became an emperor. He dominated his peers and was famous throughout the starry sky. On the other hand, Yanyu was a core disciple of the Black-Yellow Dao court and a peerless woman in the top 10 of the All Heavens King Sage list. When they fought for the Chaos Treasure Mount Buzhou in the ancient immortal Forbidden Zone, both Yanyu and Mi Wuya were defeated by Lin Sun. It was also from then on that Lin Sun had never seen them again. Who would have thought that he would see them here after so many years? Lin Sun had a bad feeling in his heart at the first moment because he was currently using the name of his 4th senior brother, Ling Xuanzi. If Mi Wuya and Ling Hongzhuang exposed his identity, even though it wouldn't cause any trouble, it would still arouse their suspicions, but soon, Lin Sun realized that it was a false alarm. Although Mi Wuya and Ling Hongzhuang saw him, they were slightly surprised but did not say anything. Lin Sun could not guess why, but at least it made him feel more at ease. Then, he could not help but wonder why Mi Wuya and Ling Hongzhuang were the followers of the man in the robe with the sword. He looked up and saw Emperor Ancestor Yun Yuan talking to the man in the robe with a sword. They looked friendly and smiled warmly. The man in the robe was neither humble nor arrogant, and he was calm and composed. Just by looking at his attitude, one could tell that the identity of this long-robed man with a sword on his back was definitely not simple. After a while, Emperor Ancestor Yun Yuan waved his sleeve and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, please ascend the Tao altar one by one." Obviously, all the people who had registered to go to the Gate of Earth Kuan had arrived. Immediately, everyone moved one by one, walking up the Tao altar and standing in different positions. Not long after, a rumble resounded through the sky, and the Tao altar that was thousands of meters wide levitated into the air. It was wrapped in a dazzling aura of immortality, and it moved towards the distant horizon. At this moment, all the cultivators in the city were alarmed, and their gazes shot towards the Tao altar that was moving towards the distance. Another group of great emperors has set out. Since ancient times, the path has been littered with emperor bones and emperor blood. How many people have truly reached this point? This is the temptation of the secrets of immortality and eternity. It makes all the great emperors in the world advance wave after wave, even though they know that the odds are against them. All sorts of discussions rang out. Fatty Baol looked at the Tao altar in the distance and could not help but murmur, "Senior, take care." That night, a man with an aura of immortality all over his body arrived at the city and went straight to the city lord's residence. When he found out that Feng Xuanzhen and his group had already left on the Tao altar in the morning, the man's expression darkened. "If anything happens to my son, I promise that I won't let the matter rest so easily." The man was furious, and he left with a flick of his sleeve. Watching him leave, Emperor Ancestor Yun Yuan could not help but let out a cold snort and did not say anything. He was just an immortal from the Daheng sword house. So what if he did not want to let the matter rest? The man was Feng Xuanzhen's father, a grand supreme patriarch of the Daheng sword house. He was a terrifying being who had surpassed the ancestor realm and was an immortal in the Tao-seeking realm. But it was clear that Emperor Ancestor Yun Yuan, who came from the immortal imperial clan of the eternal world, did not care about the man's threat at all. Ah! At the same time, after the man left the city, he could not help but let out a long sigh. Not only was he worried about Feng Xuanzhen's safety after he entered the Great Thousand Battles realm, but he also felt an indescribable regret. Sharpening his heart like a blade, the treasure that he had been searching for countless years had slipped away just like that. P.S. Tomorrow is the Lantern Festival, and the Goldfish will do their best to release 5 chapters. At noon tomorrow, they will release 2 chapters in a row. If you still don't vote, then the Goldfish will have to continue begging for more. Within the Tao restriction canopy, the strange and ominous calamity turned into a torrent that swept through like a hurricane. The terrifying aura could easily tear apart any Emperor Realm cultivator. The Tao Guide altar moved horizontally, emanating an obscure and undying force, and only then was it able to neutralize this force one by one. However, its speed had become slower. Lin Sun looked up. The Tao restriction canopy was seen as a forbidden area in the universe. Even immortal realm cultivators did not dare to enter it. Lin Sun finally understood how terrifying the Tao restriction canopy was when he was in it. Even with the protection of the Tao altar, it was still terrifying just by looking at it from afar. The other people on the Tao leading altar were also watching with different expressions on their faces. Everyone. Suddenly, a gray-haired Emperor Ancestor Realm old man spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. He smiled, "I have a suggestion. Since we're fated to enter the gate of the earthly realm together, why don't we form an alliance? As far as I know, in the past, everyone who went to the Great Thousand Battles domain did the same thing." Many people's eyes lit up when they heard that. The vast thousand battle domains were filled with danger and killing intent. Countless emperors' corpses were buried on the path to the eternal world. If they could travel together, it would naturally be better than traveling alone. However, there were also people who were indifferent. Fang Xuanzhen's group, the long-robed man's group, and some other top figures turned a blind eye to it. Someone even sneered, there are many cases of people killing each other in the vast thousand battle domains. So what if we form an alliance? In the end, people are not of one mind and will be on guard against each other. Once they encounter a difficult situation, they will definitely fall apart. They are no different from a disorderly crowd. Many people agreed with that statement. All of them were from different universes and worlds. Every single one of them possessed extraordinary might, and they seemed to be existences that were overlords and overlords in their respective worlds. The more they experienced the vicissitudes of life and the more powerful they were, the less likely it was for them to work together and work together. We can form an alliance, but only for small matters. If we really encounter a life and death situation or an extremely difficult situation, we will help if we can. Suddenly, Ning Daoji chuckled. This great Emperor Ju Tong from the Dongting realm was elegant and calm. Many people were tempted by his words. The monarch ancestor realm old man who made the suggestion smiled and said, "You're right, fellow Daoist. How about this, if you're willing to form an alliance, just state your attitude." Immediately, most of the great emperors who hadn't reached the pinnacle level agreed to the alliance. Moreover, he seemed to intend to follow the lead of the old man and Ning Daoji. This was also an act of seeking benefits and avoiding harm. The great emperors knew very well that an alliance would only bring benefits to existences like them. It wouldn't bring much harm to them. Gradually, as more and more emperors expressed their willingness to form an alliance, the situation became more and more delicate. The people who had formed an alliance had formed a large camp. As for those who were not allied, they each formed a small group. For example, Fang Xuanzhen, the man in a robe with a sword, Mutian, Mad Confucian Emperor, Jade Star Absolute Emperor, and other peerless figures were followed by a group of great emperors, forming their own forces. Only Lin Sun and the monk Yun Lu from the little Laying Temple of the Great Laying World had been standing alone. "Fellow Taoist Yun Lu, why don't you join us?" Ning Daoji invited him with a smile. A peerless figure like him naturally knew that if he could pull Yun Lu into his camp, it would be enough to improve the strength of this alliance. Yun Lu was thin, dressed in a monk's robe and straw shoes, like a rock. He thought for a moment and shook his head, "I'm used to walking alone." This was equivalent to a refusal. This made many people who wanted to form an alliance a little disappointed. Ning Daoji was not discouraged. He smiled and said, "Anyway, if you're interested in joining us, we'll always welcome you." Then he looked at Lin Sun, "Fellow Daoist, would you like to join us?" Lin Sun shook his head, "Sorry, I'm used to being alone." Ning Daoji smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter." At this time, someone suddenly snorted and said, "How many years has it been? It's not easy for a peerless great emperor like you to come out from such a shabby place like the Starry Sky Ancient Path. But you insist on doing things your own way. If something happens to you in the vast thousand battle domain, it'll be a pity." Lin Sun looked up and saw that the one who spoke was an emperor ancestor who participated in the alliance. He looked like a young man, but he was obviously an old monster. He seemed to be a little unhappy with Lin Sun's refusal to join Ning Daoji. In fact, the others more or less had the same displeasure on their faces. This made Lin Sun feel a little strange. When Yun Lu refused, these guys were just disappointed and didn't dare to show any displeasure. But when it was Lin Sun's turn, they all looked the same. From this difference, it could be seen that they didn't respect him as much as they did Yun Lu. Is it because I came from the Starry Sky Ancient Path and I'm not as famous as Yun Lu? Lin Sun vaguely felt that this should be the case. After thinking for a while, he pointed at Fang Xuanzhen and said to the young emperor ancestor, "When we reach the vast thousand battle domain, it's very likely that Daoist Fang Xuanzhen and I will become enemies. If you're not afraid of getting into trouble, I'm more than happy to form an alliance with you." Everyone was stunned and their expressions changed slightly. The emperor ancestor who mocked Lin Sun earlier also shut his mouth and looked a little unnatural. None of them dared to underestimate Fang Xuanzhen's strength, even Ning Daoji couldn't help but be stunned and kept silent. Fang Xuanzhen couldn't help raising his brows and looked at Lin Sun indifferently. "It's up to you whether you want to become enemies or not. We haven't reached the vast thousand battle domain yet, so you still have a chance to change your mind." Lin Sun's words confirmed Lin Sun's words, causing the faces of the allied emperors to become even more unnatural. Lin Sun smiled and didn't say anything. "You're from the starry sky ancient path?" Suddenly, the long-robed man with a sword on his back spoke. His eyes were like dazzling lightning and extremely frightening. His voice was low and deep and contained an oppressive majesty. Lin Sun secretly glanced at Mi Wuya and Yan Yuro before saying, "That's right." The long-robed man said, "I heard that a peerless great emperor called Lin Daoyuan has appeared on the starry sky ancient path." "Is that you?" "Young master, it's not him. I've seen Lin Daoyuan before. He's overbearing and arrogant. He's completely different from this Daoist." Yan Yuro said in a low voice before Lin Sun could speak. Slap, an old woman who looked like she had one foot in the grave beside the long-robed man raised her hand and slapped Yan Yuro. She scolded coldly. "How can a little slut like you have the right to interrupt when the young master is speaking? If you don't behave yourself, I'll cripple you." A red and swollen palm print appeared on Yan Yuro's beautiful and fair face. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth and her hair was disheveled. It was clear how powerful the slap was. This caused Lin Sun's eyes to narrow. He couldn't figure out why Yan Yuro would do such a thing. They were once enemies in the past. However, Yan Yuro lowered her head and trembled. She said in fear and trepidation, "Granny, please calm down. I won't dare to do it again." "Humph, uneducated thing. If the young master didn't value your talent and bones, I would have killed you long ago," the old woman said coldly. This scene caused everyone nearby to shiver. In their eyes, Yan Yuro was a third-level great emperor. Her appearance, grace, and charm were all outstanding. However, even an old woman beside the long-robed man dared to scold her like a slave. "What? You don't even dare to admit who you are?" The long-robed man did not seem to care about these trivial matters. He only stared at Lin Sun with an aggressive look. Lin Sun laughed, but there was no change in his emotions. "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like this?" Previously, Misty Rain Row had clearly been trying to help him, but because of a single sentence, she had been slapped in the face. She had lost all face and been humiliated. This made Lin Sun extremely angry. He naturally would not be polite anymore. As soon as he said this, the crowd went into an uproar. They all revealed looks of disbelief. Interesting. You don't even know the Imperial Wind Sword Emperor Wen Xiaoheng from the Immortal Emperor clan, one of the 5 ultimate emperors of the Wen clan. Interesting, very interesting. Fang Xuanzhen, who was hostile to Lin Sun, was the first to laugh mockingly. The people around him laughed as well. The Wen clan, Wen Xiaoheng, Lin Sun suddenly realized why Emperor Yun Yuan was so enthusiastic when the man in a robe with a sword appeared. He was from the Eternal World's Immortal Emperor clan, the Wen clan. Wen, Heng, Peng, He. These 4 immortal emperor clans had taken turns to control the guiding city outside the Earth Kuan world gate since ancient times. Their foundation was naturally extraordinary. It was no wonder that Fang Xuanzhen, Yun Liu, Ning Daoji, and the others revealed grave and wary expressions when they first saw Wen Xiaoheng. At that moment, the crowd went into an uproar. Everyone was shocked. They undoubtedly thought that Lin Sun's words had offended Wen Xiaoheng. As expected, Wen Xiaoheng's expression darkened slightly. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. "You're asking for death?" The old woman was even more anxious to protect her master. She was the first to step forward and stared coldly at Lin Sun. "Now, you'd better kneel down and apologize to our young master. Otherwise, the vast Thousand Battles domain will be your burial ground." Her words caused the crowd to fall into a dead silence. It was extremely oppressive. Everyone knew that if the Wen clan dared to say this, they would dare to do it. However, Lin Sun's expression was calm. He looked at the gloomy old woman and said indifferently, "Old thing, you should be glad that you're under the heavenly curtain of Tao restriction. Otherwise, you would already be dead because of what you said." Lin Sun was not afraid. Ever since he was young, he had slaughtered his way through, and he had experienced countless threats. Whether it was the orthodoxies in the ancient Desolation domain or the great Tao courts in the Starry Sky ancient path, none of them made him retreat. Now, he was crossing the Starry Sky alone and was about to enter the vast Thousand Battle domain. Why would he care about these threats, if Lin Sun's previous words were to be said that the ignorant were fearless. Thus, the words that were directed at the old woman had a completely different meaning. Everyone was shocked and in disbelief. How could Lin Sun be so daring when he knew that the other party was from the Immortal Emperor clan, the Wen family? The old woman's face turned green from anger and a terrifying killing intent surged from her body. Just as she was about to say something, she was stopped by Wen Xiaoheng, who said, "He's half right. We can't fight under the Dao restriction sky canopy. Since that's the case, why bother arguing? Young master, this person is too despicable. If we don't get rid of him, I won't be able to vent my anger," the old woman said hatefully. Wen Xiaoheng nodded and did not say anything else. The atmosphere was heavy and no one spoke at this moment. But everyone knew that Lin Sun was not only seen as an enemy by Feng Xuanzhen, but he had also offended the Wen family. When they arrived at the vast thousand battle domain, his situation was bound to be bad. In fact, he might not even survive. For a moment, they looked at Lin Sun with pity in their eyes. A great Emperor Zhu who had painstakingly walked out of the starry sky ancient path wouldn't be able to live for long. Lin Sun ignored them. Just as he had said, if he wasn't passing through the Dao restriction sky canopy, he would have attacked without any hesitation. Suddenly, Feng Xuanzhen sent a voice transmission to Chen Shi. "Friend, if you hand over that whetstone right now, I can lend you a hand and resolve this calamity." Lin Sun glanced at him and said, "I've never seen someone who's courting death like you. When we enter the vast thousand battle domain, you'd better pray that I don't meet you." Feng Xuanzhen was stunned, and his face turned gloomy. Such a rude threat was a great provocation to his dignity. "All right, I'll wait." He took a deep breath and his eyes turned cold. 6 hours later. The Dao guiding altar finally brought everyone to the deepest part of the Dao forbidden sky screen. A huge starry sky door appeared in everyone's sight. This door floated in the starry sky, and it was constructed from a myriad of strands of strange and obscure energy of order. It emanated a gorgeous and resplendent glow of the Dao. From afar, it looked like a gate to space. This was the gate of the Earth Kuan realm. A door that led to the Great Thousand Battles domain. Apart from the Earth Kuan realm entrance, there were 7 other similar realm entrances in different universes outside the vast Thousand Battles domain, and all of them led to the vast Thousand Battles domain. At this moment, many martial emperors revealed nervous and expectant expressions. Once they entered the gate, it would be the same as stepping onto a path of no return. They would either die, or reach the eternal true world. Lin Sun couldn't help sighing with emotion. He remembered the question he had once asked Yuan Qingheng. Could the Great Thousand Battle Realms, a place that was isolated from the eternal true world, be wiped out, at that time? Yuan Qingheng felt like he had heard a great joke. Now, Lin Sun could vaguely understand what the other party was thinking. Let alone destroying the Great Thousand Battle domain, even an immortal realm expert would not be able to do so. "Let's go." When the Dao altar stopped in front of the Earth Kuan realm entrance, Wen Xiaoheng glanced at Lin Sun coldly, then led the group and rushed over. At this moment, Lin Sun acutely noticed that Mi Wuya had shot him a look, and it was filled with a hint of warning and anxiety. It was as if he was telling him not to go to the Great Thousand Battles domain, and not to become enemies with Wen Xiaoheng. Unfortunately, it was just a look, and Lin Sun could not understand anything else. "Ling Xuanzi, after you enter this gate, you will arrive at the ancient nightmare battlefield. No matter where you are moved to, no matter where you hide, I will definitely find you." Feng Xuanzhen warned Lin Sun coldly, and was about to leave with the group. Lin Sun took out a jade talisman and said calmly, "There is a wisp of my aura on it. You will be able to find me immediately if you hold this talisman. Do you dare to accept this talisman?" His words were casual and natural, but they contained an invisible domineering aura. Many people were shocked and looked at him. "Good. Very good. Since you are courting death, how can I refuse? Give it to me." Feng Xuanzhen's eyes burst out with a terrifying divine light. He thought that Lin Sun's action was the greatest provocation. Lin Sun casually threw the jade talisman over. Feng Xuanzhen and the group left directly with the jade talisman. "With this jade talisman, no matter where you are, I will be able to find you immediately. Don't lose the jade talisman," Lin Sun murmured in his heart. Lin Sun could not be bothered with Feng Xuanzhen, but the latter's repeated provocations were intolerable to Lin Sun. When Xing Mutian and the group left, he suddenly found Lin Sun and said, "My friend, you are very bold. If you can survive, I don't mind accompanying you." After saying this, he turned around and left. Lin Sun could not help but be stunned. Xing Mutian was extraordinary, and he was a peerless great emperor with the highest cultivation among them. He had been very low-key along the way, as if he was an outsider. Lin Sun did not expect that Xing Mutian would say such words to him before he left. Immediately, Lin Sun shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Then, Mad Confucian Emperor, Jade Star Absolute Emperor and other peerless figures led their people to the gate of Earth Realm and disappeared. When they all left, Ning Daoji sighed and cupped his hands to Lin Sun. "Take care, Taoism pure." After saying that, he also led the experts who had formed an alliance and left. Seeing that only he and Yun Lu of Small Laying Temple were left, Lin Sun did not delay any longer and was about to leave. There are many corpses on this road since ancient times. Those who try to stay together will be tired by their companions. Those who are afraid will be stopped by blood. Only those who are fearless and walk alone can embark on a bloody road. In a quiet and zen voice, Yun Lu looked at Lin Sun and said, "Taoism pure, no matter what they think of you, I have an intuition that you may go further than them on this road." Lin Sun cupped his hands. "Thank you for your auspicious words." After a pause, he said, "I also have an intuition." "I'd like to hear the details," Yun Lu said. "You're right." Lin Sun laughed and turned to the gate of Earth Realm. Yun Lu was stunned for a while until he saw Lin Sun's figure disappear. He couldn't help but smile. The descendants of Fengsuan Mountain are really not ordinary people. Immediately, his expression became calm again. He put on his straw shoes and disappeared into the gate of Earth Realm in a flash. After a long time, the altar of Earth Realm trembled slightly and floated in the air, returning to the direction of the city of Earth Realm. Boom, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The evil spirit was monstrous. A blood-red figure tore through the sky and pounced on Lin Sun, who had just appeared in this world. It was incredibly fast. Lin Sun almost instinctively punched out without thinking. Boom, this punch caused the void to collapse and crack into countless spiderwebs. But the strange thing was that the blood-red figure avoided it by a hair's breadth. With a gentle flash, it disappeared between heaven and earth, leaving no trace or aura. But Lin Sun still saw its appearance clearly. This was a kind of evil spirit. Its body was formed by a strange blood-red mist. Its face was wriggling and changing, extremely vague, and its aura was ferocious and cruel. It was obvious that this was a strange creature. Rumble lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky. Thick lightning flashed in the rolling evil spirit, like a dancing python. This was a world full of evil spirit. There was a vast expanse of blood everywhere, and one could not see the end at a glance. There was no grass on the ground, only many barren sand dunes piled up. The sky was shrouded in rolling thunder and evil spirit, which was extremely frightening. Oppressive. Bloody. Barren. Lin Sun spread out his divine sense and immediately noticed that this world was completely filled with all kinds of evil spirit. These evil spirits with bloody, evil, and corrosive strange power were everywhere. Practitioners under the Emperor realm would not be able to bear it at the first moment. They would be invaded by the evil spirit, corroding their flesh and soul. It would not take long for them to turn into a pile of corpses. Fortunately, my cultivation is not suppressed. After a while, Lin Sun finally dared to confirm that he had arrived at the boundless thousand battle domain. Xianxia, what do you know about this ancient nightmare battlefield? Lin Sun asked. Xianxia turned into a stream of light and flew out from the light green sachet. After looking around, she said in a reserved and proud manner, "There is nothing in this boundless thousand battle domain that I do not know, except for some mysterious forbidden areas and danger zones." As she spoke, Xianxia gave Lin Sun some pointers. The ancient nightmare battlefield was a ferocious place at the very edge of the boundless thousand battle domain. This battlefield was made up of 8 regions. Experts who entered the boundless thousand battle domain from the 8 great realm gates would be moved to different places in these 8 regions. Experts like Lin Sun who entered the ancient nightmare battlefield from the Earthkuan realm gate would be moved to the Earthkuan domain of the ancient nightmare battlefield. Although it was only a part of the ancient nightmare battlefield, the size of the Earthkuan domain was comparable to a side of the world. The sky here was covered by the blood fiend Dipper lightning all year round and was filled with a terrifying evil aura. Even an emperor would have to move cautiously here. The reason was that apart from the threat of the blood fiend Dipper lightning, there were also countless blood spirit nightmare demons hibernating here since ancient times. This was a ferocious being that was terrifying to the extreme. In the countless years of the past, all the experts that perished here would absorb and devour the scattered soul fragments and flesh of their corpses before transforming them into a part of its own strength, causing it to be extremely evil. Just like the word nightmare in their name, these evil creatures were formed from the strange evil aura that filled this world. They came and went without a trace, as untraceable as a dream. Often, when cultivators were relaxed, they would suddenly attack. They were the most treacherous and vicious of all. Only then did Lin Sun realize that the blood-red figure he encountered when he first arrived was a blood spirit nightmare demon. P.S. I'll first send 2 consecutive chapters. I'll continue writing after lunch. I'll try to write 2 consecutive chapters before 7 p.m. Lin Sun had just thought of this. A blood-red figure suddenly appeared in the void nearby. It dashed towards Lin Sun like a bolt of lightning. Its speed was unbelievably fast. Lin Sun snorted coldly. His body roared and endless Taoist light condensed into a big abyss. The blood-red figure rushed over but was suppressed by the big abyss, like an insect that had crashed into a spider web. It released an ear-splitting shriek. With a hong sound, it turned into a blood-colored fiendish energy and tried to escape. But as Lin Sun operated the big abyss, the roaring blood-red evil Qi was destroyed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Qi. 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 Before Lin Sun could react, blood-red figures suddenly appeared in the void nearby and charged towards Lin Sun from different directions. Their auras were so fierce and violent that they were comparable to those in the Emperor realm. Faced with such a change, Lin Sun stood still, and the abyss around him suddenly spread to all directions with the momentum of devouring the sky and earth. In a series of dense and dull explosions, the blood-red figures were crushed and destroyed by the terrifying devouring power one after another. To Lin Sun's surprise, nothing was dropped after killing these blood nightmare devils. Xianxia, who had been standing on Lin Sun's shoulder, sneered when she saw this. These ferocious creatures with no intelligence are condensed from strange evil Qi. They are of no value. It paused for a moment and continued. If you're able to encounter the monarch of the blood soul nightmare, then you can refine it into a strand of baleful origin energy. No matter if it's to temper the body or temper your emperor weapon, it possesses unbelievable effects. Evil Qi? Lin Sun was deep in thought. Yes. You can use this power as a strange grindstone. It is beneficial for cultivation and refining treasures, Xianxia advised. Lin Sun nodded and asked, how can I leave this ancient nightmare battlefield and go to the eternal world? The Azure Sparrow said, this is just one of the battlefields at the very edge of the Great Thousand Battles regions, which is also the starting point to the eternal true world. There are at least 1,000 battlefields on this path, nearly 100 mysterious forbidden areas, and 49 imperishable passes of various sizes. What you need to think about right now is not how to reach eternal true world, but how to survive on this path. Lin Sun stared blankly for a moment before saying, then tell me, how should I kill my way out of this ancient nightmare battlefield? The Azure Sparrow said without hesitation, kill 10 monarch-level blood spirit nightmares and collect their pearls of life, and you'll be able to condense a lightning baleful spirit ring. As it spoke, it looked towards the sky and said, with the lightning fiend spirit ring, one can resist the blood fiend astral lightning that covers the sky and jump out of this world to arrive at the departed soul domain. Past the undead soul realm. Lin Sun interrupted, it's not too late to talk about the next route when we arrive at the realm of the dead. As he spoke, Lin Sun took out a jade talisman and sensed it quietly. A moment later, he looked towards the east. Feng Xuanzhen, who was also holding a jade talisman, should be in that direction. Let's go. Lin Sun took action. Along the way, the sky was filled with surging lightning and surging killing intent, and from time to time, some blood spirit nightmare demons would suddenly appear and launch a sneak attack on Lin. But they were all killed by Lin Sun without hesitation. Although this kind of ferocious creature was extremely difficult to deal with and it was difficult to sense their hiding place, as long as they showed their traces, they would no longer be a threat to Lin Sun. After a quarter of an hour, In the vast bloody world, Lin Sun suddenly stopped. Almost at the same time, the surface of the ground under his feet suddenly exploded. In the flying dust, a bloody big hand reached out and grabbed at Lin Sun fiercely. The big hand was wrapped in a strange and dazzling bloody killing intent, and it tore the void into pieces. The aura it released was extremely terrifying. Lin Sun's figure flashed, and he narrowly avoided it, moving hundreds of meters away. A bloody figure that was more than 300 meters tall rushed out from the ground, and a myriad of killing intent fell from its body like a waterfall. When it appeared, the blood-fiend astral lightning that covered the sky seemed to be attracted and poured down, bathing its figure in violent lightning. All of a sudden, the aura of this 300 meters tall bloody figure rose steadily. Roar! It let out a roar that shook the 9 heavens like a clap of thunder. The sky collapsed, the earth collapsed, and the void became chaotic. Its ferocious power was comparable to a 5th-level Emperor realm existence. Of course, to Lin Sun, this ability was simply not enough. But thinking about it, the ancient nightmare battlefield was only the outermost area of the vast 1,000 battle domains, and there were already such tyrannical ferocious creatures. No one dared to imagine what kind of terrifying dangers they would encounter as they went deeper into the vast 1,000 battle domains. Good sign. This is a sovereign-level blood spirit nightmare demon, and it already has a certain level of intelligence. Green Sparrow stood on Lin Sun's shoulder and said crisply, "To you, this kind of character is naturally not enough. But if you want to collect 10 beads of life, I'm afraid it will take some time. If your luck is bad, I'm afraid you won't be able to collect all of them even after 3 to 5 years." Lin Sun said casually, "If I can't collect them myself, I'll just rob others." Green Sparrow was startled. And at this moment, Lin Sun brazenly attacked. Boom, the great way rumbled, and the sun and moon lost their light. As Lin Sun waved his sleeve, a streak of sword chi broke through the air and fell across the sky. The Nightmare King, which had a certain level of intelligence, clearly sensed the danger. Just as it was about to dodge, it was drowned by the vast ocean-like sword chi. Bang bang bang, its 100-meter-tall blood-colored figure exploded into pieces, turning into a blood-colored mist that filled the sky. It was completely wiped out by the torrent of sword chi. Swish, Lin Sun moved across the void and stretched out his hand to grab. A pure blood-colored evil source and a fist-sized black bead were grabbed over. The evil source energy was very peculiar. It showed a violent and domineering aura. Lin Sun tried to swallow it into his body. In an instant, it was as if a great sun had exploded in his body. The violent evil chi rushed into his limbs and bones, flesh and blood. It made Lin Sun feel a tingling pain as if he was being cut by thousands of knives and burned by raging fire. One should know that his life emperor body was already comparable to a miraculous divine weapon. It was incomparably powerful. The power contained in a drop of blood could crush an ordinary emperor realm figure. But at this moment, Lin Sun felt as if he was being torn apart by a tingling pain. After a while, the evil source energy was refined by Lin Sun's physical strength. He calmed down and felt it. Indeed, he found that his physical strength seemed to have been cleansed and tempered. It was a little stronger than before. Even if it was very subtle, the effect was remarkable. Not bad. Lin Sun had realized that, as Cyan Sparrow said, the evil source energy was like a peculiar grindstone. It could be used to refine the body and the treasures. It was not incredible, but it was also a rare treasure in the outside world. Then, Lin Sun took the life bead of the Nightmare King in his hand and looked it up and down. The evil chi of thunder surged in the bead. Vaguely, it produced a wonderful resonance with the blood-colored evil thunder covering the sky. Apart from this, there was nothing special. Lin Sun put away the bead and moved on. On the way, he didn't encounter any Nightmare King at all. On the contrary, those ordinary Nightmare Kings darted out from time to time like flies, which made Lin Sun a little tired of killing them. 2 hours later. Lin Sun suddenly noticed that the response from the Jade Talisman had suddenly disappeared. There was only one possibility. Feng Xuanzhen had destroyed the Jade Talisman that Lin Sun gave him. Could it be that he sensed something was wrong and didn't dare to fight with me at the first moment? Lin Sun frowned. No, this guy is leading a group of Emperor Realm experts. He himself is at the 7th level of Emperor Realm. He hasn't really fought yet, so he shouldn't have retreated so quickly. Could it be that he met with an accident? After thinking for a while, Lin Sun shook his head. There was no way to make a specific deduction on this matter. Next, he continued walking towards the east. Science Sparrow was right. Although the earthly territory was only a part of the ancient nightmare battlefield, it was extremely vast. It had been 8 to 10 hours since he entered this place, but he didn't meet anyone along the way. Unable to find Feng Shuangjian for the time being, Lin Sun focused on finding the sovereign-level blood spirit nightmare. Unfortunately, such a monster was 1 in 1,000. Finding it was no different from trying his luck. But Lin Sun wasn't in a hurry. This was only the first day since he entered the boundless thousand battle domain. Half a day later, desolate sand dunes appeared in the blood-red sky far away. The sky was gloomy, the thunder rumbled continuously, and the surging evil spirit raged, making the place look like a ghost domain. Lin Sun's eyes flashed with a strange light. The surroundings of the sand dunes seemed no different from other places. However, in his eyes, that region was covered in a formless restrictive power. Not a single bit of aura leaked out from that region. If it wasn't for the fact that his attainments in Dao markings had already attained an unprecedented state, he would have almost misjudged it. Quietly, Lin Sun ran the third eye, and the world in the far distance suddenly seemed to change. Layers of abstruse and obscure formations, like layers of a big net, covered the area. With just a glance, Lin Sun could tell that if this formation was activated, its power might not be comparable to Dao Fall and Heaven Kill. But if an emperor ancestor was accidentally trapped in it, he wouldn't be able to escape in a short time, although he wouldn't die. Who set up such a big formation here? Just when this thought flashed in Lin Sun's mind, he saw a figure suddenly appear in a place far away. When he saw Lin Sun, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Ling Xuanzi." Lin Sun's eyes were like lightning, and he immediately recognized that the figure was an Emperor Realm figure who followed Feng Shuangjian. However, before Lin Sun could react, the figure turned around and fled in a panic. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows, and then revealed a sneer as he chased after the figure. At the same time, behind the sand dunes, wisps of obscure light and shadow flowed, completely covering the figures and aura of Feng Shuangjian and the others, as if they were transparent and undetectable. In Feng Shuangjian's hand, there was a round black bronze mirror, which just reflected the scene of Lin Sun rushing towards here. I have to say that Ling Xuanzi's courage is extraordinary. Just as young master had guessed, he really found his way here. An old man laughed. As a peak great emperor, it would be abnormal if Ling Xuanzi didn't have this little bit of courage. Feng Shuangjian said indifferently. As a peak great emperor, he knew that those who could embark on this path were definitely not ordinary geniuses, but outliers among geniuses. Every one of them had the mentality, will, and strength to look down on their peers. Therefore, when they arrived at the ancient nightmare battlefield and used the jade talisman to sense Lin Sun's location, Feng Shuangjian made a decision. Formation, waiting for the rabbit. Although Feng Shuangjian was conceited, he knew that even if he joined forces with everyone around him to suppress Lin Sun, a peak 6th heaven great emperor, they were bound to pay a certain price. Feng Shuangjian didn't want to see such an outcome. In this perilous and unpredictable vast thousand battle domains, only by preserving one's own strength could one live longer. Feng Shuangjian didn't want to pay an unnecessary price for an opponent like Lin Sun. Thus, setting up a formation and waiting for the rabbit to strike a fatal blow was undoubtedly the safest way. Just like now, the formation covering this heaven and earth was called 9 Nether God Trapping. It was set up by 99 formation flags, and the power of the restriction reached an astonishing 1,000 layers. Emperor Ancestor was trapped in it and couldn't escape at all. Of course, Feng Shuangjian wasn't a Dao pattern grandmaster. This 9 Nether God Trapping formation was made up of a set of Dao pattern talisman treasures. This formation was also one of Feng Shuangjian's trump cards. "Young master, he has taken the bait," someone said excitedly. Feng Shuangjian looked up and saw Lin Sun's figure entering the area covered by the formation. The emperor who had deliberately attracted Lin Sun's attention had returned at this time and said with a complacent expression, "This guy probably thought that I was scared away by him and ran away, didn't he? Haha. Well done." Feng Shuangjian gave him a look of approval. This person who showed himself to lure Lin Sun was naturally arranged by Feng Shuangjian. In fact, even Feng Shuangjin didn't expect that Lin Sun would dare to come alone. However, all this wasn't important now. It's time to reel in the net. Go. Feng Shuangjin's eyes shone brightly as he took a deep breath and activated the black copper mirror in his hand. Boom! Instantly, the heavens and the earth were overturned. Countless Tao markings and formation diagrams surged into appearance, and they formed layer upon layer of restriction energy that covered the heavens and the earth. Lin Sun, who was in it, was immediately covered by layers of restrictions. Success! Feng Shuangjin's face lit up with excitement. In his sight, Lin Sun was covered by countless Taoist prohibitions, just like a prisoner who was tied up heavily. Come, follow me to meet this supreme great emperor from the starry sky ancient road. Feng Shuangjin took the lead and entered the formation with the bronze mirror in hand. The other monarchs followed closely behind. The great formation rolled and rolled. Countless runes of light and rain circulated. The restrictive power flooded the world like a tide. Not long after, Feng Shuangjin saw Lin Sun and couldn't help laughing. Ling Xuanzi, I have given you many chances before, but you are stubborn. For a whetstone that even you don't know the use of, you will lose your life. Is it worth it? The other monarchs who followed him all laughed. They regarded Lin Sun as a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, with coldness and contempt. Although Lin Sun was bound and suppressed by layers of restrictions, he didn't seem to panic. Instead, he said indifferently, "No wonder you destroyed the jade token I gave you. It turns out that you have already made sufficient preparations." Feng Shuangjin raised the corner of his mouth and said, "You and I have both set foot on the peak, so I know best that to deal with people like you, we must win by surprise. Only then can we not lose a single soldier. Of course, if you had some respect in your heart, I'm afraid you wouldn't have encountered this death tribulation. You can only blame yourself for thinking too highly of yourself or being ignorant. After all, you come from the starry sky ancient road, how can you understand what it means to say that there is always someone better than you?" His words were reserved, with a sense of condescension and sarcasm. As he said, he waved his hand. "Go, take off his head. I want to keep it well. After all, it's really not easy to kill a great monarch." Immediately, the group of monarchs rushed out, all with undisguised killing intent, and brazenly attacked. Boom, the light of Tao rose, and the light of treasure whistled. All kinds of Tao methods and monarch weapons were like the water of the Milky Way, rumbling and crushing the void and bombarding Lin Sun alone. Among these monarchs, there were emperor ancestors with high cultivation, and those with low cultivation were at the 5th level of the monarch realm. In addition, they were from the Daheng sword school. Whether it was the Tao methods they controlled or the monarch weapons they used, they were all top-notch. At this time, when they attacked together, their power could make even emperor ancestors despair. Lin Sun suddenly sneered, "Ignorant? Now I'll tell you who is really ignorant." His body stretched out. Boom, an indescribably terrifying divine might burst forth from his body. It was like a landslide or a tsunami, and the layers of restrictive power that trapped him exploded like clouds. Before anyone could react, Lin Sun's figure disappeared strangely. The next moment, puff, 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 a wave of dense and oppressive sounds resounded. Boundless and dazzling sword chi swept through the surroundings, and the group of emperors who charged forward were either slashed into two, beheaded, pierced through in the chest, or directly minced into pieces by the boundless sword chi. Thick scarlet monarch blood splashed, and shrill screams sounded. In the blink of an eye, a bloody scene of slaughter was played out. It was too fast. When Lin Sun escaped, the first thing he did was to kill people. It was like a demon god escaping from hell. Caught off guard, 6 monarchs were killed immediately. Their faces were full of shock and disbelief. If it wasn't for an emperor ancestor who reacted in time and did his best to restrain Lin Sun's slaughter, the casualties would only be more serious. But this emperor ancestor was soon suppressed by Lin Sun's power to the point where he couldn't raise his head. In the distance, Feng Shuangjin was obviously caught off guard by this scene. Immediately, his face darkened and he shouted, "You're courting death." He rushed out, his robe fluttering, and his peerless cultivation was released. He was like a sword god, with unparalleled courage and an aura of invincibility. Clang, a Taoist sword swept out from the top of his head. It was crystal white and dazzling like the sun as it slashed towards Lin Sun. This sword was extremely fierce and solemn. It disturbed yin and yang. Before the sword arrived, the sword intent released from it was so strong that it could make ghosts and gods afraid. This was Fang Xuanzhen's power. In the 5th-ranked Tiandu star field, his title of Sword Emperor Xuanzhen was also shocking. However, Lin Sun's heart was calm in the face of this sword. With a thought in his mind, the profound sword cauldron roared out, steaming with divine brilliance. It moved horizontally in front of him and blocked the sword with ease. Fang Xuanzhen's pupils shrank, and his heart rose and fell. A peak 6th-level Emperor ancestor actually blocked his angry sword. This was beyond Fang Xuanzhen's expectation. Almost at the same time, Lin Sun's 5 great Taoist bodies suddenly rushed out and attacked together, bombarding the Emperor ancestor who had been suppressed by him. Lin Sun alone was already difficult for the Emperor ancestor. Now, there were 5 great Tao avatars that were not inferior to the original body attacking together. Just that scene alone was enough to make the Emperor ancestor's scalp explode and his soul leave his body. But it was too late for him to dodge, and he could only use all his strength to resist. Boom, in the blink of an eye, this Emperor ancestor was killed cleanly. Even if he tried his best, it was useless. His figure and primordial spirit were crushed and dissipated into thin air. How is this possible? Fang Xuanzhen's eyes widened, and he almost went crazy. A 6th-level Emperor realm cultivator killed an Emperor ancestor, even if it was just a 9th-level Emperor ancestor and not a true ancestor of a great Tao. How could a 6th-level Emperor Zhu Feng defeat such a terrifying realm? At least, Fang Xuanzhen asked himself honestly. Even a 7th-level Emperor realm great emperor like him could not do this. Everything seemed too abnormal, too horrifying. No matter how calm and wise Fang Xuanzhen was, at this moment, he was a little anxious and angry, and his mind felt like it was being attacked. Fang Xuanzhen found it hard to believe that the 9 netherworld's soul refining formation, which he had meticulously set up, had suddenly become useless. And the terrifying combat strength displayed by Lin Sun almost overturned his understanding. How could he remain calm? At this moment, Lin Sun's 5 great Tao avatars attacked, killing the remaining Emperor realm cultivators like cutting melons and vegetables. And Lin Sun's original body rushed towards Fang Xuanzhen. Fang Xuanzhen was indeed great Emperor Zhu Feng from the Daheng Sword School. After experiencing such a shocking change, his first reaction was not to fight desperately, but to retreat. Swoosh! He turned around and left. He knew that he had very likely made a serious mistake and completely underestimated Lin Sun's ability. In the face of such an unforeseen event, he had to protect himself first to avoid any more accidents. But at this moment, as Lin Sun waved his sleeve, countless Tao lights condensed into Tao patterns and disappeared into the 9 nether god-trapping formation. Immediately after, the formation seemed to be boiling, rolling, and surging, producing a shocking change. Oh no! Fang Xuanzhen's face suddenly changed, and he realized that the black mirror in his hand had lost control of the formation, and layers of restriction power were covering him. How is this possible? His eyes were as round as saucers. This unforeseen event almost caused his mind to fall into chaos. Boom, in the distance, Lin Sun had already rushed over. A Tao sword swept out from the profound sword cauldron, filled with monstrous Tao light, and slashed at Fang Xuanzhen. At this critical moment, Fang Xuanzhen suddenly opened his mouth and spat. A golden decree emerged, shooting out the power of order. In the earth-shaking roar, it blocked Lin Sun's sword. Lin Sun couldn't help but be surprised, and realized that this golden decree was an extraordinary treasure, full of the aura of order. Buzz, the golden decree turned into a golden light, wrapping Fang Xuanzhen's figure, completely fearless of the restriction power, and was about to escape from this formation. Lin Sun's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he didn't hesitate to use his trump card. This time, he couldn't allow Fang Xuanzhen to leave alive. P.S. 3rd and 4th updates. 5th update, around 10 p.m., do you have the heart to not vote when you have the monthly votes? Fang Xuanzhen made up his mind. The golden decree was his life-saving measure, and also the reason why he dared to come to the vast thousand battles domain. Ling Xuanzi, Fang Xuanzhen, will remember this. He gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with hatred. A meticulously prepared ambush had instead caused him to suffer heavy losses and even fall into a crisis. This was something he had never experienced before. Suddenly, Fang Xuanzhen was stunned. He felt as if a white light, had flashed in front of him, causing him to pause for a moment. Before he could come back to his senses. Boom, an ancient cauldron descended from the sky, suppressing him and the power of the golden decree into the cauldron. This cauldron was none other than the abyssal sword cauldron. Lin Sun had relied on the forbidden passing divine power to fight for a chance to stop Feng Xuanzhen, and finally suppressed him with the abyssal sword cauldron. No. Feng Xuanzhen was shocked inside the sword cauldron. He screamed and struggled with all his might. The golden decree around him released a dazzling divine radiance, and strands of order energy interweaved as he tried to break free from the abyssal sword cauldron. Tut. As Lin Sun operated the abyssal sword cauldron, the order phoenix flame and the nirvana flame that had turned into a lotus appeared. The former was sparkling and magnificent, glowing purple. The latter was like a blooming lotus, shining with a green halo. The appearance of the two order energy produced an unfathomable aura and pressure. The order energy released by the golden decree immediately collapsed and dimmed. In the end, the golden decree was completely suppressed. Feng Xuanzhen's soul almost came out of his body, and he was terrified. This was only his first day in the vast thousand battles domain. Was he going to be in trouble? Bang! Feng Xuanzhen's vision turned dark as a terrifying force pressed down on him. He fainted immediately. Lin Sun kept the abyssal sword cauldron and heaved a sigh of relief. If Feng Xuanzhen was allowed to escape, then it was extremely likely that he would go into hiding. At that time, it would be extremely difficult to capture him again. This was also the reason why Lin Sun did not hesitate to use the forbidden passing divine power. Now that Feng Xuanzhen had been suppressed, he could easily pry open Feng Xuanzhen's mouth and learn about the secrets of the sharpening heart whetstone. From afar, the 5 Tao bodies whizzed over. The Emperor realm cultivators that followed Feng Xuanzhen had been completely killed. Even the spoils of war were packed properly. Lin Sun put away the 5 Taoist bodies and waved his sleeves. Crash! The 9 secluded god trapping formation covering heaven and earth was suddenly removed and turned into 99 formation flags, which were caught by Lin Sun. Although this formation isn't as powerful as the Death Dao formation, it still has its own wonders when used to trap a monarch. Lin Sun looked at it for a while and put it away. The black copper mirror in Feng Xuanzhen's hand was the formation plate of the 9 Serenities god-trapping formation. As Feng Xuanzhen was suppressed, the formation plate naturally fell into Lin Sun's hands. Between heaven and earth, the color of blood was boundless, the surging baleful aura and thunder surged under the sky. Lin Sun looked around and was about to leave. Suddenly, his eyes were like lightning as he looked into the distance and said, "Have you seen enough?" Fellow Taoist Ling Xuanzi's methods are capable of overturning the heavens and earth, and it has truly broadened our horizons. An emotional voice sounded. There was a fluctuation in the void, and the figures of the reckless scholar emperor and the others appeared. Mad scholarly emperor came from the scholarly world. He wore a scholarly robe and a wide belt. Frost had a green scroll hanging from his waist, and his whole body was emitting a noble aura. The imperial emperors by his side had solemn expressions, and they seemed like a group of teachers. Their bearing was unlike the other cultivators. "So it's you." Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. He had heard that the cultivators of the real literati world all followed the path of Confucianism. They cultivated the noble spirit, shouldered the sun and moon on their shoulders, and had a deep and profound mind. Compared to Buddhism, they each had their own merits. Fellow Taoist, you don't have to worry too much. We just happened to be here by coincidence. We absolutely don't have any ill intentions. The mad scholar emperor's words were clear like drums, and it seemed as if he was reciting the profundities of a scripture. His graceful bearing was dazzling, and it caused others to find it extremely difficult to arouse the heart to resist him. Really? Lin Sun nodded. If that's the case, I'll go first. Goodbye. With that, he turned around and left. Mad Confucian Emperor was stunned. It seemed that he didn't expect that Lin Sun would leave so quickly, as if he was afraid of getting involved with him. He seems to be restrained, but he's really proud and aloof to the extreme. There's no need for Dean to pay attention to him. A snow-white-haired old man frowned and spoke with displeasure. He just experienced a calamity and noticed our tracks, so it's inevitable for him to be vigilant. This is human nature. Mad Scholar Emperor looked at the direction Lin Sun left towards and smiled indifferently, but even I never imagined that Feng Shuangzhen's group from the Eternal Sword House would actually be wiped out by him. When this matter was mentioned, everyone in the surroundings revealed heavy expressions. Earlier, they were hiding in the shadows and had a panoramic view of what Feng Shuangzhen's group had set up, and they originally thought that Ling Xuanzi from the Starry Ancient Path would definitely suffer calamity. Who would have imagined that Ling Xuanzi, who was all alone, would be the one to survive in the end? All of this strongly proved that Ling Xuanzi was absolutely not as simple as a peak 6th level Imperial Emperor. What a pity. I originally intended to invite him to go with me, but now it would seem like it's impossible for him to form a group with anyone. Mad Scholar Emperor sighed, and then he waved his hand and said, "Let's go as well. Let's strive to gather 10 sovereign rank Blood Soul Nightmare Devil's origin pearls as soon as possible and leave this place." In the depths of a barren land, Lin Sun opened up an underground cavern here, and after setting up an ore-isolating formation, he took out the Abyssal Sword Cauldron. Until Lin Sun took out the Golden Decree. Science Barrow spoke, "The material of this decree shows immortal characteristics, and the order energy it contains should be at the 5th level of the Earth rank. It can only be considered ordinary. However, if it were in the vast thousand world, such an order talisman would be considered a priceless treasure. It's enough to resist the attack of an emperor ancestor. Unfortunately, that kid surnamed Feng is too stupid. He doesn't even know that the order energy nurtured in your imperial life treasure is even more powerful." Lin Sun sized up the treasure that Science Barrow called the order talisman and couldn't help but feel a little regretful. The power of this treasure had been exhausted, and it could no longer be used. However, the material of this decree was quite mystical. It contained immortal characteristics and was even more precious and rare than emperor-rank divine materials. Science Barrow suddenly stretched out her beak and ate the order talisman. As she ate, she let out a satisfied and comfortable voice. "In the future, if you encounter such things filled with immortal substances, you can let me eat them. I promise that I will try my best to guide you to a path of survival in the vast thousand battle domains. I can't guarantee that you can reach the eternal world, but at least I won't let you die so easily." Lin Sun couldn't help but ask, "What if I don't agree?" Science Barrow snorted coldly, "Aren't you worried that I'll be unhappy and guide you to a path of no return?" Lin Sun was speechless. He started to search Feng Shuangzhen's body for treasures. It had to be said that as a top-grade emperor who came from the Eternal Sword House, and as the son of an immortal, the treasures Feng Shuangzhen carried were dazzling. Most of them were the Eternity Origin Crystals. There were more than 10,000 of them, and they were all first grade. Their value was astonishing. Apart from that, there were dozens of divine medicines for cultivation, nearly 100 divine materials that could be considered treasures, and 4 or 5 emperor treasures with unfathomable power. There were Taoist seals, fishing drums, horsetail whisks, spirit bracelets. What caught Lin Sun's attention the most was an emperor's sword. It was 2 feet long, as white as snow, and its swordwill was like the sky. It gave people a feeling that it would not move for a long time, and its quality was astonishing. It was at least at the upper level of spirit grade. The sword was carved with 2 strange inscriptions, Imperial Everlasting. The sword hilt contained immortal qualities, and the blade had obviously been refined by the power of order. Although it didn't have the power of order, it had the charm of order. Why doesn't this sword contain an artifact spirit? Lin Sun frowned. Science Barrow said, "The grades of emperor weapons are not divided according to the strength of the artifact spirit. Emperor weapons that have given birth to artifact spirits need to be taught from the most basic real martial realm to cultivate. They need to spend a lot of effort and pay a price. Moreover, the artifact spirit might not be able to metamorphose into the emperor realm. You ought to be clearly aware of how difficult and dangerous the path of cultivation is, whereas, to an artifact spirit, the tribulation they face every single time they break through is usually even more dangerous than a cultivator. Since the ancient times until now, there have been many artifact spirits that perished beneath the tribulation of breaking through. Even if artifact spirits reach the emperor realm, they will have complete wisdom, state of mind, and cultivation by then. If the way they pursue conflicts with their masters, it will be bad." Lin Sun also knew what Science Barrow said. But the next words were something Lin Sun hadn't thought about before. Science Barrow said, "Because of this, most people will not choose to cultivate artifact spirits when refining life weapons. Just like the Emperor's sword you see now, it can be regarded as the top level of Emperor weapons, but it doesn't have a sword spirit. Lin Sun nodded. He understood this, but he didn't seriously consider whether his abyssal sword cauldron needed an artifact spirit. After a while, Lin Sun shook his head and stopped thinking about it. At least for now, it didn't matter whether abyssal sword cauldron had an artifact spirit or not. He put away the imperial sword and other treasures and decided to interrogate Feng Xuanzhen about sharpening heart. But to Lin Sun's surprise, Feng Xuanzhen fell into a strange state as if he was dead. Only his body still retained vitality. But his spirit was sealed by a layer of strange power. This guy is really ruthless. He cast the seal of God on himself. Xianxia saw through it at a glance and sneered, "This secret method has been passed down in eternal truth for a long time." In order to protect their clansmen, some immortal emperor clans set the power of the seal of God in their spirit. Once they encounter an accident, as long as the seal of God is activated, their spirit will not be restrained. Even the emperor ancestor can do nothing about it. The green sparrow paused for a moment and continued. Obviously, the Godbind seal in this kid's soul core was left behind by his father, and it's suffused with an eternal energy. This also means that even if you kill him now, his soul core will be unable to be obliterated unless you're able to deal with the energy of the Godbind seal. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows, "Then do you know how to crack it?" P.S. The 5th update is here. The Lantern Festival broke out smoothly. Those of you who will vote after 5 a.m., you can start your performance now. /1. Xianxia said, "The God restriction seal that seals his spirit is made by an immortal figure, which means that you should at least have the power of the immortal level to break it." Lin Sun was stunned. "Is there no other way?" "Of course there is." Xianxia pointed out, "Your life weapon is covered with 2 kinds of power of order. One is filled with the aura of the immortal phoenix. Although it's only a part of the power, it can be classified as the 6th level of the earth rank. The other kind of power of order. Well. Speaking up to this point, Xianxia was a little hesitant and said vaguely, "This order power isn't complete, but its aura is extremely special. Looking at its power, it's almost on par with the order power of Earth rank 9. However, its aura is extremely obscure, which makes it difficult for me to determine its specific rank." Lin Sun was clear about it after hearing this. Even if the part of the phoenix flame in the abyssal sword cauldron was incomplete, it was still comparable to the 6th level of the earth rank. The power of order of nirvana of freedom heaven was amazing, and its power was comparable to the 9th level of the earth rank. And its aura was even stronger than the 9th level of the earth rank. But no matter what, you only need to use one of these 2 kinds of power of order to crush this person's God restriction seal. Xianxia said, "But at that time, this person's spirit will also be crushed." Suddenly, Lin Sun hesitated. After a while, he took out the whetstone inscribed with the words "Sharpen one's heart" and asked Xianxia, "Do you recognize this thing?" Xianxia stared at it for a while, with a pair of smart eyes showing a shocked expression. Finally, she shook her head, "I can only see that this stone is not simple, but I can't see what kind of magic it has." Xianxia came from the Yuan family of the immortal emperor and was extremely proud. Even she was shocked, which undoubtedly proved the mystery of this whetstone. Lin Sun, who was a little disappointed, was about to put away the whetstone. Suddenly, he keenly noticed that a wisp of strange aura quietly emerged from Feng Xuanzhen's body and sensed the existence of the whetstone. Buzz at the same time, the whetstone in Lin Sun's hand trembled imperceptibly. Lin Sun's eyes lit up, and his divine sense spread into Feng Xuanzhen's body. This guy fell into a state of suspended animation. The power of his body was silent, and Lin Sun's spiritual awareness easily swept into it. After a while, Lin Sun finally found the source of the strange breath. A white stone was being nurtured in Feng Xuanzhen's imperial world. It was the size of a palm, flat, and jade white. It was like the warmest and translucent divine jade in the world, and it was suffused with a gentle glow that calmed the mind. Without hesitation, Lin Sun took out the white stone. When he held it in his hand, it felt cool to the touch, soft, and comfortable. Merely looking at it caused one's mind and soul to feel tranquil as if they'd been cleansed. On the back of the stone, there were 4 words inscribed, "Nurturing the heart like jade." Every single word he spoke was elegant like a cool breeze, and it carried a feeling of great freedom, a feeling of being completely free and unfettered. Sharpen the heart like a blade, nurture the heart like jade, the green sparrow muttered. It was as if it was infatuated, as if there was a true meaning behind this, and it wanted to distinguish it, but it had already forgotten how to speak. At the same time, Lin Sun was also overwhelmed with emotions. Sharpening the heart like a blade, his words like sword scars, incomparably sharp and unbridled. Nurturing the heart like jade, riding like a cool breeze, gentle and elegant, free and unfettered, these two black and white stones, one sharpened the sword while the other nurtured the heart, and they echoed with each other to form a heart-trembling charm. In a trance, a loud laughter seemed to resound. 3 cups to reach the great way, a single cup to reach nature, a drunken dream, and a reincarnation to restore the era. The voice seemed to be magical, and it dragged Lin Sun's mind into a strange state. It was as if he was in the mighty river of fate, where time rose and fell, reincarnation changed, and waves rose and the world flowed. Suddenly, a sigh resounded on the mighty river of fate, and it revealed loneliness and disappointment. Seeking the way with the sword, striving to cross the reincarnation, walking in the changing of the era, searching, yet unable to find the reason, having no opponent in the world is too lonely in the end. Could it be that only death is the ultimate transcendence? Tao can be Tao, but it's not a Tao. The heavenly Tao is human, the great Tao is small. In the end, I'm trapped in the Tao, ha ha ha, what bullshit great way. It's all nonsense. Every word was like a thunderclap, rumbling and making Lin Sun's mind tremble and his head swell with a stinging pain. Just when he felt that he was about to be unable to bear it, the voice suddenly became low and calm, as if it was completely relieved and put down. Well, if this road doesn't work, I can only go through Nirvana again and find another way. When listening to this, a picture quietly emerged in Lin Sun's mind. In the eternal silence of the great ruins, a figure turned around and walked into the vast nothingness. His whole body fell apart and turned into countless light rain that scattered and dissipated. Only the eternally silent great ruins was left, desolate since ancient times. Vaguely, Lin Sun saw that there seemed to be a door slowly closing in the depths of the great ruins, and a sword cry came out from the deeper part of the door, like a whine. Boom! Hearing the sword cry, Lin Sun only felt that his head almost exploded. Countless complex and obscure forces hit his mind, making him tremble all over, and his state of mind showed signs of collapse. For a long time, Lin Sun felt dizzy in his mind, and everything he saw and felt before disappeared. Only an ethereal whine lingered in the deepest part of his heart. My lord, I must break the shackles, free myself from the ruins of wonders, and go to find you. That mournful wail was filled with sorrow and determination. When Lin Sun wanted to feel it carefully, even the whine disappeared without a trace. It seemed that everything he had experienced just now was like an unreal dream. After a long time, Lin Sun took a deep breath and gradually calmed down, and then his eyes fell on the 2 mysterious stones in his hand. The scenes he had seen just now must be the traces of willpower left on these 2 stones. The figure that turned around and walked into the nothingness must be the owner of the sword whetstone and the heart-nourishing stone. He was a sword Tao giant who fought for reincarnation and walked through many eras. It was too lonely to have an opponent in the world. The meaning revealed by these words undoubtedly proved that in terms of the Tao of the sword, this legendary giant had already reached an unprecedented level. But in the end, this legendary giant chose to reincarnate and start anew. He wanted to open up another path and walk on the path of Tao again. The reason was that he admitted that he couldn't find a way to break through and transcend again. Lin Sun couldn't help but be shocked by this, and he was unable to imagine to what extent this legendary giant had reached on the path of Tao to make such a choice. The only thing he could be sure of was that this person had reborn in the ruins of wonders and vanished from the world. On the other hand, he'd probably sealed his sword within the ruins of profundity before he left. So, the sword seemed as if it possessed a spirit of its own after he left, and it emanated a strand of a wail that carried a dense aura of sorrow. The ruins of wonders of ways, the sword Tao giant, the sword wails. Lin Sun fell into deep thought. The Kunlun ruins of ways, the ultimate ruins, the ruins of creation of ways, and the ruins of wonders of ways were distributed on the ancient paths in the starry sky at the beginning. Later on, the Kunlun ruins and the ultimate ruins suffered calamities respectively, and their origins dried up, whereas the whereabouts of the ruins of creation and ruins of wonders were unknown. Especially the ruins of wonders, it was the most mysterious and unknown. Since the ancient times until now, many great figures had even thought that if they wanted to find the ruins of wonders, then they could only cross the starry sky and head to the other side in order to find clues. On the other hand, the ruins of wonders in Lin Sun's possession had some sort of karma with the ruins of wonders of ways. Now, after experiencing the unbelievable scenes from before, Lin Sun realized that the owner of the sword whetstone and heart-nurturing jade in his possession had once entered the ruins of wonders of ways. Unfortunately, Lin Sun didn't know who this person was, nor did he know his origins, so he was unable to deduce too much. "You seem to have noticed something just now?" Xianxia suddenly asked. Lin Sun nodded, and then he thought of something and said, "Yes, the owner of these two treasures had once entered the ruins of wonders of ways, and his attainments in the sword Tao had attained an unprecedented and invincible state." After hearing this, Xianxia said in a daze, "How could I not know when such a great figure in the sword Tao had appeared in these countless years?" "Then do you know about the ruins of wonders of ways?" Lin Sun asked. Xianxia said without hesitation, "Of course I do. A long time ago, countless forces in the eternal world were searching for the ruins of wonders of ways. They believed that the complete mystery of reincarnation existed in the ruins of ways, and it was enough to allow cultivators to be invincible in the changing of eras. However, no one had ever been able to find the ruins of wonders of ways, so very few people in the eternal world talked about this matter." Lin Sun said in surprise, "The complete mystery of reincarnation?" He suddenly remembered that there was a world like reincarnation in his nirvana order. In the past, he had entered the reincarnation cycle and rebuilt his cultivation. This is just an inference and speculation. No one knows what is hidden in the ruins of wonders of ways. Xianxia shook her head and said. Lin Sun nodded. After a while, he put away the sword whetstone and heart-nurturing jade, and then he looked at Feng Xuanzhen, who was in a state of suspended animation. "Will he be able to wake up by himself?" Lin Sun asked. Xianxia said, "Of course he can. However, it will be at least 100 years later. This is also the price to pay for using the God-forbidding seal. No one can be spared." Lin Sun sighed in his heart. He knew that he would not be able to get more clues about the owner of the sword whetstone from Feng Xuanzhen in a short period of time. After thinking about it, Lin Sun suppressed Feng Xuanzhen in the Tower of Infinity. It was just 100 years, and he could afford to wait. Next, Lin Sun began to meditate with his legs crossed. A day later, Lin Sun walked out of the underground cave. His figure flickered and shifted in the blood-red world, searching for the sovereign-level blood spirit demon. When he killed Feng Xuanzhen and his group, there was a sovereign-level blood spirit demon's pearl of life among the spoils of war. In other words, Lin Sun already had 2 pearls of life. He only needed to find 8 more to condense the Thunder Fiend spirit ring. With this treasure, he could pass through the Blood Fiend hard thunder that covered the sky, walk out of the ancient nightmare battlefield, and arrive at the next battlefield, the realm of the dead. At the same time, there were many figures searching for the sovereign-level blood spirit demon in different areas of the ancient nightmare battlefield. Everyone knew that it was related to whether they could walk out of the ancient nightmare battlefield. Die. A loud roar resounded in the barren land as a huge golden hand slammed down. A sovereign king blood spirit nightmare demon was directly smashed into pieces. Xing Mutian waved his sleeves and kept the malevolent source and his natal jewel. He wore a purple robe and a jade belt. His long hair was loose and his eyes shone with an obscure golden light. His entire body gave off a domineering aura. "It's only the 4th pearl of life. It's too slow," Mutian muttered. "If I don't enter the Spectre Soul domain as soon as possible, I won't be able to collect the Emperor ancestral roots." Spectre Soul domain, a dark and desolate Dao mausoleum. Rumor had it that there were fragments of the great Dao ancestral roots from the last era buried there. If one could refine them, they would be able to greatly improve their cultivation. However, there was a limited number of Grand Dao ancestral roots, and it was especially so for some Grand Dao ancestral roots of superb quality. They would only be able to enter the Spectre Soul domain for a month. This meant that the longer they stayed in the ancient nightmare battle domain, the more likely they would be left behind. By then, even if they entered the Spectre Soul domain, the Emperor ancestral roots would have already been snatched away. "I have to hurry." Mutian's eyes flashed coldly. His cultivation had already reached the 8th level of the Juyu Emperor realm. He planned to achieve a breakthrough in the vast thousand-battle domain. If he could reach the 9th level of the Juyu Emperor realm, no matter how dangerous the vast thousand-battle domain was, he had nothing to fear. In another direction, Juju Emperor led a group of people to move quickly. She wore black armor, a black spear, and a black veil. Her entire body was shrouded in black mist. When she moved, a murderous aura swept through the area. Quick, gather the Pearl of Life. We have to leave the ancient nightmare battlefield in 3 days no matter what. Her voice was as cold as ice as she urged. The emperors following her didn't dare to delay. Apart from Mutian's group and the Ju Star Summit's group, Mad Scholar Emperor, Ning Daoji, and the other forces were also doing their best to gather the Pearl of Life. To them, the outermost part of the ancient nightmare battlefield posed no threat at all. There was no reason for them to stay. On the other hand, the Spectre Soul region possessed the Grand Dao ancestral root that tempted them. The ancient nightmare battlefield was divided into 8 parts. The area that Lin Sun and the others had entered through the Earthkuan realm gate was called the Earthkuan Dominion. It was just a part of the ancient nightmare battlefield. There were experts from various universes in the other 7 territories as well, and they were moving about in the territories they'd entered. Their goal was the same, to kill the monarch rank blood spirit nightmare devil and obtain their power jewels. Moreover, there was no lack of dazzling martial monarchs in the 7 great territories. Some of them were even stronger than Xing Mutian, reckless martial monarch, and Ning Daoji. Everyone was clearly aware of all of this, and they were clearly aware that after they arrived at the Spectre region, the cultivators that had entered from the 8 spatial gates were bound to erupt into a bloody conflict for the sake of fighting for the Grand Dao ancestral root. Only the experts who reached the Spectre Soul region first would be able to seize the initiative. What destiny pearl? I don't need it at all. I just want Ling Xuanzi to die. In the blood-red world, Wen Xiaoheng's expression was filled with indifferent killing intent. After he'd led all the martial emperors into the ancient nightmare battlefield, he'd started searching at the first possible moment. His objective wasn't to collect the power jewels, but to kill Lin Sun. But up until now, he hadn't encountered Lin Sun, and this caused Wen Xiaoheng to be unable to help but feel slightly gloomy. Young master, the ancient nightmare battlefield is extremely vast. If we continue searching like this, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to drag him out. The senile old woman spoke with a ghastly expression. In my opinion, why don't we head to the Spectre region right away? That place is only the size of a minor world, so it'll undoubtedly be much easier to search for him once he appears. But what if he doesn't appear? Wen Xiaoheng frowned. Then it proves that he either perished in the ancient nightmare battlefield, or he's afraid and is intentionally avoiding us. No matter which outcome it is, it's beneficial to us, said the old woman. Not to mention we have another objective this time, and it's utterly not worth wasting our time and energy on such a person. Wen Xiaoheng remained silent for a moment before he waved his hand and said, "All right, we'll do as you say." The old woman immediately smiled. Mi Wuya and Yan Yuro, who'd been following Wen Xiaoheng all this while, exchanged glances, and their hearts couldn't help but feel heavy. Of course they knew that Ling Xuanzi was Lin Sun, but no matter what his identity was, it would probably bode ill if Wen Xiaoheng discovered him. No one knew better than them how terrifying the eternal Imperial Sword Emperor from the Immortal Emperor clan's Wen family was. I can only hope that Lin Sun doesn't run into Wen Xiaoheng. The two of them had the same thought at the same time. Lin Sun didn't hide from the beginning until the end. Because he didn't know that Wen Xiaoheng and the others had been searching for him with all their might. It could only be said that the ancient nightmare battlefield was too vast, and Lin Sun had never encountered Wen Xiaoheng and the others. The search continued. After a full day, Lin Sun had only managed to collect 4 power jewels. Even Lin Sun felt that it was rather boring. On the way, Lin Sun couldn't help but ask, how is Xianxia departed soul realm compared to the ancient nightmare battlefield? For you, it naturally isn't that dangerous. However, it's rumored that the ancestral root of the Great Path from the previous era is buried in that world. It's a fortuitous encounter that all emperors dream of. Refining it can greatly increase one's cultivation base, Xianxia said. But there are too many monks and not enough meat. For the sake of fighting for the ancestral root of the Great Path over the countless years, all the experts who entered the departed soul realm would frequently have bloody conflicts. Lin Sun couldn't help but ask, the ancestral root of the Great Path from the previous era? That's right. The previous era is also known as the immortal martial era. That's an extremely ancient matter. Even I can't say for sure how many years have passed since the previous era. But what we can be sure of is that it's precisely because of the destruction of the immortal martial era that the current era has flourished. Oh, that's right. According to the Eternal True Worlds era calendar, the era we're in is known as the Spirit Martial era. It has existed for more than 9 million years. Spirit Martial era, 9 million years, Lin Sun was slightly shocked. He made some calculations. 100,000 years ago was the ancient era of the galaxy Ancient Path, and 200,000 years ago was the immemorial era of the galaxy Ancient Path. 300,000 years ago was the ancient era of the galaxy Ancient Path. Based on this deduction, compared to the time that the eternal true world had existed for, the amount of time that the ancient path of the galaxy Ancient Path had experienced since ancient times was clearly much shorter. And before the Spirit Martial era, there was still the Immortal Martial era. This span of time caused Lin Sun's mind to be in a daze. He could not help but remember the loud laughter of the Whetstone's owner. Seeking the way of the sword, fighting to cross the cycle of reincarnation, walking in the changing of eras, searching, Lin Sun suddenly felt his body stiffen. Walking in the changing of eras, could it be that the Whetstone's owner wasn't from this era? It's rumored that when you can see the profound truth of eternity and understand the laws of destiny, you will be able to stand above all Tao and look at the changes of the world. You will be able to see the mysteries of the flow of time and understand the secrets behind the rise and fall of eras. It's a pity that although the eternal true world is called eternal, only the legendary eternal gods can see the profound truth of eternity. Lin Sun was startled and was about to say something. Whoosh, in the void nearby, there was a tumble and two figures emerged, one in front and one behind, sandwiching Lin Sun in the middle. They were separated by only 10,000 feet. One of them looked like a young man in the prime of his life. He wore a feather robe and had a handsome and aloof face. He held a snow-white horsetail whisk in his hand. The other had white hair and skin that was as smooth as a baby's. He had kind eyes and a sage-like demeanor. Both of them exuded the aura of the ancestor realm. As soon as they appeared, the power released from their bodies shrouded the world, causing the air to stagnate and the void to become chaotic. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and said, "What are you two doing?" These two people looked unfamiliar. They were obviously not the group of emperors who had entered the gate of the Earth-Kuan realm like him. This made Lin Sun immediately conclude that these two people should have come to the ancient nightmare battlefield from another realm gate. A peak 6th level Emperor Realm Great Emperor. Impressive. The white-haired elder with a kind face praised with a smile. The handsome young man in the feather robe had a cold expression and said bluntly, "It's not easy to cultivate. It's even harder to live longer in the boundless thousand battle domain. We don't want to take your life. As long as you hand over the pearl of life, we will leave immediately." So it's a robbery. Lin Sun suddenly understood. The young man in the feather robe and the white-haired elder were stunned. Lin Sun's relaxed reaction was obviously a little abnormal. This made them suspect that this peak 6th level Emperor Realm young man might have something to rely on. The white-haired old man's expression was warm as he said, "Young friend, you can slowly collect the heavenly jewels, but if you lose your life, then there's no possibility of revival. The two of us don't want to see a young man like you be buried here just because of some heavenly jewels." So, before he finished speaking, Lin Sun had already let out a long laugh. "Stop talking nonsense. You're being so pretentious when you're robbing others. Come, let's see who's robbing who today." Boom, he took the lead and rushed towards the young man in the feather robe. The abyssal sword cauldron swept out, wrapped in billions of rays of light, rumbling and crushing the void. "You're courting death." The young man in the feather robe's cold eyes were like a sword. With a series of clanging sounds, a dazzling flying knife tore the sky and slashed out. On the flying knife, the ancestor realm aura was earth-shattering like a landslide and a tsunami. Clang, the abyssal sword cauldron was blocked and collided with the flying knife, causing the ground to suddenly collapse and smoke and dust to fill the air. The young man in the feather robe couldn't help but be a little surprised that he couldn't repel Lin Sun's sword cauldron. But the next moment, his expression changed. Lin Sun's figure flashed and the 5 great Tao bodies suddenly rushed out, like a god descending to the world, and violently attacked the young man in the feather robe with lightning speed. P.S. Don't panic, there will be more updates at the end of the month. Boom, in an instant, the young man in the feathered robe was surrounded. He was completely blocked from all directions. Before long, he coughed up blood again and again. His hair was disheveled and his face was aghast. He used all his strength to attack, but he couldn't escape at all. Instead, he was suppressed and was in danger. What's going on? Is this the power of a peak 6th level emperor? The young man in the feathered robe was shocked and angry. He felt that everything in front of him was overturning his understanding. Oh no! In the distance, the white-haired old man's expression changed and he attacked immediately. Buzz, he withdrew an ancient and mottled black jade palace lantern, and it revolved in space before it flashed out like a torrent of flames that was gorgeous, resplendent, dazzling, and blazing. Its might was extraordinarily great as well, and it burned space to the point it warped and incinerated everything into ash. Even an ordinary Emperor Realm expert would be reduced to ashes if they came into contact with such a torrent of flames. Lin Sun turned around with his dark eyes and used the Abyssal Sword Cauldron to resist. Clang, the Abyssal Sword Cauldron and the Palace Lantern collided, and the rain of fire kept colliding, splashing out a torrent of power that swept in all directions. So strong. The white-haired old man's pupils constricted, and his sleeves fluttered as he slapped towards Lin Sun. This blow was like a moving mountain, and it had the power to crush the universe. The surging power of the Ancestor Realm rushed through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Lin Sun leaped forward and waved his fist to kill. His spirit, chi, and spirit were boiling, causing Lin Sun's momentum to become arrogant and disdainful. He was like a chaotic furnace that stirred up the wind and clouds in all directions. Boom, in the blink of an eye, the two had fought fiercely for dozens of times, causing the world to fall into a violent chaos, and signs of collapse and destruction could be seen everywhere. The white-haired old man's face was already livid and gloomy, and the shock in his eyes couldn't be concealed at all. He couldn't imagine how a peak 6th level emperor could cross 3 levels and fight against an Ancestor Realm expert like him. The worst thing was that as the battle continued, the white-haired old man also began to feel the pressure on his face, and there were signs of him being suppressed. Could it be that this child is a monster who defies the laws of nature and walked out of the eternal true world? Otherwise, why didn't I know of his existence before? The more the white-haired old man fought, the colder his heart became. Originally, when he and the young man in the feathered robe saw that Lin Sun was alone and only at the peak of the 6th level Emperor realm, it was like they saw a sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Therefore, they did not hesitate to attack. Who would have thought that this was a wolf in sheep's clothing? Lin Sun, on the other hand, became braver and stronger as he fought. His fighting spirit was burning in his heart, and he felt extremely happy. Since he'd broken through and stepped into the lawless realm, it wasn't that he hadn't killed a progenitor realm figure, but most of the time, he'd relied on the combined might of his 5 great Dao physiques or the assistance of the passing restriction divine ability. It was the same for killing the Golden Flame the Arch-Ancestor and the Arch-Ancestor beside Feng Xuanzhen. In this battle, it was the first time that Lin Sun suppressed an Emperor Ancestor with his own strength without the help of Forbidden Death or the power of the 5 Tao bodies. Although the opponent was still not the real ancestor of a Tao, Lin Sun was quite excited to be able to achieve such a record. Help me! Suddenly, a shrill and miserable cry resounded from afar. The white-haired old man trembled all over. When he looked up, his heart sank. The Emperor Ancestor realm existence of the youth in the feathered robe was beaten to death. He didn't even have a chance to escape. His body was smashed, and his spirit was shattered. The miserable state of his death greatly stimulated the white-haired old man. Seeing that the 5 Tao bodies were surrounding him, the white-haired old man didn't dare to hesitate anymore. He suddenly bit the tip of his tongue and let out a hysterical roar. Tut! A bloody light burst out from his body. Vaguely, there seemed to be countless figures of gods rushing out from the bloody light. At this moment, Lin Sun didn't hesitate to move away and retreat far away. Boom! The terrifying bloody light hit the Abyssal Sword Cauldron in front of Lin Sun, bursting out a boundless force that made the Abyssal Sword Cauldron shake violently. Lin Sun staggered and was almost blown away. When the smoke and dust dispersed, the white-haired old man was no longer in the field. The scene of destruction between heaven and earth was shocking. Lin Sun let out a breath of turbid air and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Did he underestimate the ancestor realm? No, it was not. The reason was that even he didn't expect that the white-haired old man's desperate blow would be so powerful. If he hadn't dodged in time and resisted with the abyssal sword cauldron, he would have been seriously injured. Next time I meet such old monsters, I must not give them a chance to fight desperately. I should attack with the 5 Tao bodies together and finish the battle quickly and kill them with one blow. This battle made Lin Sun vigilant, but it also made him gain a lot. At least, he had tested that in the case of a head-on collision, he could kill an emperor ancestor with his own combat power. Of course, it was just an ordinary emperor ancestor. If he met a Tao ancestor, he could only avoid the sharp edge. In the distance, the 5 Tao bodies returned to Lin Sun's body after collecting the spoils. The spoils were very rich, but there were no special treasures. There were some eternal void source crystals, divine materials, elixirs, emperor treasures and other miscellaneous treasures. I have always been curious about the origin of your master. Can you tell me about it? Xianxia suddenly asked. Along the way, Xianxia witnessed Lin Sun's battle after battle. She saw Lin Sun use the forbidden death magic to kill his enemies. She saw the terror of his 5 Tao bodies and the mysteriousness and power of the abyssal sword cauldron. According to Xianxia's knowledge, there were not many Emperor Zhuing who could compare with Lin Sun in the immortal Emperor Yuan clan. At least no one in the 6th Heaven Emperor realm could compare with him. Of course, Xianxia knew that Lin Sun was not simple. Otherwise, her master Yuan Qingheng, a peerless figure, would not be inferior to Lin Sun in a head-on battle. But Xianxia still had many doubts in her heart, and these doubts had been suppressed in her heart for a long time. When the time is right, I will tell you, Lin Sun said casually. Xianxia rolled her eyes and said, even if you don't tell me, I can guess a thing or two. Although the master of Xianxia of the Luo family disappeared mysteriously a long time ago, his power of the devouring abyss is very famous among the immortal emperor clans in the eternal world. She did not finish her words, but Lin Sun knew that Xianxia had seen through some of the truth. What else did you see? Lin Sun asked. Xianxia's eyes turned and she said, I am just very puzzled. You are clearly not a descendant of the Luo family, so how can you master the Luo family's innate power? Lin Sun glanced at Xianxia and asked, is it easy to recognize the power of the devouring abyss? Xianxia thought for a moment and said, that depends on the person. The master of Xianxia has disappeared for too long. Even in the eternal world, only some old people who are from the same generation as the master of Xianxia might be able to recognize this kind of innate power. Soon after, Xianxia laughed and said, so you are worried that your innate power will be seen through. Don't worry, even in the current eternal world, there are only a few people who can see through it, let alone in the colossal 1,000 battle domains. But you can see through it. Lin Sun's eyes were deep. Looks like your background is not as simple as that of a pet. Xianxia seemed to be embarrassed into anger. She widened her eyes and said, who told you that I am a pet? If it was not because Miss was worried that you would be frightened and did not allow me to reveal my identity, you would have been scared to death. Lin Sun laughed. He knew that Xianxia's words might have been exaggerated, but it was impossible for her to be as simple as an ordinary Xianxia. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you afraid? Don't worry, I am not interested in revealing your identity. If Miss did not ask me to show you the way, I would not have bothered to talk to you. Xianxia regained her arrogant look. Lin Sun laughed and did not think much of it. No matter how extraordinary her background was, she was still just a bird. Why should he bother with her? Seeing that Lin Sun did not speak, Xianxia said as if she had not vented her anger, don't be complacent. The emperor ancestor that you killed is known as the Nine Realms ancestor in the eternal true world. The ancestor is the extreme. In other words, if they do not master a complete great way, they will be stuck at the 9th level of the emperor realm for the rest of their lives. Only the ancestor of the One Tao can achieve immortality. There is a world of difference between the ancestor of the One Tao and the Nine Realms ancestor. However, Lin Sun was not annoyed at all. Instead, he nodded thoughtfully and said, I see. If you had not told me, I would not have known about the Nine Realms ancestor. Thank you for teaching me. Xianxia was startled. The indignation in her chest seemed to have been forcibly suppressed. She could not help but glare at Lin Sun fiercely. Then she retracted her gaze with a cold snort and used her beak to comb her feathers. She looked like she did not want to bother with Lin Sun anymore. Lin Sun smiled and walked towards the blood-red world in the distance with a happy heart. Of the two emperor ancestors, one had been killed and the other had fled in panic. However, Lin Sun had still reaped a great harvest. He had obtained 3 sovereign-level Nightmares life jewels. In total, he now had 5 life jewels. No wonder those 2 old fellows chose to rob them. Hunting sovereign-level nightmares can only depend on luck and are extremely difficult to find. Robbing them is much faster. Along the way, Lin Sun could not help but think about robbing them. I wonder where Wen Xiaoheng and his group are. Otherwise, I could kill this fat sheep. As a descendant of the Immortal Emperor clan, he must have a lot of money on him. Besides this, Lin Sun had always been puzzled. Why would Mi Wuya and Yan Euro follow Wen Xiaoheng? This was too abnormal. Xianxia, do you know why Wen Xiaoheng wants to enter the vast thousand battle domain? He clearly came from the eternal world. Even if he wants to return, there is no need for him to choose this bloody path of no return, right? Lin Sun could not help but ask. For training, said Xianxia. Xianxia said, the experts of the vast thousand worlds view the vast thousand battle domain as the only path to the eternal world. In the eyes of the great forces of the eternal world, the vast thousand battle domain is the best battlefield for training. Almost every once in a while, the Immortal Emperor clans will send their disciples into the vast thousand battle domain to train. They view the dangers as whetstones and the experts of the vast thousand battle domain as targets. After a pause, Xianxia continued, Wen Xiaoheng should belong to this situation. When you gradually go deeper into the vast thousand battle domain, you will meet many Immortal Emperor clansmen along the way. Some powerful characters are even stronger than you. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and said, now that you mention it, I really want to see it. Xianxia was stunned. As they conversed, Lin Sun had been traversing between heaven and earth. Along the way, he encountered blood-colored nightmares that appeared and disappeared mysteriously, frequently ambushing him. In the end, he directly crushed all of them. Unfortunately, he did not encounter a single monarch-level blood-colored nightmare along the way. This made Lin Sun speechless. Had all these monsters been hunted down, suddenly, there was an air-rending sound in the distance. A group of Emperor Realm figures appeared, like a storm sweeping across the heaven and earth. When they saw Lin Sun walking alone, these Emperor Realm experts were startled, their pupils unnoticeably narrowing. Lin Sun also stopped, his black eyes clear and deep. The atmosphere was tense. But in the end, the golden-robed man at the front waved his hand and led the group of people away. These fellows are quite smart. Lin Sun could not help but feel a little disappointed. If they encountered a great calamity, at least they could take advantage of others and perhaps gather enough jewels of life. But this situation did not happen. Not long after the golden-robed man and his group left, one of them could not help but say, previously, that guy was alone. With our strength, we can suppress him. Even if we do not kill him, we can force him to obediently hand over his jewels of life. Obviously, this person was not resigned. How can someone who dares to walk alone in the ancient nightmare battlefield be an ordinary person? He is at least a peerless great emperor. This kind of tough bone is not easy to chew. The golden-robed man said casually. But you are also a peerless great emperor. With so many of us, if we attack together, we will definitely win. In my opinion, why don't we test him? If his cultivation is really terrifying, we can just retreat in a hurry. Many people spoke up. The golden-robed man stopped in his tracks, hesitating. Jewels of life were too difficult to find. In this ancient nightmare battlefield, there were countless people moving around. One could imagine how difficult it was to gather enough jewels of life. Forget it. Let's test him. If something goes wrong, we'll retreat immediately. The golden-robed man gritted his teeth and made his decision. Everyone's spirits rose. Immediately, they followed the golden-robed man and chased after Lin Sun. Lin Sun didn't go far. When he noticed that the golden-robed man and his companions had returned, he was stunned at first, and then the disappointment in his heart was swept away, and he felt quite happy. Obviously, these fellows were unwilling to accept this outcome. That's good. He suddenly turned around and glanced at the golden-robed man and the others, saying, "You want the power jewels?" The golden-robed man and the others stared blankly, their expression strange. This fellow was quite smart. "I wonder if fellow Taoist is willing to part with it?" the golden-robed man asked. Others all looked at Lin Sun with cold eyes and didn't hide their excitement at all. Lin Sun immediately laughed. "It just so happens that I also need beads of life. Seeing that so many of you are working together, you should have collected a lot of beads of life, right?" What was going on? Those people were a little confused. This guy couldn't be thinking of robbing them all by himself, right? The golden-robed man felt a little uneasy. He coughed and said, "Fellow Taoism, why don't we have a fight? Whoever loses has to hand over his power jewels?" Lin Sun agreed without hesitation, "Sure." Seeing that she was still so calm and composed while being besieged, and even faintly seemed to be eager to give it a try, the golden-robed man felt that something was wrong. At this moment, suddenly, there was a sound of something breaking through the air in the distance. Another group of people appeared at an extremely fast speed. They were led by a black-armored man with a black spear on his back, surrounded by black mist. It was the Jade Star Judy. The golden-robed man and the others were slightly alarmed when they saw the Jade Star Judy leading a group of emperors. To Lin Sun and the golden-robed man's surprise, as soon as they arrived, the Jade Star Judy waved her hand and gave an order. "Kill these guys and take their power jewels. Remember, don't hurt Xianxia. After all, he is one of us." His words were sonorous, powerful, and full of murderous intent. Boom, as he spoke, the Jade Star Judy had already made his move. A black spear pierced through the air like lightning and murderous wind. The corner of Lin Sun's mouth twitched. One of them, he was clearly trying to steal his prey. So they are one of us. Let's go. The golden-robed man's expression changed drastically. He shouted and led the others to flee. The Jade Star Judy and the others chased after them without hesitation. The Jade Star Judy's voice came from afar, "Xianxia, remember this. You owe me a favor this time." Lin Sun's face darkened a little. "Did I ask you to help? You stole my prey and now you want me to owe you a favor?" Women are really unreasonable. After thinking about it, Lin Sun gave up the idea of chasing after them. There was no other way. Even if he chased after them, he would not get any benefits. Lin Sun shook his head and continued forward. On the way, Xianxia could not help but point out, every month, a group of Emperor Realm practitioners will enter the vast 1,000 battlefields. Each group needs to enter the ancient nightmare battlefield. No matter how many monarch-level nightmares there are, they are not enough to kill. This means that if you want to collect 10 beads of life in a short time, you can only rob and fight. Lin Sun had already thought this through. He said, "Everyone's nature and Taoist heart are different. At least when there is no grievance between us, I will not rob others." Xianxia looked at Lin Sun with surprise and said, "You are very different from some of the great emperors I have seen. How many people who controlled the supreme power could keep their hearts in order to achieve their goals? In fact, the higher one's cultivation was, the more unscrupulous they would be." Very few people acted like Lin Sun. Several hours later, the sound of a fierce battle came from afar. Lin Sun spread out his divine sense and saw a group of Emperor Realm practitioners besieging a black-robed man in a very distant place. The black-robed man was already riddled with injuries and was bathed in blood. He could not hold on any longer. On the other hand, the group of Emperor Realm practitioners besieging him had a shocking lineup. The leader was a great emperor and there were 2 Realm 9 ancestors supporting them. "Fellow Taoist, save me. I am willing to hand over my bead of life to thank you." Suddenly, the black-robed man noticed Lin Sun and shouted anxiously. At the same time, the group of Emperor Realm practitioners also noticed Lin Sun. Seeing that he was alone, they could not help but show disdain. Lin Sun was indeed a little tempted. However, before he could react, a cold shout was heard, "This guy can't hold on any longer. Go and kill that person and take his bead of life." The one who spoke was the leader of the great emperors. He was a tall man bathed in golden divine light. His black hair fluttered in the wind and he looked disdainful and cold. "Yes. Instantly, the two Realm 9 ancestors and the group of Emperor Realm practitioners turned around and fixed their eyes on Lin Sun. Their expressions were full of ridicule and playfulness. Whoosh, their figures flickered and they besieged Lin Sun. Lin Sun thought that he was just passing by and had no grievances with them. But it was obvious that it was useless to say this now. These guys obviously did not intend to let him go in order to snatch his bead of life. Do you see? Others do what you don't want to do without any hesitation, Green Sparrow sighed softly. Isn't this better? At least when I kill them, I don't have to be polite at all. Lin Sun laughed. Boom, without any nonsense, the battle broke out directly. The two Realm 9 ancestors took the lead and rushed over. They took out their treasures and displayed their Taoist methods. Since Lin Sun said he wouldn't be polite, he naturally wouldn't be polite. Then, his figure flashed and the 5 Taoist bodies rushed out together. Together with Lin Sun himself, they activated the Abyssal Sword Cauldron and attacked one of the Realm 9 ancestors. Boom, the world was turned upside down and the void was in disorder. In the blink of an eye, the Realm 9 ancestor who was targeted by Lin Sun had no time to resist, and his treasures were blown away by Lin Sun himself. His defense was broken, and the 5 Taoist bodies took the opportunity to attack him. After a series of crazy attacks, the Realm 9 ancestor was directly killed on the spot. His flesh and spirit were all blown up and turned into ashes. It was a brutal mess. Oh no! The other Realm 9 ancestor's face changed, and his soul almost came out of his body. He realized that he had encountered an extremely terrifying opponent this time. But Lin Sun didn't give him a chance to escape at all. Lin Sun and the 5 Taoist bodies rushed forward together like the gods on an expedition, rumbling and rolling over. Their power was like an invincible force that would sweep the world. Bang! In just a few seconds, the second Realm 9 ancestor was also blown up, and his death was the same as the first one. Both of them were killed by Lin Sun and his doppelgangers with crushing power before they could exert their full strength. These two troublesome old things were killed. Lin Sun left the 5 doppelgangers to deal with the emperors who had long been frightened and fled in panic, and he himself went to kill the tall man in the distance. At this time, the tall man was also scared. His head was in a daze, and he could not believe his eyes. What was going on? Ever since he started cultivating, he had never seen a peak 6th level great emperor kill 2 9th level great ancestors in just a few breaths of time. Was he still a human? Seeing Lin Sun's true body coming, the tall man did not have time to think more. The golden light on his body burst out, and he suddenly moved the void and fled to the distance. After a few flashes, he disappeared without a trace. Lin Sun could not help but be stunned by the speed of his escape. Immediately, he shook his head and looked at the injured black-robed man, and said, "It's time to fulfill your promise." The black-robed man looked gloomy and gasped, "My fellow Taoist, you were not trying to save me, but to protect yourself. This promise cannot be counted." Lin Sun raised his eyebrows, and his dark eyes were deep. "Aren't you afraid that I will kill you and take your treasure?" The black-robed man was stiff all over, and he forced a smile. "I think you are upright, and you will not do such a despicable thing, right?" Lin Sun laughed, and his answer was very simple. He slapped the black-robed man. Bang! The black-robed man, who was already heavily injured, immediately fainted after the slap landed on his body. Lin Sun searched the man's storage treasures and found 2 beads of life. As for the other treasures, he did not touch them and threw them back. He went back on his word. "Why didn't you kill him? Instead, you only took 2 beads of life?" Xianxia Sparrow was stunned. "How long do you think he can survive in the ancient nightmare battlefield with such injuries?" Lin Sun said, "As for only taking 2 beads of life. Well, this is called keeping one's word." Then, he looked into the distance. With the appearance of the 5 Tao bodies, the group of martial emperors who had lost the 2 Realm 9 ancestors were almost completely annihilated. In the end, only 2 of them took advantage of the chaos to escape with their lives. After cleaning up the battlefield, Lin Sun obtained a lot of miscellaneous treasures and 3 beads of life, all of which came from one of the 9th Realm ancestors. So far, Lin Sun not only collected 10 beads of life, but also had 2 left. He reached out his hand and the 10 beads of life appeared in the void. After a little refining, they turned into a blood-red spiritual ring with thunder and evil spirit. This was the Thunder Spirit Ring. Wearing it on his body, Lin Sun immediately felt that there was a wonderful echo between the blood-killing hard thunder and the Thunder Spirit Ring. One Thunder Spirit Ring can support 10 people to act together. You are so extravagant to enjoy the Thunder Spirit Ring alone, Xianxia teased. Are you a human? Lin Sun suddenly asked. Xianxia was stunned by this question. She did not speak for a long time. Lin Sun smiled and no longer hesitated. He flashed and flew up to the sky. Thunder and evil spirit roared in the sky, like a canopy, covering the ancient nightmare battlefield. When Lin Sun approached, the thunder and evil spirit spread to both sides, forming a path leading to the sky. Lin Sun was refreshed and flew over. When he passed through the canopy, Lin Sun felt as if he had passed through a barrier of the world and had the illusion of the stars moving. The next moment, he had appeared in a dark starry sky. The gray specter energy was like a large mist that enveloped this expanse of the starry sky, and it emanated a cold, oppressive, and suffocating aura. Piece after piece of broken land floated in the grayish-white mist. They were faintly discernible, and there was no end in sight. Woo-woo-woo. From time to time, waves of sorrowful and resentful voices would resound from the depths of the starry sky. They were indistinct, and when one tried to capture them carefully, one would be unable to determine the source of the voices. This is the Spectre Soul Domain. Buried within it is the great Tao ancestral source energy of the last epoch. The Green Sparrow guided. In the countless years of the past, even though countless experts have entered this place, the Grand Tao ancestral root here hasn't dried up. Conversely, a Grand Tao ancestral root will emerge from time to time. So, you don't have to worry about being unable to find such a fortuitous encounter. What you should be worried about the most is how to resist battle and plunder. In addition, there is a kind of ferocious soul in the Spectre Soul Domain, which is called the Spectre. It is said that after the destruction of the last epoch, it is transformed from the obsessions left by some extremely powerful existences. The undead monarch is the most terrifying. Even the weakest among them is at the 7th level of the Emperor realm. Their bodies are filled with a strange obsession that can stealthily invade a cultivator's state of mind. Even if it's a 9th level ancestor, once their state of mind is contaminated by this obsession, they will go crazy. There have been many such examples in the past years. As for the General Spectre, they are not very powerful. They aren't that powerful, but you can't be careless. Since ancient times, there have been many emperors who have been hunted down and killed by the specters. Knowing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel awestruck. He asked, how to find the Grand Tao ancestral source. Try your luck. Xianxia said, remember, every expert who enters the Revenant Soul Domain only has a month's time. If they don't leave this place after a month, they will be killed by the Revenant Storm. At the very least, no one in the Emperor realm will survive. Spectre Storm. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. After a while, his figure flickered and swept towards the depths of the cold starry sky covered with grey mist. In the starry sky, there were broken pieces of land floating. Some of them were only more than 300 meters wide, and some were thousands of miles away. Most of the land was full of potholes, barren. Some land was branded with sword holes, axe marks, and mottled relics, exuding a desolate and heavy atmosphere. Obviously, those were the traces left by the world-shaking war, which had survived the erosion of time to this day. Suddenly, an illusory figure flashed out from the grayish-white mist, and it was soundless and didn't make the slightest sound. Upon closer inspection, this figure seemed very blurry. Wisps of undead chi permeated the air, making it impossible to make out its appearance. It was like a ghost, filled with a strange aura. Whoosh, the smoke rolled, and the figure rushed towards Lin Sun. He made him a draw with both hands and slapped at Lin Sun. The palm print was ghastly, and the power released was extremely strange. It was grey and boundless, like the light of hell. The spectre spirit. Lin Sun waved his sleeve, and the brilliant Taoist light whistled out. In the roar, the figure of the spectre spirit was directly shattered and turned into wisps of grey mist. A strange scene appeared. The wisps of grey mist seemed to be alive. Hundreds and thousands of them tore the sky and shot towards Lin Sun. It was incredibly fast. Bang, 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 a burst of dense explosions sounded. The Taoist light flowed around Lin Sun, crushing the wisps of grey mist into powder. This power should be the obsession left by the strongest of the last era. Although it is not terrible, it is extremely strange. I can't touch it, Lin Sun understood. He continued to move forward and search. The realm of the specter spirit was extremely vast. According to Science Sparrow, it was no different from a small world. Along the way, Lin Sun had yet to find the great Tao ancestral route. Instead, he was ambushed by many ghouls. Some were strong, and some were weak. The stronger ones were comparable to a 6th-level emperor, while the weaker ones were at the 3rd-level emperor realm. These couldn't threaten Lin Sun. But he didn't dare to be careless. After each specter died, it would turn into a strange power of obsession and try to invade his body. This kind of power was extremely vicious and treacherous. Lin Sun had to be on the alert for fear of being contaminated. Just like this, they searched for around 2 hours. Even though they'd encountered many specters, they didn't encounter any other cultivators. This made Lin Sun realize that even if he was not the first to enter the realm of the specter spirit, he would definitely not be far behind. Before long, his eyes were suddenly attracted by a floating land. The land was about dozens of miles in size. In the center of the land, there was a naturally formed huge ravine. The ravine was filled with thick gray mist, making it impossible to see what was inside. But in Lin Sun's spiritual awareness, he was keenly aware that there was a magnificent and colorful halo looming in the depths of the ravine, which was difficult to be found. Immediately, Lin Sun moved across the void and arrived above the ravine in a flash, looking down. This time, he used the third eye connection. Immediately, he saw through the mist and found that the ravine was thousands of meters deep, which was no different from an abyss. At the bottom of the ravine, there was a colorful halo, bright and dazzling, like a small burning sun, releasing a strange power of the Great Way. The Great Way ancestral source, Lin Sun's eyes lit up. Although he had never seen such a divine object, he could roughly judge it. Taking a deep breath, he rushed down the ravine. The thick grayish-white mist began to tumble violently, and the silhouettes of the dead swept out one after another. They were densely packed, and constantly rushed out. Lin Sun noticed that there were many caves on both sides of the ravine, like a beehive, from which the figures of the specters rushed out. With no time to think, he activated the abyssal sword cauldron and rushed down the ravine. Boom! A fierce battle broke out. The specters seemed to be unafraid of death, and their strength was between the 3rd and 6th level of the Emperor realm. If it were an ordinary Emperor realm cultivator, he would have already retreated and fled. But Lin Sun was like a hot knife through butter, crushing all the way. Wherever he passed, the figures of the specters exploded one after another, turning into strange obsessions and continuing to chase after him. But in the end, they were destroyed one by one, unable to hurt Lin Sun at all. To Lin Sun's surprise, there were countless specters under the ravine, as if he had intruded into their home. He didn't flinch and continued to rush forward. No matter how many specters there were, they were not a big threat to him. As Lin Sun's figure was about to reach the bottom of the ravine, suddenly, a strange cold and terrifying force swept across and locked on Lin Sun. Boom! From the bottom of the ravine, a figure as black as ink suddenly rushed out, wearing a Taoist robe condensed by the breath of the specters. His hair was coiled into a bun, and he held a Taoist sword in his hand. He looked thin, like a Taoist. But whether it was the Taoist robe, Taoist sword, or even the bun, they were all transformed by the breath of the specters. Especially the pair of eyes, like a pair of black vortexes, flashing a strange hollow luster. This was a king of the specters. Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed slightly. Whoosh! After the Taoist rushed out, the Taoist sword in his hand chopped from bottom to top. The strange black sword chi tore the void, releasing a horrible and unparalleled sword intent. That kind of aura had the demeanor of an 8th-level sword emperor. It was just that the sword will was incomparably strange and made people shudder. Without hesitation, Lin Sun fought against it with abyssal sword cauldron. Bang! The strange black sword chi exploded. At the same time, abyssal Taoist sword rushed out with a buzz, bursting out brilliant sword chi and covering the specters. Rumble! The rolling mist was annihilated, and the void seemed to collapse and explode. The king of the specters was directly chopped into pieces and turned into rolling black light rain. The terrible thing was that the black light rain didn't dissipate. Instead, it condensed into a strange sword chi covered with strange Taoist patterns and disappeared in an instant. Lin Sun's face changed slightly. Abyssal sword cauldron suddenly shone brightly and blocked in front of him. Boom, a deafening collision resounded, and the strand of sword chi that was covered in strange markings was blocked by the sword cauldron by a hair's breadth before shattering inch by inch. But the power released from the shattered sword chi made Lin Sun's blood boil. His figure shook and he was almost shaken back. The sword chi that was covered in the strange Dao patterns finally dissipated. Lin Sun breathed a sigh of relief and was surprised. He didn't take Xianxia's advice seriously before. But after killing a king of the undead, he realized how terrible such a ferocious soul was. Who could imagine that the obsession of the king of the undead was actually a sword chi? Moreover, it was so strange and covered in obscure and strange Dao markings. Suddenly, Lin Sun noticed that the king of the undead left an old broken jade slip, which had been modeled for a long time. Lin Sun put it away and explored it with his spiritual awareness. Father, Mother said that you are coming back soon. Is it true? Mother, and I miss you very much. You have been away for 319 years and 87 days. Father, I must wait for you to come back to attend my wedding banquet. If you don't come back, I won't get married. The words in the jade slip were intermittent and extremely vague. Lin Sun finally saw 2 complete sentences. Then, Lin Sun fell into silence. His heartstrings seemed to be plucked by an inexplicable force and trembled slightly. He thought that since this incomplete jade slip was the only thing on the king of the undead, it must contain a big secret. Who would have thought? It was a letter from home. A letter full of his daughter's deep yearning. She even remembered clearly how long her father had been away. That was a trivial thing that only close relatives would remember. And the king of the undead should also miss his daughter very much when he was alive. Lin Sun couldn't help thinking of Zhao Jingxian and Lin Fan, who stayed in Heart-Cleansing Peak. Although they were separated for only more than a year, they must have been missing him all the time. Immediately, Lin Sun smiled. Lin Fan certainly wouldn't think too much. Young people didn't know the feeling of sorrow. But Jingxian, she must have thought of him more than once already. Thinking of this, Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh softly. He carefully put away the old unmodeled jade slip in his hand. Such an item was very common, but it was precious and worth collecting. Lin Sun didn't regret killing the king of the undead. Because the king of the undead was just a ferocious soul formed by obsession, and its original body might have already died in the destruction of the last era. No matter how many eras change, or how the affairs of the world change, familial love will never change. Lin Sun murmured in his heart. With the fall of the undead monarch, the undead in the ravine seemed to have realized the danger and disappeared into the boundless fog, never to be found again. Lin Sun calmed down and looked at the bottom of the ravine. A brilliant halo the size of a fan floated above the dark brown ground, sprinkling a magnificent light of the way. When he walked closer, the ball of light surged with strange and pure ancestral root energy, and strands of the aura of the Grand Dao suffused it, causing it to be extremely dazzling. Xianxia leaped onto Lin Sun's shoulder and clicked her tongue in wonder. You're really lucky. Based on the appearance of this ancestral root of the Great Way, it can already be classified as first-rate. In the past, once such an ancestral root appeared, it was bound to cause a large-scale bloody battle. When she saw Lin Sun walk forward with the intention of making a move to take away the ancestral Dao root, the Azure Sparrow hurriedly reminded him. This divine treasure was left behind from the last era, and it can't be taken away. Once it's used forcefully, its energy will instantly be exhausted. Lin Sun stopped and asked, "What should I do?" "Meditate at its side and refine it," said Xianxia. Lin Sun thought for a moment before he flicked his sleeve and set up the 9th Hell God Cage formation in the surroundings. After that, he sat cross-legged at the side of the Grand Dao ancestral root and meditated with concentration. As he breathed in and out, the light rain of the Great Way gushing out from the Great Way ancestral source seemed to be drawn, turning into wisps of light flowing into Lin Sun's mouth and nose. When they entered Lin Sun's body, they suddenly turned into a surging torrent of heat and spread out with a loud bang. At this moment, Lin Sun's pores, meridians, acupoints, internal organs, limbs, every inch of his body burst out with a rhythm of hunger and thirst, like countless small mouths waiting to be fed, cheering with eagerness and joy. Even his imperial world emanated an unprecedentedly strong rhythm, and it rumbled and seethed. When the scorching torrent formed from the chi of the Grand Tao ancestral root was ceaselessly absorbed by his body, Lin Sun felt comfortable to the point he almost couldn't restrain himself from moaning. This feeling was truly too miraculous. It was like eating a sumptuous and tempting feast after starving for a long time, or like a desert that welcomed a heavy rain after a long time of drought. Lin Sun had never experienced such a wonderful feeling when he cultivated in the past. The energy of the Grand Tao ancestral root that was buried here from the last era could undoubtedly be said to be miraculous. 4 hours later, the ball of Grand Tao ancestral root had shrunk to the size of an infant's fist. On the other hand, Lin Sun clearly sensed that his cultivation had risen explosively by a great deal, and he'd already stepped into the intermediate stage from the initial stage of the 6th level of the Emperor realm. The changes were so great that Lin Sun couldn't help but exclaim with admiration. There were 9 levels of the Emperor realm, and every level was like a natural chasm. The higher one's cultivation was, the more difficult it was to advance. Even if it was a figure with extraordinary natural talent, the speed at which they broke through would gradually slow down along with the increase in their cultivation. As for ordinary cultivators, whether they were able to break through was still a problem. Yet now, in a short period of 4 hours, his cultivation had undergone such a great change, so how could Lin Sun not be surprised? After all, his foundation was peerlessly solid, and it far exceeded ordinary cultivators at the same cultivation realm. It was even to the extent that it was matchless amongst extreme Emperor realm cultivators. Being able to advance from the initial stage to the intermediate stage of the Grand Tao ancestral root could be said to be extremely swift. No wonder all the experts that entered the Spectre's soul domain in the past didn't hesitate to fight each other for the sake of seizing the Grand Tao ancestral root. Such a treasure is truly too unbelievable. Lin Sun quickly discarded his distracting thoughts and continued cultivating. 2 hours later, the ball of Grand Tao ancestral root had been completely refined, whereas Lin Sun's cultivation had started to advance towards the advanced stage of the 6th level of the Emperor realm. As he sensed the changes in his body, Lin Sun was completely tempted. 1 month. If I make the best use of my time, then perhaps it would be sufficient to allow my cultivation to step onto a new level. Lin Sun muttered. You were lucky this time to possess a Grand Tao ancestral root of top quality. You might not be so lucky next time. The green sparrow spoke and poured cold water on Lin Sun. Lin Sun smiled and remained indifferent. His figure flickered as he flashed towards the outside of the ravine, and he continued to search along the cold and desolate starry sky that was suffused with mist. You're really a jinx. Half a day later, Lin Sun sighed. He actually didn't find any Grand Tao ancestral root along the way, but he'd hunted many specters instead. You're blaming me for your bad luck? The green sparrow glared at him. Right at this moment, a ferocious roar suddenly sounded from afar, and it revealed a tyrannical and insane aura. The green sparrow immediately said, someone's mind has been invaded by the obsession of the specters. If nothing unexpected happens, the person's mind is in disorder and has fallen into madness. Lin Sun's divine sense spread out, and he vaguely captured the sounds of battle. The battle that occurred in the specter soul domain was bound to be related to the fight for the Grand Tao ancestral root. Come, let's go take a look. Lin Sun's figure flashed as he moved through the starry sky. After experiencing the miraculousness of the Grand Tao ancestral root, how could he miss any opportunity to fight for it? Greed makes people go crazy. The green sparrow sighed. What greed? This is called the Great Way Race. The Grand Tao ancestral root is originally ownerless. Others can rob it, so why can't I rob it? Lin Sun said and quickened his pace. Soon, an extremely vast floating land appeared. A chaotic battle was taking place in it. The figures of the Emperor realm flashed in it, and each of them showed monstrous power. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, tridents, Taoist seals and precious bottles. All kinds of Emperor weapons wrapped in dazzling and terrifying power crisscrossed each other. The rolling roar was like thunder, mixed with all kinds of fighting sounds, roars, screams and wails. This was indeed a big chaotic battle. At a glance, Lin Sun saw at least 4 or 5 groups of Emperor realm from different camps were fighting, and the surging and spreading aftermath of the battle could destroy the world. Not far from the battlefield, there was a huge space whirlpool, which seemed to be stagnant, floating there quietly. In the depths of the whirlpool, there was a magnificent rain of light from time to time. Obviously, it was the breath of the Grand Tao ancestral root, and it was extraordinary, and this chaotic battle was naturally triggered by the fight for the Grand Tao ancestral root. Lin Sun suddenly noticed that there were many hidden auras around this floating land, and they were paying attention to the battlefield, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. When he saw this scene, Lin Sun immediately determined that it wouldn't be so easy to take possession of the ancestral Tao root for himself. Too many opponents were eyeing it covetously. Lin Sun thought for a moment, and also concealed his aura, stopping in a gray mist not far from the floating land. Retreat. In the chaotic battle, some Emperor realm figures sensed that they had no chance of winning, and decisively retreated. There were also some who sensed that there were more hidden opponents in the area near the land. Realizing that the situation was not good, they decided to protect themselves first. But there were still some people fighting and killing, and the situation was tragic. Most of them were overseen by top figures, and they were full of confidence. Lin Sun looked around, and found that most of the figures in the battlefield were unfamiliar. They should be cultivators who entered the boundless thousand battle domain from other realm gates. Only Mutian and the others were familiar to Lin Sun. It seems that as time passes, more and more experts from the ancient nightmare battlefield have entered the Revenant Soul realm. Lin Sun frowned. This also meant that there would be more and more opponents in the fight for the Grand Tao ancestral root. The most troublesome thing was that the Grand Tao ancestral root could not be taken away, and could only be refined on the spot. Even if they seized the initiative, they would not have much chance to refine it once the enemies came. Get out of the way. Just as Lin Sun was thinking, an indifferent and cold voice suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. A group of figures flew over from afar, and their auras were not concealed at all, and they came straight to the floating land. The group of experts hiding in the dark, and the experts who were fighting in the chaotic battle, could not help but reveal vigilant and fearful expressions. This was because the leader of this group of people was one of the 5 ultimate emperors from the Immortal Emperor clan, the Wen clan. Wen Xiaoheng. Literature Hall. As Wen Xiaoheng's group arrived, the chaotic battle on the floating continent came to an end. Wen Xiaoheng, he was from the Immortal Emperor clan. Just this identity alone was enough to make the emperors from the vast thousand domains fearful. It's this guy, Lin Sun, who was in the dark, was first stunned, then he revealed a playful expression. Others might be afraid of Wen Xiaoheng's identity, but Lin Sun didn't care at all. In addition, he had already shed all pretense of cordiality with Wen Xiaoheng in the City of Punishment. In Lin Sun's heart, Wen Xiaoheng had long regarded Wen Xiaoheng as an enemy. At this moment, everyone was silent, and everyone was looking at him with fear. The corners of Wen Xiaoheng's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. It was a type of reserved and undisguised arrogance. You can all leave now. I want this ancestral root of the Great Path, he said casually, intending to monopolize the opportunity that everyone had been fighting for a long time. The faces of the emperors nearby darkened, especially those who were fighting on the continent. It was especially so for the people who were fighting on the land. No matter which camp they were from, they were all furious. Humph. Didn't you hear what my young master said? The old woman next to Wen Xiaoheng snorted. 3 breaths. If you don't leave by then, you'll bear the consequences. Her voice spread across the entire area. Let's go. A group of emperors immediately left with gloomy faces. Following them, the rest of the people present left one after another. Even the top figures like Mutian didn't dare to voice their anger and chose to leave. This scene made Lin Sun realize how terrifying the Immortal Emperor clan was. It was a formless deterrent that was enough to make the peerless figures of the vast thousand domains lower their heads and swallow their anger. And those who are hiding in the dark, don't blame me for being impolite if you don't leave now. The old woman's eyes were like lightning as she scanned the area around the floating continent. Very quickly, some of the emperors who were watching in the dark side and turned to leave. With the Wen clan here, who would have the guts to steal it, there were also people who couldn't help but speak out in anger. The vast thousand battles domain isn't the Wen clan's territory. Aren't you being too overbearing? Her words made Wen Xiaoheng frown. The old woman had already charged out at the first moment. She moved through the void and smashed the jade bamboo stick in her hand in a certain direction. Rumble, the jade green light descended like a waterfall, smashing the entire area into chaos. One of the emperors staggered back, his expression changing. He turned around to flee, but it was too late. Bang! As the old woman stepped forward, the bamboo cane in her hand lightly tapped the air. A ray of green light shot out and pierced through the emperor's head, creating a ghastly bloody hole. After that, his entire body rustled as he transformed into ash that drifted into the air, and he was obliterated in both body and soul. The emperors who had yet to leave couldn't help but gasp in horror at this terrifying scene. He's only at the 7th level emperor realm. It's already a stroke of luck for him to make it into the spectral realm alive. Why did he have to die? The old woman sneered, her face filled with disdain. In a flash, she returned to Wen Xiaoheng's side. Although this old thing isn't the ancestor of a Dao, he isn't someone an ordinary 9th realm ancestor can compare to. His cultivation has probably reached the perfected 9th level emperor realm. He only needs to grasp a complete great Dao to achieve the transformation of the ancestor of a Dao. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes. Although the old woman was arrogant and domineering, he had to admit that she was a thorny problem. Her beauty was enough to intimidate many peak emperors. With the protection of an expert like the old woman, coupled with the fact that he was from the immortal emperor clan, Wen Xiaoheng couldn't be blamed for daring to monopolize the great Dao ancestral root. Gradually, almost all the great emperors around the floating continent left. To them, this wasn't the only place in the spectral realm where the great Dao ancestral root was born. There was no need to offend Wen Xiaoheng's group. Seeing that there were no more obstacles, Wen Xiaoheng ordered, "Granny, you guys guard here. I'll go refine the great Dao ancestral root." "Yes." The old woman replied respectfully and stayed on the scene with the others. As for Wen Xiaoheng, he walked straight into the whirlpool not far away. It was also at this moment, a sharp whistle that sounded like wind and thunder suddenly resounded, causing the heavens and the earth to wail. The old woman's face sank. She saw a sharp and dazzling divine arrow tear through the sky and explode towards her at an unbelievable speed. Everywhere it passed, the void exploded and shockwaves spread out. The old woman waved the jasper bamboo staff and created a jade-green screen of light. Countless profound great Dao energy filled it. Bang! An earth-shattering sound of collision resounded. Although the arrow was blocked, the jade-green screen of light shattered. The old woman had no choice but to wave the bamboo staff again in order to dispel the terrifying torrent of energy. "You're courting death." A cold light circulated in the old woman's eyes. She didn't expect that someone would dare to attack them despite knowing who they were. They were simply tired of living. In an instant, she caught sight of the enemy's tracks. She couldn't help but be stunned. Then, she revealed a hideous smile. "Little thing, we haven't even settled the score with you, but you've actually delivered yourself to our doorstep." At the same time, Mi Wuya and Yan Yuro, who had been following Wen Xiaoheng all the way, were shocked. They revealed looks of disbelief. Lin Sun, they almost couldn't believe their eyes. The one who attacked was naturally Lin Sun. At this moment, he was holding the insignificant bow and standing in the grey mist not far from the floating land. The arrow just now was also shot by him. Seeing that the arrow was blocked, he turned around and rushed into the distance. "You guard here, I'll go kill that bastard." The old woman said, took a step, and her figure suddenly disappeared. How could he be so stupid? Mi Wuya and Yan Yuro's hearts tightened. How could they offend the people of the Wen family? "Why are you two so nervous? Are you worried that Granny Shui is not that bastard's opponent?" A black-robed man next to Mi Wuya and Yan Yuro glanced at them and snorted coldly. Mi Wuya and Yan Yuro both lowered their heads. The other silver-robed woman said unhurriedly, "Don't make it difficult for them." The young master said that the natural endowments of these two people can be considered to be at the top ranks of the universe, and they'll be able to become the most loyal servants with a little fostering. The black-robed man laughed. "Just thinking about it makes people sigh. In the vast thousand worlds, what's the point of having good aptitude? In the future, he would only be a slave. Of course, being able to become a servant of our Wen clan is also a great fortune that everyone in the world yearns for." Everyone nearby laughed. "Eh?" Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm and pointed into the distance. "Why? Why is he back? Where is Granny Shui?" Everyone looked up and saw a tall figure emerging in the distance. It was Lin Sun. This scene caused everyone to be shocked. What was going on? Didn't Granny Shui chase after this person? Even Mi Wuya and Soft Mist were stunned. They were dumbfounded. "In Huang, come with me to kill this kid. The rest of you guard this place. Remember to absolutely not allow the young master to be disturbed." The black-robed man gave the order and rushed to Lin Sun with the silver-robed woman called In Huang. However, Lin Sun turned around and left. In next to no time, he, the dark-robed man, and the silver-robed woman's figures had vanished. The atmosphere on the floating continent had become much more serious. The great emperors from the Wen clan had all become vigilant. But not long after, someone cried out involuntarily, "Why is he here again?" Everyone looked up and saw another figure of Lin Sun appear in the void in the distance, causing them to stare blankly. They were certain that it was not an illusion technique but a doppelganger of the Great Path displayed by a secret method. At the thought of this, they all had a bad feeling. Now that Granny Shui, the black-robed man, and the silver-robed woman had all been lured away, there were only 7 great emperors present, including Mi Wuya and Soft Mist. "We can't be fooled again. Guard this place together and wait for Granny Shui and the others to return." One person made a prompt decision and gave the order. Everyone nodded in unison, also aware of the treacherous situation. But to their surprise, as soon as Lin Sun appeared, he directly teleported into the void and rushed towards them. "How dare you?" Someone laughed angrily. The others also looked gloomy, their killing intent rising. They urged their strength to the extreme and waited. As great emperors from the Wen family of the Immortal Emperor clan, they had never seen such a daring and reckless opponent. Mi Wuya and Yan Yuro looked at each other worriedly. But they saw, as soon as Lin Sun arrived, he attacked fiercely like the wind. He released his cultivation and developed the image of a moving abyss that shrouded the entire area. This power made many people's pupils shrink, and they all had the same thought: this should be that guy's real body. A doppelganger could not possibly have such terrifying power. Rumble, the battle broke out, shaking the heavens and earth. Lin Sun's momentum was like a push, the power released from his body so oppressive that some great emperors found it difficult to breathe, and their expressions changed. Among them, the highest cultivation was a 9th realm great ancestor, while the others were between the 7th and 8th level great emperors. Under normal circumstances, this kind of power was enough to deter the masses and sweep away a region. But this time, it was simply not enough. Moreover, when Mi Wuya and Soft Mist fought, they seemed to be killing decisively, but in fact, they held back a lot. Therefore, in just a few blinks of an eye, accompanied by a deafening roar, Lin Sun used his fingers as a sword and killed a 7th level great emperor. The 2 halves of the body were drowned by the terrifying Taoist light and destroyed. As for the others, they were more or less injured. Even the 9th realm great ancestor could not resist Lin Sun's attack at all. Instead, he was repelled by Lin Sun again and again. This made their faces change completely. How could they imagine that a great emperor who came from a dilapidated place like the Starry Ancient Path, with only a cultivation of the 6th level, could have such heaven-defying combat power? What chilled their hearts the most was that Granny Snow and the others had not returned yet. "Quick! Inform the young master to be on guard!" someone roared. However, at this moment, the area near the stagnant whirlpool was suddenly covered by an overwhelming Taoist seal. The formation rumbled as restriction runes surged out like a tidal wave, covering the entire area. 9 Nether entrapment. The Wen clan's martial emperors felt as if they'd fallen into an icy pit. If their young master were to be harmed, even Granny Snow wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. As for the retainers, they were destined to pay with their lives. What shocked them the most was that when the formation appeared, they clearly saw another Lin Sun appear and charge into the depths of the whirlpool in a flash. Another clone? The series of events nearly drove the martial emperors insane. While they were distracted, Lin Sun killed another 8th level martial emperor. The splattering blood caused the other martial emperors to widen their eyes. They didn't dare to think anymore and fought with all their might. At this moment, the worries in Mi Wuya and Yan Yuro's hearts were greatly reduced after the shock. The way they looked at Lin Sun had also changed. After so many years, they didn't dare to imagine how Lin Sun's battle prowess had become so terrifying. Thinking back to when they were on the Starry Ancient Path, they were of the same level and generation. Now that time had passed, they were no longer people of the same world. At the same time, in the giant whirlpool, as soon as Lin Sun's figure entered, a thick golden sword slashed towards him, sweeping up boundless light and releasing a terrifying aura of destruction. Clang, the abyssal sword cauldron appeared in front of Lin Sun, blocking the sword and bursting with dazzling divine radiance. Lin Sun's figure swayed slightly. Opposite him, a figure also swayed and couldn't help but frown. Ling Xuanzi, you're really courting death. This person was none other than the Imperial Wind Sword Emperor, Wen Xiaoheng. He was at the peak of the 7th level of the Great Perfection Emperor realm. When he was refining the Great Tao ancestral root, he immediately sensed the commotion outside the giant whirlpool. He didn't pay it much attention at first, confident that Granny Snow and the others could withstand any danger. Who would have thought that as the series of events happened, Wen Xiaoheng couldn't remain calm. He immediately gave up on refining the Great Tao ancestral root and hid at the entrance of the giant whirlpool. At this moment, as his voice fell, boom, the golden sword flashed up and flowed with strands of an eternal aura. As it slashed out, it was like the sword of the eternal celestial emperor that slashed down towards the world, and it emanated the might to obliterate the world. A transcendent aura circulated around his body. A rain of light sprinkled down, and the space between his brows was filled with a murderous aura. It was as if he possessed a spirit that could devour mountains and rivers, and a strength that was peerless and divine. With just a single sword strike, he had displayed a terrifying battle prowess that far exceeded his peers. However, Lin Sun didn't hold back at all. The abyssal sword cauldron roared and fought head-on. Because he was very clearly aware that he absolutely couldn't waste even the slightest bit of time in the current situation, and he had to act swiftly and swiftly. Just like before, he released his doppelgangers to lure Granny Shui and the black-robed man away. Then, he fought the Wen clan's great emperors head-on. It was nothing more than to fight for an opportunity to set up a formation. Now that the 9th Hell God confinement formation had been formed, all that remained was to deal with Wen Xiaoheng. Dang! 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 Earth-shattering collisions resounded as the golden sword clashed with the abyssal sword cauldron. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged dozens of blows. The battle had just begun, but it was already dangerous and intense. What surprised Lin Sun was that Wen Xiaoheng was extremely powerful. He was far more powerful than the average peerless martial artist, and he had a strong foundation. Lin Sun's attacks were all neutralized. This was the first time Lin Sun had encountered such a powerful opponent over the years. Even a 9th realm great ancestor was slightly inferior to Wen Xiaoheng. At the same time, Wen Xiaoheng's heart couldn't calm down. He was regarded as a young master and listed in the Wen clan's 5 ultimate emperors because he was a rare genius that only appeared once in 10,000 years. His cultivation had been tempered to become extremely strong. In the 8,000 years since he started cultivating, he had a place of his own in the eternal true world. His name had spread far and wide, and he had been praised by many immortal figures. But Wen Xiaoheng had never expected that a 6th-tier great emperor from the ancient path of stars could cross a realm and fight him head-on. This was too unbelievable. If such a character had appeared in the eternal true world, it would have been understandable. At the very least, based on what Wen Xiaoheng knew, there were some immortal emperors who could not be measured with common sense among them who brought out the power of heavenly order. But Wen Xiaoheng found it hard to accept that such a person had appeared in a remote and declining universe like the ancient path of stars. Kill. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his handsome face was filled with killing intent. His aura was like a raging storm, and he released all of his cultivation. He absolutely could not allow this to continue. Otherwise, if news of this spread, the Wen clan's reputation would be tarnished. After all, he was born in the Wen clan. Ever since he was born, he had enjoyed the best cultivation resources, practiced the best cultivation methods, and had many old antiques by his side to guide him. If he couldn't even take down a person who walked out of the ancient path of stars, he would be too useless. Struggling is futile. Lin Sun's expression was indifferent. He was neither sad nor happy. Only the aura around him grew stronger and stronger, as if it was going to rise steadily. Every time the abyssal sword cauldron swept out, it produced an unparalleled suppressive force. No matter how Wen Xiaoheng struggled, his attacks were destroyed one by one. Soon, amidst the sounds of explosions and collisions, Wen Xiaoheng was suppressed to the point of retreating. His handsome face turned livid. He found it hard to believe, and his heart was filled with rage. But every time Lin Sun attacked, it was like a natural moat pressing down on him. Every time he tried to dispel it, his qi and blood would surge, his internal organs would be shaken, and his body would feel a stabbing pain. It became strenuous for him to resist. How was this possible? How was this possible? Wen Xiaoheng roared in his heart. His eyes were filled with madness and violence. Suddenly, he waved his hand. Buzz, a strange gray shuttle-shaped talisman shot out. Lin Sun's pupils shrank, and he immediately put the abyssal sword cauldron in front of him. Boom, in an instant, he felt a terrifying and irresistible force collide with the abyssal sword cauldron. He couldn't help but stagger back, and the qi and blood in his body surged. The abyssal sword cauldron shook violently and buzzed. Even the silent spirit talisman can be blocked? In the distance, Wen Xiaoheng was even more stunned. He almost couldn't believe his eyes. This was his trump card. It was personally refined by an immortal figure. The talisman was branded with the breath of immortality. Its power was so terrifying that it could easily kill a ninth realm ancestor. But now, it was blocked by Lin Sun. This is your trump card? Lin Sun's black eyes flashed with strong killing intent. Swish, his figure turned illusory, and the remaining two Tao bodies rushed out together. One was using the Tower of Endless, which was sprinkling billions of brilliant light. The other was using the broken blade, which was emitting a monstrous murderous aura. Together with the original body, they rushed towards Wen Xiaoheng. Wen Xiaoheng was weak. Lin Sun alone had already suppressed him to the point that he couldn't even lift his head. Now there were two more. How could he fight? In just a moment, Wen Xiaoheng was seriously injured. His body was scorched, and he kept coughing up blood. If it wasn't for the mysterious green armor he wore, which helped him resolve most of the attacks, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. Ling Xuanzi, just you wait. Wen Xiaoheng let out a roar. He suddenly crushed a silver talisman, and the magical formation was instantly covered by a dark blue light. Boom, his figure flashed, and he actually tore a hole in the giant whirlpool. And rushed out. How could Lin Sun let him escape? He immediately rushed out. Outside the giant whirlpool, the Dao pattern restriction formation rumbled. Little Five, who was sitting inside, immediately activated the power of the formation. Therefore, as soon as Wen Xiaoheng rushed out, he was directly suppressed by the layers of Dao pattern restriction formation. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. If it wasn't for the dark blue Daoist light that enveloped his body and helped him neutralize the terrifying pressure, he would have been completely suppressed and wouldn't have been able to struggle. This damn thing. Wen Xiaoheng's face turned ugly. He completely realized that something was wrong. Boom, without giving Wen Xiaoheng a chance to breathe, Lin Sun and his clone had already rushed over. The abyssal sword cauldron, the Tower of Endless, and the broken blade attacked at the same time. Wen Xiaoheng's soul almost came out of his body, and he let out a furious roar, open. A white jade pendant hanging on his neck suddenly glowed, and a mighty and boundless illusory figure emerged. The figure was like an immortal god, and as soon as it appeared, it swung its fist. Rumble, the formation rumbled, and the world seemed to be turned upside down. Lin Sun's treasures and Dao were all pushed back by this punch. This made Lin Sun's eyes narrow, and he immediately judged that this was probably the will of an immortal figure. The aura it revealed was too powerful. Open! Wen Xiaoheng roared. The majestic illusory figure formed a seal with both hands, and an indescribably terrifying aura gathered at this moment. Lin Sun's expression immediately changed, and he let out a roar, Little Five, retreat. Xiaowu didn't hesitate to fly out at the first possible moment. Boom, an earth-shaking roar resounded, and the ninth nether god trapping formation exploded. Countless light torrents splashed out, and it swept out. That kind of power made the floating land under his feet shake violently. Even though Lin Sun had resisted with all his strength and pushed his strength to the extreme, he was still shaken and flew out. A trace of blood flowed out of his lips, and his face turned slightly pale. Looking at the battlefield again, the majestic figure had long disappeared, and even Wen Xiaoheng could not be found. Obviously, after breaking the formation, Wen Xiaoheng did not dare to hesitate at all, and chose to escape immediately. Lin Sun's eyebrows were clouded. Wen Xiaoheng's combat power was indeed strong, and Fang Xuanzhen from the Daheng sword house could not compare with him. But for Lin Sun, Wen Xiaoheng was not a big threat. The only thing he did not expect was that Wen Xiaoheng had more than one or two trump cards. If not, Wen Xiaoheng would not have been able to escape today. But thinking about it, how could Wen Xiaoheng, a great emperor from the immortal emperor family, have less trump cards to save his life? Just as Lin Sun's expression was uncertain. Smoke and dust dispersed, and the doppelganger that had been fighting with the Wen family's great emperor realm swept over from afar. Literature Hall. Through the memories of his doppelganger, Lin Sun learned that the group of emperors from the Wen family had all been killed. Only Mi Wuya and Yan Yuro were captured alive. The reason why they were captured alive was simple. Mi Wuya and Yan Yuro seemed to be worried about something and deliberately let Lin Sun's doppelganger do it. Now, both of them were in the treasure of Lin Sun's doppelganger. Lin Sun was in no hurry to ask about their situation. He was waiting. Soon, the doppelganger that went to kill the black-robed man and the silver-robed woman returned. Lin Sun immediately learned that the black-robed man had been killed and the silver-robed woman Yin Huang escaped with a strange secret method. However, she was also seriously injured and would not be able to recover in a short time. Lin Sun was not surprised by this. The black-robed man and the silver-robed woman were both Ninth Realm ancestors. Although they were not as strong as Granny Snow, it would be difficult to kill both of them in a one-on-two situation. After the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the doppelganger that was fighting with Granny Snow finally returned. Lin Sun's eyes narrowed in an instant. The doppelganger was injured. Lin Sun sensed it and immediately understood the specific situation. Although Granny Snow was not a Dao ancestor, she was not far from it. She even held a law bell imprinted with immortal aura. The sound of the bell spread, oppressing people's spirit and state of mind. An ordinary emperor would have been shattered by the sound of the bell. Although the doppelganger was not trapped by the bell in the battle, it was greatly impacted and suppressed, so much so that it suffered a lot in the battle. Most importantly, the abyssal sword cauldron, the Tower of Endless and other treasures were in Lin Sun's hands, so none of the doppelganger's treasures could compete with the bell. After understanding this, Lin Sun put away the doppelganger and ordered, "Little Five." Whoosh, Little Five's figure flashed over. In the previous battle, he had dodged in time and was not affected. Set up the Dao Falling Death Sword here. No matter who invades, kill without mercy. After saying this, Lin Sun walked into the stagnant huge whirlpool. It was incredible. The battle from before had been intense and terrifying, but whether it was the floating land beneath their feet or the giant vortex, neither of them had been damaged. However, it was obvious when he thought about it. In the countless years of the past, countless extraordinary figures had fought and killed in the Spectre Soul domain, yet this expanse of the universe hadn't been destroyed. Not long after Lin entered the huge whirlpool. Buzz, countless rune diagrams surged, covering the sky and covering the earth. Unlike the Nine Nether God trapping technique, the might of the Dao Falling Heaven slaying technique was enough to kill a Ninth Realm ancestor. Little Five sat there with a solemn expression. At the same time, that guy actually dared to kill Wen Xiaoheng of the Wen family. In the starry sky far away from the floating continent, Xing Mutian and the others witnessed everything that had happened. They couldn't help but be shocked. "I'm not trying to kill him, but have you ever thought that among all the emperors who entered the gate of the earth and earth realm with us, who would have thought that Ling Xuanzi's battle prowess would be so abnormal?" Someone had a solemn expression. No wonder he dared to openly offend Wen Xiaoheng and the others on the extradition Dao platform. It turns out that he has something to rely on, but, if he does that, he will have completely offended the Wen family. Can he bear the consequences? The crowd discussed. Only Xing Mutian let out a long sigh. His expression was complicated. When it comes to battle prowess, I can't compare to him. When it comes to courage, I can't even compare. His words made everyone around him look at each other. We all think that we will have to bear unimaginable consequences if we offend the Wen family. Has Ling Xuanzi not thought about it? Even under such circumstances, he still dared to do such a thing. It doesn't matter whether he has something to rely on or not. His courage is not something an ordinary great emperor can compare to. Xing Mutian let out a long sigh. What's more, so what if we offend the Wen family? The eternal true world is vast, and there are many immortal emperor clans there. If we really enter the eternal true world in the future, do we have to worry about offending those immortal emperor clans? Do we have to be afraid of them? How preposterous. He seemed to have understood something, and a fierce look appeared in his eyes. The Great Thousand Battle Domain is a path of no return. We don't even know if we can survive. If that's the case, why should we be afraid of those immortal emperor clans? In the future, no matter who they are, we won't retreat. Once he finished speaking, Xing Mutian turned around and left. Lin Sun's battle had shocked him too much. He had also come to a sudden realization and broken the shackles in his heart. Around the floating continent, there were many people who had witnessed the battle like Xing Mutian and his party. All of them were shocked, and their hearts were in turmoil. They could not calm down. However, there were only a few people who could be moved like Xing Mutian and change their state of mind. Most of them were wary of Lin Sun. They saw Lin Sun as a great enemy. Some people laughed coldly and gloated. They thought that Lin Sun's actions were no different from drawing fire to himself. He would have to bear unimaginable consequences. There were also people who were eager to make a move, and they glared at Lin Sun. When Xiaoheng and his party had already been defeated, and only Lin Sun was left on the floating continent, enjoying the Great Way ancestral route alone. This was undoubtedly the best time for him to take advantage of the situation. But even so, they had to weigh the consequences of fighting for the Great Way ancestral route. After all, the combat power Lin Sun had displayed was too terrifying. In short, these emperors who had yet to leave had their own thoughts. But no matter what, Lin Sun's name was firmly etched in their minds. The news spread, and soon, the emperors in various places in the undead soul realm learned about the bloody battle. For a time, there was a lot of discussion and uproar. I didn't know that this guy was a wolf in sheep's clothing. The Jade Star Absolute Emperor was stunned when he heard the news. She had once intervened in a confrontation against Lin Sun in the ancient nightmare battlefield. One reason was to snatch the Origin Orb, and the other was to do Lin Sun a favor. After all, they were fellow travelers who had entered the gate of the Earth-Kuan realm together. But now, the Jade Star Absolute Emperor realized that he had underestimated Ling Xuanzi's strength. Great. That's what a man should do. Ning Daoji was stunned when he heard the news. After a long time, he let out a hearty laugh. Since ancient times, the cultivators of the eternal true world have always acted high and mighty, even if they are weaker than us. But who dares to deal a heavy blow like Ling Xuanzi did? After hearing the news, the reckless scholar emperor exclaimed in admiration. Fang Xuanzhen and the others from the Daheng Sword House have yet to appear. Could it be that they've already been killed by Ling Xuanzi? There were also people who made bold guesses. All the experts who entered through the Earth-Kuan realm gate, it was clear that Lin Sun not only had a falling out with Wen Xiaoheng and his men, but also had a grudge against Fang Xuanzhen and his men. But up until now, Fang Xuanzhen's group still hadn't revealed themselves. This caused others to be unable to help but wonder if they'd suffered misfortune. At the same time, on a barren floating continent. I must kill this Ling Xuanzi. When Xiaoheng's hair was disheveled, his face was ashen, and his aura was terrifying. Young master, please calm down. If we set off now, we will reach the first immortal emperor city in the Great Thousand Battle Domain in less than 3 months. Granny Shue's expression was extremely grim. She gritted her teeth and said, during these 3,000 years, the ones guarding this city are the Heng clan that has a deep relationship with our Wen clan. At that time, we can borrow the Heng clan's strength to kill this brat. Borrow the Heng clan's strength? Wen Xiaoheng felt a strong sense of humiliation in his heart. Since when did he, Wen Xiaoheng, have to resort to external help? Young master, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. For a descendant of the heavens like yourself, besides your own cultivation and treasures, your own identity, status, and connections are also part of your strength. Granny Shui consoled, why do the experts of the Great Thousand World revere you so much? Apart from being afraid of your cultivation, they are even more afraid of your identity and the connections you have. This is your advantage, and also the power that our Wen clan has possessed since ancient times. Young master, you were born extraordinary, so why don't you use it? Her words made Wen Xiaoheng fall into silence, and he only spoke after a long time. Did the others suffer? Granny Shui flipped her hand and took out a black jade book that was branded with an obscure aura. She sized it up and couldn't help but frown. The 2 slaves that were imprisoned by young master are still alive. When Xiaoheng was stunned, only the 2 of them are left? Granny Shui nodded. Strange, why did Ling Xuanzi spare their lives? Is it just because they came from the starry ancient path? When Xiaoheng said in annoyance, what's the point of saying that? They're just 2 slaves. So what if they're saved? Their fate souls have already been planted with the power of the curse of 10,000 extinction. If they think that they can escape from my control just like that, then they're gravely mistaken. Granny Shui's eyes flickered, and she came up with a plan. Young master, if they're still alive, they'll be of some use to us. At the very least, when we want to take revenge in the future, we can use their auras to locate Ling Xuanzi. When Xiaoheng frowned, what if they're not with Ling Xuanzi? Granny Shui smiled sinisterly. That's simple. Swish, she swiped her palm across the black jade book and found 2 strange twisted symbols, which represented the power of Mi Wuya and Yen Yuro's curse. Then, rays of light appeared on Granny Shui's fingertips, and she pressed them on the 2 strange symbols. A moment later, Granny Shui put away the black jade book and said, Young master, I've already ordered them to follow Ling Xuanzi no matter what. If they dare to disobey, I'll activate the power of the curse of 10,000 extinction and kill them. When Xiaoheng nodded, then suddenly said, I just don't know if Ling Xuanzi is that Lin Sun. If he really is Lin Sun, then capturing him alive is more useful to me. Granny Shui's eyes flashed with a strange light, and she laughed softly. That's not difficult. When we capture him, we'll definitely be able to see through his identity. Alright, let's do that, When Xiaoheng said decisively. In the huge whirlpool. Lin Sun was conversing with Mi Wuya and Yen Yuro, who had just woken up. Lin Sun quickly resolved some of his doubts. It turned out that when Heavenly Emperor Shi was killed, Mi Wuya and Yen Yuro had traveled through the galaxy together, intending to seek the path to the other shore. Their journey was quite similar to Lin Sun's. They had experienced many dangers along the way, and had passed through collapsed and dried up universes. They had also entered some extremely prosperous universes, where they were inevitably seen as prey and hunted down. Although the 2 of them were peerless figures who stood at the pinnacle of the starry sky ancient path, they were still not strong enough to face off against martial emperors with higher cultivation levels. As a result, the 2 were unfortunately captured alive by a Realm 9 ancestor after entering a certain galaxy. The 2 of them had originally thought that they would suffer a calamity, but who would have thought that after learning of their origins, the 9th realm ancestor would imprison them and treat them as slaves before selling them to Wen Xiaoheng. Wen Xiaoheng did not kill them. Instead, he planted a strange forbidden curse in their souls and took complete control of them. Later, the 2 found out that any emperor who walked out of the ancient path of stars and headed to the other shore had a bounty on their heads. Any captured person could be exchanged for 100,000 first-class Eternity Source crystals. 10,000 first-class Eternity Source crystals was enough to tempt any emperor. 100,000 was enough to make any Realm 9 ancestor jealous and drool. Therefore, all the universes along the way had their eyes on the emperors who crossed the ancient path of stars. This was also why Lin Sun and the other emperors of the ancient path of stars were constantly besieged along the way. Lin Sun, for example, had been intercepted countless times. Who issued the bounty? Lin Sun could not help but ask. 100,000 first-class Eternity Source crystals in exchange for an emperor of the ancient path of stars. This was a huge sum. Ordinary forces could not afford it. The Permethal Luo clan. Mi Wuya gave an answer that was both unexpected and reasonable to Lin Sun. Because only the Permethal Luo clan, who had controlled the ancient path of stars with the forbidden power of order for countless years, could do such a crazy thing. Then do you know why the Luo clan is doing this? Lin Sun pondered. This must be the Luo clan's revenge on the starry sky ancient path. Mi Wuya's expression was gloomy. Venerable D Nameless is dead, and so is Heavenly Emperor Shi. How can the Permethal Luo clan not be furious? Beside him, Misty Rain also nodded, agreeing with this conjecture. Lin Sun thought to himself. These 2 were not the only ones who died. There was also the purple-robed woman, Yan Xing, the 7th elder of Luo family, Luo Xingfeng, and a great emperor named Luo Qin. This was especially so for Luo Chen, who was seen as one of the most dazzling martial emperors among the younger generation of the Luo clan. He was extremely talented and had an unparalleled foundation. He was born to cultivate. It was said that this person had awakened the Luo family's top bloodline latent ability, Star Fire Spirit Spiral. He had only cultivated for less than 800 years, but he was already a 4th-level Juing martial emperor. This was much faster than Wen Xiaoheng, who had cultivated for 8,000 years and was a 7th-stage Ju Di realm martial emperor. But this Luo Chen had long been killed by Lin Sun in the immortal Phoenix realm. By then, Lin Sun had already gained some understanding of the situation in Eternal True World. Through comparing himself to Wen Xiaoheng, he could deduce one thing. Luo Chen's death must have infuriated the entire Luo family. There was also Luo Xingfeng, Nameless Emperor, Shi Tiandi, Zi, and the female Star Yen. All of them were important figures in the Luo family, but all of them had met with misfortune on the starry ancient path. How could the Luo family not go crazy? From this, it could be deduced why they would issue such a bounty for martial emperors on the starry ancient path. However, Lin Sun had a vague feeling that this was only one of the reasons. The Luo family probably had another purpose for doing so. After thinking for a while, Lin Sun asked, "What kind of status does Wen Xiaoheng have? Why does he care about the Luo family's bounty?" Speaking of this matter, Mi Wuyao looked at Lin Sun with a complicated expression. Speaking of which, this matter should have something to do with Brother Lin. Me? Lin Sun was stunned. Beside him, Yanyu said softly, "This Wen Xiaoheng has always been in love with a woman from the Luo family called Luo Ling. It is said that the bounty issued by the Luo family this time came from Luo Ling, perhaps to curry favor with Luo Ling. Wen Xiaoheng found out from somewhere that Brother Lin is the first peerless figure to become a martial emperor on the starry ancient path in the last 100,000 years. So, he has been trying to capture Brother Lin and give him to Luo Ling as a gift. For this, Wen Xiaoheng even sent many people to cross the void and head to the starry ancient path. But after searching for a long time, they did not find any trace of Brother Lin." Hearing this, Lin Sun could not help but raise his eyebrows. Just to curry favor with a woman, Wen Xiaoheng is so unscrupulous? This seemed very absurd. It is said that Luo Ling is a legend of the Luo family. She was born with the 9 ultimate divine body, and her talent and cultivation far surpass that of others. Coupled with her outstanding appearance, temperament, and charm, she is also very famous in the Eternal True World and is worshipped as a celestial fairy. Yanyu said, "Wen Xiaoheng once casually said that in order to pursue a fairy like Luo Ling, he naturally has to be creative in order to capture the heart of a beauty." Lin Sun sneered with a deep look in his eyes. In order to pursue a woman, he wanted to capture him and offer him to Luo Ling. This Wen Xiaoheng was too arrogant. At that moment, he finally understood why Mi Wuya and Yanyu had been left by Wen Xiaoheng's side. Perhaps it was precisely because they had failed to capture him that Mi Wuya and Yanyu were treated as prey that Wen Xiaoheng was about to offer to Luo Ling. "What do the two of you plan to do next?" Lin Sun asked. Mi Wuya's expression was gloomy. "We can't control our own fate." "What else can we do?" Yanyu's expression also became gloomy. Just like Mi Wuya, her life soul had been planted with the forbidden spell of 10,000 despair. Even if Wen Xiaoheng had saved her, she was destined to be unable to escape from Wen Xiaoheng's control. This was also why they had not dared to communicate with Lin Sun through voice transmission from the moment they met in the guide city until the moment they were rescued. With Wen Xiaoheng around, the moment they transmitted their voices, they would be detected immediately. After understanding this, killing intent flashed in Lin Sun's eyes. He said, "It's a pity that I let that guy escape this time. Otherwise, I would have definitely been able to remove the forbidden spell from them." Right at that moment, Mi Wuya and Yanyu suddenly let out muffled groans in unison as if they were in pain. Soon after, their expressions changed and became uncertain, as if they had encountered an extremely difficult problem. "What's wrong?" Lin Sun asked. Mi Wuya and Yanyu looked at each other. They were struggling in their hearts and appeared extremely hesitant. After a long time, Mi Wuya finally came to a decision. He gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Previously, Miss Yuro and I received a clear order from Wen Xiaoheng to follow Brother Lin no matter what. Otherwise, we will definitely die." Yanyu also felt bitter. She nodded and said, according to my speculation, Wen Xiaoheng probably did this to locate Brother Lin based on our tracks. This way, if he wants to take revenge on Brother Lin, he will definitely be able to find Brother Lin immediately. Lin Sun suddenly understood and smiled. If that's the case, it's actually a good thing. I can't wait for him to come and throw away his life. Then, he asked curiously, then can you sense Wen Xiaoheng's location? Mi Wuya and Yan Yu shook their heads. Lin Sun pondered for a moment and said, forget it. You don't have to worry about this matter. From now on, you just need to follow me. When Wen Xiaoheng comes looking for you, I will naturally deal with him and remove the shackles on you. Mi Wuya and Yan Yu were stunned. They looked ashamed and embarrassed. After all, they had been enemies on the ancient path of the stars and fought in the forbidden ancient immortal zone, but now, Lin Sun was standing up for them regardless of the risk. How could they not feel ashamed? Not touched? What happened in the past is ultimately a conflict of youth. Our standpoints are different, so there is no right or wrong in what we do. Lin Sun smiled and comforted the two. Only then did they feel a little more at ease. Next, Mi Wuya and Yan Yu walked out of the giant vortex and stood guard in the Fallen Dao formation with Little Five. Lin Sun did not waste any more time and arrived at the end of the giant vortex. It was dazzling, resplendent, and suffused with the miraculous radiance of the Grand Dao. If one looked carefully, it was surprisingly a Grand Dao ancestral root. Regardless of its size or appearance, it far surpassed the Grand Dao ancestral root that Lin Sun had refined earlier, and it could be said to be shocking. Moreover, the Grand Dao ancestral root was covered in an alms bowl. It was suffused with a bronze color and emanated an indestructible aura. There was no need to guess to know that this treasure came from Wen Xiaoheng. The reason it was placed on the Grand Dao ancestral root was clearly because he was worried that the Grand Dao ancestral root would be affected by the battle. But now, it had benefited Lin Sun. Lin Sun flicked his sleeve and put away the bronze alms bowl. It was a mid-rank spirit-grade emperor artifact, and it far exceeded ordinary treasures. It was of extraordinary value. However, Lin Sun didn't even spare it a glance before putting it away casually. Such a treasure wasn't very useful to him. After thinking for a moment, Lin Sun released all his 5 Dao forms and sat cross-legged at the side of the Grand Dao ancestral root with his main body before starting to meditate. In next to no time, the surging and resplendent rain of the Grand Dao completely drowned Lin Sun and his clones. Time flowed by bit. The floating continent was deathly silent, but there were still many figures in the shadows that hadn't left. Swoosh, after a long time, a figure was finally unable to restrain himself, and he suddenly teleported through space and charged out explosively to arrive in the sky above the floating continent. However, he was very cautious and didn't approach it. He withdrew a bright flaming flying sword and slashed it towards the grand formation that enveloped the enormous vortex. Bang! The grand formation shook while an imperceptible rift appeared on it. Even though it quickly closed up, it still allowed that figure to instantly feel much more at ease. He gritted his teeth and charged over explosively. At the same time, numerous Emperor Realm figures that were scattered in the shadows were eager to make a move, and they paid close attention to all of this. It seemed like so long as they had the slightest chance, then they would attack ferociously. Author's note, I'll break out tomorrow. Literature Library. The bright flaming flying sword swept up, as if it was dragging a heavenly river of flames, and slashed down across the sky. The formation rumbled and a crack appeared. That figure was obviously a 9th realm ancestor. When he saw the opportunity, he immediately teleported and rushed into the formation. Let's go. Let's go too. In the shadows, the experts that had been accumulating strength since a long time ago charged out without the slightest hesitation at this moment, and they wanted to seize this opportunity to fight. However, as soon as they arrived on the floating continent, a furious roar suddenly resounded. Damn it, you cheated. That one sentence caused the expressions of the figures who had rushed to the floating land to change. Cheated? Then, the Dao Fall Heavenly Death Formation was activated. The Dao pattern formation flickered and rolled, covering the sky as if it was going to refine the world. No. The Realm 9 ancestor let out a shrill scream. However, in the blink of an eye, it stopped abruptly and became completely silent. Only the Dao Fall Heavenly Death Formation rumbled and lit up the starry sky. Retreat. Those figures that were charging over felt a chill run down their spines, and their faces turned pale with astonishment. They chose to retreat at the first possible moment. Even a Realm 9 ancestor had been killed. One could imagine how terrifying the formation was. For a time, the floating land became quiet again. It was like a silent dragon's lair and no one dared to approach. In the formation, Little Five felt his heart ache. Under his control, he had purposely revealed some flaws in the Dao Fall Heavenly Death formation to lure the Realm 9 ancestor into the trap and kill him in one go. However, in just a moment, the Dao Fall Heavenly Death formation had used up 3,000 Grade 1 Eternity Source crystals. However, after checking the Realm 9 ancestor's belongings, Little Five beamed and thought to himself, Lin Sun will definitely not scold me this time. These belongings, treasures, divine materials, and other divine materials were worth far more than 3,000 Grade 1 Eternity Source crystals. Apart from that, the Realm 9 ancestor had more than 5,000 Grade 1 Eternity Source crystals on him. I wonder if anyone will dare to come and test me. Little Five stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. Mi Wuya and Yen Yuro, who were also overseeing the formation, could not help but be shocked speechless. Kill the ancestor. With this powerful formation alone, Lin Sun could walk on the ancient starry sky path unhindered, even in the Great Thousand Battle Domains. It was a trump card that could intimidate everyone. It was a daunting sight. What made Little Five feel regretful was that no one else came to take the risk in the following period of time. Clearly, they were all frightened. 6 hours later. Within the enormous whirlpool, Lin Sun had completely refined the ancestral root of the Great Tao. His cultivation rose explosively, and he stepped into the perfection stage of the 6th level Emperor realm. Awesome! Lin Sun's black eyes were bright and deep with joy. He had only been in the Spectre Soul realm for a few days, but his cultivation had already improved by leaps and bounds. If he had been in the outside world, he would have needed many years of hard work to achieve this. My cultivation has already attained perfection. Now, it's impossible for my cultivation to improve no matter how many Grand Dao ancestral roots I refine. Soon, Lin Sun realized that if he wanted to make progress in his cultivation, he had to break through the realm. Unfortunately, breaking through the realm wasn't something that could be achieved by hard work, but an opportunity. The 7th level of the Emperor realm was known as the Void Refinement realm. My heart is as bright as the moon. I and the universe are both the outside and the inside. Refining the void into reality. In the vast starry sky outside the Emperor's realm. This was a Taoist hymn that described the Void Refinement realm. It said that when a cultivator reached this realm, he would condense thousands of Daos in the Emperor's realm and open up a starry sky. The sun and moon would shine brightly in it, and the great Tao that fell from it would form a clear and turbid harmony with the Emperor's realm. As long as a cultivator reached this realm, his cultivation would be shrouded in divine light, and his Dharma form would be perfected. Both the form and the spirit would be wonderful, and the void would be complete. Returning emptiness to reality, in fact, it was a process of transforming one's cultivation from being to nothingness. Nothingness was nothingness. Only by cultivating nothingness could one return to reality. To put it simply, it was to return emptiness to reality. This was the Void Refinement realm. One had already begun to touch the mysteries of the Great Tao between emptiness and reality, existence and nothingness, and reality and emptiness. The 7th level of the Void Refinement realm, the 8th level of the Unification realm, the 9th level of the Ancestral root. I wonder what kind of mysteries can be comprehended in creating life and death between existence and nothingness. Lin Sun was lost in thought. A long time ago, when he broke through the 8th level of Green Cloud Path, Tao breaking, he comprehended a forbidden realm. The Great Tao was the origin of the world. The ultimate pursuit of the cultivators was hidden in the mysteries of the world's operation. If there was a universe in one's heart, one could control it. One day, if one could build a world by one's own strength, deduce the order of the cycle, and change all things, what was the difference between him and the supreme creator in the legend? The power mastered in this realm was not to turn the rotten into the magical, but to create and destroy, to create life and death between existence and nothingness. This was the so-called making something out of nothing. In the past, Lin Sun didn't know that even in the Emperor realm, very few people could reach this realm. But now, after many years of travel, with the gradual improvement of cultivation, Lin Sun had faintly realized that this realm was indeed a taboo. At least the ancestors of the 9 realms didn't have such power. No wonder she was so uneasy when she knew this. Lin Sun thought of the past. In Xi's understanding, making something out of nothing and creating life and death between existence and nothingness was like a taboo. But Lin Sun didn't understand this at all. Similarly, in the mulberry forest, the young man with golden cicada also lost his composure when he learned that Lin Sun had seen the realm of making something out of nothing before he became a saint. Lin Sun clearly remembered that the young man with golden cicada was stunned at that time. He looked up at Lin Sun and asked, "Do you also know this realm?" Lin Sun's answer was, "Just a glimpse." Even so, the young man with golden cicada was still full of praise. Now, Lin Sun had long known that the young man with golden cicada had the reputation of although the cicada was small, the Tao was higher than the sky. In the game of chess that year, the golden cicada showed a terrifying and boundless power and killed the ancestors of the emperors like raindrops. Ruosu, the third senior sister, was extremely amazed. But a long time ago, the young man with golden cicada was surprised by Lin Sun's making something out of nothing. It could be imagined how wonderful the realm of making something out of nothing was. Now, when Lin Sun returned to the past and many details and pictures that he didn't care about emerged in his mind, he realized that the realm of making something out of nothing was not simple. It was indeed like a taboo. At least, Lin Sun had killed many emperors over the years, but he had never seen one with such a Taoan inline character. Maybe only when I reach the 7th, 8th or 9th realm, I can uncover some mysteries of making something out of nothing, Lin Sun came to a sudden realization. The 7th level of void training, the 8th level of Tao reunion and the 9th level of ancestor returning were actually a realm to improve cultivation between reality and nothingness. After a long time, Lin Sun got rid of distractions and said, "Green Sparrow, I'm going to leave the realm of the dead." "In order to break through the realm?" Green Sparrow asked. Obviously, she also noticed that Lin Sun's cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th level and needed to break through the realm to improve his strength. Lin Sun nodded, "Yes." Green Sparrow said without hesitation, "In the deepest part of the realm of the dead, there is a tunnel of wreckage. It is said that it is paved with the corpses of the most powerful figures of the last era. If you step on this path, you can enter the next battlefield, the Sunluo underworld." Then, Green Sparrow introduced the Sunluo underworld. The Sunluo underworld was huge and full of treachery. It was said that it was originally part of the Ghost Nether region in the last era. But with the destruction of the last era, the Sunluo underworld had already collapsed. Now, that place had already turned into a place of great danger. Soldiers, generals, and kings of hell appeared all year round. Even the weakest soldier of hell could kill an expert within the 3rd level of the Emperor realm. And a character at the level of hell could threaten a cultivator below the 7th level of the Emperor realm. As for the kings of hell, they were the most terrifying. Some powerful kings of hell could even kill ancestors of the 9th realm. There are no fortuitous encounters or serendipities in Dark Abyss lands, but if you kill the ferocious creatures in the Abyss lands, you will have a chance to obtain underworld pearls. These pearls have unbelievable effects when it comes to refining Emperor weapons. In the Eternal True World, an Abyss King level underworld pearl can be sold for 300,000 Eternal Void Origin crystals. Green Sparrow spoke frankly with assurance. Of course, very few people would sell such a treasure. After all, it is not easy to collect such a treasure. Lin Sun was a little tempted when he heard this. Although his cultivation was improving by leaps and bounds, the power of the Abyssal Sword Cauldron was increasing at an extremely slow pace. If he could obtain a divine item like the Underworld Pearl, it might be able to increase the speed of the Abyssal Sword Cauldron's advancement. Without any delay, Lin Sun got up and walked out of the huge vortex. On that day, Lin Sun brought Mi Wuya and Yanyu with him and rushed towards the deepest part of the realm of the dead. Along the way, he saw many battles, all of which had arisen because of the fight for the Great Path ancestral route. Lin Sun was no longer interested in participating in those battles. He hurriedly left like a passerby. 6 hours later. The passageway that Green Sparrow spoke of had finally appeared within Lin Sun's field of vision. It was said to be a passageway, yet it was actually like a spacious path that led to the depths of the starry sky. Countless snow-white and broken bones were piled up and laid out, and it was like a white ray of light that stretched towards the depths of the starry sky. Those bones had lost their divinity since a long time ago, yet they were still extremely firm after experiencing the corrosion of time. Before heading to the Sunluo underworld, I have to remind you that there's a mysterious restricted area there, and it's filled with mysterious, unfathomable, and great terror. Since ancient times until now, many almighty figures have perished there. Green Sparrow's intelligent eyes were suffused with a strange expression, and she suddenly said, "However, I suggest that you go there." Linson was stunned. "What do you mean?" "That mysterious restricted area is boundlessly terrifying to others, yet it might be a rare place of fortuitous encounters to you. It all depends on if you have the courage to go there." Green Sparrow's words were secretive. P.S. There will be 2 chapters before 7 p.m. Literature Library. Before entering the Kiliakosm battlefield, Cyan Sparrow once said, "On this bloody road of no return, there were at least thousands of battlefields, nearly 100 mysterious forbidden areas, and 49 immortal passes of various sizes, and the mysterious forbidden areas were described as the most dangerous and terrifying place." Linson couldn't help but be awestruck. He didn't know how terrible the so-called mysterious forbidden areas in the Sunluo underworld that Cyan Sparrow mentioned were. "If the time is right, I'd like to have a try," Linson said after thinking for a while. Cyan Sparrow said, "It will take about 2 months to get through the Sunluo underworld. After that, you can reach the first immortal pass, which is also called the Immortal Emperor City. It's too early to talk about this now. You'll understand when you get there." Linson nodded and walked along the wreckage tunnel towards the depths of the starry sky. There was a strange shifting power on this tunnel. Walking on it made people feel like they were traveling through time and space and roaming in the universe. In just 15 minutes. Hua with a burst of space ripples, Linson came to a strange world in a blink of an eye. There was a purple sun hanging in the lead gray sky. Its luster was dim, making the world dim. The wind was whistling, sobbing, and complaining, cold and gloomy. All kinds of cold air flows were flowing in the air, making people feel extremely depressed. Linson was located on the bank of a river. Further ahead was a sparse jungle. The trees were all bare, dark and withered, emitting wisps of black smoke. Cyan Sparrow suddenly said, "According to the ancient legend, after death in the last era, the souls of all living beings in the world would enter the netherworld, walk the Yellow Spring Road, cross the River of Forgetfulness, drink the soup of Mangpa, and then enter the 6 paths of the netherworld to be reincarnated according to their good and evil deeds. And there are many mysterious and terrible places in the netherworld, such as the Gate of Hell, the 18 levels of Hell, the Sinful Blood River, and so on. The great figures that control the nether hell are even more terrifying. They possess mysterious and unfathomable supreme divine abilities, are skilled in the Tao of life souls, and control the energy of destiny. According to the saying of our era, existences that are able to possess such attainments have at least peeked into some secrets of the Tao of destiny." Linson narrowed his eyes slightly. He had heard from Cyan Sparrow that the previous era was called the Immortal Martial Era, and the current era was called the Spirit Martial Era. However, he only knew a concept. He knew nothing about what had happened in the last era and what sort of changes had led to the final destruction. Perhaps only when he reached the eternal true world would he have more chances to understand the various secrets of the change of eons. Of course, if one's cultivation attained the state of prying into the profundities of eternity and comprehending the laws of destiny, then one would similarly be able to stand above the myriad of Daos, look down upon the changes of the world, see through the profundities of the passage of time, and experience the secrets of the rise and fall of an era. There's only a single path of survival in this ghastly netherworld, and it's called the Nether Blood Path. Do you see the violet-colored sun beneath the sky? As the Cyan Sparrow spoke, she gazed into the distance. That great purple sun shines on eternally. The Yellow Springs Blood Road is under that great sun alone. Linson looked up and decided to take action. The ghastly netherworld was very large, and the scenery was strange. The sky, the earth, the mountains, and the rivers were all surrounded by wisps of cold and oppressive air, just like the real underworld. Walking in it, one might get lost and never find the way back if he was not careful. People under the Emperor realm didn't dare to wander here at all. However, with Cyan Sparrow guiding the way, Linson wasn't afraid of going astray. Whoosh, with a flash of his figure, Linson swept forward like a flowing rainbow. On the way, he frequently changed directions, passing through one strange and unpredictable place after another. He took twists and turns, as if he had fallen into a large maze. After a full hour, suddenly, a stone arch bridge appeared in Lin Sun's sight, stretching across the void to the depths of the gray mist. The bridge was paved with mottled bluestone, with carved guardrails on both sides. Under the bridge, clouds and mist lingered like rolling waves. Waves of foul and bloody smell diffused from the depths of the clouds and mist under the stone bridge, revealing a corrosive and fishy smell. Vaguely, there seemed to be a ghostly wail and wolf howl, which made people shudder. Seeing this scene, Lin Sun couldn't help but be awestruck. The stone arch bridge and the surrounding scenery were full of strangeness and ominousness. It is said that this is the bridge of helplessness in the underworld of the immortal martial era. Under the bridge, the river of forgetfulness flows, and there is also a blood pool called the Blood River Pool. The green sparrow sent a voice transmission in a low voice. All specters that fall into the netherworld will have their memories erased after they pass through the bridge of helplessness, and then they'll be restrained in the netherworld to enter the cycle of reincarnation once more. If they have done too much evil in their lifetime and step on the bridge of helplessness, they will fall into the Blood River Pool and be immersed in it forever, suffering endless pain. It is said that on the east and west sides of the Bridge of Helplessness, there used to be a nether palace and a nether platform leading to the 18 levels of purgatory. But this is just a legend. No one dares to judge whether it is true or not. After all, these are some rumors of the last era, which can no longer be investigated. Hearing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but be shocked. The nether palace, the river of forgetfulness, the nether purgatory, the blood river of the dead, all of this sounded so inconceivable. If it really existed during the last era, then what sort of scene would it have been? Xianxia said, stepping on the bridge of helplessness is equivalent to stepping on the road to the nether. You will encounter all kinds of dangers along the way. You should be prepared. Lin Sun nodded and took out the abyssal sword cauldron. Then, he stepped on the stone arch bridge. Walking on it, the blue stone under his feet was filled with the mottled air of time. Under the bridge, the smoke was steaming, emitting a unique aura of the underworld, cold and unusual. Lin Sun couldn't see what was in the depths of the mist under the bridge with his divine awareness. On the contrary, when he was investigating, his divine awareness felt extremely cold and depressed. Lin Sun suddenly noticed that the guardrails on both sides of the Bridge of Helplessness were carved with many vague patterns of cloud patterns. These patterns were extremely strange. There were burning bloody flowers covering the land, and muddy water of the nether palace flowing ceaselessly. There were various strict buildings engraved with strange inscriptions, which were marked with 6 paths, nether palace, 10 great yama, pool of reincarnation. There were hundreds of ghosts and scenes of purgatory. Although the scenes and cloud patterns had long been blurred, they still emitted a kind of shocking charm in this gloomy world. Lin Sun walked forward slowly and kept watching. He was more and more surprised. Could it be that these depictions are of the netherworld of the last era? Suddenly, the abyssal sword cauldron produced a strange fluctuation. The nirvana order nurtured in it quietly turned into a lotus pattern at this moment, emerging and flowing with hundreds of millions of magnificent rays of light. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes. Before he could react, the lotus pattern formed by the nirvana order released a ray of order light, which gently swept across the guardrails on both sides of the Bridge of Helplessness. Lin Sun immediately saw all kinds of scenes about the netherworld, and the netherworld engraved on the guardrails were copied into the lotus pattern. How can your order power? Xianxia seemed to be shocked. Is it absorbing the origin power of the netherworld here? It seemed to be very uncalm and rarely lost its composure. Lin Sun immediately realized that it was the first time for Xianxia to encounter such a thing. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder why the Nirvana order would take the initiative to copy these scenes. Could it be that there was a secret about the netherworld hidden in it? Have you ever heard of any grade of order power in this world that can achieve this? Lin Sun asked while observing. Xianxia said without hesitation, I only dare to confirm one thing. This can't be produced by the earth rank order. As for the heaven rank order, it's hard to say. It was obvious that Xianxia was shocked and full of doubts. The immemorial downfall tribulation, alone lotus blooming. How can the order of Mahaspara, that master, the master of the heart dimension, waited for so many years, be ordinary? Lin Sun thought in his heart. Looks like I've underestimated the Nirvana order. Its secret is far from as simple as I thought. In fact, Lin Sun knew that with his current cultivation, he could merely control the Nirvana order and the order Phoenix Flame, and he was utterly unable to understand the supreme secret within. This was called knowing how, but not knowing why. In this world, those who could comprehend and control the essence of order power were existences whose cultivation surpassed the progenitor realm. Lin Sun took a deep breath and continued forward. As he walked further and further on the bridge of helplessness, the lotus pattern formed by the Nirvana order ceaselessly copied the various scenes and patterns on both sides of the guardrails. It felt as if the Nirvana order regarded these scenes as a kind of power, and it was constantly refining them for its own use, supplementing and perfecting itself. This caused Lin Sun to be even more shocked. Along the way, Xianxia was also so shocked that her eyes widened and she couldn't even speak a word. She was knowledgeable and came from the immortal Emperor Yuan family, so she had seen many strange and incredible things. But it was also the first time that she saw the power of order could actually produce such a magical effect, and it was even active as if it had a spirit. After a full time of drinking a cup of tea, with a buzzing sound, the lotus pattern formed by the Nirvana order turned into a grey light and returned to the abyssal sword cauldron. At this time, Lin Sun suddenly noticed that he had come to the other side of the bridge of helplessness. This might be the reason why the Nirvana order returned to the abyssal sword cauldron. It's really mysterious. Lin Sun sighed with emotion. Since he started cultivating, it was the first time that he had seen the Nirvana order produce such a strange change. It was completely beyond his expectation. Xianxia, who had long been unable to restrain her inner doubts and curiosity, urged, after absorbing and refining so many imprints and patterns related to the netherworld, quickly see if there are any changes in your natal emperor weapon. Lin Sun's heart stirred, and he probed the abyssal sword cauldron with his divine sense. The inside of abyssal sword cauldron was like an abyssal world, filled with chaotic air. A Taoist sword was floating in the chaos, bathed in the crystal-clear purple phoenix flame of order. Over the years, abyssal sword cauldron had absorbed nearly 10% of the power of the phoenix flame of order. Both its appearance and power had undergone earth-shaking changes. One day, when abyssal sword cauldron completely absorbed the phoenix flame of order, it would be able to transform into a divine weapon imprinted with the power of order. Of course, it was still too early. On the other side, the lotus pattern of Nirvana was floating, enshrouded in obscure and strange fluctuations of the Great Way. It didn't seem to have changed much. But when Lin Sun probed into it with his divine sense, he immediately noticed that the Nirvana order had changed. In the past, the Nirvana order contained the power of Nirvana freedom heaven, such as the world of Samsara, the great wall of stars across the sky, and so on. And now, in the Nirvana order, there was an additional blurry netherworld palace. The netherworld was established on the vast land under the great wall of stars. There were Bridge of Helplessness, River of Forgetfulness, Blood River Pool, Road to the Underworld, 18 Purgatories, 10 Kings of Hell, 6 Paths of Hell. Every scene was very blurry, and some were even incomplete. But the aura it emitted was exactly the same as the netherworld chi that Lin Sun sensed on the Bridge of Helplessness. What's going on? Is the Nirvana order going to rebuild the netherworld? Lin Sun was surprised. Soon, he noticed that on the inner wall of abyssal sword cauldron, there were strands of strange tadpole-like twisted Taoist patterns, which were looming, emitting the same aura as the netherworld. It should be known that abyssal sword cauldron was refined with the 9 emperors of Kunlun as the main material, which contained all kinds of incredible magical effects. And with the emergence of these strands of Taoist patterns that seemed to come from the netherworld, the appearance of abyssal sword cauldron also underwent a subtle change. Is this also a kind of order power? Lin Sun was lost in thought. Those strange Taoist patterns were very vague, but their aura was extremely amazing, which was not weaker than the phoenix flame of order. This made Lin Sun suspect that what was imprinted in these Taoist patterns was probably the power of order of the netherworld, but it was extremely weak and vague. How could the order power of the last era have a chance to survive? If there was a possibility of it reappearing in the world, it might be related to the Nirvana order. Thinking of this, Lin Sun's heart trembled as he realized a key. Nirvana. Didn't Nirvana mean reconstruction and rebirth? could it be that this was the core magical effect of the Nirvana order? All of a sudden, Lin Sun thought of too many things. The Order of Nirvana was born from the source energy of the ancient path of the starry sky, but it had disappeared for countless eons. His master, the master of the core dimension, had been waiting for countless eons, the path of an undying supreme being, nirvanic rebirth in the heavens, eternal oblivion tribulation, a single lotus blossoming. Lin Sun now knew that the lone lotus was him, but he didn't really understand what the immortal supremacy and nirvana of freedom were. Immortal, these two words were not casually called. This often represented a level that surpassed the ancestor realm. For example, the undying beings of the undying emperor clans. And what is this nirvana of freedom? It took a long time for Lin Sun to calm down. No matter what, he dared to conclude that the profundities of the rebirth order were bound to be extremely shocking. The abnormality of the nirvana order before was very likely to have obtained a netherworld rank. The power of order, and all this also caused subtle changes in his abyssal sword cauldron. This was Lin Sun's judgment. How is it? Xianxia looked at Lin Sun eagerly. Lin Sun said, there are indeed some subtle changes, but I'm not sure whether it's good or bad. Lin Sun didn't speak out his conjectures one by one. It was too shocking. Once Xianxia told the big shots of the immortal emperor clan of Yuan, he didn't know what kind of storm it would cause. Humph. You must be hiding something. But I also know that this is your secret, so I don't want to ask. Xianxia snorted coldly, and you can rest assured that no matter what happens along the way, I'm just a guide. Everything about you, I will only tell my Mississippi. As for whether my miss will tell others, I don't know. Lin Sun smiled and thought that this might be one of the reasons why Yuan Qingheng left Xianxia here to show him the way. At this moment, the place where he stood was on the other side of the bridge of helplessness. It was another scene here, full of rolling black mist. A purple sun shone alone in the sky. Vaguely, a burning bright red path could be seen extending to the depths of the black mist. Next, you have to be careful. The soldiers, generals, and kings of hell on the road to the underworld will appear at any time. If you're fast enough, you'll be able to pass through the gates of hell in about a month. The mysterious forbidden area that I told you about before is located near the gates of hell. If you really have the guts to go there, it won't be too late for me to remind you. Lin Sun nodded. However, he didn't act immediately. His eyes were like lightning, looking at the void on the other side, as if he had found something. It was silent here. Because it was too quiet, it seemed very abnormal. As Lin Sun's eyes swept over, he immediately understood why this place was abnormal. Because in this world that was covered in black fog, there were actually quite a few figures lying in ambush in the void within a radius of 500 kilometers. These figures were in groups of 3 or 5, which should belong to different forces. They were scattered in different directions. Lin Sun didn't know what secret method they used to hide in the space and completely hide their figures. They were like poisonous snakes hiding in the dark, so it was extremely difficult to detect them. Even the spiritual awareness couldn't detect their existence. If Lin Sun hadn't run the divine eye, which could see through the vanity and see through the vanity, he would have almost been deceived. But now, everything was laid bare before his eyes, down to the slightest detail. In an instant, he saw that there were more than 30 people lying in ambush around, belonging to 7 forces. It was even to the extent that he clearly noticed that when the gazes of these people descended onto him, all of them revealed an imperceptible wisp of piercingly cold expressions, and it was like a group of wild beasts that had locked onto a lamb that had accidentally fallen into a trap. Looks like these fellows are all people that are trying to take advantage of others. Laying in ambush on the other side of the bridge of helplessness is indeed a superb position to ambush and kill. How could an ordinary person possibly notice the layer upon layer of killing intent lying in ambush within the black mist in the surroundings? Lin Sun's lips curled up with a hint of coldness. He guessed the intention of these people lying in ambush here. At the same time, it also let him know that many strong people had entered the Sunluo underworld from the realm of the dead long before him. After thinking for a while, Lin Sun followed the bright red road to the underworld and rushed into the depths of the black mist. Whoosh, just after moving forward for less than a moment, a cold sword light suddenly pierced out from one side of his body. It seemed to appear out of thin air, tricky and vicious, and went straight to his back. Almost at the same time, on the other side of the void, several figures jumped out and attacked Lin Sun from different angles. Their movements were extremely fast, and their attacks were like lightning and thunder. Obviously, they intended to kill Lin Sun with one blow. In all directions, in the sky and on the ground, there was a terrible killing intent, which completely blocked Lin Sun's way of retreat like an inescapable net. If it was any other Emperor realm expert here, they wouldn't be able to dodge this sudden attack and would be instantly killed. Their treasures would also be looted. In fact, all these robbers were extremely powerful. If they were weak, they could cross all the way from the ancient nightmare battlefield and the realm of the dead to here. Unfortunately, they chose the wrong target this time. Die. Lin Sun didn't move, but a terrible breath burst out of his body. The abyssal sword cauldron floating in front of him suddenly shone brightly. Boom, like a hurricane, Lin Sun was the center, and the endless light turned into a big abyss that could devour the sky and the earth. It was merely a single strike, yet it directly crushed, and wiped out all the attacks that came from all directions. As if being struck by thunder, those robbers all shook violently and flew out fiercely, with blood spurting out of their mouths and noses. Before they could stand firm, an ancient and vast Taoist sword swept out of the abyssal sword cauldron and swept in the void. One sword of life and death, countless brilliant, resplendent, and fierce strands of sword chi shot out violently from the Tao sword, and they transformed into a might that covered the heavens and the earth. They were dense like a violent storm, and they slashed open countless intersecting rifts in space. Those robbers had just suffered a heavy blow, and before they could stand firm, they were covered by countless sword chi. They didn't even have a chance to dodge. No. Damn it. In an instant, incomparably shrill cries resounded, and they seemed exceptionally horrifying in this world that was filled with surging black mist. After a while, these screams disappeared. All the emperors who had sneak attacked Lin Sun before were wiped out in body and soul. All the others that were hiding in the surrounding space gasped when they witnessed this scene, and their entire bodies felt cold. They instantly knew that this young man who'd come all alone was absolutely a formidable fellow that couldn't be offended, and his strength was terrifying to the extreme. Not even a ninth realm ancestor. No wonder you only dare to do some despicable and insidious sneak attacks. A trace of disdain flashed in Lin Sun's eyes. It was as if he had done something that couldn't be more normal. After killing these reckless things, he dusted off his clothes and continued on the Yellow Springs Road. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared in the vast black mist. Those robbers hiding in the void looked at each other, especially when they thought of the cold eyes cast by Lin Sun before he left, which still made their hearts palpitate. What kind of eyes was that? It was as cold as a knife, penetrating straight to the heart, like the eyes of a god overlooking ants, full of dignity that could not be provoked. Who was that guy? How could there be such a powerful figure in the world? Obviously, these strongmen might have arrived in the Sanluo underworld in advance, so they didn't know what happened to Wen Xiaoheng at all. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to regard Lin Sun as prey at all. P.S. The second and third chapters are here, finished at about 10:30 in the evening. Library of Literature. The color was as thick as burning blood, soaking through the endless dark red ground under his feet. In this vast and desolate area, there was a road to the underworld. Everywhere else was shrouded in black fog. Even his divine sense could not see the scene in the black fog. Following Cyan Sparrow's instructions, Lin Sun did not teleport but galloped along the bloody road to the underworld. His speed was naturally incomparable to teleportation. But this was the safest and most reliable way. Along the way, Lin Sun could clearly feel the cold and violent aura of heaven and earth. It was filled with a bloody aura. It was like a place where the gods had spilled their blood, or an ancient battlefield. The air was filled with a bloody smell that made one's mind restless. If one's will was not firm enough, one might be triggered by the bloody smell and lose control of one's emotions, turning into a bloodthirsty lunatic. One might even suffer from chi deviation and destroy one's Taoist foundation. Even Lin Sun had to operate his cultivation to keep his mind and heart clear while moving forward vigilantly. Boom! Suddenly, a group of underworld soldiers rushed out of the thick black fog. They were riding on huge black fog horses. The eyes of the horses were black and corrosive black air was spewing out of their noses and mouths. Their aura was ferocious and violent. These underworld soldiers were covered in black armor, revealing only a pair of scarlet eyes that emitted a cold and ruthless luster. They were surrounded by black fog and each of them was well equipped. There were 13 of them and their aura was no weaker than a third-level Emperor realm cultivator. But it felt like they were a single entity. Their aura was in harmony with each other and the ferocious aura they exuded was far beyond a third-level Emperor realm cultivator. Kill! The group of underworld soldiers roared in unison. An unparalleled murderous aura spread from their bodies and stirred up the area. Rumble, the warhorses under them strode forward and actually moved through the void. In an instant, they arrived in front of Lin Sun and stomped down hard on Lin Sun. The underworld soldiers on the horses stabbed out with their black spears. The spears were as sharp as lightning and emitted a terrifying aura that crushed and collapsed the void. What was more terrifying was that they were releasing a mysterious power of great way. Under such a fierce attack, Lin Sun remained calm. The abyssal sword cauldron roared and rushed out, flowing with hundreds of millions of magnificent lights of the Great Way. Amidst intense rumbling, the 13 nether soldiers and their horses were crushed into pieces at this moment, and they transformed into surging black-colored mist that was completely devoured by the abyssal sword cauldron. With a single strike, he annihilated the group of enemies as easily as breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. However, Lin Sun was stunned. He had intended to probe the details of the netherworld soldier and the mysteries of the power it controlled with reservation in this strike. Who would have thought that the opponent would be blasted apart like a piece of paper? One must know that even a third-level martial emperor would not be this weak. The combined strength of these underworld soldiers far surpassed a third-level martial emperor. But now, they had been wiped out just like that. It's the power of the netherworld collected by the abyssal sword cauldron. Soon, Lin Sun noticed that in the abyssal sword cauldron, wisps of strange Taoist patterns with the aura of the netherworld were flickering and looming. After devouring the black-colored mist dispersed by the 13 nether soldiers, these strange Taoist patterns were still blurry, but they were obviously clearer. Lin Sun counted that there were 81 strange Taoist patterns in total, and each of them exuded an aura that belonged to the netherworld. It seems that after possessing these strange Taoist patterns, the abyssal sword cauldron also has a natural power to restrain the nether soldiers. Only in this way can it defeat those nether soldiers so easily. Lin Sun understood. He temporarily called this power the netherworld force. He called those Taoist patterns the netherworld Taoist patterns. And the netherworld that was absorbed and derived by the Nirvana order was called the netherworld order. Your natal emperor weapon has really become different. Cyan Sparrow sighed with emotion, as if she could see through some of the mysteries even if Lin Sun didn't tell her. Lin Sun smiled and continued to move forward. Not long after, he encountered another group of nether soldiers. This time, there were more than 30 of them, and each of them was ferocious and murderous. Faced with such a situation, ordinary Emperor realm figures would definitely flee immediately and not dare to fight. But since Lin Sun already knew the magical effect of the abyssal sword cauldron, how could he miss such an opportunity? Boom, the abyssal sword cauldron swept out. In just a few blinks of an eye, all the nether soldiers were killed, and the rolling black-colored mist after their death was swallowed by the abyssal sword cauldron. Lin Sun noticed at once that the 81 netherworld Taoist patterns in the abyssal sword cauldron were obviously more solid. In particular, one of the netherworld Taoist patterns showed a faint sign of becoming clear and complete. With the change of the netherworld Taoist patterns, the power of the netherworld force released by the abyssal sword cauldron was also improved. This kind of harvest made Lin Sun excited. He couldn't help but look forward to what kind of transformation would happen when the 81 netherworld Taoist patterns became clear and complete. Soon, Lin Sun set out again. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. As time went by, Lin Sun was frequently attacked by nether soldiers along the way, ranging from 4 or 5 to dozens of them. Lin Sun naturally didn't hold back when facing such prey that came to him, and he used the abyssal sword cauldron to annihilate all of them. As it absorbed more and more energy, 5 of the 81 netherworld Taoist patterns within the abyssal sword cauldron had already become complete and clearly visible after 3 days of changes. They were like 5 lifelike fish that were filled with mysterious and unfathomable intelligence, and they were far from something other netherworld Taoist patterns could compare to. On the other hand, the might of the abyssal sword cauldron to crush the nether soldiers had become even more terrifying, and it revealed an absolutely overwhelming strength. That fellow wouldn't be the great emperor from an eternal emperor clan, right? A group of figures followed Lin Sun from afar on the nether path behind him. During these 3 days, they didn't encounter any attacks while following behind Lin Sun, and it was equivalent to avoiding all sorts of dangers. This was naturally because of Lin Sun. He was equivalent to a vanguard that blazed a path through all the obstacles for these cultivators at the back. However, at the same time that they gained an extremely great advantage, these cultivators were shocked by the strength Lin Sun revealed, and their minds were unable to calm down. At this moment, their mental states had changed, and they were filled with reverence and fear towards Lin Sun. No matter who he is, he's a peerlessly ferocious figure that we can't afford to offend. Someone spoke in a serious voice. Watch your words. We've taken advantage of that fellow Taoist all along the way, and it's even to the extent that it's very likely that he'd noticed our tracks a long time ago, yet he didn't care about it. Obviously, he couldn't be bothered to make a fuss about it with us. A figure of the senior generation spoke in a low voice. I have a suggestion. If that fellow Taoist encounters any troublesome danger on the way, then we should lend him a hand as well. These words obtained the agreement of everyone. Lin Sun had naturally noticed the tracks of these cultivators a long time ago, but he paid no attention to them when he saw that they were only following from afar and didn't reveal any ill intent. Just like this, they traveled on the nether path for an entire 7 days. The slaughter all along the way allowed another 7 complete netherworld Taoist patterns amongst the 81 netherworld Taoist patterns within the abyssal sword cauldron. Coupled with the netherworld Taoist patterns from before, there were already 12 complete netherworld Taoist patterns. This kind of harvest made Lin Sun's slaughter along the way no longer boring. Instead, it was filled with a sense of expectation for continuous harvest. However, in the following day, they gained nothing and didn't encounter a single netherworld soldier. Lin Sun couldn't help frowning at this abnormal scene. Could it be that someone had already swept away all the netherworld soldiers on the way ahead of time? It was very likely. It should be known that there was only one nether path, and it was no more than 300 meters wide. If there was a group of experts walking ahead, the netherworld soldiers they encountered along the way would naturally be swept away by these experts. For other Emperor Realm experts, walking behind others without any danger was undoubtedly equivalent to taking advantage of it. It was a fortunate thing. But for Lin Sun, it seemed a little bad. Because it meant that he could no longer collect enough power to make the netherworld Taoist patterns transform. How could he be happy? Immediately, Lin Sun quickened his pace. Very soon. Lin Sun suddenly noticed that there was a chaotic and intense battle coming from the depths of the dark mist in the distance. There seemed to be a great battle taking place there. Sure enough. Lin Sun completely verified his speculation. Swoosh, in the next moment, he'd transformed into a ray of light that flashed towards the area where the fluctuations of the battle arose. Kill. The intense sounds of battle shot into the sky and surged through the wind and clouds, and it was like the roars of fiend gods. Kill. Numerous terrifying Dao arts were mixed within the various magic treasures as they charged through the heavens and the earth, and they erupted with blazing and dazzling light that illuminated the world. Kill. Numerous Emperor Realm figures fought through the heavens and the earth. Obviously, they were from the same camp and were fighting side by side. The scene before his eyes seemed like an extremely intense battlefield. Fresh blood sprayed violently, magic treasures flew about, and terrifying Dao arts rumbled through the heavens and the earth and erupted with boundless light. When Lin Sun rushed over, he witnessed such a scene, and he couldn't help but be shocked as he sensed the horrifying aura that assaulted his face. Shockingly, the opponents of those Emperor Realm experts were an army of netherworld soldiers led by a nether general. There were over 1,000 of them, and they rode warhorses as they charged through the surging black mist. The nether general was the most terrifying. His armor flowed with the scarlet-red glow of the Tao, and he held a black halberd in his hand. Moreover, he emanated ferocious might that caused the surroundings to dim. At the very least, he was equivalent to a 9th realm martial ancestor. On the other hand, the army of netherworld soldiers weren't weak as well. When they converged together, their auras fused together, and they cooperated tacitly with each other. As they fought, they seemed to have formed an enormous slaughter formation. Every single netherworld soldier was ferocious and unafraid of death. Every single charge was boundlessly terrifying, and it seemed as if they were capable of slashing space into pieces and overturning the world. If it was just a few tens of netherworld soldiers, then it would naturally be much easier to deal with. However, the scene before their eyes was one where there were over 1,000 netherworld soldiers. They formed a dense mass that covered the heavens and the earth, and it was sufficient to cause the scalps of any Emperor realm expert to go numb. Coupled with the presence of a nether general, even a ninth realm martial ancestor might not be able to annihilate all of them no matter how exhausted they were, and it was even to the extent that they might be exhausted to death. P.S. The fourth update is here. The eruption is complete. Yes, I finally dare to weekly ask for monthly votes now. End of chapter 2441. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.